So basically, I theorize that Pluton is a mole, or at least partially a mole.
I don't think Mihawk is telling Shanks. Alright bro, no conquers hockey. We can only use observation and armament. Let's just fight fair and square, okay?
Member 5.5. Vivi will be the 11th Straw Hat because 5.5 times 2 is 11. Quick maps.
You don't even think to call me Godfather.
Hey, what's going on? This is Larry from That One Piece Talk. Who are you and how are you?
Sabo or Ace, who you got?
Sabo.
Ace was in the streets fighting, bro.
Who was training?
It's not about training
Who was
all the
training?
time, bro.
Oh snap! It is like Kuma's head. I'm feeling Oda's about to go crazy here with Bonnie. Ooh, yeah, okay. Yeah, Bonnie's looking fire.
But this is no ordinary Optimus.
The island of Laugh-Tale is essentially a movie theater. The One Piece is a vision dial, and the name of that movie is Laugh-Tale.
So let me connect you to my vision, the Parvision.
You're fucking wild for this. I'm sorry to interrupt your normally scheduled programming, but Mihawk was a sword and is now a human through an awakening process. In the One Piece world, anything is possible to be built.
What's up, guys? It's Q from Impractical Jokers here. One Man Reverie officially begins now. As you can see, I got the new stream layout, custom made by yours truly. What is up, guys? How's it going? You ready for the next 12 hours? Oh shit, that chat box doesn't look right. Let me fix that. Guys, let's see who's in the chat right now. I see a lot of people in here. I see Israin in there talking about Doc Q. Saké, what's up, brother? He's gonna be coming up first. You guys already know. Nice layout, thank you, MFC bitch. Future Mac, what's up, brother? Chinho Wong, how's everyone doing? True Toby, that's my man. Vanderson Jr., how's it going? Breadlord, Jeff Morning, Dillcore in the chat, very nice. Teleporter, Carl, Breadlord, I think I got Breadlord already. Dak, oh, I see Energy Empire. I thought Energy Vampire. Dak says, I hope that chair is comfortable. You bet your ass it's not. You bet your ass this chair is uncomfortable. And I'm gonna sit in it for 12 hours. Adnan says, or asks, what's your quick opinion on Marco dying to awaken his fruit theory? I haven't heard this theory before. That's actually pretty interesting. I could see that making sense. Dilcor already knows it is the Quadcast X, or it's actually the Quadcast S. My bad. Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it so far. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not totally impressed with the mic quality just yet. It's not too different from my previous mic. So I was hoping it would be an upgrade, but it doesn't seem to be a huge upgrade. What's nice is I have a boom arm on my desk now, so I can freely adjust my mic, which is great. Before I didn't have that. Also the colors. I mean, who doesn't like some good old-fashioned RGB LED lighting in your microphones or keyboards and mice? And that's the sign you're a gamer right there, isn't it? Teleporter says, my guy is decked out with the updated stream layout. Congrats on 10K. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, homie. Alright. We're good to go. Everyone, this next YouTuber that I'm bringing on here, for those of you who don't know, we're bringing on Saké. We're starting out with Saké. Now let me tell you a little bit about Dak. So one reason I decided to bring Dak on here is because not too long ago, Dak was just like all of you guys in the chat, just a casual viewer, casual enjoyer of One Piece. And now, you know, he started his own channel and he's started putting his theories out there. And I gotta say, he is a testament to how great the One Piece community is, how great all of you guys in the chat are, because it tells me that pretty much anyone in any one of my videos or any one of my comment sections can come out and make a fantastic theory, make fantastic content. I love the content that Dak's been making, and he recently came out with a banger that is now at 250,000 views. I've never even had a video hit over 200K views yet. So, you know, that's impressive, especially considering how recently he started the channel. And I think it's going to be a real treat. I want to get Dak on here. I want to ask him some questions about his YouTube journey. And without further ado, let's get Dak in the call. So let me call him real quick.
Yo, yo, yo.
There we are.
How's it going?
There's my man. All right, I'm so sorry for the delay, man. I really apologize. That was something I didn't expect going in, but we're here now. We made it. So
yeah, I mean, 12-hour stream. I mean, you know, unexpected technical difficulties, you know, were expected. You know what I mean? At some point. So
at least it happened in the beginning, not like smack in the middle. You know.
Exactly. I was just about to message you, like, man, like, if you need to take some of my time to fix it, you know, you gotta get the whole stream going. But I'm glad we got it together.
Yes.
So.
We made it work. So, Dak, since, you know, you're relatively new to the scene, you're a newer YouTuber, I figured I'd let you take the reins on your introduction, tell people a little bit about yourself, how you got started on YouTube, maybe about your One Piece journey. Just give us the full picture of who is Dak Saké.
Absolutely. No, I appreciate that. So a lot of my more hardcore fans would know me as the mole guy, right? The leader of the mole gang from the Pluton is a mole theory. So that's where I feel like my real start, or my like real beginnings, you know, started on YouTube, was with the mole gang, right? So I have the Pluton is a mole theory, but recently I also had, you know, the Lafro Tail video blow up, if you guys haven't seen that. So it's been an awesome journey, but it really all started just because I love One Piece, right? I think that's pretty much how every YouTuber who does One Piece got into it, was they loved One Piece, and it's almost like you went around and bothered your friends too much trying to talk about theories and crazy stuff. Like, you know, my casual fan friends, I'm like, hey, have you heard about Mihawk as a sword? And they're like, what are you talking about, man? You know, so it's like that. I got to start a channel like these. You know, I know some other people will be receptive to it. You know, like I thank Parvision a lot for that. You definitely helped me a lot too. So,
awesome.
So yeah, I'm just a huge One Piece fan for sure, and just, you know, started making videos.
So your channel content, you plan to focus mainly on theories. What is your area of focus? Theories, pretty much.
Definitely theories for sure, but I am going to get more into analysis. I know that's something that you and I have talked about a decent amount, and so I'm going to start doing more character analysis and kind of arc analysis. You know, just I don't want to spill the beans too much, but you know, like how I felt about Wano, which I know a lot of people, you know, had certain feelings, or how I felt about like some of my favorite characters, like Momonosuke is one of my absolute favorite characters. So that's a video coming.
I love Momo.
So.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I didn't even know you were planning that. That's great.
Oh yeah. Momo could be a protagonist in his own story, and it would be a successful story. You know
I
what
agree.
I mean? He's amazing.
Yes.
He's amazing. Absolutely.
So one thing I wanted to ask you is One Piece. I think you might have mentioned this to me at some point, but is One Piece the only series you're into in terms of like anime, manga?
So if we're talking, you know, series I'm caught up on, I love JJK. JJK, you know, Jujutsu Kaisen, that's another one I am like super into. Like the anime, I fell in love with episode 1, and I've been reading it week to week. Hunter x Hunter, I also like. I need to like reread a little. Like I've read it all, but it's been, you know, they just started making chapters again, so I do want to get into that. Love Yu Yu Hakusho. You know, Dragon Ball's great.
Yes.
I'm still watching Gurren Lagann. It's getting so, like, it was okay at the beginning. Like, I loved it because of the mole vibes. But now it's actually getting really good.
Now it's good.
Yes, I'm like in the double-digit episodes now.
Okay, so I know,
really good.
I know where you're at then. Okay, have you...
Yeah, it's starting to get really good.
Okay, so... I don't want to ask you anything that might spoil you. But what I will say is, this is a series I'm sure by the end of it you will appreciate greatly. That's all I can say.
All right. I'm already getting there. Like, the believe in me that believes in you line. Like, I say that to people sometimes, you know? I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I don't know if do I have it here? I have Kamina's like sunglasses. I don't know if you caught that. Yeah, I love that. Incredibly uncomfortable to wear because of the shape. It's very unergonomic, but
that's a great word. That's perfect. That's funny though.
That's cool, man. What I wanted to talk about, one thing I wanted to ask you, because I watched one of your recent videos. I mean, it came out before the Laugh Rotel one, but what I noticed was watching one of your recent videos, you were talking about Emu and Emu's potential power and like the sun god stuff.
Yes.
Now I really like that video. Personally, I don't buy into the false sun god idea of Nika. I don't think he was a legitimate god, but I think his title comes from the same place that Gonfal's title came from. It seems the Sky people have like their own hierarchy for society, and the person who runs their society, their title is god. So they're not a literal god. You know, Gonfal is not a literal god, but he gets the title of god for running their society. So I think the same deal is with Nika got that title from his position of leadership, maybe. So that part
I like that.
Yeah, I mean, look, your take on it is also great, and I think you bring some great points to the table. What I wanted to focus on was what you brought up about the Eye of Ra, and this is something that I think is a very likely part of your theory, and this is what really caught my eye.
Perfect.
So the sun god, or the Eye of Ra thing, was something I actually brought up as well in my mega theory, that I was talking about the right eye symbolism in One Piece, and how there's this constant running theme of the right eye being associated with like hidden treasure, or the void century, or the sun. We have like one Poco, the dog in Dressrosa, who had on his head, he had one on his head, just the word one, and he had he had an X over his right eye. So
wow, that's perfect.
So the
that's
Eye
crazy.
of Ra, the Eye of Ra is said, I know you were talking about how it was the female like counter to Ra, but it's also, I believe it's also just generally associated with the sun god Ra. It's the right eye. So I feel like that connection we share on that. But your take of it was actually making it apply to Emu's potential devil fruit. So can you expand a little bit more on that? Because I love that idea, and I never even thought of the idea that maybe they didn't use Pluton on Lucia. It was actually a devil fruit at work there. So tell me a little bit more about that.
Yeah, well, it could be, I've revised it a little bit. So I've talked a lot about Ra, like sun god Ra, because of the sun powers. And I think it might even be more expansive. So I do think the Eye of Ra stuff is still, a factor. And I think, like Marshall D preached a video on it as well. Like Medjed is another legend that looks exactly like Emu. It's like a cloth with, two red circled eyes, basically, that shoots beams out of the eyes, right? So I think there's a lot of legends that tie in. But like you were saying, I think the Eye of Ra has a definite place somewhere here because of the eye symbolism. Like how far he digs into it, I think is debatable, but I think it being involved is pretty much, for sure. So, but what I was saying was I think it's even more expansive. So I think when we think of light, sunlight is the most common form, right? Like that's how the universe exists, basically, like at least life in the universe exists, is because of sunlight originally, right? And how important it is, like in past civilizations, like there were sun gods because without the sun, you weren't going to have food, right? Like literally, like you wouldn't have crops and live if you didn't have the sun. So the sun was always important, but there's a lot of other types of light, right? So I think the sunlight is like the most obvious. And so this is a little bit of a teaser for a video I'm coming out with next weekend. But even in One Piece, we've been told about other kinds of light as well, right? So we have the holograms in some of the recent chapters, right? And then if you go back to one of my favorite recent arcs, which is Long Ring Longland, Foxy said that he uses an undiscovered light particle. And so there's all sorts of light in One Piece that we aren't fully aware of. So going back to the sun stuff, I think Emu definitely can control the sun, and that attack could have just been him, basically imagine him just grabbing all the sunlight and compressing it into like a couple beams or 16 beams and shooting it down. That's essentially what he could have done. Now, if his eye's up there or how it works, I don't know, but that's essentially what I think happened, is he just combined the sun into a bunch of beams. But it could also be a different kind of light that we don't know about, right? It could be a light from outer space or something that he like has mastered and he can create or manipulate, or like some kind of radiation, right? Something like that. So, I think it can be really expansive, but I'm glad you brought it up because I think sunlight and the Eye of Ra and all that ties into it. But with Oda being Oda, it could expand even to more like scientific versions of light as well.
I gotta say, like the 16 beams of light that come off the Japanese naval flag that you were pointing out, that is wow. I never even thought to count the beams like coming off of the sun on the flag, but like, I mean, come on, like that's the 16 number comes up yet again. I know, and then there's the whole thing with Imu's, name, the literal name Imu. If you take the numerology of the name, it's I comes from Ichi for 1 in Japanese, and a way to say 6 in Japanese, an alternative, usually it's roku, but an alternative way when you're describing like counting, you use mutsu or mu. So Imu is 1/6. So
someone put that in the comments. Yeah, I was like, oh, that's
yes. Yeah, it's like it's such a crazy thing that all these details kind of tie together in that way, and that really caught my attention. What you were saying about the light functioning differently is something I've been a big proponent of that idea for a long time. I've been saying this, since one of my earliest videos was that light in One Piece does not function like light in our world. Just like darkness. Like Blackbeard's darkness fruit is not just darkness. It has other properties to it that's clearly not how darkness works in our world. It has gravitational... it's gravitational power that's like under the guise of darkness. Same thing with sunlight. Kizaru is able to make an entire physical sword out of light. But if I was just to take light, like, it wouldn't be solid, Kizaru makes a solid light sword. So like there's extra properties going on here. The light particle thing with Foxy, I mean, so that
and Kizaru seems to have one kind of light, right? Like he seems to be I wouldn't even say manipulate, like he's just a Logia, right? He has one kind of light, just like a lot of Logias are just like I mean, I guess we don't know specifically, but does a Kainu have different kinds of magma? Like, I don't think so. Like, it's just like maybe varying temperatures, right? Maybe, but so Kizaru, like, he has this one kind of light, and it's probably sunlight or like an equivalent. It's like the beams that people shoot, right? Like Frankie and stuff. It's like that kind of light. So yeah, it's like there are tons of other ones, right? And so, like I said in the video, also Kizaru, he's the only admiral without a fruit, like a comparable fruit, right? That says like it's inferior or superior. But I think there's just all sorts of undiscovered light stuff, and then you add in the fact that Vegapunk is supposedly getting hunted, because of light, like maybe because of the light stuff he's doing, because he's done so much different light experiments now. So it's just there's a lot there.
Allow me to play devil's advocate with you. I wanna put you on the on the coals right now, okay?
All right.
We have Kizaru's Devil Fruit. You say that there's no known upgrade for it. So the one thing I would say to that is it possible maybe that Kizaru's Devil Fruit is the superior version of Enel's Devil Fruit? Purely because, now the only reason I say this is because if Eam's like attack, light beam attack, is a property of the light fruit, because of its similarity to Enel's Devil Fruit ability, is it possible that it's an upgrade to that, where it's like it has all... Enel can move at light speed because he's made of lightning, so on and so forth. Right. But you get all that with the light fruit plus more. Maybe like the ability to charge energy is easier. The ability to cast a beam down on an island like Imu is probably a much more natural part of the fruit than Enel, who had to build the Arc Maxim to make that happen. Yeah. So what do you think about that?
No, that's interesting. I think a key factor with this one is like there's stuff that the lightning fruit can do that the light fruit can't, right? So if you look at like the snow and the ice fruit, is there really anything that the snow fruit can do that the ice fruit can't? Like I'm not sure, because you could probably like freeze the water in the air and make it snow, right? True. Or whatever. So you could almost... And so same thing with lava and fire. Like you can lava is just heat. It's rocks on fire essentially, right? So it's like, can they do the same things? Yes, but lightning, I guess, like, let's look at rubber, for example. Light would hurt, like a light beam would hurt something that's rubber, right? Where lightning wouldn't. So that's my first thought, is like that, especially because Luffy's obviously the main character, he's important. That's the most important thing to me, because that's something that someone brought up, is like, well, this, like, they seem pretty similar, but the rubber factor, like, that is such a difference to me. Yes. That would be my biggest holdup.
Okay. All right, that's interesting. So... Do you think Eam's Devil Fruit is connected to Nika's Devil Fruit? Do you think there's like a direct correlation between them? Because I know you you're saying the false god stuff, so like maybe the connection is just in the titles that the two bear. Those are where they kind of contrast. But I'm wondering if you think that, like, because Eames devil fruit must have come from somewhere, right? And
well,
so like where?
What if he doesn't have one? What if it's something else?
What if it's something else? Do you think there's a possibility of a secret, like, ancient weapon level thing that's like they kind of have a hold of that it might not be a devil fruit?
Well, let's think about this, right? So the Eve tree? I always get my trees confused. The Eve tree is the one that shoots to the red line, and it's by Marie-Joie, right? Is that the Eve tree?
Yes.
Right, that shoots all the way down. Well, that has light shooting all the way through it, right? That makes it all the way down to Fishman Island, and we're talking about how important light is. And we just saw holograms that can make like anything out of light. So to me, it's like, so if Emu does have this light power, did he use that power to make devil fruits? Because like we have the Eve tree with the light shooting all the way down, and now we see light, with all these monsters, like all these weird monsters and food and all this random stuff that Vegapunk has made. It got me thinking like devil fruits work in a similar way to that somewhat, right? So I'm not saying like all devil fruits are just light, but it just got me thinking like, if Emu can really control all kinds of light and do stuff even greater than what Vegapunk's doing with light because he can manipulate it, that almost seems like a way to make devil fruits in a way. So to me, it could just be a devil fruit.
So okay,
it's weird.
That's interesting. So when I made my original devil fruit theory, the thing I theorized was that Nika used the power of light to create devil fruits, right?
Wow.
So because of the fact that sunlight runs through the tree perfectly, like I was thinking about where could devil fruits have possibly grown? Well, the Lunarian homeland that was formerly on top of the red line is also coincidentally where the Eve tree is. So, is it possible that Nika, who may have been a Lunarian, created devil fruits? And I thought, well, Sun God, right? This is before we actually saw Gear 5. So I was like, Sun God, sunlight powers probably played into the creation of devil fruits. Now we know he doesn't, at least as far as we know currently, he doesn't have sunlight powers. But if Eam does, now that's an interesting... So that would mean that devil fruits didn't come from a benevolent source. They came from the villain. The villain created the vehicle by which the main character is able to defeat him. He kind of defeated himself by giving Luffy this devil fruit, right?
Exactly. Or was there, like, so we talk about like Nika and Joy Boy, and it seems like Nika was before Joy Boy, right? Like there's like Nika and then some time passed, and then Joy Boy, then some time passed, and then Luffy. So what if Emu was like the equivalent to Joy Boy in a sense, like he was like from that time frame, but there was an Emu from the past, right? So like, because we've even seen Rox and Blackbeard fill like a similar role to Emu in a sense, right? Like I want to be the king of the world. Like my goal is to take over the world, right? Like it's like a step above being the pirate king.
Yeah.
So it makes me think like if we have all these comparisons, like Luffy has Blackbeard, Roger had Rox, Joy Boy had Emu, maybe. Like maybe Nika had somebody, right? And so whenever we talk about the sun god Nika stuff, which I want to clarify one thing, I think I agree with you. When I say false god, all I mean is that he's the sun god in name only.
Yes,
right?
okay.
Like,
that I agree.
Yes. Like Lucy from Dressrosa, Joy Boy from Wano, like they're like, oh, our heroes, like these are the people that saved us, but they don't even exist really, right? Like they're not real people. So that's what I'm saying is Nika's a title that people get, but he's not. There are no actual gods in One Piece. That's the point I'm making. Is like
agree.
There's no like Mount Olympus with people that have powers automatically, right? Like it's all like in the world that Oda created. There's no upper beings.
I agree. Yeah.
But yeah, it's name only. So I think we pretty much agree. So that's really interesting though, the stuff you said about Nika maybe doing the stuff like making the devil fruits, because the more I think about it, it's all about imagination, right? Like I think that like the light, if Emu can control light to whatever degree, and Sun God Nika or Luffy, whoever has this fruit, can do imagination to their, but it's like different kinds, like create things with light that are crazy, or stretch things to whatever your imagination can make. It's going to be like an imagination battle, and that just got me thinking, what if he just manipulated the light that was coming through the tree and made the fruits, right? It's almost like he could just manipulate the light himself because he makes it rubber or whatever.
That when I talk to you, I get a similar vibe to when I talk to Parvision, and what I mean by that is every time I talk to Parvision, I always end up leaving the conversation with some new idea as a result of us talking. And just in what you were telling me just now, an idea popped into my head, and I'm gonna throw it at you. Let me hear what you think of this.
Ready.
So
that means a lot, by the way, but I'm ready.
So, all right. So you were saying how Nika's devil fruit is all about imagination. Now, is it possible that Eam's devil fruit is not as simple as being the sun god or the Eye of Ra devil fruit, but maybe it's something more broad. Where if Joy Boy's power or Nika's power is the power of imagination, what's the inverse of imagination, of freedom? It's control.
Right.
So what if Eam's fruit, if Eam has a fruit, is the control fruit? And it's a fruit that allows Eam, as a parallel to Doflamingo's string fruit, it's the upgraded version of the string fruit.
Yo.
And the control fruit allows Eam to take control of anything. And that means Eam could potentially control the sun to make the sun do that. So, like, without being directly associated with the sun powers, Eam can take control of the sun and then concentrate the light onto one area to do that.
Wow.
Yeah, so
yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
So that just popped into my head. Thematically, it would make sense. It would parallel Doflamingo. It would be an upgrade because Doflamingo's whole arc is almost encapsulating the world government in a nutshell. So maybe the fruit that Eam has is related to control or the ability to control things.
And it would be like, it's almost like an imagination fruit, but like the reverse. Like it would still, like he could control anything to be his, whatever his imagination lets it be, right? Like Emu, like it is still imagination in the sense of like the battle would be really crazy. Like that's how I kind of been thinking about it, is like whenever they fight, Luffy's going to do something really absurd in Gear 5, and then Emu's going to do something equally absurd because like they can also do, but you're right, like it could be a control fruit because Luffy's about freedom. It's like, I want everything to be free so it'll be what I imagine, but they're like, well, I want to control it so it can be what I imagine. Yes. And so it's literally the same thing. It's still imagination, but it's two sides of the same coin. Like, well, okay, yeah, like I want to do that. Like I want to make the ground stretch into this shape too, but I'm going to control it. Like I'm going to like constrict it to be in that shape. And Luffy's like, no, I'm going to stretch it to be in that shape so it's free. It's like, I could see that. It's just like, it's just a total, that is such a good idea. But now, is it a control specifically? That would be maybe my holdup, but something like that. Yes.
Something along those lines. And I think it would make for a cool scenario because at the end of the story, it won't be about whose devil fruit wins. It'll be about whose will is stronger. Because their fruits cancel each other out, essentially. One fruit is the power to break free. The other fruit is the power to control. So they're going to have this battle, essentially. If they do fight, it would be this battle over, freedom versus control, and whose will, like the will to be free or the will to control, who comes out on top. And I feel like that could be a really interesting final moment of the series where Luffy has to like break free maybe of Eam's control or something and like come to this whole like realization or cathartic moment, like I want to be free and break free of the control. And like that, I could see that being
or like it's in a similar vein. It could be like, Emu has been doing this for 800 years. They beat Joy Boy, and Luffy is like imagining his way out of it, right? Like all these attacks, he's like, I got to stretch this way to get out of it. Like, oh my gosh, like I have to really, like my mind, like my imagination's going crazy to survive, right? Like just to come up with the craziest stuff. And so you're right, like it could just kind of culminate into like where Luffy either like, I would want to see maybe a situation where like the control doesn't work. Like Luffy thinks of like he can't control that. Like for some reason, like again, I don't know what it would be, but like they get boxed into some scenario, and I think it could mirror, which is no pun intended, it could mirror the end of the Davy back fight where Luffy got the piece of mirror out of his afro unexpectedly and reflected the attack, and it's like nobody saw that coming. Like it's such a random thing, and that's a light, right? He reflected the light back, and we're talking about light stuff too.
You're connecting this to Foxy. That's just like the most Dak thing I've heard like so far. Like, because you've already been bringing up like in every one of your theories, you bring up like the most untalked about like moments of the story, like the Foxy battle, like all that stuff. Fishman Island, you like bring references in, and it's like to connect. Yep. If that final battle somehow parallels the Foxy fight, I'm gonna lose my mind. That's
it's just. Like, I mean, you and I talked about it, and you mentioned it in your Gaimon video, just with the timing of the story, right? Like, when Oda was writing that, the fact that it ended with a Davy back fight, which ties to Hachinosu Island and all that, there's someone with a split head that has light powers, and he cheated, right? He cheated the whole thing, and Luffy had to use his imagination to win, basically. He had to, like, think about, I can get this mirror out of my afro, and, like that is, like, that's, like, such, like, a... like atypical way for Luffy to win, right? To pull out it's to me, it's just it's like Oda's messing around. Like, all right, guys, here's like the worst version of the end that we could have had. Like, just here's what it's gonna look like, but this is like the worst example. Now imagine this, but complete opposite, and that's gonna be the end. That's my idea.
I like that. I like that. This train of thought is actually really fun because now this opens up like a lot of cool scenarios. So like, think about this. Like, how would those fruits? Let's say if there was a fruit like that, how would they play off each other? Like Luffy trying to use his fruit to like do something with his body or like transform in a certain way, and then Eam could like put a hand out and stop Luffy from like changing or something like that. I don't know. Just like the possibilities with that are endless. So I just wanted to say I'm just so happy that this idea even came out of this conversation, because now I feel like that's going to be a really fun one to just delve into.
Same. That's like I already told you we need to talk a little bit more about the Lunarians, and like that's for a video, so we got to do that maybe off the stream. But a lot of this could easily tie into it. It could be a massive video. So yeah, we got to talk more about that for sure. But no, you're right. I'm glad we talked about it. That was super interesting.
Let's talk about a different thing. This is going to be a more surface level question I have for you, but this is something I have not asked you yet, and I feel like I should have. Who's your favorite character?
My favorite character is Brook, and that was before the videos. That was since the first day I met him.
Really?
So,
really?
Yes, it's just it's just he's always happy in the scene, right? Well, I shouldn't say always, but most of the time. That's like what really pulled me towards him. He's just like the happiest character. He's like Luffy, but even more so, right? Like he's just very happy-go-lucky. Like the reason he plays music is to make people happy. Luffy wanted the musician from day one, and I was always like, bro, I want the pirate singing songs. Like I was waiting for that. Like I'm not even like a musical guy, but like you played it before. Like in RuneScape, there's a lot of sea music, right? Like sea shanty music, and I was like, bro, those are my favorite songs. Like legit, I was like, where are they at? Like I was ready for the sea shanties. And then we got, Bink, Saké, and all that. So, yep, Brook is my number one.
Awesome.
It has been.
Yeah, I mean, I think Brook is low-key, like, super important. And you definitely think this because you've tied him into a lot of your theories. I have a theory coming up soon that's going to bring up the same panel, actually, you brought up with the Nika silhouette with Brook. I think that's a wonderful panel to look at again, especially in the context of it. One thing that you didn't point out, and I'm going to drop this here, and I want to stop the theory there because I'm going to expand on it in the video. But
love it.
Immediately after the Nika silhouette, what was the next panel of Brook? It was he said, "Let's party," and then immediately after that, we got a fireworks scene that mirrored the end of Wano's fireworks scene. So we had the Nika silhouette followed by fireworks, just like the end of Wano. Like the panels are so similar. I'm not even joking. Like go look at that again. It's crazy.
And one thing that I don't think it's not going to add on to your theory and like ruin anything in the video, but something from the original Nika panel that I loosely pointed to, but I didn't say it explicitly, is while Brook is jumping in front of the moon, he's playing music and there's notes everywhere. And think about Luffy whenever he went in Gear 5. He jumped in front of the moon, and there's the drums of liberation. We saw the doom da 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 like all over the place. It's literally the same thing. It's and then there's people smiling, and then of course we got to see everyone like they were kind of smiling, like Luffy, what is like? Okay, we're happy you're back, but like what is happening? Like you look so weird. But it was kind of the same thing, right? It was like jump in front of the moon, go play music. Everyone's happy about it, right? Like it was kind of the same thing. So
well, it makes you wonder, like the first crewmate that Luffy expressed like extreme interest in was the musician. I'm pretty sure he was looking for a musician before he was looking for like most other roles on the ship. When they were having conversations back in like even East Blue, where it was like, who are we getting on the crew next? The first answer Luffy gave was musician. And now if Luffy is succeeding Nika in some way, that tie to music might play into like that. Yeah.
And think about this, and I know this episode by heart. Episode 337. Episode 337 is when we meet Brook, and literally we meet Brook, and in the same episode, Luffy's like, "Hey, you want to join the crew?" Or like it's like we meet him at the very end, and then like it's like the same scene. It's like, "Hey, oh wow, you're cool. Want to join the crew?" Like it's the same scene, right? It's the same connected. Like there's no, it's right there on the ship. Like as soon as Luffy meets him, and so I brought this up before too. Like when people initially meet in One Piece and they're like super friendly off rip, like maybe I look into it too much, but like like Mr. Two. When Mr. Two first met the Straw Hats, he was super duper friendly, right? Like he showed him his powers. Like I don't usually show my powers to people, and now look what happened, right? It's like ended up being a bigger deal, and we know Mr. Two is actually a good guy and all this. So like when Luffy first meets Brook, he's immediately like, hey, you want to join the crew? So to me, that's like, all right, Brook might have like a way bigger, even beyond just being a crew member, because obviously at some point he asked everyone, but he asked him right away, so he knew he was a good guy, right? Like somehow, like there's like a. Again, maybe it's like Tanjit whenever he's like, long time no see, guys. And they're like, what are you talking? Like, these initial meetings, when they have like good vibes to them, I feel like there's something there. Like, there's usually more. Because it's like, maybe there's like a soul level to it, right? Like,
yeah.
Like their wills match, right? So it's like they know. So I think there's an important layer there for sure.
What's funny is that, like, I'm thinking about it. Did Luffy know Brook was a musician when he asked him to join the crew? He didn't know, right? He had no idea at that point. He just said join the crew.
So. He was just like, oh, you're a skeleton? You're a talking skeleton? That's dope. Join the crew. I'm pretty sure.
And that's funny because Luffy was always so gung-ho about getting the musician on there. The moment he encounters one, he doesn't even find out he's a musician yet. That's the only character he immediately just says, join the crew.
Well, I need to go double check if that's true, because that's huge.
Isn't that
I'm
crazy?
almost positive you're right, but yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
There's something to Brook. I think that the symbolism is very intentional with that. So well, this is also one of the big reasons I like the Afro idea. I don't know if the One Piece itself is going to be an Afro personally, but I will say that the Afro connections, like whether or not it's the One Piece is one thing, but there's another layer to this where it could just be as simple as maybe Joy Boy had an Afro. Like
right, and that's fine too.
That's fine too. I'll take exactly. Like if that happens, I'm shouting you out for that, because that's like
I'll be running around the house screaming. Like even if it's not the One Piece, but Joy Boy had an Afro, I will still it won't be like a full W, it'll be like a lowercase W, it'll be an L in one sense, but a massive W in another sense.
That's still a capital W. That's a huge W either way.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It'll be a type of capital W. It'll be like a little lowercase L subscript next to it. But
yeah, I mean, I think the possibilities are there. I think there's a lot of reasoning to support it. If the Nika parallels keep coming with Brook, all I'm gonna say is we're gonna have to get you on here a lot more to point out some stuff, because it's funny because like Brook is not, I feel like for someone's favorite character, I don't hear that a lot. I don't hear that Brook is someone's favorite, like absolute, like number one. Maybe like favorite Straw Hat I've heard before. Actually, for a time Brook was probably my favorite Straw Hat as well, because I'm big on music and I love the idea of a skeleton that can play music. But all-time favorite character, that's really unique. So I would love to pick your brain, more on that in the future. What role do you see? How do you see Brook like ending up at the end of the story? Where do you see his character going?
Well, I'll start with this. Is I do think we're gonna get to a sequence where like Brook is the last one alive. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if we'll ever see it. I do think like again maybe Oda will give us like a one-shot thing, just showing us like all the graves or whatever. I do think we're gonna get there where the Skeleton Man is the last one. Yeah. And he has all if he truly does have the Joy Boy connections, I think that's 100% where we're gonna get to. But as for before while everyone's alive, obviously like the Laboon stuff's gonna come into play. But I think I got in my Vasco shot video, I kind of alluded to it. I think Brook is going to end up having a bigger connection to the underworld and will literally end up as the Grim Reaper, right? So he's literally going to end up being the guy who keeps souls in the underworld. Like it'll be like he won't have the name, people might like allude to it, like, oh dude, you're basically like, he might even have the epithet eventually, like Grim Reaper Brook, or something.
He could be like Karen, like carrying people, down the river Styx, like it could be something like that, where he does it with Laboon instead of
well, I see a way where the souls eventually escape the underworld, and then he's gonna bring them back. So I can see the river sequence where he's gonna go back out, beat Vasco Shot, or do whatever he's got to do with his soul form, whatever it is, if it is Vasco Shot or otherwise. But then he'll like guide the souls back, right? Like it'll be like his job to like stop the leak of the souls from the underworld. Like that's like his fight in the end game. That's what I imagine.
I like that. Yeah. I've never heard that idea before. Because the spirit, like the soul stuff, is actually very prominent in the story. So I could see that actually happening.
Yeah. We haven't learned much about it, right?
Yeah, we don't know that much about what he's talking about with like the afterlife stuff, like the ice, like the cold of the underworld and all that stuff. So I'm curious to know, like, what has Brooks seen? Has he seen the other side? Like, what's that like, you know?
We have to see it eventually, I
Yeah.
think. Like there's no way that Oda has he introduced a fruit that let the soul come back from the afterlife, right? Like we saw his soul come from like the sky and try to look for his body. Right? And so it's just like other souls, they could come back and go hunt for their bodies too, right? Like maybe like they're going to be under control or something, but like his soul went back for his body specifically and took it over. You know, if other souls come back, it's like Roger's soul goes back to his body, and like you have like a Roger zombie like with his soul, but he's like weakened because it's like a corpse and whatever. But
yeah,
I think it's possible.
Yes. One idea I had, and I want to run it by you as a Brook fan, because I want to know how Brook fans would feel about this. So I thought one idea I had for the end of the series for Brook was he would continue as the Soul King. He would do his concerts, he'd do his music, all that stuff. But Laboon would become his venue, because Laboon has the interior of his stomach is like turned into like an island and stuff. So is it possible that Brook's gonna go around performing concerts inside Laboon? And they're gonna journey around together. Laboon is like the tour bus. Laboon is the Soul King tour bus.
That's amazing, and also because of all the other stuff we talked about, like Laboon will be able to sail wherever.
Yes.
After the end of the story, right?
Yeah. So Brooks' concert, pull up to an island. Laboon comes out of the water, and then there's the concert. Everyone gets into Laboon's mouth, and they go inside, and then it's Brooks' concert.
There's just lights. It's like what is it, episode 982, I think, when the raid started, and like you have the Zuma, like all the lights and everything, all that stuff. It's like the same thing. Like you go, and it's like a dance party inside Laboon. You see, and Laboon even can like shut his mouth and go underwater, and so it's like, all right, like welcome to the undersea. It could even be called the underworld, whatever, because like you go to the bottom of the sea, you know, it's like welcome, you know, and he's like, yo, okay, that's a thumbnail.
You see like lights, like club lights flashing out of Laboon's blowhole, like
yes, it's all different colors. Yo.
Yeah.
Yes, that is, dude, I can't believe I've never heard that. That is such an amazing idea. That is, and I especially like it like right after, you know, Luffy becomes the Pirate King and the world gets saved and all the good stuff, all the, you know, all the cool whatever. Then, like, it could just be, like, the Straw Hats after the fact, right? Because, like, the Roger Pirates went and did their own thing, right?
Yeah.
And so it's just, like, Brooks a world-famous Soul King, whatever, everyone knows who he was, but, like, they don't care. It's like, it's fine, you were a pirate, like, you helped, you know, whatever, we don't care, like, you're not going to get hunted anymore, we all love you. And it's, just like all good feels. I can totally see it. Yes.
Because I feel like they're all gonna go their own ways at the end of the day and like do their own thing. And Brooks probably gonna go back to his music. So I feel like what's the best way for him to do that and involve Laboon once they're reunited is like that. He performs his concerts with Laboon or inside Laboon.
That's a remarkable idea. There's this comment that I always bring up from Frankie in the anime. And like I jokingly say it's the reason I don't like Frankie. I do like Frankie, but it's just a joke because he says, "Man, Brooks such a big musician. I don't know if he wants to be a pirate anymore." And I'm like, "That's cap. Like you know he's coming back. Like Brooks not quitting could be." But after they're done, 100%, that's what he's gonna go do, right? Like that's what it reminded me of. So 100%, it's such a good idea. That's crazy.
I'm very happy to hear that reception. That makes me like the idea more, just to know that it would make Brook fans happy, because there's a lot of ways this character could go. You could play the somber angle with him like outliving all the Straw Hats, which is probably going to happen. Whether or not Oda's gonna actually show that in the story, I feel like Oda as a writer is you know, he's not afraid of drama, clearly. But I think with the Straw Hats, they're such like a national icon, and they're such like important like family, like household characters, that Oda is very reluctant to have any of them die at any point in his story. That's my opinion on that. So I don't think any of the Straw Hats are going to die. So I feel like maybe there would be a panel or something like in a chapter 0 situation, like an extra end of series chapter that shows that moment with him at the graves or whatever. But I feel like Oda might go for a happier ending with each of the Straw Hats, giving like their perfect, like the good ending, you know? And I feel like Brooks' good ending is what I described, like the music, the focus on his performances. So that's just, you know, my take on it. No.
I think that's super duper valid. That's my biggest hold up with it. Like I think I think worst case scenario, we're gonna learn. Oh yeah, Brook gets to live forever because of the way his fruit works. Like he's actually immortal unless his body gets crushed or whatever. So like we know that that's the case. Like we know that Brook's gonna outlive everyone, right? Now that would be enough. I just think that's what's gonna happen. Is like even in our heads, we're gonna know that Brook's alone again, right? But in a happy way. Like he's not upset. Like he still has Laboon probably for a long time.
Yeah.
You know, so he has all the happy memories, right? So that's what I like. Even if we don't see it, I think it's because like just going back to the underworld stuff. Brook did die, but his soul came back and is here because of like an energy. So it's like, is he granted a second life? Like that was never said, right? So I think he's probably immortal unless he gets crushed, like he said, or whatever. So
yeah, I mean, I'm trying to power scale Brook right now with that immortality stuff, because like realistically, like if you can't beat him, like if you can't kill him, right, that means he can just keep coming back in a way.
Right.
So.
But like it is tied to like his body. Like he said, unless my bones are completely
destroyed.
Forget exactly what word to use, but destroyed, like disintegrated, whatever, then I can stay here. So I don't know, but maybe the bones do wear down and that's his lifespan. Like they just naturally decay. Like it takes forever.
Yeah,
but,
it takes a long time, but yeah, I wonder
especially
what would
if he's
happen
out
then.
moving around.
Because like I wonder if after that were to happen, like would his soul move to another body? Do you think? Like, you don't think that's possible? Like
I hope for the sake of the story that the souls have to use their own body.
Yeah. Okay. That would make sense, right?
I would hope so. Because that I'm just thinking if Oda were to use the dead in any way, shape, or form, which is super dangerous. I know it's kind of like time travel. Like we're all on pins and needles with it. I feel like if he were to do it in a reasonable way, it would be the soul. They're all zombified. It's like not the people aren't coming back in their normal form. First off, right? They're like zombies. And it has to go to their original body. So, like, Roger doesn't get his powerful body back or anything, right? Or he doesn't get put into a powerful body. If he does get brought back, he's a zombie that's really weak, right? Then I would like it. Because it still gives the mental angle of, like, oh, man, I gotta, like Luffy's like, oh, my, I gotta fight Ace. Like, I don't know if I can, you know, he's like, oh, he's, like, halfway decayed. Like, this is so weird. Like, that angle I like, but I don't want Ace to actually come back. Right?
Yeah,
like so I think this is how he could skirt it. I think that's how he could walk the tightrope.
Yeah, I think the best way for Oda to do it would be to have these characters come back, but not in like a Naruto way where they're like the same person, but like use the shadows to like take. So it's just placing like a random zombie in the corpse of one of these characters. So it's not that character; it's just the image of that character, which is like a mental. It's like he's like using it to fuck with Luffy essentially. Like it's a tactic. You know?
That's what I want it used for. I want it used for the underworld to be shown, and for the mental Like, remember how Robin with Black Maria, she, like, knew that the things were fake, right?
Yes.
She's like, oh, I'm not actually... Same thing, right? Luffy would have to look through it and be like, all right, this is Ace, technically. Like, it's Ace's soul and body, technically. But it's not him at the same time. Like, it doesn't have his will, you could say, right?
Yeah.
And so he's like, it's not him. Like, and that could play into the whole, the will is everything, right? Like, the will is who makes a person alive, and who, like, that's when you're forgotten. Because, like, Ace... his will isn't in the body or soul anymore, right? So it's like that would make an interesting.
Yeah, and that ties into like the devil fruit stuff too, because if Nika survived through the devil fruit, it's like you don't need his original body to still to live on, right? Like Nika exists still, just in a different form, you know?
Yes.
So
dude, and that's a crazy idea because let's say Joy Boy's body, like his skeleton with his afro, is left behind, right? And that's like his afro, and maybe his skeleton is there too, because that's probably what I guess his body would be there as well. That would just kind of, unless he shaved it off, like it wouldn't make sense. So his body's probably there too. So what if Joy Boy comes back, right? Like we have this whole angle of like the will thing, right? And that is like a whole devil fruit angle where it's like, you know, Joy Boy comes back, he even has the afro and all that on, and maybe they have to like defeat him or like I don't know, there's something going on. But that would just be an interesting angle where like, or even Nika, right? Or Rocks potentially. Like these people can come back, and so I think it could be an interesting just will, you know, tie-in.
Yeah, I think there's room for someone like Rocks to come back in the story, but not in his original form that most people know him for, you know. So I think there's room for that, for sure. And go ahead.
Are you familiar with Parvision's Rocks' stronger theory?
I did not watch that. That's one of his new videos, right?
Yeah. Yes.
I did not watch that. I have to watch that.
I'm sold.
I'm gonna talk to him about that when he gets on stream later.
It's crazy. We talked about it on stream. He brought up a part that we talked about on our stream last weekend, and it's the more you think about it, the crazier it gets. Like that's maybe one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite new theories.
That sounds
from the
so
last few chapters.
crazy. That's like so crazy that like I have to be ready for like Parvision to blow my mind on that, because it's always the crazy ideas that he hits hard with. He has the details.
Exactly. Did it happen, or is it true? You know,
we'll see.
I don't know, but it could be.
It's fun to think about at least.
Right, exactly.
So we got about 10 minutes left, so I want to take the time we have left to get to some super chats that we got during the stream.
Go for it.
So first super chat is from Joe, $2. Thank you, Joe. He says, gonna be hype. Yes, it is. It's already hype right now with Dak here. True Toby donated $10. Thank you so much, bro. He said, hashtag whale gang, hashtag Kuma, more like Huma gang.
Hey, shout out Toby.
Hashtag I still don't forgive you for that, Dak gang.
I was joking around. I said Kuma, more like Huma, because everyone was shouting him out. But shout out to Toby.
Oh man! All right, we got another £2 from Muglaton, or Cringe Called Igglebaz. He says, "Eam is the Uranus from 800 years ago. They all people." Wait a minute. What do you mean they all people? Oh, as in all the ancient weapons are people.
Right, like Poseidon, like maybe So are you saying there could be two Uranuses at the same time? Like, there's one from 800, another one will be born now, or
that no, he's the only one.
He's the only one. Okay,
yes.
So what if? I guess I'm just thinking off the top of my head, just relating to that. If the old Poseidon never died, if they got immortality, would another Poseidon ever be born? I guess that's one of my, because that would be my is that.
Right. That's possible.
It's possible. It's an interesting idea. I've never thought of it that way. That he was born as Uranus and just stayed alive, and so that he's been the only one. That's interesting. That's like the best explanation for Uranus I've heard, probably, because I usually hear like, oh, he's using it, and I'm like that. Like, I don't know. Like, it'd be based off what we heard about the ancient weapons. It'd be weird for it to be used that long, but for it to be Emu and hidden away for 800 years, right? That's an interesting angle that he was Uranus.
It would make sense why we don't see poneglyphs talking about Uranus like they do for Poseidon. Like, we've encountered multiple poneglyphs that talk about Poseidon, but we have poneglyphs that talk about Pluton as well. But we have not seen any poneglyphs yet talk about Uranus. And if Eam is Uranus, the reason for that would be that, they know, like Joy Boy or whoever wrote the poneglyphs knows that Uranus is not like obtainable. Like, it's an ancient weapon, but it's
Or just from Oda's writing perspective, like, he couldn't show it to us yet.
Right.
Like, if we find the Uranus poneglyph, we know what the end game situation is, maybe, right? Or at least too many hints to it, right? So that's an interesting angle. I still like the idea that Uranus hatched from the egg on Roger's ship, but that's definitely more of a personal thing. Like, we don't have a reason, right? Like, it's not like it's just there has to be an explanation. And I think I mentioned before, if you go to the Alabaster ruins, there's I think there's each ancient weapon symbolism, and one's like a dragon with the mustache. So I think a dragon could have hatched from the egg. Like, that just makes a lot of sense. So to me, that's the simplest answer. But that's a good Uranus take that I haven't heard, that he was Uranus from 800 years ago. That's very interesting.
Yeah, Igglebaz, that was a good super chat. I appreciated that suggestion. Yeah, we don't have any more super chats here, so. Dak, I'm gonna wrap things up for now. I appreciate greatly having you on. Once again, I apologize for the technical difficulties early on, but I do think this conversation ended up working out. We had a great talk. I got some amazing ideas from talking to you. So it's always a pleasure, my friend. And
absolutely.
Where can everyone find you? Tell us about maybe what your next video, hype up your next video, and tell us where people can find you, social media.
Absolutely. So as for my next video, the next video is actually a Lafro Tale 1.5 video. So basically, it's just going to be a collection of some of the best and most frequent comments from the video, because it had almost 2,000 comments, which is insane.
Wow, yeah.
So there's some things where over a dozen people brought it up, right? So really big points that are very important. So you definitely should check it out. If you like Lafro Tale, you're gonna like that video. There's a lot of interesting additions to it. I see Phantom Greyfire as usual. Including all the links. Shout out to Phantom Greyfire.
No.
Yeah, so there's my YouTube, my VOD channel, and my Discord. Those are the most important ones. Definitely go check those out. Just launched the Discord a week and a half ago.
Awesome.
But Lafro Tale 1.5 will be out in a couple days. And you have B.D.A. Law next, right?
Yeah,
Brago?
Yeah, Brago's going to be coming on at 2 o'clock, so I'm going to take a little bit of time to maybe reorganize some stuff, get ready for that. But I got to say, man, it's, you know, for no matter who comes on next, this is a tough act to follow because you came in here with fire. So I just want to put that out there. I
appreciate it. It's crazy. We can talk for, you know, only 30 or 45 minutes or whatever, and we just bring up some like crazy game-changing ideas. So that's amazing.
Yeah,
so,
man.
Glad you had me on. I really appreciate it, man.
Thank you for coming on, Dak. Everyone, go check out Dak's channel. Subscribe to him. Like, do me a favor. Even if you haven't checked his content out yet, subscribe to him and just keep an eye out for his future videos. He's making great content. I vouch for it heavily. I think he's doing some good stuff, and I wouldn't be surprised if you actually pass me in sub count pretty soon. I'm gonna be real with the stuff you're dropping, bro. I mean, like
Left Tail hasn't slowed down. It's really pumping. It's still getting like almost the same views per hour as like 2 weeks ago. So it's like, but the subs have been coming in. So if YouTube keeps pushing it, it's gonna be crazy. But
I'm so
excited. Well, you were a
for
huge help though.
Yes.
If everyone likes the way that Hidden does his videos, he helped me script. Mine are a lot different, but he helps me script it, which is super important to, you know, telling the story. So if you like his videos, I think you'll like mine. So definitely check out my channel. Guys.
All right, Dak. Well, I will talk to you later. I hope you enjoy the rest of the stream. And once again, thank you for stopping by. It was an absolute pleasure. I'm very grateful that you were able to open this stream with me. That was I think that was the best move. Great start.
My pleasure, and I'm glad we got all the technical difficulties figured out. But
all right, cool, man.
Well, good luck with the rest of your stream. I'll be in the chat.
Thank you, boss. I will catch you later.
Yep, have a good one.
You too. Great stuff right out of the gates. Wow, that was a great conversation. Let me hit up Brago. Let's make sure we're good to go for that. What'd you think, guys? I think Dak came in here with some great points. I was really interested in all the stuff he had to say about Brooke and particularly Eam and like Nika, that relationship. I mean, man, I think I might have a theory video on the way after that conversation. That was fun. All right, so what I'm going to do now, guys, is let me just see something because I want to make sure we're still good quality-wise. So just give me some feedback in the chat, guys. How's the quality? Is the frame rate okay? I know my camera is a little bit laggy, a little bit delayed right now, but is overall this is still a good viewing experience? I just want to make sure because otherwise I want to iron out some issues before we get Brago on here. Devrolo says, Dak, super underrated. We need more Hidden and Dak streams. They will come. We will definitely get more of those. We'll get more Dak streams coming. Let's close that out. So, yeah, I mean, I think me and Dak are on very similar wavelengths. I'll just say that, which is always exciting for me because when I talk to people about theories, you know, oftentimes I find that like everyone's thinking about different subjects. Everyone's making theories on different things. So whenever I talk to people about theories, a lot of the times, you know, there's not much like middle ground to find between our theories. But when it comes to like specifically Dak and Parvision, I feel like all of our theories, we think about the same things around the same time. Like he was thinking about Gaimon and all that stuff. At the same time, I made my Gaimon video. He's you know, working on a video that's gonna have stuff to do with the Lunarians. I'm currently doing the same thing. So it's like, it's very nice to have conversations with people that are like in a similar mind frame to myself because we work with the same details in the story, but we come to completely different conclusions. And it's really fun to just compare how those details can play out in two different minds. Like we can come to two different answers with the same information and get some added perspective. So I really enjoy that. I'm sure we'll be doing more content together yeah, it's fun. It's really fun stuff. So what else we got? Is there going to be some power scaling, asks Dilcor. Yes, there will. We got some segments where we'll get into that. That One Piece talk is probably going to be a power scaling segment. Just going to put that out there. What else we got? Devrolo says, gonna miss Randy Troy because I work, but at least I'll catch Parvision at the end of the day. Yeah, no worries, man. I mean, I'm going to be re-uploading this VOD onto probably the main channel. I don't think I'm going to put this on the VOD channel. I want to put this on the main channel. The thing is, it's not going to be up immediately because it's going to be 12 hours of video. So rendering, because I got to edit the beginning of the stream before the internet issues happened, or the stream issues happened. I want to at least put the introduction in. So I am going to have to like cut everything together and render it, and that's going to be like 12 hours to render, unless I do like a highlight video, but that's also 12 hours to edit down to a highlight video. So, you know, the VOD's not going to be up immediately, but if you do miss anything from the stream today, within the next week, the VOD will be up on the main channel, so you can go back and watch whatever you missed. I got a $10 super chat from McCord. Thank you very much. Would a Luffy DLC for Nintendo ARMS save the series? I think ARMS is beyond help. I think that series is dead. That series is deader than Ace. It is gone. It is gone. Luffy getting released for that game would not help because I already sold that game I already returned that game for GameStop credit. I gave ARMS back to GameStop and got credit and then bought Pokemon instead. So I don't think Luffy's gonna help. Strange Doll says missed the first hour, but I'm here now at least. Well, that's good. Glad you managed to make it. Ugh. Doc Brown asks, do you think Akainu beats Magellan because the magma can easily incinerate Magellan's Devil Fruit ability? Yeah, I think that's like there's no question. There's no question in my mind. Akainu wins that fight. I will say though, Magellan's probably up there on the tier list. That Devil Fruit is pretty ridiculous, as well as his general like size and strength. He does have the crutch, or not the crutch. He has the weakness. His Achilles heel is his diarrhea issues. So we won't see Magellan fighting for 3 days and 3 nights like Akainu and Aokiji did. I think he maybe goes for a couple hours, then he has to hit the bathroom. So he probably loses that fight big time. Queston Kelly asks, yo, based on what Law said to change gender, does that imply Luffy could counter Blackbeard's Devil Fruit? Like, cancel it? Okay, so I see what you mean. You're talking about how Law was saying he could use Haki or, like, overpower the Devil Fruit ability. That's an interesting question. I actually haven't thought about what implications that holds for other Devil Fruit powers. Like, can you overpower most Devil Fruits? Like, could you just out-Haki most Devil Fruits, like, to just cancel out their effects? For example, Blackbeard's Devil Fruit, like you're talking about, like, could you out-Haki it so that it doesn't cancel out your abilities? That is a good question. I feel like that's on the table now. Now that we know that it's possible because of Law, I think that's on the table. Saibi327 asks, what do you say to Burgess over Jinbei? I mean, realistically, Burgess should be stronger than Jinbei just because he is like he has a high position on the Blackbeard Pirates. So at least in physical strength, I think he has Jinbei beat, especially with that Devil Fruit. Whether or not he wins the fight, I don't know. Jinbei is really strong. We can't forget he was a warlord of the sea. That is no joke. You know, you take any warlord and you put them on Luffy's crew, you're going to be hard-pressed to find many matchups that they lose to that aren't, like, absurdly high level, you know? Dilcor says Magellan's bathroom issues got to be the funniest way Oda has nerfed a character. I agree, and I think the funniest part about it is that, it's like, it actually makes sense. Like, it ties into how his Devil Fruit works because he has to eat venomous or he has to eat poisonous fruit or foods to build up his toxins so that he can use his fruit properly. But the side effect of that is the stomach problem. So it like actually makes sense in universe, like in the power systems and everything. It works. So I think that's hilarious. And that's the funniest part about it is that, like, not only is it funny and stupid, but it makes sense. It works. It actually works in the context of the story. Six Pains asks, Hidden, I don't know if you made a video about this already, but did you watch Ohara's greatest One Piece theory video? If so, is there anything in there you agree with? Yeah, so I have watched that video, as I'm sure pretty much everyone has, because it's like at however many million views at this point. I referenced that video actually in my own mega theory. I did my own video that was like my own version of the greatest One Piece theory ever, the truth about everything, I called it. And in that video, I referenced his theory. I expressed some disagreements with his conclusions, but I will say, like, stuff in the theory that I enjoyed. I do think he's onto something, because he brought up the Eam like 16 connection. I think it was in that video. I do like that, and I was talking about it with Dak earlier. I think that's a good part of the theory. I think that his explanation for, like, the left eye, you know, the closed left eye and all that stuff, it's very similar to my logic with the right eye stuff, so I do like that as well. I think just the symbolism of eyes in One Piece should not be overlooked so quickly, and I think Ohara was probably one of the first people to make a video, like, really placing emphasis on that, so I do like that part of the theory as well. But in terms of, like, the done piece, like Denai's lobby, all that stuff, I'm not really super into that myself. Especially how he's saying that the One Piece would be located at the bottom of Enies lobby, and for me that doesn't make much sense when you consider, like, how the poneglyph, the road poneglyphs, are supposed to work. It would be really weird for all 4 road poneglyphs to essentially be located in the New World and then have them all point backwards into Paradise. So, but, you know, then again, the long ring, long land idea that Dak put out does imply the same thing. The only difference with that one is that long ring, long land comes with all these extra conditions for, like, potentially extra conditions, which would make more sense than just, oh, it's at the bottom of this giant hole. Especially now after we saw what happened with Leloucia, I think the more likely explanation for the hole in Enies lobby is, you know, just the result of Eam using that power. But, you know, that's my take on it. Once again, it's all theories, right? So these could all be right, they could be wrong, who knows? I could be totally wrong, and Ohara might have hit the nail on the head, and then I'll be a much bigger fan of the theory. But until then, I do have my own takes that kind of conflict with those ideas, but yeah. Anton Slavov says, yo, what's the video for the guest camera background? It's fire. I don't know what the video is. I actually got that as well off of Virtual Desktop or whatever, Wallpaper Engine. So, Red Potato says, I really like the Threeville theory. I think I caught some of that too. I want to talk to him about that. It'll be fun. Alright, we got a few minutes until Brago comes on. Just give me one quick second. I have to take a quick bathroom break. It'll be like 2 minutes, so I will put a different break screen on. We're not doing the trailer this time. I will be back very, very shortly. And then we'll get Brago on here. He's ready to go, so. All right, guys, we are back, and let me get the stream prepped for my dude. All right, we're about to have a wonderful guest on. First time ever doing any collab with the man himself. You guys know and love him. He's an OG of the One Piece YouTube scene. He's one of the OGs, one of the first and the best to do it. We're going to bring on B.D.A. Law now, so I'm going to give him a call in a minute. I just want to say before we bring him on, just to give him some introduction, or maybe I should call him first. Let's do that. Let's get Brago in here. Let's just make sure we're good to go. What's up, Brago?
What's happening?
How's it going, man? All right, let me finish with the introduction I was giving you. I was going off a little bit. So Brago is one of the first and the best to do it, as I was saying. I remember watching his videos back when I first got into One Piece. This is maybe about 4 or 5 years ago. I was going through, a lot of the early One Piece YouTube. I was watching a ton of like teching, and when I started getting, a little bit tired of that, looking for new content, the first person I found was B.D.A. Law, and those videos were hitting, man. I'm telling you. So I'm very excited and honored to have you on stream today. You guys probably already know where to find him, but I appreciate you coming on today, Braga. It's an honor.
Nah, I appreciate you having me, man. This is great. Congratulations on 10K.
Thank you.
That is an amazing milestone. 10K, that's a lot of people, but that's great, bro. Congrats.
Thank you, man. It's been some hard work over the past year. I gotta say, I did not expect to even hit 10K, to be perfectly honest. So that's why I kind of had to go all out today.
Now that's kind of the great part about it. When you start, you're just talking about something you love, and then people just like it, and all of a sudden you got 10K. I mean, it's a lot more behind the scenes.
How was your
a lot
first
of work
10K?
You got to do, but.
How was your first 10K?
I would say it was a slow burn. It was a slow burn. I would say it was a lot of learning, because when I started making content, I just hooked up my camera and got started, and just slowly but surely upgraded with cameras, mics, and just confidence on camera too, right? That takes some time. But after a while, people started liking it more and more, and my first 10K was on Brago D Ace, where it was like I was just for a while I was making videos, then I started primarily streaming. So with streaming, it's a lot harder to grow that way, as opposed to videos. YouTube kind of markets videos a bit differently. But it was slow, but I think it kind of helped me build my the community a bit more, and so it was a great time. It was a great time, but I think that was probably my favorite time in the community.
Really?
The
beginning?
Yeah, the beginning,
Ooh,
the grind, man. Yeah.
What was the community like back then? Because you were much more like in it at that time. I wasn't, so I would love to get your perspective on that.
I would say back then, it was. I feel like it was a lot more theories back then.
Oh, really?
To be honest, and the community wasn't. I wouldn't say it was it wasn't as close as it is now.
Okay.
Right. I think that was kind of like the beginning of a lot more collabs happening. The Reverie starting, like the first Reverie starting. But it was, I think it was a lot of experimentation where people are trying a bunch of different things, seeing what works, but it's a lot of theories, right? That was I think just everybody was trying to make theories. I don't know if you know, remember Alpha Too Late, One World HD. Yes. I think Joy Boy was just starting up, but it was like, I think it was definitely more of, hey, I know of this person, but I don't communicate with these people. Back then, what's crazy was that YouTube had like this like a message system where you can message through YouTube.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. So that's how people kind of communicated before like Twitter was as popping. But it was, I think the community was a lot more, I don't want to say segregated, but people weren't as close and communicate as much as they do now. But It was a great time just because I think there weren't really any expectations because we were just making content, streaming, do whatever we wanted to do. So those were like really good times. Really good times.
Yeah, I wish I could have been a part of it, man. So you were on One Piece since like when did you start the series? Where was it at when you started?
When I started, well, I guess when I got caught up, it was in Marineford.
Oh my god!
Right? Yeah, it was in Marineford when I got caught up. But I started the summer that I started. I want to say 2010, 2009.
Wow.
Something like that. But I tried starting it before then, but it was hard getting past. It was the 4 kids. You know what I'm saying? The 4 kids. And
yeah.
That was difficult. That was difficult to kind of get past it. Then I was like, bro, like, I was a Naruto guy. Naruto, Bleach.
Yeah.
You know, of course, FMAB, Hunter x Hunter. You know, but I was like, I wanted something else. I wanted another long anime. In the midst of that, I think I was that's when I got caught up to Hitman Reborn, Kentucky Hitman Reborn. I wanted to like watch a bunch more long running stuff, and I saw One Piece. I was like, okay, well, if I want long running, right, let's give One Piece a try. And I started watching it, and it took I think when I watched the first episode, it was like, okay, I hope this gets better, right? It was like, okay, this is cool, but I hope it gets better. For me to get more comfortable with this guy having rubber powers. And I think by B.D.A. was when I was like, yeah, I'm sold. I was like, I'm in it. With Zoro's moment, Mihawk showing up, even Sanji was one of my favorite characters back then. I think it was a great journey, but B.D.A. was what sold it for me. And I'm happy I started. I wish I started sooner, but I'm happy I started it when I did, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. The tough part about it though, back then when I started it was a lot of people, I mean, it wasn't a lot of people to talk to about anime back then anyway, if you weren't on YouTube and in this space. But it was even less people talking about One Piece at the time. Yeah, so I had people talking about Naruto and stuff like that. Nobody to talk to One Piece about, and I was talking to myself. And then I discovered YouTube, right? Watching King of Lightning, Double Four, Sawyer, was somebody for Neverworld. Yes. And then that's when it was like, okay, I'm tired of talking to myself. Let me just turn on my camera and go, and just put my thoughts out there a little bit. And so that's kind of what started everything, to be honest.
I feel like that's a common theme with the reason a lot of people start YouTube channels for like One Piece is because especially in the West, it's hard to find other fans. Typically, like, a lot of people, if you ask them about anime, their go-to answer is typically going to be like Dragon Ball, FMA, Naruto, like those sort of things.
The easy stuff.
Death Note, whatever. But One Piece, it's kind of hard to find other people to talk to it about unless you go online, and that's where it comes in, where it's like, oh, I want to talk about this at length. Yeah. So the best way to do it is just make a video on it. Like,
guess let me ask you, Hidden, like, what made you start your channel? Was it the same reason you wanted to talk to more people about it, or like what was the final straw where you're like, you know what, I'm doing this?
Oh, I have an answer for that. Okay. Yeah. So when I started One Piece, so this is the thing with One Piece to me, why it's very important to me, is because when I first discovered the series, I encountered it when I was a kid, and I saw the 4 Kids dub, and it was pretty bad, and I kind of dropped it, and I didn't think too much on it. Years later, I was in college. I had come out of a really, really bad relationship, and I was in a pretty bad place in my life. And my friend told me to just check out One Piece. He's like, give it a shot. I was just going through anime, kind of like get my mind off things. And I started One Piece, started simple, an episode here or there. Got through East Blue. Okay, this is good so far. Got to Alabasta. Cool. All right. Now I'm seeing it. Once I hit Water 7, that was it. It lifted me out of that place in my life, that dark part in my life, and I was a new person after. Like I had never enjoyed a story that much until that point. And once that happened, I just gotten so sucked into it. That's actually my wife is a huge fan of One Piece. That's what we first connected over when I met her. So like it has so like there's a lot of like little things where One Piece has played a big part of my life progressively. And then what happened was, I had started coming up with ideas, and I started telling them to my friends, and they said, oh, this is really cool. You do a good YouTube channel if you took a shot at it. I kept putting the idea off. I was like, no one wants to hear this stuff. Like, whatever. There's already plenty of people out there doing it. And the straw that broke the camel's back was when so there was this event that Morge was doing on his channel. I was a big Morge fan when I started really getting into the series heavy. I watched all of his theories. He did an event on his channel where he was looking for like not an editor, but someone to find the panels for him for his videos. Like
a researcher?
Yeah, like a researcher. So he put out like a competition. He said, send me, email this email. I'll send you a test. And, if you get it, if you get the job, I'll pay you, and you just got to find panels for my video. So I was like, hey, I get to be paid for like looking at the manga. Like that sounds great. So I applied. I made it through the first round. I made it through the second round. I was in the final round, and I was like, am I going to get this job? And then I thought, like, if I don't get this, what happens? Because I'm enjoying it so much. Ultimately, I didn't get it. I decided, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to do my own channel. I enjoyed the act of, like, looking through the manga for stuff and, like, doing all that. That I was like, you know what? This is fun. Let me just do this myself. And then I started the channel just for fun. Like, I just had, like, an idea for the whole, like, aesthetic and everything. I was like, let me just put it together. I did it on a whim one summer. And then that was where the second time that One Piece really lifted me up, because I was working in a really tough work environment, and One Piece was my like escape from that. So like making these videos was a way for me to kind of get away from that and then just enjoy my free time. So
no, I understand that completely. Similarly, it was the same thing where like just with work, how life is. Like sometimes just immersing yourself in One Piece. I think back then One Piece it was Wednesdays for a while, then it was Thursdays. Now it's kind of Thursday, Friday, but it was such a great escape from just everyday just struggles of life. It's like I was looking forward to every chapter, and then getting to talk with my friends about everything that was going on. It just like while I was in that moment, I wasn't thinking about anything else. You know what I mean? It was just like it was just about One Piece, theorizing, speculating, arguing. It was like everything I needed at the time, and even catching up to the series. I feel like most anime fans know about this. Anime and manga fans. There are few things that feel as good more than like finding a good manga or good anime and then watching it, but then you got to take a break and do something. So you got to go to work. While you're at work or doing something else, you're just thinking about that manga or anime. You're like, man, I can't wait to get home and watch this anime or read this manga. And that excitement for One Piece, that after B.D.A, that kept up the entire time. It was like, man, I can't wait to see what's going to happen. And I was like, yo, I still got this many chapters left or this many episodes. It was fantastic. So with One Piece, I say it all the time, but it definitely changed my life in more ways than one, with again, bringing you out of this dark place, and then honestly giving you the opportunity to connect with a bunch of different people.
100%.
Like some of my best friends today is because of One Piece, going on different trips to different conventions because of One Piece, and it's like, no matter, like I tell people all the time, like no matter what the ending is, like it would never affect really how I feel about the series because of how much it's already done for me. It's like there's nothing like One Piece. I love other series like Hunter x Hunter, FMAB, shit like that, but like there's nothing like One Piece.
It's funny because I was talking to Par about this last night, where we were just having like a late night conversation, and I brought this idea up. I was just saying, like, it's crazy to think about. It's like back in high school, it was so cliquey back then, where it's like you have the sports guys, you have the music guys, the video game guys, and everyone, all these different types of people, all in the same place. You make friends with people in school that may have completely different interests or outlooks on life than you, and as you grow older, the social circles you find yourself in start to get really, really specific. I found that's like, if you asked me when I was back in high school, like in 10 years or 12 years or whatever, like would you see yourself, like would you imagine that most of your social circle would be centered on like one anime? And it's like insane. I went from hanging out with like all these different types of people, and now everyone I know is like a One Piece fan, and it's so cool because it's like, wow, I can talk about this with like almost anyone I know now, and it's like a super interesting way that like as you get older you kind of gravitate towards people with similar interests, and now I find myself in the One Piece community, and it's such a like great place. So
Yeah, no, that's something that as you get older you realize more of. Where back then you connect for like simple things. We both like Street Fighter, you know, we both like
Right.
whatever, right? We both sometimes because you both like play on the same team on a sport or whatever. You go to the same school. As you get older, where now you're not in the same places often, that's kind of like when you can kind of tell who your true friends are.
Yes.
Right? Where it's like, all right, we are not in the same place all the time. We have to actually make an effort to kind of connect. And I think that's where like social media is so different than it was back then, where it's just a much more prominent part of our lives. Where like back then it was like I don't think I didn't really, it wasn't no smartphones.
No.
Just like that when I was in high school, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, you had to wait to get home, then you can get on social media. Like nowadays, it's like it's so easy to connect. And, you know, some of my best friends, you might not even have met them before, like in real life, you know? But as you get older, you definitely connect with people on more specific things. Even like you say, being married, like you want to have married friends. Like sometimes you do like,
Right.
you know, things with those specific friends. It's like you have different friend groups with different things, and it's just like, you know, I think we're lucky enough to be able to have like an amazing community where we can connect, and every time a chapter comes out, there's always going to be opinions on like the shit that we love. You know what I'm saying? So there's no better time to be a One Piece fan, especially if you're catching up. Like even if you're saying, okay, man, it's a long story, catching up now and seeing everything Oda is doing, bro. Like, you're lucky. You're lucky. You're lucky.
Yes, I'm glad to be here even now. Like
for the people that haven't read One Piece, the only thing I envy them for is that they have an opportunity where they can experience it for the first time.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And
So
not know
jealous.
what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
It's insane.
And
It's
to
insane,
catch
bro.
up at this point in the series is like that's also pretty fortunate because we're at such a high point now that this would be the ideal time to like catch up and then be following the week to week stuff like now in the final saga.
Let me ask you, do you think in regards to like the stretch that Oda is on now, what would you compare it to in the story?
In what sense? Like
as far as just the content and just I guess the buzz around it, or how you feel about it? How do you compare like what's going on right now to how it's been in the story before?
I see. Okay. I think where we're at right now, I mean, I wasn't into One Piece at the time that you were with Marineford, but I'd imagine the hype now is approaching comparable levels. So I'd imagine the community like is growing pretty exponentially now as compared to like when the Wano arc started. Now that it's like kind of over and we're moving into all this crazy stuff, I definitely think that Oda is back in that grind set. Like we're getting less breaks now. We're ramping things up. We have
something, not to cut you off,
No,
something
go ahead.
that like he's been doing a lot more of, which I've appreciated, is it's a cliffhanger in one chapter, right?
Yeah.
And then we're so used to it, we're like, oh, we're not going to see that for 10 chapters. We're getting it the next chapter.
The next chapter. That's a really good point. Yeah, because in the past it was like he was setting up these things for like way down the line.
Yeah.
But now there's no way down the line to to do that.
We're
Like,
down the line.
Yeah, we're down the line. We're there. So like any questions that get brought up now, we're gonna get the answers soon. As a matter of fact, we're probably getting answers for questions we've had for a long time very soon. Like now's the time. We're gonna get all the big answers, which is crazy to me.
I think, like, even for the recent chapter, if you told me that we'd have a chapter that features Aokiji, Pudding, Akainu,
Right.
Blackbeard, Law, like, it's just so many different people, and it's like to just think about just them being in one chapter. Like I mentioned, even Aokiji and Akainu, I don't think they've been this close mentioned ever since
Punk Hazard.
Punk Hazard?
Yeah, that's it.
It's been a long time, and I think this is Oda almost showing like, hey, I'm gonna talk about it soon.
Yeah,
it's like because it kind of had like one panel. This one time it's like, hey, this is he's frustrated, and then we have Aokiji on the other hand. He's doing some shicey things with Blackbeard's crew. So it's like, bro, I can't tell you how long I've been waiting to figure out what's going on with Kuma, Vegapunk's connection to Dragon, Bonnie, her devil fruit. Is she like her connection to Kuma? What was Akainu so worried about with Bonnie? You know, and like now we're finally getting these things, bro.
It's such a good feeling, and this is why I was comparing it to Marineford, because it was all the way back in Marineford that we had all these characters coming together and convening in like one point in the story, and we haven't had that for a very long time. Like now we're really getting that in full force again. We're getting all the big players.
I think we kind of felt it could be something maybe not on that level, because there was several like mistranslations and rumors floating around about the Wano War, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And about it making Marineford look cute or small, or something like that. And so when we found out that Big Mom was going to be allying with Kaido, it was like, okay, this is another level that I didn't expect. But I definitely expected more outside interference. Like Green Bull showing up was dope, but I expected it happening while the war was going on.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
I guess I'm gonna ask your thoughts then about Wano and like how do you feel about it as an arc?
Oh, this is a tough question. This is a tough question. I've been saying to everyone whenever I get asked this, I'm like, I don't want to give my definitive answer until I reread the entire arc start to finish.
Okay.
Because I'm still kind of fresh off the ending right now and that week-to-week experience. But from that perspective, I think Wano was like an 8 for me. It wasn't the 10 that I expected. I was fully ready for this to be the best arc in the story because of just how much was leading up to this, and I didn't get that satisfaction that I had hoped for. But maybe that's just a case of like setting your expectations too high. You kind of set yourself up for disappointment no matter what.
Right.
But I will say this arc could have been handled a little bit better, especially the first half of the arc. I think Wano would be a much better arc if acts 1 and 2 were just if the fat was trimmed down a little bit. Because if you think back on it, like how many of those chapters in the first 2 acts can you point to and say like these were super important chapters? I feel like a good chunk of them we could kind of get rid of and not even feel that they're gone. You know?
Yeah. Wano was definitely meaty. And it had a lot of fluff, right? And you can tell. I feel like Wano was one of the arcs in the story where Oda was literally having a lot of fun, and doing whatever he felt like he wanted to do. It wasn't necessarily about the fans. It wasn't about, and it was like, this is something that I want to do. These are things I care about. And so I think overall, when I think about Wano, it's crazy because I picture so many great moments, but then I can't help but think about the low moments.
Yeah, exactly.
And then how many chapters we got of just like things that were like, I mean, this is all right. Right. This is cool. And I think more often than not, like with arcs, of course, the content within the arcs are important, but I think the characters, right? The characters and the characters make the arc, and how a lot of these situations are resolved. I think if Kaido was handled better, Wano would be received or viewed differently to most people.
How would you have accomplished that? How would you have made him better?
I think for Kaido, definitely more insight on who he is and where he came from.
Okay.
I feel like with Kaido, there are moments where I was ready to connect, and I just couldn't connect with him. It's like everything felt a bit too shallow. Where even when Oda gave us the backstory with him and the old hag, it felt like, okay, she made this presentation, this opportunity for him. Is this the meaning behind it all? Is this why he was telling Yamato, you're naive, you don't understand things, because she doesn't know that you had this deal and you were working with Orochi? Is that the only reason? Like, why did you imply that you chose Wano for a specific reason? Like, what? So it's like the things about Kaido, even with the flashback, it didn't answer any of the questions I already had. So now Kaido feels like one of those antagonists that's like really strong, like you can't deny that. But as a character, he still feels incomplete.
His main trait is that he's just strong for the most part.
He's strong.
Yeah.
He's strong. And, you know, I remember I said this on a stream. It was received, I don't know, had mixed reactions. But I said, well, Kaido is like a slightly better, like, Jiren. You know, like
No. That's not fair. That's not fair. Okay. All right. At least Kaido like had some story. Jiren had no story.
But here's the
whatsoever.
thing. Here's the thing. Yeah, Jiren definitely had no story. Whatever he's going through didn't make sense.
Yeah. Right.
But the problem with Kaido is like it was so half-assed. It was like I'd rather you just not give us any of it.
So let me
because
ask,
that chapter with his flashback was like, okay, cool.
I have a question. I like doing this with everyone. I want to just play the other side. I want to play devil's advocate with you for a second and ask you something about Kaido that maybe might, or let me just say it. So we had Arlong, who back in Arlong Park was a very similar type of character. He was kind of just evil. He's just a bad guy. Viewed humans as inferior and, viewed himself as very strong. And that's why he was better, because he was stronger. That's pretty much it. So, that simple type of villain, but that arc was one of the most impactful arcs in East Blue. And if you consider Arlong from East Blue somewhat incomplete in that same respect, where he doesn't really have many layers to him, but then later we get Fishman Island, where we get the flashback that develops Arlong, and then we go back to that original arc, and we can kind of... We have that extra depth behind the character that makes much more sense in retrospect. So the question is, with Kaido, if we get the Rock's flashback later, and we get the rest of Kaido's story there, would that kind of make amends for how you feel about the character? Would that fix the issues that you have with the arc? Assuming we're not looking at the arc in a vacuum, we're looking at it as part of the whole series,
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely would change how I feel about the character.
Okay.
Would it change how I feel about the arc?
Yeah.
Now that's a different thing. I think with Arlong, the difference here is the expectation. Going into Arlong Park, I didn't have many expectations, right? It was just like...
Right, that's true. That's very true.
Yeah, it was just like this, him as an antagonist, him being really strong was kind of the barometer because, all right, Luffy and Zoro are really strong. How can they compete with this person? But I think it was more so revolved around Nami. And this is like a member, like somebody was going to be a crew member. And I think... what people remember from that arc more than anything is just how impactful Luffy's interactions with Arlong are for Nami and Nami's interactions with Luffy. Like, Arlong wasn't necessarily tasked with making the arc. It was just be strong and live up to how strong we expect Fishman to be. And so I think when you include that, but then you include the backstory with what he did to Bella Mare, it was like, okay, this dude is pretty ruthless, right? And he's even with the how they went about kind of keeping Nami a lot longer than she wanted to, and everything Nami went through to hold off for as long as she can. It was like, okay, Arlong gotta go, right? But I think also with Kaido, part of the problem is as we go through the story, we start having different expectations, right?
Yeah.
Pre-time skip, it wasn't an expectation necessarily for an in-depth flashback. But I think what kind of changed the game is, well, we mentioned Fishman Island, we got an in-depth flashback. Then we got Doflamingo.
The GOAT.
Right? We got the GOAT.
Yes.
And so now, when we see the best villain and see how well he was fleshed out, we got all the way back to his childhood, how everything was established. We're like, this is it. This is how you establish the main antagonist of an arc. And if Oda can do this with Doflamingo, with him having Awakening, having Conqueror's Haki, right? Having just a hold on the entire One Piece world, even if it was from the underground, this is how you do it. So then when we get to Kaido, and then even after the arc, there are questions about his backstory, where he came from, his reasonings, and even whether or not he has Awakening, it's like, okay, it's cool. You know what I mean? It's cool.
Dofi's a tough act to follow. He's a tough act to follow.
Very.
I think he's still the best villain in the entire series so far.
I think so.
And he's also one of the most sympathetic villains in my personal opinion. I think he is definitely a terrible person, and everything he did in the Dressrosa arc was, of course, evil, not justified. But his upbringing and the way that he treats his crew, how he considers them a family, that strikes a really deep chord with me, because I'm big on familial characters, characters that place that emphasis. Whitebeard's my favorite character, for example. And I think I've seen you bring this up before, I think on, might have been Parvision stream, but you're an older brother yourself, right?
Yes, I am.
So I am as well. I'm the oldest of 11. I am the big brother, and
Shit.
yeah. So like for me that yeah. So that sort of like that emphasis on characters that have that parenting or like older brother personality that really connects with me personally. So Doflamingo with his family and the way he treated all of them with respect, and despite their flaws, because they're all like realistically they all have some weird quirk about them, everyone in Doflamingo's crew, but he looks past that. Someone who is so elitist to be a celestial dragon and look down on pretty much everyone except for the people he considers family. He'll look past any flaw that they have, high-pitched voice, weird outfit, baby suit, whatever. It doesn't affect his personal image of himself. He doesn't let that get to him. He treats them like his family. And for me, that goes so much further than like a character just being like, oh, I want to be strong because that's the only way to survive in this world. That's the way to be free, is to be strong. It's like...
It was cliche.
It's a little cliche, yeah. Yeah, and if Kaido had a little more depth to it, which like... For example, the best part about Kaido was the flashback with King, in my opinion. The Albert moment, like that, I wanted more of that. That moment where Kaido's like, I'll take you under my wing. You don't have to worry about any issues no more. You're with me.
I'm Joy Boy, you know, all that different stuff is like, okay, we're going somewhere. We're going somewhere. But then that somewhat just fell flat. That was it. You know, we just find out like, okay, that's where they got the DNA for Agapunk's research. Okay, cool.
That's all that was for. Like,
what's next? You know, and that's, I think for me, that's why Kaido he's okay. I mean, and again, following Doflamingo, that's really difficult. And Dofi, like you were saying, with how he looks at his family, I think he exemplifies in a very weird way what Oda tells us all the time, that most of the time your closest family could be the people you choose, right? And it's funny how his actual blood was the person that was trying to betray him. And he, regardless of whether you agree with Doflamingo and how he lived his life or Corazon, to him it's like, you're not my brother anymore. Right. You know what I mean? Like you were about to betray me. You're about to turn me in. Like, so it's just, he picked his family.
Yes.
He chose his family. And in One Piece, there's so many instances where people are close with people that aren't blood related. Our main character, his brothers, they aren't blood related, and he has no real connection with his actual dad, you know? So it's, with Kaido, I just wanted a bit more. You said your favorite character was Whitebeard.
Yes, sir.
Right?
By far.
By far.
By far.
Okay. So let me ask you a few questions about Whitebeard.
Absolutely.
I like Whitebeard a lot. I haven't made a top 10 favorite character list in, I want to say 6 years, but
okay.
How do you feel about how Whitebeard handled the Blackbeard situation?
Okay, so in regards to like Blackbeard betraying him,
Blackbeard killed Thatch from that point on.
That's a good question. So I think that the way that Whitebeard wanted to handle it, and the reason he didn't want Ace to go, is because or rather, the reason he let Ace go was because he knows about Ace's relationship with his own father. He was aware of like Ace's scenario, like the whole thing surrounding Ace and Ace's family. He takes the theme of family very seriously. So when someone like Ace, he saw Ace like becoming a true part of the crew. Ace started out like kind of like an outsider with the crew, and it developed to the point where Ace wanted to like put his life on the line to save who he considered a brother, you know, a member of that family. So I feel like his decision in letting Ace do it was, I understand his perspective. He kind of wanted to encourage that sort of like familial responsibility. In terms of like, I feel like he did go a little bit easy on him, but that to me also speaks to his love for his own family, because despite Teach being such a traitor and being such a dumb son, as Whitebeard would refer to him, maybe the reason Whitebeard didn't just like go headfirst in getting Teach and taking him out was because like there's a little part of him that's still a dad, you know? He's still a father, and maybe that kind of took over there. I feel like that was his biggest weakness. Whitebeard was the strongest man in the world, and his biggest weakness was an intangible thing. It was the love for his crew and his family, and that was his undoing in the end. That was what got him killed in the end. So whether or not it's a flaw, I don't know.
Yeah.
But
no, I agree with that. Whitebeard was definitely familial, and he cherished his family. That was his purpose for living and continuing this journey. But I do think there's some things about his character where I mean everybody's flawed, right? But with how he handled the Blackbeard situation, at the end of the day, Blackbeard killed somebody on the crew.
Yeah.
Another one of your sons.
Yes.
And you could say, okay, Blackbeard is one of my sons. I don't want to take it too hard on him. But this was not the first instance of, I guess, someone from your family being taken away. When everything happened with Odin, and he basically told them, we're going to let this one go. We can't do that. But the idea is, the one rule on the crew is that we don't kill anyone, right? Ironclad. And so when that happens again, I wonder if there were any other people that were saying, is Pops getting too soft?
Possibly.
Is Pops getting too old? Where how do we have that respect if Blackbeard can come, kill one of our own, take his devil fruit, and dip out? And so I guess for me, my critiques around Whitebeard come with, okay, was he a bit scared of what could come from him interacting with Kaido because of Odin? And then you think about Odin, it wasn't really about Odin because Odin was dead already, right? It was like, well, Odin had a family, right, that basically grew up on your ship.
Yeah.
There was no consideration about them. And it kind of trickled down to even Izo, who hadn't been back to Wano this entire time. So I think Whitebeard could have handled it better in different cases, especially with Ace going after Blackbeard, because he was so worried about Blackbeard. He said, I have a bad feeling about this. I don't think you should do anything. Where if you know Ace is going to go anyway, I mean, do you send someone with him to look after him? Maybe someone with a bit more experience. Like I said, Whitebeard is definitely one of the greatest characters in One Piece, and his flaws, that kind of, exemplifies who he is. But there's like some things with him, I'm like, that could have saved so much, because with Ace, he let the Odin thing go. He's like, all right, you know what? Cool. I get it. We're going to let that ride. But then once Blackbeard did it, it's like, I understand him from a character's perspective. I got to do something, especially since that's technically my subordinate. I got to do something.
So I hear you on this, and actually now that I've heard your take on it, it helps me answer this question better. So with Blackbeard, right? I understand what you're saying. Like, it is the ironclad rule on the ship. What I will say to that is, like, if you were a parent, like, even if your kid was like the most heinous person in the world and they deserved the death sentence for whatever they did, could you be the one to be the executioner as the parent, Like, is it better for Whitebeard to let one of his own crew do it as opposed to himself? Because if he were to do it himself, I feel like to be the one to swing the sword on your own kid is a really, really tough.
That's tough.
Ask.
It's hard.
And that's why I was saying his weakness. Like, that's where the weakness comes in.
No, I agree. The weakness, but I think it was a bit more of, it wasn't. Do you think the bad feeling he had was about Blackbeard's strength, or the bad feeling was about what could happen if they went after Blackbeard?
I think
because that isn't really expressed as much.
I think it's that. I think he knows Blackbeard is a conniving person because he's been on the crew for so many years. So he, even though he doesn't know his full intentions, I think he's been with Blackbeard long enough to know what type of guy he is. So he probably knows that he's not a dumb guy. Like, if he did this, there's a reason. And maybe that's why he was worried. He's like, I don't know, there might be some more to this than just, as simple, just go get Blackbeard and bring him back. I don't know if it's going to be that easy. Maybe. Yeah. I'm being defensive for Whitebeard just because I love him so much. But you make good points. You make great points.
Yeah, I think that's I'm thinking about just the ecosystem of the crew, where there are going to be some people that like Thatch, right? Thatch was a commander himself. Right. The people that are under him are like, okay, so we're not going to do nothing about Thatch? And it's like, all right, pops, like at some point we gotta ride for our own, because that's one thing I think even Buggy, when he first introduced Whitebeard, that's something he doesn't tolerate. Anybody messes with his crew, you gotta deal with Whitebeard. Of course, this is different because that's a member of the crew messing with someone in your crew.
Yes.
You know, but I think some things could have been alleviated if you probably send someone with Ace. You know, everything in Marineford is just he's goated, right? For everything in Marineford. Even when he showed up and he's like, what do you mean? I sent him. You know, like, I'm never gonna put my kid out there and be like, you know, he did something that's opposed to what I was saying. But let me ask you about how the Shanks thing, how that was handled. Shanks pulled up and said, yo, call him off. Like, this is not somebody he can handle. How you think that should have?
Yeah,
you
so
think that was handled?
That scene makes me I don't know how to feel about that one. That's one of the weirder Whitebeard scenes for me, because he always came off to me as a reasonable and logical guy. But when you have Shanks pull up, like, this is a guy that you know for a fact was on Roger's ship back in the day. Like, you had interactions with Roger. You have respect for Roger.
Yes.
So, like, when it comes to Shanks, if Shanks is coming to you and telling you this stuff, like, maybe you should take his... Like, don't just write it off and be like, oh, you're too young, like, you have no experience. Who are you to talk to me, you know? That scene, in retrospect, it's a bit out of character for him. And I think that might be because Oda did not have the full picture on how Whitebeard would be until he got to Marineford. I think he had a general idea of, like, what type of person Whitebeard was, this old relic of a pirate who's, like, really strong. But I think that was, like, the skeleton of the character at that point in the story. And then once we got to the Marineford arc, Oda was like, all right, let me add some more to this, you know, character. And I gotta say, I think he nailed it, because, like, that moment where he reaches out to Ace, or no, not where he reaches out to Ace, where he looks at Ace in Marineford and he says, are you happy that I was your father?
Yeah.
That moment, I mean,
that
is
was
one of
was spectacular.
Yeah, that's, like, one of my favorite panels in the story, and it's like that alleviates all the issues I have with, like, some of the earlier Whitebeard moments, because
Yeah. No, when I haven't even thought about that perspective about Roger and Shanks basically being, like, you can tell he was in the vein of Roger, right?
Yeah.
And how his ideals. Not sure if not sure if Whitebeard knew other things about him that he didn't appreciate, but he sat down, he drank sake with him, right? And Shanks, even though initially he pulled up and he was flexing his hockey, which could be viewed a little bit as disrespectful.
Little BM, yeah.
But it's just like, hey, I'm on an enemy ship at the end of the day, you know?
Yeah.
But he sat down with you, brought you the best sake, and he's warning you about your son, saying, hey, you gotta go get your son, because this happened to me, right? I'm your peer. This happened to me, and I was paying attention. And it's like, at that point, even if you do all that with Shanks, right? And you're like, all right, man, whatever you say, I don't. Okay, you're just a young kid. Well, how are you telling me how to be a parent? At that point, like, after Shanks leaves, do you, like, say, all right, Marco, you gotta go find him?
Yeah, like, we gotta do something about this. This might actually be serious.
This might be pretty serious. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You just said that Shanks had legendary duels with Mihawk, who was the strongest swordsman. Like, you know, Shanks wasn't playing around. So, like, with Whitebeard, definitely one of my favorites. But I think the flaws kind of make him as a character, because of Marineford and him doing everything to correct the situation, being willing to die for his children. I mean, definitely one of the more goated characters in the story. I can't deny that.
I really like when characters make mistakes. So I like, this is a thing.
I do too.
Yeah, and that's why I really like Game of Thrones, for example, because that is a series where a lot of the characters in there make a lot of mistakes, and it feels real. So everybody
fucks up.
Everyone fucks up, and that's what I love about One Piece too. It's like when you get characters like Whitebeard or Odin, who are these larger than life, like, really physically powerful, like almost unbeatable type of characters. They're just legendary fighters, but they have that one Achilles heel, where it's like something related to their personality or a decision they made. You know, people make mistakes. Not everything, you know, the real world is not written by an author. So while like, it is a fictional story, and we do have to have some story structure, I appreciate when Oda writes these really strong and important characters, but doesn't make them perfect. He makes them human beings that are capable of making mistakes, capable of letting personal affiliations get in the way of what's the best decision to make. Like, maybe it was the best choice to go after Blackbeard, but his emotions might have gotten in the way of that, and things like that. You know, I really like characters like that.
I agree. I agree with that.
I wanted to ask you, actually. So this kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier with the community, and I do want to wrap around to this because we are getting close to the end of our hour.
Yeah, time's been flying.
Yeah, time's flying, bro. This is actually great. I wish I had more time for this. So the question was, you've been in the community a very long time, and you've seen how it's developed over time. What do you think the community is going to look like after One Piece is over? Like, once it's all said and done, what's our day-to-day going to look like regarding this story? What do you think?
I see prequels, right?
Okay.
Maybe a year, 6 months break. But then either I think currently at the moment they're working on a prequel manga or story, something to replace One Piece. I think it's going to be a lull for a bit.
Yes.
But I think some of the YouTubers may start to make what ifs, what should have, more understanding, right? Understanding what happened, because now you have the full picture, right? And so I think people are going to try to capitalize on what could have happened, what should have happened. I think a lot of people are going to just stop, right?
Yeah.
Because I remember when Naruto ended, a lot of Naruto YouTubers or just people that are on Twitter or people on forums, they just stopped, right? They're like, all right, story's over, I'm done. Like, that's what I was here for. I remember Sawyer said one time, like, after One Piece is done, he's done.
Wow.
Like, he has no interest of really doing anything else after One Piece. That's it. So people like Sawyer, probably stop, where other people will move on to different things. But I think there'd be a few people that are around hoping for One Piece to return, making, again, like what if videos. There'll still be conversations. I think for the 6 months after One Piece ends, it's going to be a lot of what should have happened. There'll be some critiques, some praise. It's not going to be all positive, but they're going to be some, time to go back around and see what did we miss and what was Oda trying to tell us. So I think the community is going to shrink immediately, right?
Yeah.
Like, a lot of people are going to be like, all right, no One Piece. Even the people that, like, they're just honestly just making content on One Piece or talking about One Piece because it's popular. Like, they're going to move on to the next popular thing. But day to day, it's going to be more so, let's analyze the full story now. I know for me, like, after One Piece ends, it's like, I want to reread the entire thing.
Yeah.
And go back through it, because now I have everything now, right? But I think for Shueisha and Toei,
right, they need more. They need more. It's a cash
Dragon
grab.
Ball is still around.
Yeah.
Dragon Ball is still around. So no matter what, you could hope that Oda ends One Piece and that's the final chapter in regards to Luffy's journey, right? But I feel like in any story, in like how One Piece is kind of the crown jewel of not only Shueisha but Japan.
Yeah.
I think no matter what, it's either going to be a prequel or they're going to force Oda to make a sequel. Yeah. It's like they're like, no, we need this. We cannot lose One Piece. I don't see it going away completely. Maybe the main storyline, but hey, we need a 100 chapter, 200 chapter prequel.
I could see that. I could see maybe Oda overseeing a prequel, but not directly writing it, where like he kind of like okays stuff, because I think he's gonna want to take a break for a while.
Yes,
so
I remember he said he want to travel, right? Right
Yeah,
after he wants to travel for a bit. So
yeah,
he may do that, and then because bro, like what we get about the Ancient Kingdom, it's gonna be abbreviated. I think, right?
Really?
I think it's gonna be abbreviated. I think we're gonna get like the key moments in regards to what happened, what led up to the overthrow. But I think there are gonna be moments where like for instance, where you watch Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Are you caught up on House of the Dragon?
Yes, I am.
So that's what 170 something years before the current Game of Thrones storyline, right?
Like 200-ish, yeah, something like
almost 200 years, right? What if they give us what was going on in the time of Ryuma?
Yes.
Right? We get all that, but it's like we're getting an actual story, right? Where you include Norland, you include Calgara. You basically follow the timeline up until Roger, because we don't know anything about Roger. right?
Wow,
We don't know anything about
that's
Roger.
such a good idea. Wait, so at the beginning of House of the Dragon, you know how they say like, oh, it's 170 years before Daenerys Targaryen. Like that's how they open the show.
That's
what
how
if
they
open
it.
a prequel? It's like 500 years, 600 years before
Uh-huh.
Goldie Roger.
Before Roger.
And it's like, yeah, that's everyone. Whenever they talk about prequels, it's always let's do a Roger prequel, let's do a Shanks prequel.
You go back before that.
Let's
You
go.
before
Yeah,
that. Let's go back.
Let's do a Joy
Let's
Boy
go back.
prequel or something.
Let's
like,
go back. Let's go back and
That's
see what was
awesome.
happening back then. That would be like, and then you continuously get to the point where now, I think now you can really write the story you would want to write from the beginning, because you could take your time and flesh out how you want to build Roger up. And then in this actual story, you could give us every single character prequel within this story. And that's easily 5-10 years plus of material. Easily.
There's so much potential for like extra storylines because there's a bunch of characters we know are not going to get totally fleshed out by the end, and that'd be the perfect way to do it. Like
think about like the lore of One Piece, right? Where we think about this Davy Backs, right?
Yeah.
We think about Captain John. We think about all these different things about the Thriller Bark, and it's like you could basically even the Sun God Nika, right?
Yeah.
And we're gonna find out more about devil fruits and how they came to be. Maybe even explore some of those legends, but just letting us know and giving us more information as to how we got to this point. But I mean, as for me watching Game of Thrones, I'm super invested in House of the Dragon.
Same.
Just to see how, because honestly, House of the Dragon could be, if One Piece did it, how the ancient kingdom fell. Yeah. Right? Because if the ancient right?
Yes.
Because if the ancient kingdom was this like they were advanced, this overwhelming power, how were they overthrown? Like legitimately how? And so like we felt that way watching the stories, like, wait, Targaryens, they had dragons? Right? And they had a lot of dragons? And what happened? And so like they're tapping into something that they know the fans want to see. And the fans, we're super interested in the Garp prequel, the Roger prequel, Shanks, just everything that Rayleigh, right? Yeah. Seeing how Rayleigh was back then. Even the crazy part is that because Roger's story is so abbreviated, even the flashbacks we got in Wano, you could legitimately give us Roger's full story and even incorporate the things we've seen and have it where it's like we're seeing Odin and the actual adventures. Because we saw like bits and pieces of Odin, but we could see actual adventures of Odin going to different islands and interacting with different people. And, you know, something that I brought up at some point was like how Akainu felt about samurai. Maybe back then Akainu met Odin, right? He interacted with Odin, was like, oh snap, he's a samurai from Wano. Maybe all the samurai from Wano are like this, and that's why he's so scared of it. So it's just like you could tie in so many things, and I feel like Shueisha is going to tell, like, somewhat force Oda and say we can't let go of this IP. Like, we need it to continue.
It's an interesting point you bring up about Odin because the way I feel about the Roger flashback or the Odin flashback with Roger, I think there's actually room for us to see those same events play out in a different way, because that
perspective.
Because Odin, he proved to us that he's an unreliable narrator.
Yes.
We got the flashback through his journal, and in the journal he said not a single tear was shed when they parted with the Pirate King, but we know that the reality was they did
so much more to it. So much more to it. This reminds me of like I think it was like the perspective of Roger when they were underwater. And then we saw it again and the things they were hearing with the voice of all things, where like something I was talking about One Piece is just like perception versus reality, and it depends on your perspective, where, you know, from certain people, like for Kuma, for example, where Jinbei has this perception of Kuma, but Bonnie has a completely different perspective of him. So it's like, okay, what's actually true? Like, what do we believe? When Oda shows us silhouettes or like images, what people think Luffy looks like, what people think Shanks looks like, and we're like, wait, they look evil here. That's but that's how people perceive them. And for Kuma, remember when Bonnie we saw the flashback of Bonnie hugging Kuma, we're like, wait, is this guy with a lab coat and glasses and has this like warm smile? When Jinbei did it, it's like this tyrant with like, you know, it's like, yo, like it's a completely different perspective. So Oda could write it from different ways where we understand these characters, even giving us something from Akainu, right? Like, why does he hate pirates the way he does? What happened back then? And you could start making some characters canon, confirm Zephyr being canon. Just give
I
us
would love that.
give us that lore that we need. Bro, for one, I'm hoping that Zephyr at some point they're like, yeah, he's canon.
He fits
it just makes so much sense.
He
fits
fits
perfectly.
He fits perfectly.
It's perfectly.
That's the thing with like all the movie characters. Out of every movie character, the only one that I think could fit into the story with no issues is Zephyr. I think he's just such a well-written, perfect One Piece character.
The only person I thought could have as well before Oda said, nah, that's not happening, was Bullet.
Ooh, yeah, that's another good one. That is
right?
another good one. Yeah.
Because with Bullet, all right, he's a former Roger pirate. We had no idea about the Roger pirates necessarily. We had a few okay, we know the big guys, but Bullet could have been somebody. Then Oda, I think it was around the same time, I think it was an SBS or a Vivid card, something, where he gave us the names of the former Roger pirates. It's like, all right, Bullet isn't here, so we know for a fact he's not a canon character.
I liked his design. I really wish he was canon, because he would be up there on my list. Just purely because of how cool he was.
No, how did you feel about that movie?
I like the movie for the eye candy and the fan service, but the story didn't do it for me. It didn't
story was meh. I think the biggest issue, the first half of the movie was fantastic.
Yeah.
In regards to just hype, right?
Yes.
Second half, it kind of falls apart. It's like he turns into this big monstrosity.
I was gonna say once the 3D Godzilla mech comes out,
why do they do this?
I don't know.
I
don't know.
They did it in Film Gold as well. When Guild of Sorrow, I was like, come on, bro. Bigger doesn't equals better every time.
Yeah, they always got to put in some ancient weapon level power in every single movie, and it's like, bro, come on, just let it be a normal fight. Like, why does it have to get to this? Even with Zephyr, like the Dynastone stuff, like.
Yeah. I think they start they feel like they have to ramp it up, and that's how people oh my god, it's just so big, it's stronger. I don't care about this monster stuff, but I think back to when we were younger and you think about Power Rangers, right? And for Power Rangers, things kind of got real when they went into the Zords, right? Mm-hmm. Where it's they all combined, and that's when everybody was like, okay, this is the final battle, when they got bigger. Whereas that's when we were kids. That was cool when we were kids. Now we understand you could be as small as Luffy and be a monster, but then we got giant Luffy and things like that. So I'm interested to see where Oda goes with that. Are we gonna have a full-fledged fight where Luffy's fighting someone that's as big as him in giant form? But I wouldn't love that necessarily, but
I would like to see Luffy fight a similarly sized opponent. That would be interesting, because he always fights bigger guys. It'd be cool to see someone like Luffy. I don't know who that would be.
The smallest opponent he fought. I'm trying to. Who's the smallest?
Smallest would probably be Kuro,
Arlong,
Captain Kuro.
Captain Kuro.
Yeah,
Captain Kuro was a regular. Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
It's a Stampede film. I haven't seen from it yet. 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Right? Yeah, it's coming soon.
2 weeks.
It's coming soon.
2 weeks.
I'll be curious to get your thoughts on that once you watch it, because I have some strong opinions on that movie. I'm not a big fan.
You saw it, right?
Yeah, I saw it in Japan, and I saw it again at the Crunchyroll screening a couple weeks ago after Comic-Con.
Oh, you're not a fan.
I'm not a fan. I thought it was compared to other movies.
Yeah.
It's all right. So the last, I think Rogers Base asked me to order the last bunch of movies on his stream, and what was my order? I think it was All right. So what was Film Gold? It was the last 5 movies. Okay, so the best of the last 5 was Film Z.
Yeah.
Then
sure.
Yeah. Then after that, probably Stampede or Film Gold goes next, and then I have to put Film Red at the bottom of the list, or second to last out of the last 5 movies we got.
What's last?
I don't know. I'm trying to think of all the movies we just got. It was
when was Strong World? Was Strong World?
Ooh, Strong World was in that list. Yes. Okay, so I put Strong World either slightly above or slightly. They're about the same. That and Film Red. I don't like Strong World either.
Ooh.
I do not like the clown with the fart shoes. I don't like. I don't really like how they did Shiki. They did him bad in that movie. I just feel
dirty.
They did him so dirty, man. And it's coming off of when I watched that movie, I remember I was getting caught up on One Piece and I read Impel Down, and I was getting so hyped for Shiki. And then my buddy told me, he's like, okay, you got to watch the Strong World movie because that's a Shiki movie. I'm like, oh, count me in. So I pulled it up, I watched it that night, and after I finished the movie, I closed it out, and I was like, yo, that sucked. I was like,
so Oh man, so it seems like you're at the place where kinda, because I'm always I root for the antagonist typically, and the reason why I root for antagonists is like I realize that for most stories that I love, it's a great antagonist.
Yeah.
Right. And so I start out the movie rooting for the antagonist to be good or be great because typically that sets the tone. Right.
Yes.
I remember, and I think he's a pretty good antagonist. He has some flaws, but like enjoyable as hell. I'm not sure. You seen the Avenger movies?
I've seen a few of them. I saw Endgame. I saw the major ones.
Right. Okay. So Thanos.
Yes.
Right. I think why I liked him and was because they set the tone early. I think one of the first scenes was him versus Hulk, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where he destroyed the Hulk, and I'm like, okay, he doesn't even have the stones yet.
Yep.
And he destroyed the Hulk. All right, this is a lot to look forward to, and I kind of felt the same way about Kaido, where Luffy gear forth, and Kaido just basically dominated him with one hit. It was like, okay, this guy is insane. So I normally go into it like with Shiki, with Strong World. I'm like, okay, Shiki has been built up, and then leading up to Strong World, that's when we got the Chapter 0. Right? Remember we got the Chapter 0.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
We got the Chapter 0 where we found out about Garp and Sengoku, them fighting together to take down Shiki, right? And found out that Shiki tried to go ally with Whitebeard. He was the one that fighting against Roger. It was just like, oh, this guy is one of the legends. He's like, they're not gonna be able to beat him in the. Okay, so they beat him. All right.
And then he loses to Gear 3rd Luffy, like 3 times skip, no hockey, like
It falls flat. Hopefully, I do think Oda at some point, Shiki will be back in the main story.
I agree.
It's inevitable.
Yeah,
it's inevitable.
I believe it because of the face shifting that the old hag did, and she had Shiki's face. That told me Oda is not done with that character.
He hasn't forgotten about him. That's like Oda saying, "I haven't forgotten."
It's like, don't worry, guys. Like, yeah, we still got him. Yeah,
he'll be back. He'll be back. Is he the man scarred by fire?
Ooh, okay. Is he the man?
Because remember, Shiki back then, right? He was. They said basically he's a menace. He allied with Rocks, or when working with Rocks, and he tried to work with Roger, and then he tried to work with Whitebeard. Is it crazy for him to say, all right, I like this kid Teach? Is it crazy for him to say, all right, let's go destroy the world together?
Maybe.
I don't know.
That's a really good. I never even thought of that. Like the fact that maybe. Oh man, so we're missing, and I got to end this soon because we're at 3:00. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But I will say this. So we got the stuff with Aokiji this last chapter, and that kind of hints towards him being the 10th Titanic captain. But we haven't had it confirmed yet. So if there's still that empty 10th slot, and maybe Aokiji's working in like a tertiary way.
Yeah.
What if Shiki is the 10th? Like that would be a crazy reveal if the 10th Titanic captain is Shiki.
It's Shiki.
I will lose my mind.
I think that would definitely build up Blackbeard as a legitimate threat. Because one thing about the recent chapter is like, I don't feel like the Straw Hats can't compete. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like if the Straw Hats went against the Blackbeard Pirates right now, if it was just Blackbeard and these guys, I don't know if they beat the Straw Hats. So,
I agree,
of course, if Aokiji isn't there, if Aokiji's there, that's a different thing.
Yeah.
But if it's just them going up against the Straw Hat crew as they are now, I think the Straw Hats could beat them. If you add Shiki, that makes things a lot more scary.
Yes.
A lot more scary. You know, so I'm rooting for it. I'm rooting for it.
That's one of my new favorite ideas. I'm gonna think on that more. That's gonna stay with me after the stream.
Hey man, let's make it happen.
Well, Brago, man, what can I say? I appreciate you being here and making the time for this stream today. I really enjoyed our conversation. It looks like everyone in the chat also really enjoyed it. So, man, thank you so much. Yeah, hey, man, I appreciate your insight. I appreciate just your openness to talk about this stuff with me. And I'm looking forward, in the future, I want to do a longer stream where we can get some of these ideas like more developed and hashed out, like, a longer conversation. I would love to do that sometimes. So
Oh, for sure. Just let me know. We will set something up, make it happen. Again,
Awesome.
thanks for having me. This was dope. Shout out to the chat. Chat was great as well.
Yep, shout
and again, congrats on 10K. I'll be tuning in. I'll be in the chat, lurking.
Awesome,
and you guys enjoy the rest of your day.
Appreciate you. You too, man. Take
All
care.
right, man.
Take care, Brago.
All right.
Thank you
Peace
again.
out.
Peace.
Yep.
Guys, Brago, I mean, awesome guest. I'm honored to have had him on stream. It was really fun. Some great discussions coming up. I love that I was able to work some Game of Thrones there into the conversation because I'm very hyped. Unfortunately, I'm going to miss tonight's episode of House of the Dragon because of this stream, but we'll catch it tomorrow. Oh, what's up? I see Randy in the chat. I'll be in there soon. Take your time. I'm finishing lunch. Awesome, man. All right, so we'll get Randy in here at 3:15. Gotta hydrate. Got my water here. I got my notes ready for my man Randy to hop in. Let's see what you guys are saying in the meantime. Future Mech says, "Yo, is that the funk god Jika dancing?" Yes, it is. That is the Nika T1000. When I saw that video, I was like, I have to put this. I found that video online and I was like, I have to work this into the stream somehow. It's just so, I found it so funny. All right, guys, we got another big guest coming through. One of my personal favorite One Piece YouTube channels out there. Let's give my man an introduction. So this is what I wrote down for Randy. I know a lot of One Piece fans, but I don't know many who are as learned about the entertainment world and as passionate about One Piece as our next guest. The OG of OGs. Randy Troy has been doing this OP thing since before you even heard of One Piece. And I'm honored to bring him onto the show today because we're going to have some great discussions. And, Randy brought me onto his stream a while ago as a guest. Now it is my turn to return the favor, and I'm very excited to have a conversation with the main man, the GOAT, Randy Troy. Let's give him a call, and, actually, I'll give him a couple more minutes. I think I might want to let him finish the lunch. Oh, we're good. Randy's coming through, guys. Let us welcome the main man himself. Hey, there he is. How's it going, Randy? How you doing, man?
Hey, brother.
I'm very happy to have you on stream today, man. It's been a while since we got to talk and just like go over the story and stuff.
Yeah. It's been what, 2 weeks?
No, I mean, yeah, in this environment, but yes, it has been 2 weeks now that you mention it.
It's been 2 weeks.
So what's been up with you? How are you feeling about the latest chapters, bro? Oh, you need a sec to get set up?
Well, I just wanted to make sure my mic was actually my mic, and looks like it is.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it was connected to the webcam rather than my mic. I fixed it though.
Cool. Awesome.
Oh, man. Things are crazy.
Yes. Crazy.
I mean, I think the biggest surprise of all is just that Oda actually gave us 2 weeks of Law and Blackbeard. That's the biggest surprise that I feel.
I'm hyped over just 1 week of Blackbeard. We got 2. So that's.
I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
I was like, Oda should give us another week of this, but chances of him actually doing so, based on track record, but it's a new Oda.
Yes,
it's a new day.
It is. It's a much faster paced Oda. I'm also noticing. He's not skipping any beats right now. He's getting right to it with every chapter. So, I'm loving where everything's going right now. I'm loving what's happening in the community. I'm seeing a lot more unique discussions come up because we're at like the outset of a new arc, right? So there's so many possibilities that come up as a result of this, and the discussions are like all over the place right now. I feel like we're getting so many new ideas, just trying to predict where this is gonna go. Where do you think we're gonna be going with Egghead? What is your feeling about this arc so far?
Well, I mean, I'm sure I'm regurgitating, things that people say, but I mean, it's like the pre-time skip vibes are real, right? But that's but there's a reason why the pre-time skip vibes are real. And that's because we finally dropped Wano. We dropped all of the tag-alongs that we had with us.
Yes.
And it really is a new day, like a new era. That was the vibe. Reading One Piece, not even just weekly, but I mean like just everything when the story wasn't so dependent on everything before it. Now, we have that in a certain degree with, every Vegapunk in itself as a character has been built up for over 600 chapters.
Yes.
But and Kuma and Bonnie to a certain extent, not nearly as as much. But we're not bringing anything sort of direct. But also at the same time, you could tie this in and say that this is the last piece of the puzzle for this entire super saga that Oda has like structured since Punk Hazard.
Yes.
So, because I mean, so much of Punk Hazard was related to Vegapunk.
Vegapunk and
Senna. So now we have to follow that up. Dressrosa introduced us to Cypher Pole. Cypher Pole is going to, seemingly come to a head in this.
Right.
Put the link to the stream in the chat if you can, because I'm gonna tweet it out.
Sure. Yeah. Sure thing. Phantom, because I don't have my browser open because my computer can't handle Firefox and Streamlabs at the same time. So, Phantom.
I just meant like in the Discord. I'll it's fine. I'll find it.
So I want to play off of something you said. If you want to take a second to do that before, I don't want to distract you while you're getting that link.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
Cool.
You can distract.
I can fire? Okay, cool. So you mentioned earlier that we're getting those pre-time skip vibes, and I know that, from your love of the series, I know you love the entire series, right? But like your favorite characters, I've noticed, tend to like gravitate towards the pre-time skip. So would you say that you prefer or pre-time skip you think is better than post-time skip for like those reasons you were talking about, not being tied down to like one theme, one arc, all the tag-alongs, all that stuff? How do you feel about that?
There's definitely like a little bit of nostalgia bias when it comes to, the way that I view the story. Now, I love the post-time skip, and there's a part of me that loves it more than I've ever loved it, and that really just comes from like re-engaging with the community. Because I was involved in the community in the early 2000s and the mid 2000s, and some of the late 2000s. But then after that, I focused on life and then came back into everything, and then here we are. But it was a different time then, My reading of One Piece predates YouTube.
Yes.
But it's just and your wife got into it pretty early too, didn't she?
Yeah, she got into it just at the start of like Thriller Bark. That was when she was buying the volumes.
Okay, so like 2008.
Yeah, 2008, and I think she was reading like on and off prior to that, but she didn't get sucked in until she wasn't like buying the volumes and stuff until Thriller Bark. Yeah.
Sure.
And she's an OG too. She's been way longer into this than I have, so she has that over me. She should be the one. She should be the one making the videos. To be honest,
she should be the one running the channel.
Yeah, she should, honestly. So you were saying
did my blasts and everything there.
Thank you. You were saying
most of my favorite arcs are in the pre-time skip.
Okay.
I mean that's just. I'm still an Alabasta fanboy, always will be. and it's just there's something about that. And you know what what it also kind of comes down to as well is that I feel like as a writer, Oda has always had a structure in mind for what the series is, and then by implementing so many ideas and maybe even pressure from Shueisha and everything over the past 25 years to continue everything, I feel like that's why we have the inversions that we do, is because Oda has wanted to keep the story going, but he also is using the same ideas that he wants for the end and then recycling them around and things like that. And that's why we get things like, Dressrosa and all of that, which I love Dressrosa anyway.
Yeah.
But when you go back to something like Alabasta, that was the first princess story. We didn't have a princess before Vivi.
Yes.
And then in just about every subsequent arc, every arc now has a princess. It has their own Vivi.
Good point. Good point. That's great.
So there's an element of that I'm seeing now, where Oda is ready to switch the format up a little bit and get into the things that he's always had planned. But because he was inundated with everything with Wano, and Wano was so isolated, like I want Wano to tie into the larger narrative, and I know that it will. But as it stands right now, we could pull it out, go from Fishman Island, and then go straight to Egghead.
Yeah, pretty much.
And there's, arguments against all of that, of course. But essentially, it's just everything became about Momo. It became about the Scabbards, and I'm not dunking on Wano.
Sure.
Or even like this saga, because there are so many good elements here. But one thing that I've always maintained is that as far as the Super Saga goes, the world government and Cypher Pole should be the final villains of it. I've been saying this for years. So taking this thread from Punk Hazard that started with Vegapunk and then diverged into this Let's Beat Kaido story is now returning to this Vegapunk Mad Caesar element of it all and incorporating Cypher Pole and the themes of the world government. And for years, like I was not like, you can go look at the stream I did. I was not surprised with the last page, that Vegapunk or Shaka or Daft Vegapunk was having a conversation with Dragon. There's so many comments about Uteron, and I'm just like, do people not realize that Uteron is just copying Daft Punk also?
I just find it to be so funny that ended up being an actual character design.
I'm not surprised, but it's like Oda's not doing Uteron; he's doing Daft Punk.
Daft Punk, yeah.
So, but it's funny. Let the internet have what they need.
You brought up such a good point about the Punk Hazard. Like the plot line of Punk Hazard took a stop the moment we made the alliance that led up to Wano, and as soon as Wano ended, we're back on that same plot line right off of Punk Hazard, which I never even realized about Egghead. It's like, wait,
we're just resuming that.
That's such a great point. Yeah, Oda. It makes me wonder if Oda had Egghead, like specifically this. What we have now with Egghead, like, did he have that planned, at least the skeleton of that arc, back in Punk Hazard? Before he went off on the Wano tangent? I'm wondering if that was originally... Like, what do you think of that?
Considering the prior arcs that we've got, and Oda's inspirations, Oda has a giant bust of like a T-800 Terminator, in his office.
Yeah.
This dude loves sci-fi, and he got to flex his love for horror and Tim Burton and all of that in Thriller Bark. And I think that he's always wanted to do a futuristic sci-fi island, and that was always like the idea behind Vegapunk, was that eventually Oda was going to flex in the same way that when we get to Elbaf, Oda will flex on his, Norse mythology.
Yeah.
Oda wants to basically make One Piece the most grand story that it can be, to subvert genres while also including them all. So for Oda to not have a sci-fi island would be disrespectful to himself and his everything that he's led up into the story with things like Frankie and even Kuma being a cyborg as well. It's like the earliest iteration of like an Arnold Schwarzenegger type character is just design-wise Smoker, but then you get Frankie, you get Kuma, and once you find out that Kuma is a robot, then it's like, okay, well, Kuma's really the Terminator iteration. And I guess I'm on a Terminator kick because I heard you talking about the T-1000, the little metal man, going around.
Yeah.
So shout out to one of the few autographs that I have.
Oh my goodness, that's awesome. I love Terminator 2 so much, bro. Like that is amazing.
Yeah, this is one of the other ones I have.
Beautiful. That's great. Yeah, I mean, you bring up some really great points. Like, one thing I've been saying recently since reading these chapters is I've been thinking, oh my god, whoa, that's like full scale. That's incredible. That's all we're just about. That's crazy. I'm shocked because when you go to your shelf and like you get stuff, I don't even know what's gonna come out because there's like so much there that I'm like ready for anything to come out of the vault in the background. It's what was I saying? I was saying that the point you bring up about Oda covering like every genre, I never really put that together until now. I've been saying for like the past couple weeks is like an island like Egghead, with the way the One Piece world has been set up technologically, to go from like Wano, an extremely traditional, like archaic society, to immediately after jumping to this sci-fi island, like shouldn't work. It shouldn't do that in One Piece. Yes, it should never work on paper, but because of how One Piece is, it's like, wait, I'm shocked. It works. Like Egghead works in the story. It makes sense why it exists. There's no like questions I'm asking about how this is possible. It's like, yeah, Vegapunk was built up for all these chapters as someone capable of making that a place like that. So yeah, like Oda really is touching on every genre a little bit, and that makes me think now, is there any genre he hasn't hit on yet that maybe we can expect, or like that can maybe set up expectations down the road? What do you think of that? Anything that comes to mind?
I mean, you could arguably say that Dressrosa was his romance arc.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
And
Whole Cake had that too.
Romance.
Whole Cake had touches of that.
Yeah, you had elements of that as well.
The wedding stuff, all that.
Yep. True.
Trying to think of. Ooh, I got one. Westerns, Cowboys. You think he's ever going? Because he did Monsters, right? Like the one-off stuff, and he had one of those one-off mangas was focused on cowboys. And personally, so I know that we're both like film guys. You're much more like involved in it than I am, so this is my more surface level opinion. But I think Westerns are like can be some of the best movies out there if executed properly. Spaghetti Westerns were like my favorite genre for years. I watched like all of them out there, and that's the one thing I felt was like, ooh, I really want to see Oda's take on like a Western story, like a Western cowboy story. I know that Sanji was supposed to have like a revolver in his original design. He was supposed to be like a gunslinger of some sort, if I'm remembering correctly, and then Oda scrapped that. That was like in the concept art, Sanji had a gun, I think.
Well, I know that he had someone that was a gunslinger with like blue hair or something in one of the. Well, I mean, hey.
Yeah, I feel like he could still touch on that. I'm not sure where it would happen because we don't have too much room left. But
I mean, let me just look at the color walk here because I know whatever it is in here. Yeah, it's definitely, you know, like the sci-fi island. We're gonna get to, you know, we're gonna get our Norse mythology, which may have some Western vibes there.
See someone saying whiskey peak in the chat. That's actually a good point.
Whiskey Peak is a fair point. Lodestar sounds like it could be, you know, something like, you know, that sense. But it's, you know, it's very much, it's like generational. You know, the Westerns, when they were coming out, they were the superhero movies of the time.
Yes.
Then now we have the superhero movies, and then, you know, eventually that's going to become old hat. And, you know, who knows what's going to take the place of that. Maybe live action anime adaptations, who knows?
That would be an interesting era, I gotta say. If we get oversaturated with anime adaptations, like with the Westerns and superhero movies, that'll be a fun time, I gotta say.
Yeah, hey, I'm here for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that you're looking through the color walk, right? I know there was one color spread that I saw that I remember when I first saw it. I had that idea. I was like, man, Oda nails this style so perfectly that he should just do more with it. Yeah, I know which one you're looking for, because I have a color walk book here as well, so I go through that sometimes. And
yeah, I have a couple of them. I really do love them. I don't get a chance to look at them enough, I would say. Okay, yeah, I found it.
This is what I was talking about. So the guy, he has
it wasn't blue hair, but I knew he had a blue aesthetic.
Yeah.
And then Nami was originally supposed to have like a robot arm with an axe.
That was a little weird for that design, personally, I think. But was that Chopper on the right there? Who's that supposed to be? What?
I mean, it's some dude with antlers. So
yeah. All right. I love how we're pulling up the actual like concept art on stream. That's great. That's why I knew I had to get you here, because you have all the cool stuff. Like, you have it on deck. Randy, if you don't mind, I actually want to shift the discussion over, because we don't have too much time.
It's your show.
But I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the One Piece live action, because that's something a lot of people look to you for, your thoughts on that. And I know that you've probably talked about this to death already, but I have some more like hypothetical questions I wanted to ask you about it. And the one thing I wanted to, the big question I had for you was, let's assume that the One Piece live action season 1 goes over great. Great reception, they get greenlit, season 2, ready to go. Paint me a picture of what season 2 of the live action will look like. Tell me what you think that's going to look like. In terms of like pacing, what they're going to cover, what they're going to cut, things like that.
Man.
Take your time. It's a tough one. It's a pretty in-depth question, but you're the man to ask this one, I feel like.
I mean, you know, it all depends on where, you know, season 1 gets to, right?
Okay.
Ultimately, you know, it's we either, you know, I don't think that we finish Alabasta. You know, okay. I don't think that, you know, there's no way to cram all of that. Who knows if we even get there?
Yeah.
You know,
assuming we do. Assuming that they're ready to go. Like, where do
I don't mean like assuming. I mean like just structurally.
Oh,
you know,
okay.
It's like, you know, you have to.
Yes, like. So you're saying like the chain of islands leading up to Alabasta might be the season 2, and then Alabasta would be something later, right? Is that what you're saying? Like we might not even get there in the season 2. Okay. All right. So, yeah. All right. I'm trying to think of how to frame this in like, yeah. Okay. So here's maybe a better way to frame it. What would you like to see? What would you like to see out of a season 2? That might be better. That might be an easier question to answer. Just because.
Yeah, what would I like to see? A very focused drum. You know, I would want drum to be like the heart of a season 2 for sure. You know, whether a season 2 makes it to Alabasta or not. You know, I would love, you know, a big emphasis on that. You know, even if some of the other islands get just one episode devoted to them, you know, I would want 2 to 3 for drum, you know, and maybe an entire episode that's just Chopper's backstory.
Okay.
I
could see that. I could see drum being a big part of that. That would make a lot of sense.
And I mean that, you know, not just from a marketing standpoint for Chopper, but I mean that because I feel like drum is an arc that captures a lot of, you know, really interesting themes of the you know, of the story. And I really feel like Chopper's backstory in itself is one of the best individual stories. Like, you could take Chopper's backstory out, show it to somebody, and they don't need to know anything about One Piece.
Yeah.
And it's an entertaining and interesting story. You know, it's like it's better than most you know, Disney classics in my mind.
I was gonna say, I've heard you mention that before. That like you could pull that out and make it like a Disney movie, and it would work.
Yeah. No, and I think that's where the focus needs to be. Like, you know, there's so much lobbying for Jamie Lee Curtis on the internet for Kureha, and you know, she's talking about it herself, and you know, that would be amazing to see. But also, you know, you got to get a really good hero look too.
That's a big hype one. That's a hype factor for me. I want to see Hero Luke done in the live action. That's something I think could be huge. I think with the right performance, it could even elevate the character more than the manga, because we have like real human actors on screen, and people can take characters to another level by adding that little extra bit of flair from their own personal like acting style to it. And I could see Hero Luke getting elevated by that.
Yeah, you know, it's such an iconic thing, and it's also, you know, I named my production company Conviction primarily because of Hero Luke and just the speech that he gives Chopper. You know, telling him what a flag means, and you know, so that's a drum will always have a special like place in my heart. It's also where I started with Kaizoku fan subs. So like one of the first like things that I was doing, like essentially like working on One Piece and like giving it to the people was drum as well. And man, I just, you know, I would love to see, you know, someone, you know, who knows who's going to, you know, get chosen for it or anything. But, you know, I did a fan cast video a while back where I chose Bill Nye, and you know, and I thought that he would, you know, he would do it if he was a little younger. I would say, you know, Christopher Lloyd would be perfect. But I think Christopher Lloyd's getting a little up there. I think that he would still be able to do it, but I want someone to really nail that "When Does a Man Die" speech, because that's the, you know, that's one of the most iconic moments of the entire series. And I just like, in the same vein where the, you know, the big to do for season 1 is Help Me, the big do for whatever season 2 could possibly be for me is When Does a Man Die. You know, like it doesn't necessarily matter like anything else. Like it's like that's the scene of the season in my mind. So
that would be like the scene you hit people with as like in the penultimate episode of the season. Like you hit the climax, you get that moment, and then you wrap up the Wapol fight in the last episode. I think that would be so cool. That would be like
yeah, I mean, if season 2 just ends with them leaving Drum and then you just season 3 Alabasta, like, I mean, that's great too.
I've been in this mindset of like getting to Alabasta in season 2, but now that you frame it that way, I feel like, yeah, that would be probably the better way to go about it, is to put that emphasis on Drum. So And I'll be honest, my favorite part of the Alabasta saga is Drum Island. It's not Alabasta, so yeah. So I'm all for it, man. Like, yeah. So that's cool. I appreciate hearing that perspective, because especially when it comes to like live action stuff, people are not as ready to accept, I guess, how should I phrase this? People are not as ready to like embrace live action anime that much. So when we have structure like this where we can point to like a moment and say this is the high point we should hit for a show, and if they get there, like there's no, unless I don't know, some crazy scenario of like just the casting is wrong or something, I don't know how they could do those moments wrong. I feel like those are going to be hype worthy no matter what, because of just how well they're written. So
yeah. And you have plenty of people that are, you know, behind the scenes on the show that know what those moments are and what those moments need to be.
Yes, for sure.
So that's where my faith has always, you know, come from. And
cool.
The main thing, you know, is it's, you know, this is going to be a new thing. Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, the production company, you know, did Cowboy Bebop as well, whether, you know, people like that or not. But it's not the same people that wrote it. It's not the same people that, you know, were there on set making it or anything like that, or any other live action show. So you have to kind of go into it blankly. And when it does eventually release, it's going to be our job as a community to not gatekeep it and allow it to continue, because I personally feel that, you know, someone, whether they're going to watch the anime or read the manga or not, they deserve to have the stories that we've seen. They deserve to see the help me moment. They deserve to hear Hero Look's speech, you know, talking about when does a man die. And if they never, you know, pick up the manga or continue the story or anything like that, they'll have at least had that. And that is amazing for me, because I can take that to someone, you know, even family members or anything like that, that would, they're not going to, realistically, they're just not going to read or watch 1,000 episodes of something. It's just the way that it is.
Yes.
So, but Netflix is accessible. We can do that. We can get them to watch this and then understand where our love for the story comes from. And that's the exciting part of just live action One Piece to me. That's one of the most exciting parts that I've ever had. It's just the fact that when it releases, anybody will be able to tune in, and they're not going to think, whoa, the animation's wacky. Oh, this, oh, that. If they watch it, they're going to say, oh, you know what? I see the appeal. I see why Randy likes it. I see why Zach likes it. I see why, you know, and it's just, that's what I want. That's what I want. I want someone to watch One Piece live action, and I want them to cry.
Wow.
The same way that, you know, like any of us, whether we're, you know, they're too manly to admit it or not.
I cry all the time when I go through, bro. Every time I throw the Whitebeard death scene on, it gets me. It doesn't fail. It gets me every time. At least one tear. At least one. So it's like, yeah. So, and you know, it's a really good point you bring up about the accessibility, because, for example, a little bit of a real life example. My mom, like, it's, you know, it's very hard to explain to her what I'm spending all my time on. She asks me, like, you know, what's new? What are you doing? And I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm working on my YouTube channel. She's like, oh, what's your channel about? Her and my stepdad always ask me, they always forget whenever I tell them. They're like, what's the channel about? And I'm like, oh, One Piece. I'm like, what's that? It's like an anime, like a comic. You know, I just talk about it. You know, people like to hear about, like, ideas, analysis. And they're like, oh, okay, all right. They don't really get it, you know? Like, they don't understand what One Piece is. My mom doesn't even know what anime is. So, like, to have, like, a Netflix One Piece that's, like, live action, you know what my mom does know? She knows Netflix. She knows TV dramas. And she will, if I recommend her, like, a Netflix show, she'll check it out. So, One Piece live action comes out. that's very helpful for me, because then I can just say, hey, check this out. They made this, and she'll watch it. There'll be real human beings on the screen instead of cartoons, and she'll all of a sudden be in it. And it'll make my life so much easier. It's like, yeah, I talk about this. Like, so I think that's a great point, and I'm actually really hoping that does come to fruition in the way that we're hoping, that like it does revitalize One Piece for an American audience, and more importantly, just brings it to the doorstep of people that would never ever be exposed to it in any other way. And that is important because of how like significant of a story this is. I would say in our history, in human history, you know, there's not that many stories that achieve this level of success, popularity, and depth, and One Piece is one of them, and it's only because of the stigma of the medium it's in, because it's not in a novel. Like, if it was, you know, like in novel form, I'm sure it would be talked about all over the place, but, you know, because it's in a manga, because it's in a comic or a cartoon, you know, a lot of people will just write the story off as silly. They won't give it a chance to get to the point where you realize, wait, there's so much to this, and this is actually very profound. And I really, that's why my hype is in the live action. My money is in that basket, because
just like with the manga, I think we just need everybody that watches it, that's going in blind, to just get to Arlong Park, and then. Yes. And then that's that. But the main thing is that there's going to be a lot of elements about this that are for us, you know, the fans, the super fans, and everything like that. But we also have to understand that a lot of this isn't for us. Yes. It's for the new people. Mm-hmm. And we have to be okay with that. We will always have the manga and the anime. Nothing is replacing that. This is just, look, anybody could have come in and made this, even tried to do it 15 years ago, you know, but now is the right time.
Yes.
You can't make a live action movie, because at that point you're just writing fiction. It's well, I mean, that just
right. Well,
is a no-brainer, but I mean, you're creating. You have to basically create a whole different story, because there's no way to consolidate any of it into 2 hours. So doing it in a televised format is the way to go about it. And you have people that love and appreciate the story, you know, like Matt, behind the scenes of it all. So I'm excited. I'm excited for us. I'm excited for everybody that we're going to be able to explain our appreciation of this series to, finally. And yeah, it's an exciting thing.
For sure, man. Okay, well, we got some good perspectives there. I want to do a little bit of theory for theory with you, as we haven't been able to do this in a bit. So I was watching your theory for theory with Brago, and I saw you brought up at one point in that stream the idea that Rox may not be the bad guy that he's been painted out to be. He might be a little bit more.
I've been saying that for a long time.
Yeah, and I didn't know that you held this opinion. Because I have gotten a lot of pushback on this myself, because I made an entire video called "Rox Did Nothing Wrong," which, you know, it's a little bit clickbait. He obviously did do something wrong, but
Subscribe to Hidden Island, by the way, guys.
Yes, please do, guys. Anyone that's in the stream,
congrats on 10K.
Thank you.
You're about to hit 11K.
I appreciate that, man. I'm happy to be able to share this with all the people in the chat. And any of you that did see the video, the Rox video, knows what I'm talking about, where I was pointing out how, like, the world government tends to place labels on people. They tend to mislabel or misrepresent the history as it happened. And, you know, we had a lot of bad people show up in the One Piece story that did not get wiped from the records. We've had a lot of people break a lot of very, very serious taboos that were not wiped from the records. The question is, what did Rox do to get on the world government's nerves so much that they had to completely erase him? And for me, it's like, anything that would make the world government that upset cannot be a totally bad thing, right? Like,
see, now you're on the money there, my man. That's where I am with all of it. I basically I look at Rox as somebody that had to have had some sort of understanding of what the Void history was, what was on with that, what was going on with that century, had a vested hate for the Celestial Dragons, and I believe that Rox had the charisma of Luffy, in the sense that he had that ability to draw people together. Like, everybody's like, oh, he had all these people, he had to have done a Davy back fight. Maybe. Or maybe they just were charmed by Rox.
Yeah.
That he had that level of charisma to where he could get those people. Because the other thing too is Sengoku is not necessarily a reliable source, because he's not going to give us the truth of everything. No. And whatever truth he has is whatever truth has been, manipulated as well. And the only people that really know the truth are Garp and Roger. And Roger and Garp were on the wrong side of everything. They were protecting the Celestial Dragons. But what does Roger do immediately after God Valley? He says, you know what? I'm going to circumvent the world and look for these rocks now. And it's like, I'm going to go to the final island. I want to learn about this history. So at some point, I feel like the God Valley flashback is going to be this like light bulb moment, this realization for Garp, where it's what teaches him why he it's going to teach us why he hates the Celestial Dragons at this current point in the story. And it's also going to show us why Roger decided that he wanted to learn the true history himself, after already being at that point. I think he's at least in his late 30s, if not in his 40s at that point. And he's already been around the world. Why, after that moment, did he decide, okay, now I'm going to do this? Unless Rox had some sort of an impact, a conversation before he died that triggered that. So I think, like most characters in the story, Rox was going after something noble, but maybe his means were aggressive. Maybe it was the wrong way about it, but the intention behind everything was to free the world, unite the world, and essentially a inversion of what Luffy's going to do by the end of the story.
Yes. I could see him being a Machiavellian character, where it's like he wants to do what's best, but he's also willing to take the whatever means possible to get there, which may put other people in the line of fire, and he doesn't care about that, which is why, maybe that's what brought him to conflict with Roger. And you talked about that exchange of ideas on that stream too, and I love that point where it's like maybe Rox was in over his head a little too much, and Roger kind of like placed some values on him, and then in turn Rox did that for Roger too, which inspired him to find the One Piece. And then that got me thinking, is it possible that Roger wasn't the first guy to get to Laugh Tale, and that it was Rox before him?
I've talked about this. I have a video that I did probably over a year ago by now, where I went into what I thought a possible like Kaido and Rox flashback would be, and that I likened Rox to Kaido's Shanks, like his. Okay. His mentor, the person that he, built up. And then this, it also went into the idea that Kaido's name, is like has the kanji for Joy Boy within it. And when you actually spell it out with a U, then it's also like C D King, yes. King of the Seas. So it's like, I believe that, Rox may have like tried to tell Kaido that like he was that dude, and like put him on a pedestal. But I said that Rox made it to Laugh Tale first, but he didn't laugh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So what makes you say that? What's your reasoning for why he wouldn't have laughed when he got there? Do you have anything for that?
You come to your own conclusions. That's what Rayleigh said, right?
Right.
Oda loves inversion, so I need to see someone approach Laugh Tale and have a different reaction than Roger did. If Roger found this story funny, then there may be some irony, right, to everything. He may be laughing because it's everything that that Rox told him. He may be there. What the Void history, is and everything is likely a mass genocide.
Yes.
And that's the point that Rox may have had an issue with. So right next to your little, wooden he laughed,
Yes.
right? We eventually need the Rox mad.
Ooh. if there's a panel of that where it's like Rox with like a really sullen expression.
That's what I want. That's what I want.
That's so good.
And if it's not Rox, I'd like it to be Blackbeard.
Roger. Yes.
I'd want it to be Blackbeard, like just stunned or something. Like, I think the only person that deserves to laugh as well as Luffy, but I want to see someone else get there first and have a different reaction, whether that's Rox in the past, whether that's Blackbeard in the present. But
what if he cried? What if because like there's like an overlap between crying and laughing. So it's like Roger laughed until tears sprang to his eyes, right?
He cried. It's the same idea.
I am riding on this idea right now. I love this idea, actually. Now I'm going to be thinking about... I mean, literally, until I heard that stream, I never even considered that Rox may have got there first, but you bring up some really good points. And then that inversion, like that inverse parallel happening would be... I mean, that's Oda. Like, that's peak Oda right there.
Yeah. No, I've had that line of thinking for a while. I'm not backing down on it. And the one thing that, informs it even more is I do love Dawn of the World's theory that Rox could be the real other grandfather of Luffy.
Okay.
Have you heard this?
I have not heard this. Tell me about that.
Okay. So,
shout out to Dawn of the World, by the way. She's great stuff.
So essentially the idea is that Dragon is well, I mean, I've seen it in different ways where Dragon is the son of Rox, but took the name of his wife, which was Garp's daughter. I think that's the idea, is the theory.
Yes, okay.
So Dragon isn't Garp's son, but that Garp had a daughter, and then that would explain sort of like the similarities between like Rox's silhouette and like Dragon's silhouette in a way. But there's a lot of things that could be said thematically with all of the things that we've been built up with about Rox if he was related to Luffy.
Yes.
Right? Because it's then immediately lines like, I guess you couldn't be Joy Boy either, just have so much more impact, because it's like Kaido would be a person that Rox looked at as a son fighting the actual grandson of his mentor. And these are the kinds of things that I don't think necessarily were brought up in the video, but they're the things that I've kind of expanded upon and looked at it in my own way. Like, okay, what's the thematic relevance of this? What can retextualize other areas of the story if this was the case? And I don't know. I just really love that idea. No matter how Oda gets there, whether it is a situation where, it's just either way, Rox being the father of Luffy's mother. So
that would fit with the themes of the story really well, considering a big part of One Piece is, and I was talking about this with Brago, where it's like family is a big element in One Piece, but not blood family. It's actually the running theme in the story is that your blood doesn't make you who you are. It's not
exactly.
just, it's not the circumstances of your birth. It's what you do with the gift of life, right?
And one of the big cruxes of the sword theory is exactly that.
Yeah.
Who does Luffy take after? Not his blood, but Shanks, the adoptive father.
Yeah.
Who does Sanji take after? Not the blood warmonger judge, the chef Zeph, right?
Nami.
Chopper takes after
Hero
Luke, a doctor, not
his
random
dad.
reindeer number 247, but and Ace, he doesn't take after Roger, he takes after Whitebeard, and he doesn't wear shirts. So it's just Law takes after Corazon, who is a secret marine and a pirate. So that's why I need Laws and Sword.
Dude, that's probably like my favorite theory of yours is the Law Sword. I'm still, every time anything with Law comes up, I'm just looking for like little things here and there to like prove that.
Hey, I mean, Oda's like chapters away from putting Kobe and Law in a room, and I'm just sitting there like,
right. And that's like that's what I've been thinking about with this latest chapter was like, I know that we all give Law's crew shit for like not being strong, like they're not really capable of doing much. I know that you're not a fan of Beppo in this latest chapter.
Oh, I'm a notorious Beppo slanderer, and even the Heart Pirates in general. But I take back every bad thing I ever said about at least Shachi. Yes. I've never said one bad word about Jean Bart, so I'm good there.
I respect that.
But Shachi was on my list, and now I was like, okay, well, my man just used hydro pump, and I'm like, all right.
I don't even know how that was possible. I was so confused for a second. I'm like, man, wait, these guys can swim? Like, this is their thing? They can swim in the water? Like, really well?
I was just like, these guys can do anything?
Yeah.
What?
So, well, this is actually what I was thinking, because if they are members, like, let's say Law, because Law's been with this crew for, like, 10 years. So, they've been together way longer than, like, other crews we've seen, like the Straw Hats, for example. So, like, it makes me think, how far back does their relationship go, and what are the origins of that? If they were part of the Marines in any way, like a covert operation, I could see Law's crew not stacking up to real pirate crews, because it's not an organically formed pirate crew of heavy hitters, it's a team of covert operatives. So like you could have Law be the chief of this operation, and all his other guys are also undercover, but they're not like heavy hitters, they're just like, they're other Marines, like they're working with the Marines. They could be grunts like in the Marines for all we know, but Law is the real one heading this whole thing. So
they're also basically the only crew that wears a uniform, like Marines.
Yeah. Yes.
And they're one of the few crews that, address Law like only as captain.
True.
Like there's like a rank and file system in all of this. And I at this point, it's like if Oda doesn't make Law, a secret Marine or anything like that, then he just watched the video and decided, damn, this guy beat me to it, and I'm changing the story.
Yeah. I think he said something about doing that with the ending, so I wouldn't write it off completely. He said if someone guessed it, I don't know if that's true, but I've heard a quote about that, like,
You don't change the ending of a story.
You don't. He had the ending thought out from the beginning. Like, there's no way that's ever going to actually change.
But I do like truly believe that he has changed certain things in the story. People predicted that Queen was going to be like a scorpion because the Queen ships that show up in Zou had a scorpion, head on it, which also ties in with the plague idea and everything like that. And I think at the last minute, Oda was like, well, everybody's expecting a scorpion. All right, Brontosaurus.
Yeah, it could have been like, well, everyone has a dinosaur. And it's like, it would be weird for me to give this one guy like a scorpion fruit, and like he's just surrounded by like a T-Rex, like all these other like dinosaurs, Triceratops, and it's just like the scorpion guy, even though he's like the top two in the crew, like with King.
Right.
So I could see that being the reasoning, but I didn't even think of the scorpion. I never heard the scorpion stuff before, actually.
Yeah, it's like going back to Zou.
Yeah. I mean, I think from where we are now, I don't know if any changes are going to be happening. I think as of the last saga, Oda has the rest ready to go. If I had to guess, especially at the pace we're moving, I think he has it all lined up, and that's why he's banging things out so quickly, because he has the plans, like the full plans now, I think. But
if we get another week of Law and Blackbeard, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Yeah.
If he legitimately gives us 3 chapters of this and like continues it on, because at that point Beppo like literally has to do something.
There's no excuse.
And a lot of people want him to go Sulong, and I'm like, there's no way that Beppo is going Sulong and has control of the Sulong form. Because I'm just gonna be like, where was this in Wano?
Yeah.
If you could do this, where was this in Wano?
How'd you feel about
I think it's
Beppo
going to be
in
a
Film
monster
Red?
chopper situation in Ennie's lobby. If he goes too long.
Monster chopper situation would make sense. I mean, like an out of control Beppo would be cool to see. So without going into any details about the movie, Beppo did have a presence in Film Red. I just want to know, did you like the...
He also... I'll spoil everybody. He also does nothing in the movie.
That's why I wanted to ask, because I had the same reaction. I was like, Beppo, like, why is he here?
I was just like, this is par for the course. This is just Beppo being Beppo.
Yeah. Sorry to the Beppo fans that were like waiting for Film Red just to see Beppo in it, but
he's in a lot of the movie too. So if Beppo fans, be happy for that.
He's a prop.
He's just a prop.
Yeah. He's a prop. They have to pull him out for like, oh, we just need someone to be put in this corner here. Like, just put Beppo in there. Oh man.
He's like a merch grab, but then I also look around and they didn't make any merch of it. So I'm like, what?
Yeah, he does have that cute like merchandisable like character design to him, I guess. Kind of like Chopper, but like in a more...
Yeah. Well, I was talking about this in my stream the other day, is that, you can go to different shops in like New York and go to the anime shops, and if you find anything that's One Piece, like there's like an 80% chance that it's Beppo, and I'm just like, why?
It's because everyone's.
But I don't want to give too many of the people that were in the stream, PTSD, because I did spend like an hour talking about Beppo. So
I get you. I just thought it was like a funny thing because, if we do get more of Law and Blackbeard, and I guess this will be the last question before we wrap up. Off the Beppo focus, what do you think? What do you think's going to come out of this situation? Like what? Maybe less so of what you want, but like, what do you think Oda's move is here? Because if I were to guess prior to this, I would have thought my theory was that Daku did not have a devil fruit, and what Blackbeard wanted Law for potentially would be to the immortality surgery. And the reason it would be perfect for Daku is because 1, he's a doctor, and 2, he already looks like he's on his way out. So to sacrifice yourself with that surgery would be a very tough ask of someone, but for someone like Daku who might be deathly ill, he could just perform the surgery. He's gonna die anyway. That's what I was thinking. Like, he must be so sick by the way he looks that he's on his way out, so he was going to be the sacrificial lamb to use the immortality surgery on Blackbeard. But now that we know he has a fruit, I don't know what his goal is with Law. Like, what is Blackbeard's goal here?
That's my issue with all of this as well. Even though, I did offhand say, when everybody was choosing their sides, I was just like, it would be really interesting if one of two things, if Law either goes and finds Buggy or he runs into Blackbeard, because it's just, these are the only things. But at the same time, in the same token, it's like Blackbeard wants devil fruits. So if he like doesn't kill Law and doesn't take his devil fruit, then it's just like, why are we, why is the plot protecting Law?
Right.
But I mean, if Blackbeard knew that Law was a secret marine and wanted to, use that as leverage or something, I don't know. But,
yeah. Yes. Good point.
My thing here is the only way for Law out of this is, 1, he loses his rubbings. 2, he has to get captured. I don't exactly understand why he would capture Law, but there needs to be something that he feels like he can leverage Law for, or one of those 3 guys, in the same way that he was able to leverage Ace. Now, having putting a user named Jonathan RK over at my stream mentioned that in traditional, like, opening your third eye and awakening your third eye, you can achieve that in 2 ways. So that's 1, through meditation, and 2 through hypnosis. So Blackbeard happens to have a hypnotist on his crew, and I think that that's where we're going to go with that, is that Lafitte is going to become extraordinarily important. And now, we're going to have some very interesting character exchanges here if Law is thrown into a cell with Pudding, especially if Law actually did kill Big Mom. I still am kind of iffy whether or not Big Mom is actually dead in the story, but either way, still interesting. Would be, I was talking to Matt the other day, and he mentioned, what if Pudding became Law's Robin? And I was like, but I've always wanted Pudding to come back into the story to actually have a narrative purpose for her fruit. So if Big Mom is actually alive, then Big Mom can manipulate the memories from the birthday to kind of give her back what she has repressed and everything, and we can have basically a consolidation of all of that. Do we get there from this? Maybe, but this was all set up back in chapter 999, hyping Pudding up for, being able to read the poneglyphs. So she will probably get hypnotized by Lafitte to read the poneglyphs for Blackbeard. So if Blackbeard does get to Laughtail first or anything like that, Pudding may be there and hypnotized, and then we may learn something about what's on that poneglyph there because of Pudding. Now, the other way that I see things is, where is Aokiji, right? Because, he captured Pudding, and we see that Van Augur is here. And with that, is Kobe in a cell at Hachinosu? And are we all going to congregate on Hachinosu and have this sort of Impel Down inversion, or where Law is the Luffy of an Impel Down 2.0, and then assembles this like ragtag group of people, which will include Pudding, Kobe, maybe Moria, and whoever else that Blackbeard may have, captured, or is like in waiting to farm the fruits. Maybe farming the fruits, it needs a particular ceremony or whatever that they were just ready for at Marineford, but they would need to transport everybody over there to make that happen for Law, and haven't done it for Moria yet. But I don't know. I just, it's so interesting, but I also want to learn more about the Rocky Port incident. What was the involvement there? And I'm going to have a video. I already shot it like a month ago, restructure and add some stuff to it now, but I'm going to try and get it out during this break week.
Awesome. Yeah, that will be a very interesting video to see, because I think right now the most interesting part of where we're at in the story are Blackbeard's motivations. Because, of course, it's cool to see him fight Law. It's cool to see the Vegapunk stuff. But the big thing that's hitting me is all these questions about why he's doing these things that he's doing. Like, we see him with Boa, then we have the Pudding capture, now we have the Law fight. It's like, it seems like he's being very intentional about who he's going after and who
he's always been intentional. Yeah. Everything that he's ever done has been extremely methodical, very planned out, very opportunistic. So everything he's doing has a reason. And when we see it all, manifest and come together, we're going to be like, here's the foreshadowing for it here it is here. It's all going to make sense at some point. And Oda's being very coy to make sure that we don't figure it all out right now.
Yeah.
As you should.
As we should. I feel like we're still not gonna learn these true motivations for a bit, even though we're getting a lot of the exposition for Blackbeard right now, in the Blackbeard arc essentially is being set up piece by piece right now. But I think we still got a little bit to wait before we see the full plan come to fruition. So, that's what I love about the character so much. I just love I don't know, are you into like Game of Thrones? Are you into that stuff? I was talking about it earlier, but
I haven't been watching the new show, and I doubt I will unless it reaches several seasons of hype. But I'm not on the train for season 1.
Do you know,
burnt from the end of the last one?
Do you know Littlefinger from the original show?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Littlefinger feels like a Blackbeard character to me, where he's like constantly making moves, but you can't figure out what his moves are actually, like what purpose they're serving. But you know it's a big purpose. Like, you just know. So...
Oh, yeah.
And he was like one of my favorite characters in that show, so for the same reasons here, it's like Blackbeard is just... that. I'm ready for him to be the best villain in the story. Like, I'm just so ready for that.
I'm also really excited that Pudding is back in the story.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't really a Pudding hater, so I'm excited for what they're going to do with that. And I also go back to another thing that someone super chatted a long time ago, Kinsight, and they said, what if Pudding never awakens their third eye, but their fruit awakens and is able to pull the memories of an object? And that's how Pudding could interact with poneglyphs. And I've always just loved that idea of like her sticking her hand into the poneglyph and pulling a film reel out.
That's cool. What about a devil fruit too? Because we have like real beings like put into, like we have Nika inside a devil fruit. So who's to say that Pudding can't extract the memories from devil fruits and figure out like how they were made, or like where that power originally came from, something like that. Like maybe you take...
Now we're building.
Yeah, like you reach into the gum fruit, you pull it out, and you can see Nika's memories from, like, that could be... There's a lot of potential with that idea. I actually love that idea, so...
I just want narrative purpose for the fruit, because I love the fruit.
Me too.
It's one of my favorite fruits in the entire series. And it served nothing in Whole Cake other than, like, an interesting sequence at the end. The Reiju stuff was fluff. It didn't amount to anything. So we need something that justifies this potentially extremely broken fruit.
Yes.
So.
All right, man. Well, Randy, we're just about at time here, so I would love to.
Yeah, I don't want to cut into the next guy here.
Yeah. So
Jay is next, right?
We got Jay coming up. That's going to be a great conversation too. So.
My guy.
Before that, Randy, where can people find you if they are not following you already?
Randy Troy, everywhere
On Twitter, everything. Guys, you heard it here. Go, if you haven't already been following Randy, I have no idea why, but if you haven't, go do that. Go do that now. Randy, thank you so much for making the time for the stream today, man. I always appreciate our conversations, and I feel like by the end of it, I always get some new, fresh perspective on the story from talking to you. So it really means a lot that you were here, and thanks, man.
Yeah, thanks for thinking of me, man. It was a blast. Shout out to everybody in the chat. My analysis at this point will probably be out tomorrow because I'm still editing it. And but you got some morsels of what I'm going to be talking about in the video
for sure.
And that's it, guys. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Subscribe to Hidden Island, and Savage.
All right, now look, it's double me. All right, guys. Well, that was our... This keeps happening every time. Ay, ay, ay. Technology is hard. Look, now we're pink again. Is there a reason for that? Anyway, let's get to some super chats. I didn't get to any during the call with Randy. Because I didn't see any that were directly addressed to him, but we got $5 from Prototype Virgo. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate you stopping by the stream. It's good to have you here. Congrats on your milestone, brother. Thank you, man. Today's a great day. Today's a celebration. I see Chinho Wang for 6 of... I'm sorry, I'm not sure what the currency is, but 6 of that. Thank you very much for the wonderful donation. I hope One Piece live action dedicates the entire Alabasta for season 3. I hope so as well. I think most people will agree with that sentiment. The One Piece live action is definitely going to be paced very, very carefully, and I think the best way to pull off the first large arc of the series is to dedicate an entire season to it. So that's where I'm going with that. I agree with you. And yeah, did I miss any other super chats? Doesn't look like it. If I did miss one, please let me know, guys. Unfortunately, I can't open my browser to check super chats, so if there's one way back in the chat, just if one of my mods can like repost it or something if I do miss any. I promise I know, Chen, you were getting a little antsy there. I promise, any super chats I don't get to at any point when you send them, everything will be covered by the end of the stream. I'm going to dedicate the last bit of the stream with Parvision for us two to go over any super chats I missed. So, you know, don't worry about that. Your questions, whatever, everything will be answered by the end. So, next up we got Jay coming on. Let me reach out to him and make sure he's good to go as well. And then we're gonna take a short intermission once again, and then we're gonna get JD Legend in here, another goat. Where I have him. But yeah, guys, thank you once again to everyone who's been on the stream so far. Thank you to all of you guys in chat who have been really, really cool, asking some great questions. I see, you know, the super chats, everything. I really appreciate all you guys being here. And so far, I feel like we're having a pretty good stream, I would say. What's going on in the chat? Lee J Animate, yo, shout out to Lee J. I can't believe. Can I mod you from? I have to go on my phone and do it. Give me a second. I have to mod Lee J, guys. There we go. Thanks for stopping by, Lee J. For those who don't know, Lee J is the legend himself who animated my opening for the channel, my new opening, as well as the avatar that you see here under my camera. That was also Lee J's work. So big W, shout out to Lee J in the chat. Great artist, great animator, a pleasure to work with. Thank you for being here, bro. I'm glad that you guys liked the trailer. I worked really hard on that. For me, like, it's really fun. One of the like, it's weird because I think the funnest part about making videos for me it's either the funnest or the worst part about making videos is the editing. It's it's just like, hold on, why is the chat wrong here? Hold on. Excuse me for a second, guys. Yeah, I think, what was I saying? I think the editing, that's what it was. Yes, I think editing is either the funnest or the worst part about the video making process. My typical videos are very, very monotonous procedures to edit. So, you know, I don't really enjoy the editing on those videos, but when it comes to stuff like trailers or like the documentary that I made, I had a lot of fun editing that. And the trailer was a lot of fun to edit. So, I don't know. There are times I feel like I should get into editing more and like do that for work or something, but the worst thing is like when you have a really dull project that you have to edit, that can be really grueling. So, yeah, it's a tough balance. Alright. Guys, we are just about ready. I'm still waiting to hear back from Jay. But we should be just about ready to go. Once I get the confirmation from him that he's ready, I'll give him his introduction and we'll get started. I guess in the meantime, I will be taking any questions or anything that you guys want to ask. If there's any topics that you'd like to see me discuss with Jay, maybe drop those in the chat too. That way, you know, we can have some more focused discussion. True Toby says, personally, I see Law dying here and Blackbeard potentially gaining the immortality. He'll be the first and only pirate to be killed via drowning to the bottom of the sea. I like the idea. The only question is how that would happen, because someone would have to sacrifice themselves. And we've already seen Law overpower Doc Q's fruit with hockey. So, you know, if it was like Lafitte would hypnotize Law to do the surgery, I mean, depends on how, like, what are the parameters for that power, you know? Because if you can just break out of it with strong enough will or hockey, then that might that might mean that Law can't be hypnotized. So I don't know what would be the circumstances that lead to him actually getting the surgery performed. Just checking some stuff here. What else we got? Geekish Gamer says Uteron put out a video stating he's Punk01 on Twitter. That's funny. Six Pains asks, I know you said you don't think any Straw Hats will die, but if one were to die, who do you think has the most death flags? Usopp. Usopp. That's the best choice. If one Straw Hat is to die, I think Usopp's the one. And the reason I think that is purely because it might serve to fulfill his brave warrior of the sea dream, you know. A legend has to have an end, and for someone's story to be passed down in legend, you know, a man dies when he's forgotten. So it would be pretty poetic for the story of Usopp and his maybe like a noble ending for him to die, and that would serve a lot of purpose narratively. I just don't think Oda's willing to do that to one of his babies, but if there's anyone, it would be Usopp, in my opinion. I see Randy in the chat says Usopp is never dying. I agree. I don't think he's gonna die. To answer the question of like, if someone did die on the Straw Hats, who would I put my money on? It would be Usopp. But at the same time, I was talking about this in the stream I did with, we all did with Roger's Base, where we were talking a little bit about that, and I brought up how I think Usopp's story is going to be the inverse of Nolan's story. So I think where Nolan died at the end of his story, Usopp's going to have the happy ending. And whereas Nolan was called a liar, but he was actually a brave warrior, Usopp is a liar who's going to be called a brave warrior. And he's going to have books written about him too. Just like Aesop's Fables. You know how we have Aesop's Fables? Aesop is the inspiration for Usopp. So to have a literal book about Usopp that is not marketed as a fable, so we have Aesop's Fables, but Usopp's Brave Warrior book, or whatever it is, that would be marketed as a true story. So it's Usopp's like legend or something, but not a fable. So I think it's funny. It would be a cool inversion, and for that reason, I don't think he's going to die. I think every Straw Hat is going to get a happy end at the end of the story. But out of everyone that would have to go, I feel like there is a way you could make it narratively work, where Usopp dies, and I wouldn't be upset. But I personally don't want any of them to die, and I don't think Oda's gonna do that to any character either. Randy says he would put his money on anyone but him. Okay. So you think there's a greater possibility that any other Straw Hat besides Usopp dies? Usopp's the least likely. Now that's a take I have not heard. I've always, when I talk to people about this subject, I feel like Usopp is the common answer. Wow. Okay. Oh, I wish we could have expanded on this during our call. If you want to give me some of your reasoning in chat, I would love to see it, because that's a really interesting take. But you don't feel compelled to like type a lot if you're busy or you don't want to do that. Hey, Nemphis. I see Nemphis in the chat. One of the channel supporters, Hidden VIP. Shout outs to Nemphis21. Man, you guys should follow in his footsteps and become a member. Become a Hidden VIP. Or go to the Patreon. That's also a great option. The True Toby asks, hey Hidden, I missed part of your conversation with Dak, but what are your thoughts on Brooke playing the role of a muse of the Straw Hats? We actually didn't talk about that. So I don't really have too many thoughts on it because, I didn't really go into depth with that idea with him, and I haven't explored that idea much myself. But, I mean, I can see how that would work. I can see how that would work. If I can think on that a little bit more and get back to you with an answer later, because I know we're going to talk later, I will answer that. But I'm going to have to talk to Dak about that idea. Usopp's death will create a new mythical human fruit. Yo, AWH, maybe you're onto something. You eat the fruit and then your nose grows, like it gets really long. And it gets mistaken for the Pinocchio fruit. and then it gets revealed that it's not the Pinocchio fruit, it's actually the Hito Hito no Mi model Captain Usopp. Model God Usopp. Oh, wait. The Hito Hito no Mi God Usopp model. No way. There you go. It's a wrap, guys. We solved it. We figured out the ending. Usopp becomes a devil fruit. So I'm assuming maybe something came up, an emergency or something. So since we don't have anyone else on the segment, I think we might get Parvision in here. I know that, I mean, we have, that's not going to cut into our segment later, but, you know, it's always fun to just have some extra chat time with Par, so maybe we'll get Parvision in here to fill. Oh, hold on, I'm getting a call from Randy. Okay, let's see, let's get Randy in here. Randy, welcome back.
Yeah, man.
Let's get this set up here. So tell me. Okay, so we were talking about Usopp. I got to hear the full take. So someone brought up that, you know, Usopp is the reflection of the reader, so Oda wouldn't kill his readers. Is that the reasoning, like, behind?
That's exactly the reasoning, and I've said that as my defense plenty of times. Oda has explicitly said that Usopp is the reflection of us.
Mm-hmm.
So for Oda to go ahead and kill that character is Oda killing us. And not only that, Usopp is the character for us to relate to. He is the he's the POV character. He is the real human amongst all of these monsters that is there for us to understand what's going on. He is the character to explain to us the level between reality and imagination of everything that we're seeing. So he's the one that grounds us. So to remove that element from the story just leaves us with a completely fantastical thing that you don't kill that character. Has it been done? Yes. And in none of those instances did it leave a good taste in anyone's mouth. So.
Yeah. Okay, I mean that's a great perspective. So it's funny because, like, the reasoning behind it is not an in-universe reason; it's a meta reason, and I do think that works because there's a lot of things in the story that, you know, in universe you could find a million reasons for, like, why it should happen differently, but because of, like, the storytelling, for the sake of storytelling, for the sake of, you know, connecting characters to certain ideas and stuff, that's why Oda won't do certain things. So I was talking about this earlier in the stream, like, the reason that Clover didn't say the name of the ancient kingdom, if the name truly is important, yeah, I mean, it makes sense that they would shoot him to prevent him from saying it, but also at the same time, just from a meta perspective, it also makes sense why Oda wouldn't tell us any of this information now. So for the same reasons, it's like a meta thing, where it's like Oda can't kill Usopp because of how he's developed him and because of what that effect that would have on us. Not the world of One Piece, but on us externally, which is a good take, because the most common take is that Usopp, if anyone's gonna die, it would be Usopp. I think that's what everyone kind of rides that.
Right, because everybody just looks at Usopp and it's like, oh, he's the weak one. He is he's on paper the character most likely to die, right? But that's why he would be the least likely to die. It's not the Occam's razor when it comes to death.
Right.
It's not when it comes to the crew. And it's, if anybody, I don't think that Oda will kill any of the Straw Hats. I think that they'll all survive and go on to do their own things. Even Luffy. A lot of people think Luffy's going to die at the end, but I think that that's the parallel of, if Luffy is carrying on Roger's will, Luffy is going to be able to see the world that Roger couldn't create. So that's where that sort of falls in line for me. Someone was recently trying to, can't remember whose, was it Brago? Braga was arguing that Robin could die. I don't know if it was Braga. Don't quote that. I'm trying to remember if that was what we talked about in the Theory for Theory. I think it was. I think it was that. And I need to recompile all of my evidence and everything like that. But I was like, but I would put, if I was going to put money on anybody,
Robin.
My money would actually be on Sanji.
Oh, okay. Now you got it. You can't just drop that. You got to tell me about that. That's a new one. That's a new one.
I have to recompile all of the evidence, but I mean, it's like you look at the second Sanji flashback. There's a lot of little ties there and like death flags, and he smokes death cigarettes, and he's that clutch character that would be. And I don't say this in the sense of, and I've brought this up a couple of times in different streams and everything, just because everybody's like, which one is going to die? And I'm like, Sanji is other than Vivi, my favorite Straw Hat. So I don't want him to die, but I also know that I have like this weird track record in, especially in Shonen of, like growing an attachment to the characters that die. So. And it's like it's almost like this curse. Like if I like a character, but it works in One Piece because One Piece Oda doesn't really kill the characters. So the self-sacrificing that Sanji is always ready to do, like even when you go back to the nothing happened moment, it's like, if we were ever in a clutch scenario where it was like everybody has to the only way out of this situation, is let's go back to Impel Down, right? Yeah. Nobody's getting out if Bon Clay doesn't stay back to hold back Magellan momentarily, right? The person in the crew that would be the Bon Clay in a situation narratively is Sanji.
Sanji, yeah. And they fought in Alabasta, funnily enough. So
look at it, it all connects.
Yeah, right. It's like poetry.
So,
yeah. I know you know where that's from. Yeah.
So it's just that's where I come from. With that, do I want it? Absolutely not.
Same.
But it's just. I expect some sort of an inversion when nothing happened at some point in the story, where Sanji has that opportunity to be that Zoro, to go up against that, immovable object, to prove to the world government why Sanji said that he would be the one that would hurt them the most. And if the moment that he hurt them the most was also the moment that hurt us the most as readers, then there's poetry to that, right, too. Not that I want it.
Yeah, I mean, I could see like a kind of like callback to the I needed a light moment where he got shocked by NL and he had the cigarette. That was like a similar vibe also to the nothing happened scene, and I could see that kind of coming back in some way.
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Sanji is notorious for those moments. What did he do before that? He made sure that Nami and Usopp got off of the Ark before that happened.
Yes.
He is self-sacrificing in every sense of the word. So that's why, I always say, I'm like, it's never going to be Usopp. But I also don't think that it's going to be any of them.
This brings up a question in my mind.
That's a W I don't want.
Yeah, that would be a sad W. I feel like all character death predictions are sad Ws. The only one that I popped off on the last stream, because since Egghead started, I've been saying Vegapunk's gonna die. Like, before the end of the arc, Vegapunk's gone. And the moment we got that last panel, I popped off, and I was like, yeah, Vegapunk's gonna die. And then I realized, I was like, that's not nice. Like, gotta give Vegapunk a chance before I start, cheering for getting that right. But, it brings up a question, before I forget this one. Sanji and Zoro, because if we have that evolution of Sanji where he becomes a sacrificial character, and he does get some sort of like honorable kind of finale moment. Do you think that he'll win Zoro's honest respect by the end of the story? Do you think they're going to make amends with their relationship in some way before, let's say, something like that would happen? Or do you think it's always going to be kind of...
And it would be that moment where Zoro would actually say the word Sanji.
That would kill me. That would kill me. Hold on. I'm getting the call from Jay now, so it looks like we're good to go. Randy, the Clutch Master. The Clutch Master. I can't thank you enough. So I appreciated that.
Oh, good. Enjoy your time with Jay for 15 minutes.
I will. I'm gonna make it work. I'm gonna make the 15 minutes the most eventful 15 minutes. All right.
Yeah.
Randy,
I'll catch
thanks
you later,
again.
man.
Catch you later, bro. See ya. Okay, I got my cam on. What's up, Jay?
What's up, man? Holy shit. My bad. I was literally like laying down, zoned out, and I was like, let me just check Twitter real quick. And I said, fuck! Oh my God!
No worries. Hey, man, look, I have so many things. I have so many collabs like happening today that like I figured at some point like someone would like maybe miss the time. I was prepared. I was fully prepared for this scenario. Don't worry. Like no hard feelings. I don't mind. Thank you for making it on time. Thank you for being here, bro. Let me give you the introduction because I don't know, if everyone in chat has watched your stuff before, but we have with us here today, we have the Godfather, the Don of this past reverie. Jay is known for his streams and his love for the GOAT Blackbeard. I share that same sentiment. I really love Blackbeard myself. And we had the pleasure of formally meeting at Comic-Con, and we had some great talks there. So I'm very much looking forward to our talk today. If you guys haven't checked out Jay's channel, check out JD Legend. He does some great content. He has some great streams. I love to see his reactions to stuff too. So that's always fun. And Jay, thank you for being here, man. Appreciate you.
No, of course. Again, sorry again. Definitely, I had a great time meeting you. So 100%, I was like, y'all definitely want to do this. I definitely want to be here.
I know.
My bad, but I'm glad I'm here. I'm so glad I checked Twitter because I was gone, dude. I was just literally in the world. Yeah.
So I figured, because I know you mentioned to me once that you don't use your main Discord. So when I hit you up on Discord and I was like, oh, I remember now. He said this probably isn't the best place to hit him up. So I hit you up on Twitter and I just left. Right. I planted the seed there. I was like, all right, he'll get back to me. I'm sure. So.
Yeah, so I need to give you the Discord I use on my phone.
Yes.
I get those notifications. I have like alert because I don't have Twitter alerts either because the
same.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right,
but I'm here.
We'll work that out. All right, Jay. Well, welcome to the stream. I got some questions ready to go for you, but I did see one question in the chat, and this is a really surface level, easy question. So we'll start with this. You like the Blackbeard Pirates a lot, right?
Of course.
How would you rank the 10 Titanic captains, or I guess the 9 that we know of? If you want to include Aokiji on there, I guess, But like from the ones we know, how would you rank the Blackbeard Pirates in terms of like crew members?
So I would definitely say one of my favorite ones is Van Augur. I kind of like his fit, and I'm also a big fan of snipers in general. I think they're extremely effective and skilled fighters, and I think they're underestimated. I kind of wanted Oda to kind of put more emphasis on sniping. He didn't win Enies Lobby with Usopp, but because Usopp uses a slingshot, it's not how you would perceive sniping to be. If it was a bow and arrow, for example, like if you read Kingdom, they really highlight how important a sniper is and like taking out an enemy general and all this. So it's like Van Augur, the whole fit, the moniker. Now he has the Warport fruit too. So I'm like, all right, cool. Van Augur is like up there. For some reason, I like Alvaro Pizarro. We don't know anything about him.
Okay.
But for some reason, something about his vibe I like. So I would say Alvaro Pizarro, obviously Shiryu. Shiryu's cool. I like Shiryu. So that would be my number 3.
Pizarro at 2, wow.
Yeah,
that caught me off guard. That caught me off guard. I'll be real.
Yeah, it's a random. I have a very random affection for this man because the horns are hilarious. He just seems menacing. And when I read about him in the SBC, I was like, yo, man, I feel like he has a crazy power. And that's what I'm really anticipating. So a lot of it's more hopium than actual logic and sense.
That's okay. The story's built on that.
Yes. And then, oh my God. I was fighting between Vasco Shot. It's after Shiryu. But after that comment with Bo, I'm a little rattled by that. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Vasco Shot anymore. That was wild.
Kind of gross.
Yeah, I mean they're evil, so I understand.
Yeah,
but still, you know, after what Boa went through, you know, I'm just like, that's a hard knock.
Yeah, it got dark with that.
It's just hella dark. So let's go with Jesus Burgess.
That's a good choice.
Obviously, I like Burgess. Doc Q next. You know, the guy just casually gives people cancer and AIDS, and I was like, that's not a toxic fruit. Like
crazy
that's not
power. Crazy.
Yeah, you know, I'm just like, that shouldn't be allowed, but it is. So the Doc Q, and then we have Vasco Shot. Katarina Devon's at the bottom no matter what. So I'll give you that. Her power is great, but she will always be at the bottom. Like, period.
Wow.
San Juan Wolf after Vasco Shot.
Okay, I was about to ask.
Yeah, so then I like San Juan Wolf, but he's just kind of
he's just a big guy. I don't really know. He doesn't do much for me. What I like about him though is that we're getting all this Blackbeard stuff lately, and we have all the Blackbeard pirates showing up like one at a time in these chapters, what they're up to. We have not seen the man San Juan Wolf anywhere, and it's crazy to think about, because if he was there, I mean, we'd see him because he's bigger than Islands pretty much. So
yes, he's massive. You know, apparently he was standing when Akainu, where Akainu came to see them, bro. Dude is literally standing in the city. I'm like, that's nuts.
Yeah, I mean, he's bigger than Marineford. Like,
yeah, I'm like, how on earth did they keep him in Impel Down? Like, how's that possible?
How do they hide him? Like, where is he? Where do they just like park him somewhere and like leave him there? Like, how does that work? Yeah,
I don't know, man. But yeah, and then I mean, obviously, Aokiji wouldn't be number one if we would consider him that, because he's my favorite of the Marines.
Yes, he's a boss. He's my favorite. He's probably my favorite too. If I had to, the only runner up to that would be maybe Fujitora. I like Fujitora a lot, but Aokiji's up there. He's up there. What do you think about like what's going on with him right now? What do you think his deal is? You think he's really in it with the Blackbeard Pirates?
I just don't think so. I don't think he's really in it, but he's doing a very good job at being convincing, which I think is what makes him such a good Marine and makes him a good character in general. Because if in Ohara, you could tell he didn't like anything he was doing, but he does his job. That's it. But when there's times where he can actually show the leniency that he can, like what he did with Nico Robin on multiple occasions, you know, he does it. But for the most part, when he has a job to do, he'll do it, which is why I think Sengoku chose him, because he has that ability to be lenient when it's necessary. Wima Akainu is never lenient under any circumstances. The only time I've ever seen him be lenient is with Bonnie, which I'm very curious about as well. Hopefully that Oda plays into that as well.
I wonder what that's going to be, what the deal with that is. I feel like we're going to get that answer pretty soon. So I'm still leaning towards like the sword element. I feel like he has to be a part of it, but at the same time, like his morals aren't exactly like good morals. He's kind of just on the fence at all times. He could go both ways, and that's what's interesting about him. Is like I can fully believe a scenario where he actually is a part of this crew. I could. So it would be crazy, and I think the reasoning behind it might be similar to the reasoning that Rox was able to gather people under his flag, where it's like, yeah, he's a bad guy, but maybe there's something about his ideals or his charisma that attracts people that normally wouldn't be involved in something like that. And maybe Aokiji saw that with Blackbeard. So I don't know. I feel like he's an interesting character, and the stuff with Bonnie I feel like could play into it, because if Akainu has a relation, there's all these things are coming together right now, which is it's fun. While we're on the subject of Blackbeard, I wanted to ask you this. Let's see here. This is a bit of a deeper question, and I'm sorry I want to roll through these because we got to use our time wisely. No worries. The question I had for you was, do you think Blackbeard by the end of the story, because where we're at with him right now, he's just pretty much all around bad guy. Like we don't have many things to sympathize with him over. Do you think by the end of the story, Blackbeard will be irredeemable as a person? Do you think there's going to be a moment where we can kind of look at him and go, you know, maybe if things worked out differently in his past, or like you can kind of see where he's coming from. Do you think he's going to be irredeemable by the end, or do you think there will be a good side to him that we can appreciate?
Personally, I hope he's irredeemable, because I think what he's done up to this point is already irredeemable. Like, the betrayal of Whitebeard and the killing of Thatch and then Ace, you know, it's sick, you know, defiling the body of Whitebeard, who he sailed under for 20 years. The guy's a sick man. Like, and that's why I like him, because, you know, there's guys who are just like evil, right? They're just straight up pure evil, and all they do is this evil stuff.
Yes.
For me, it's the fact that he's evil, but smart. But at the same time, he understands the way the world works, and the point that this is how I want the world to work for me. So he's very meticulous. He plans ahead. Everything he does is well thought out. So at this point, I don't think it's a case of being redeemed or not being redeemed. I think he has a great grasp on the world. People's dreams never end. When he spoke about that stuff, he knows what he's doing. It's not about being redeemed. If he wanted to choose a better route, he could have done that. You hung out with Whitebeard long enough to be changed.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if there's anyone that can change somebody, it would probably be Whitebeard or somebody on Whitebeard's crew, Ace. They all have that magical, charismatic power that Luffy has. Think about Whitebeard's presence in Marineford. Even the enemy was like, yo, this guy is just a one-man mountain. The respect Whitebeard carried, if that didn't change Blackbeard, nothing's changing it. Nothing's gonna, redeem him. I think you'll have a sad backstory to understand where he came from.
Right.
But it's very similar to Dofi, where you see his sad backstory. Doesn't mean he needs to be redeemed. I think in this case, Blackbeard doesn't need to be redeemed. I don't think so. I think it's perfect the way his character is.
Do you think he was always this way? Do you think, like, the moment he joined the Whitebeard Pirates, when we saw him as a kid and he's like, bring me on board, was all of this already on his mind, do you think, from the beginning, or did he become that way little by little?
So one of my biggest theories, and maybe someone else has had the theory, but this is mainly just a theory that I've always wanted to be true, right? And have you read Magi?
Yes, I have.
So you know the David and Solomon dynamic? Mm-hmm. I'm thinking that Zebek is like a David for Blackbeard, and it's like it started somewhere, wherever it did, because Saber Zebek, the moon, you know, all the connections. I don't even need to say it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that Zebek and the will of Zebek, whatever it is, however Oda wants to write it, Zebek has been influencing this man since he was a child. Because remember, the whole thing about him not being able to sleep, that's still something we haven't figured out yet. I'm thinking, maybe it's the fact that there's another consciousness within him that disables him from sleeping, or maybe that, Zebek is constantly speaking to him and he didn't really know how to handle it until, he got older, and he's been guiding him down this path. Because, if you look at Zebek's whole ideology of finding all the treasures and the secrets of the world and going to God Valley, whatever happened in God Valley, if you notice, Blackbeard's doing the similar things. He's doing the same things. Like, oh my God, wow, pudding, 3 eyes, poneglyph rubbings. Yeah, I'll go for that. I would like that. So I think he's always been this way, and I think from the moment he stepped on Whitebeard's ship, he knew what he was doing. He was just looking for that one specific fruit the whole entire time. That's what I think. And the best chance to find that fruit was on someone's ship like Whitebeard.
That's a good take, and it makes sense when you think about it, because he never sleeps, right? And when we think about, like, the human lifespan, yeah, let's say you're 80 years old. You're 80 years old, but you've spent, in terms of time, only roughly like 60 of those years, or like 50 of those years awake and lucid. We spend about a third of our life asleep. So, while Blackbeard may have been like, let's say 15 years old or whatever age he was when he joined the Whitebeard Pirates, if he had never slept his entire life, that means mentally he might have already been like 25 years old. He might have been ahead. Like he had a lot of time to think, he had a lot of time to plan, and that, I think it makes sense for him to have had that fruit in mind from the beginning. The only question is where he got the idea for that fruit in particular.
Yes.
And I know that people want to say, like, maybe Zebek had the fruit, but...
And that's something I was hoping for, but it doesn't really, I don't know. I don't know if it adds up.
Doesn't add up to me.
I was about to say, I don't think it adds up, so...
It's the same sort of thing with the gum fruit, right? Where people there used to be that theory that everyone would say back in the day. It's like, oh, did Roger have the fruit?
Yeah, Roger.
And it's like, but someone would have said something by now, right? Like someone...
Yeah, you would have... But then again, if they know the properties of the fruit, why are the girls say like, "Oh my God, the gum fruit"? Another something that I have an issue. We want to get that's another conversation.
If you want to get into that, I'll get into that too, because that's a good point. Like, you would think they would have raised the red flag sooner, right? Because they have so much knowledge. But this is the thing, though, when it comes to devil fruits, and I think this is the biggest reason I think that devil fruits had to have come from a place that wasn't the world government. I'm a big proponent of Nika having created the devil fruits. And it makes sense to me because the world government, if they were responsible for devil fruits, they would know how they work. They would know where they come from, they would know how to get them, and they would know how to stop devil fruit users pretty much universally. But the thing is, we even have CP9 agents that don't understand this stuff. They're talking about rumors like, oh, you eat 2, I heard you explode. And this is the highest intelligent agency in the entire world. So, you know, if they didn't recognize the gum fruit, maybe it makes sense because they don't seem to have a full grasp on how this stuff works. I mean, what do you think? Like, do you think tell me your thoughts on that, like that moment where they kind of like threw up the alarms with the Nika fruit. Like, what's your explanation behind that? What do you think?
The only way I could understand it is that they knew what the Nika fruit actually did, but they didn't know. I don't know. I'm even thinking to me, it just seems so stupid, right? Like, how could you talk about the gum fruit being awakened? Maybe it's the case that they just didn't think anyone could awaken it. Maybe that's what it is. Like, maybe it's actually really hard. Maybe it's a very hard fruit to awaken, because there had to be a past user of the gum fruit that didn't awaken it, right? So I feel like, you know, they realized like, all right, well, there's no way someone's going to awaken it. Like, no way. Like, the last one that did it was 800 years ago. It could be one of those things, and they kind of just like, all right, well, you know, there's no way Monkey D. Luffy's gonna do it, right? But then why underestimate Luffy? Like, bro went into Ennis Lobby, Marineford. I'm like, Luffy's done enough for you to believe, all right, this is not a normal pirate. Not to mention the lineage, Garp, Dragon. Like, no matter how much you try to justify it, it's negligence.
Yes.
And negligence that's not common in people who are used to annihilating people, annihilating kingdoms at the flick of a hat because they want to keep a power structure in place. So they're that meticulous in planning and that meticulous in stopping things happening before, you know, it causes an issue, like, you know, taking out Light, Vivi, all of that stuff, Cobra. You would think they would go all out and finish Luffy. You know, send 3 admirals after him and just say, yo, kill him.
Or just blast him like they did with Leloucia. Like, they could have just blasted him in his ship. You know, oh, I heard Luffy's here, let's just blast the island, you know, like something like that.
Exactly. So I can't. I don't know, man. There's no justification.
It's tough.
In my opinion.
It's tough, bro. All right. Let me ask you a question that's a little bit more outside the story itself, but more so your experience with One Piece. So I want to know. I actually never got to ask you this, but how long have you been following the series for?
Wow. One Piece. I've been following it since I think I was either 13 or 14.
Wow.
Just for context, I'm 29 now. So I started watching One Piece because of the 4 Kids. Right. So obviously that's most people in our age bracket, we start with 4 Kids. And then from 4 Kids, you like the One Piece rap, and then you see One Piece on Toonami. I was like, oh, this is nice. And then once you get into watching anime online, you know, you have things like WatchAnimeOP.com, Naruto Get, Bleach Get. After that point, I went all the way through One Piece, and it was like up to the point in I don't know where I stopped. I think it was like right after Ennis Lobby. And then I started reading Thriller Bark. And then from reading Thriller Bark, I caught up to One Piece. Before the time skip, actually.
Yes.
So I was reading week to week before the time skip. And then obviously I got into YouTube like 3 years ago, and that's when everything kind of started. So I've been following One Piece for like 15, 16 years. It's been a while.
That's awesome. I wish I could say that. That must have been a ride. Are you enjoying it as much now as you used to back then?
No, just because when you're a content creator, you overanalyze the story and you can't really enjoy the simplicity of reading, you know, One Piece anymore, because you're always thinking like, oh, how do I feel about this? I got to give an opinion on this. How do I really feel? Because everybody else can have opinions, but as a content creator, you have a responsibility to give strong, educated opinions, or in my case, just a strong opinion in general, right? So it's definitely affected my enjoyment of the series. I'll say that because there's certain series that I don't there's certain series that I don't do content on purposely so I can enjoy the series. Hunter x Hunter is one of those series. You know, a lot of people say, yo, Jay, you love Hunter x Hunter so much, make content. I'm like, I think I just like Hunter x Hunter as it is. Like, it's mine. Like, I'm gonna leave it that way. So it's just one of the drawbacks of being a content creator, but I still love One Piece. I'm gonna read One Piece to the end. I'm loving it right now, you know, and hopefully it stays that way.
Do you ever feel like sometimes when you are like doing reactions or making videos or analyzing One Piece, do you ever feel like you have to like sometimes force it because of that expectation that's put on you as a content creator? Because I feel that sometimes too. Like when I'm reading something and it's like I feel like I know I'm supposed to have an opinion on something and I have to kind of like throw one together, but sometimes I just don't really have strong opinions or reactions to things. It's just kind of like, yeah, okay, cool, the story's developing here. Like, how do you ever have that problem?
I would say no, just because I'm a very reactive person in general. So I'm always going to have a reaction. If something doesn't move me, I'm just going to say it didn't move me. And that's it. Fair. And, you know, I'm kind of a polarizing figure in the community because I don't really sugarcoat my feelings on chapters anymore. Before, I used to be slightly down, but after a while, I just realized, like, you know, some people come to get genuine reactions from me, and, you know, they may not like it sometimes, but I think it's better to tell people and show people that you're willing to say what it is you really feel about something and still love it anyway. So that's not an issue I have. I just straight up say, like, yo, this was trash. And that's what it is. Like, I can say One Piece is trash and I can say One Piece is good because that's just how I feel in a moment. Mind you, this is also just the first reaction. So I've been learning not to like be too harsh on myself because nobody really thinks through what they say when they instantly reacted to something. So I don't really take the time in to just be like, oh, let me think about that. Like, maybe that chapter wasn't as garbage as I thought it was. In that case, in my immediate moment and immediate feeling, I'm like, yo, this is terrible. I don't like it. And then if I read it back again or I hear some opinion from someone else, I watch a review, whatever, I'm like, okay, I understand it. It's still trash, but at least I understand where it came from, right? So that's where I've had some growth in that area. No longer, I don't sugarcoat reactions. I don't withhold anything from my viewers. Period.
We need that, bro. We need that. We need people that can do that because, you know, I'm getting into the reaction stuff now. When I started the channel, I wasn't doing streams to react to the chapters. I wanted to keep it separate because I didn't want that to interfere with my love for the series, like what you're talking about. And now that I'm trying it, I'm understanding where you're coming from because I feel that sometimes. I'm like, sometimes I just want to read the chapter in my room, in quiet, and just enjoy it. And then other times it's like, you kind of got to do it as a content creator, and I get that. By the way, I saw Brago in chat right now. He said, Jay lying, I'm sorry, y'all, I can't take it anymore. He got some cutty. What are your thoughts on that?
Just like I said, bro, Brago has made it his life's work to troll me at any opportunity. Whatever you do, don't listen to Brago. He's a rat. We've all said it. All right, just don't listen to anything this man says, bro. He has convinced his entire community that I twerk to the Ritz-Carlton song. So just like I said, this guy's a menace. He's actually a menace.
Oh man. All right. Well, I'm glad we cleared the air on that, Brago. Any responses in the chat will be welcome. I guess the last question I want to ask you before we wrap it up, is there a moment in One Piece that you would say was the most impactful, the single most impactful moment in the story for you? And tell me why.
Ooh, most impactful moment. Ooh, there's a few of them. Obviously, Blackbeard's speech in Jaya. That is, you know, the call. To me, I think that speech is just One Piece in itself. Yeah. People's dreams never end, and it's the moment after. It's what he said after the fact that he didn't. Luffy and Zoro, they literally were punching bags in front of Nami, in front of the entire. They were in that bar for a while because if you notice, they were in that bar getting beat for a while. Yeah. And to see this burly man sitting in the middle of everyone, it just goes to show the symbolism of that scene is that nobody Blackbeard doesn't care. He's ready now being normal. He's sitting in the middle of a walkway, eating cherry pies and drinking Hennessy, just casually chilling. And all of a sudden, he gives this gigantic speech to Luffy and Zoro and Nami, telling them that those guys that were making fun of you are trash. You won that fight because of this, this, and this. And you notice Luffy is pretty reactive. Luffy normally always talks and says something. Luffy stood silent and listened to every word Blackbeard said. And he was like, yeah, you're right. This guy, he understands. And for me, it was that moment where I'm like, I don't know, whoever this guy is, he's a GOAT. He's a pure GOAT. That's it, just GOAT.
Yes.
You know, the laugh, the piracy, everything about that scene was great. But over recent times, the Fisher Tiger flashback.
Ooh, okay.
Right?
I love that one.
And you can ask, Par will definitely tell you this. Brago, we talked about this as well, and I'm going to make another video on this as well. The scene of Fisher Tiger not accepting blood to save his life, I think was one of the most profound moments for dealing with racism and people being unable to accept someone else based on your past grievances, because it's not easy. Sometimes in shonen, we like to think that there's always going to be some great positive resolution, and all of a sudden, like, he's going to change his ways. The fact that he was unwilling to take human blood and die in front of his comrades who are begging him to survive, it just goes to show that Fisher Tiger, everything that he did as a man, to me, the pinnacle of masculinity was Fisher Tiger right there, because this guy stood on everything that he believed in. Freeing slaves, human slaves that disrespected him. He freed human slaves. He freed Koala. He took her back to her parents, despite everything that he went through. And then for him to say, despite all of those things I did, I still hate humans. It's like, it's the beauty of being human, yes. Knowing that you have a good side, you have strong morals, but at the same time, there's imperfections that you have. And Fisher Tiger wasn't perfect, but to me, he's one of the best written characters we have in the series. And that Fishman Island flashback is arguably top 5 flashbacks in the entire series. And I'm going to delve into that more because there's a lot to break down, because we need to get into Otahime as well, which is kind of the other side. Again, Parvision made a video on Otahime. You guys should definitely check that out as well. Yes, me and Par are probably going to talk about this, but Fisher Tiger, that Fishman Island, and then Jinbei giving Luffy the blood as well. Those 3 moments, you know, because I don't want to, this is going to get long-winded. I'll just save it for a video. Super impactful moments that, you know, people don't understand that One Piece is a lot more than just, you know, narratives and fun fiction and fantasy that a lot of us like to believe. There's some incredibly deep themes that relate to your life very personally in this story that people underestimate. And I think those 2 scenes with Fishman Island and then Blackbeard's speech in itself is just 3 of those scenes. Those are the scenes that mean a lot to me, because I am a very introspective person and I like to view the world and like to view society through certain lenses and a very observatory lens. And that is one of the best things that I think Oda is good at, is giving you the view of the world and saying, all right, this is what it's up. And Agoro say that's a whole other discussion, but those 3 scenes, yeah.
I think Fishman Island is criminally underrated. I personally like the arc a lot, and I think the biggest detractor from that arc is Hody, and I think people only pick on Hody so much because they don't totally get him. And I feel like as a character, I understand what his purpose was, what Oda was using his character for. Yep. And that makes the arc, if you look at Oda's message with Fishman Island and then put Hody in that context, it makes a lot of sense why he was the way he was in terms of like what the message behind his character was. He is a very intentionally written character, and I think people give him a lot of flack as being a bad villain. When that arc was so impactful and meaningful, the Jinbei giving Luffy blood scene is easily in my top 3 of the entire series. It's and a special scene. So much so that chapter, The Path to the Sun, was the name of that chapter. The first video I ever made on my YouTube was called Joy Boy: The Path to the Sun, and I talked at length about Fishman Island. So I am a huge defender of that, and I'm very glad to hear that you share that sentiment about the arc. Like to hear that there are people out there that like look at that arc and don't see it as just like, oh, it's a mid arc, whatever. Like they actually look at the themes, and there was really some profound stuff that Oda was saying. Yes. And I think it's such a worthwhile arc to look at, look back at.
The only thing I would say is the reason why people slander Fishman Island is because of 3 reasons. Vanderdecken, Sanji. Sanji was terrible in that arc. I'm sorry. He was awful. Bad. And not even just from the blood and everything. That scene where Jinbei tried to apologize to Nami and then Sanji stepped in. Oh my god. Reprehensible behavior from Sanji.
Smack him.
I was so disappointed in him, man. I was like, that is terrible. But then Hody, I agree with you, but Hody is just a bargain bin bodega Arlong. And that's why, because Arlong is exactly what Hody is, but Arlong did it correctly.
Yes.
Arlong was perfect for the Hody Jones side of things. It's just that Hody was disrespectful to other fishmen. Arlong would never threaten the lives of his brothers. Ever. Under no circumstances. And that's why, for me, I could not accept Hody Jones. So, I couldn't do it. Yeah.
I understand that. I personally think that Hody was supposed to be... How should I put this? He's supposed to be more of an example of the effects of the cycle of hatred. It's where like you have like generational hatred, and if it continues long enough, it gets to the point where people don't even remember what they're angry about. They don't even know what they're fighting for. Hody did not actually have any legitimate grievances or past experience to justify his racism and his feelings, but it's because of that like cycle that's been continuing through the ages that it creates monsters. That's where you get the Hody Jones of the world. And for me, that's why he's not as bad as people say, because I think he served his purpose perfectly, and I don't think Arlong is not an example of the cycle of hatred, or rather he is, but he's at the beginning of that cycle because he had firsthand experience. He has reasoning behind his actions.
Yes, I agree with that. Yes, because he watched what happened to Fisher Tiger. Now, granted, Arlong hated humans before the Fisher Tiger thing, but Fisher Tiger was the final straw.
Yes,
like that conversation with him and Jinbei, man. I know why Jinbei. I completely understand why he let him go. I completely understand it, but at the expense of Nami, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, man.
Well, Jay, this was an excellent talk. I would love to make up for the lost time at the beginning by doing another stream where we can actually go into these ideas more in depth, because I am very much enjoying this. I love opportunities to talk about stuff like the themes of Fishman Island and some of these more unspoken about parts of the story. I think are great, and you have some great perspectives. So, Jay, thank you, man. Thank you for coming on the stream. I really appreciate it, and I think we had some good talks with the time that we did have, and yeah, man. So if you want people to check you out, where can anyone find you if they don't know you already?
Yeah, if you want to watch my content, I go live on Twitch. I'm going live on Twitch more. My schedule is very sporadic. That's something that my mods curse me out about every day. But yeah, you can find me on YouTube, JD Legend, Twitch, JD Legend, and yeah, Twitter, JD Legend. I've kind of trademarked that whole name. So
awesome. That's
just type in JD Legend anywhere and you'll find me somewhere.
All right, man. Before we go, would you mind doing a Blackbeard laugh for the audience? Because we have it in the trailer. Are you able to make noise indoors right now? Would it be tough?
Yeah. Just cover your ears. All right, 1 second.
All right, let's do it. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate you, man. That was great.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, it has been a pleasure as always, and I'm looking forward to our future discussions, man. Thank you once again for stopping by, and I hope if you stick around for the rest of the stream, I hope you enjoy it, man.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me, man, and congrats again on the 10K. Huge achievement, man. Huge.
Appreciate you, man. All right. Well, take care, Jay. Thank you so much, and talk to you later.
Take care.
See ya. All right. Wonderful stuff so far. I'm loving today. Guys, I'm sorry. I think I might have missed some super chats earlier because I was trying to figure out like what to do with the stream situation. So I might have missed some super chats earlier. Is there any way Are any of my mods in the chat able to repost the super chats so that I can read them? If you guys can, that would be awesome. I apologize for missing it. I would pull it up on my browser myself, but if I do that, the stream is going to collapse. So, yeah, I have to kind of... One second, I got to coordinate. That One Piece talk's coming up next, guys. So, let me just get this situation figured out, and then we'll get back to the stream real quick. Let me just get in touch with Larry here. See what's going on in the chat in the meantime. While we wait for that to get set up, I have talking to Larry and Beans, my man Beans, right now. So we're gonna get this set up. Just gotta get some confirmations before we rip it with that One Piece talk. I think this is going to be the time of the stream, guys, where I have to take a shot. I was saying that I have to get a drink in at some point during the stream, and I think it's gonna be time. This is gonna be the conversation to make that happen. So, while I let them get ready and get set up, I am going to quickly go for an intermission, grab a drink, an alcoholic drink, and we're gonna have some good talks with that One Piece talk. I'll give them a formal introduction once we get back, but I will be back very shortly. we are back. I'm getting that One Piece talk set up because, you know, it is a group and there are a bunch of guys in it and they're not all in the same place. So we're gonna have to do a group call. I'm not sure how I'm gonna get the webcam situation sorted out, but we'll figure that out once we get them on. So I'm gonna give a call now and let's see if we can get this going. But to welcome onto the stream our next guest. This is a channel that has that's also relatively new, started at the same time roughly as myself. That One Piece Talk is a One Piece podcast featuring a wonderful collection of personalities. Larry and Seb do an excellent job of of turning simple questions into heated debates, and I love it, and I love the energy, and I'm happy to welcome my friends That One Piece Talk onto the stream. So let's get them a call. Let's get the call going, rather. Yeah, this chat is peak right now. I see so many homies in the chat. It's great. All right, let me give a call and see if we can get this going. Hey, what's up, boss? Hello?
Hey, Hidden, what's up, man?
What's up, bro?
I'm good. Is Larry on here?
Larry says call me on That One Piece Talk. I don't think I have the official TOPT Discord friended. Larry, you there?
Yo.
What's up, boss? Your camera isn't loading.
I know. What's going on, bro?
What's up, brother?
With this, man? Why is my camera not loading? What did you do, Hidden?
I sent my elite team of hackers over to you to sabotage your camera.
Whoa! Hidden, you drinking already, man? We didn't even pour up.
Oh, my bad. You got the drinks ready? We're gonna have to.
We have to hear Sebastian's bad takes yet. You're already drinking.
All right, hold on.
I don't have bad takes.
I'm ready for bad takes. I'm ready for fire takes. We're gonna have to do the Sakazuki. We got to do the brothers cups.
Yeah, Larry, you got to drink, man.
Yeah, let me pour some lotion in a cup and drink it.
Oh, so you know what I can do? Let me
I got water, bro. I didn't want to be too ignorant this time.
I think this will
have to. Nobody wants Bruce Banner, bro. They want the Hulk. Okay.
Do you guys you want to start with the drink? Do you want to work it in the middle somewhere? Depends on how you want this conversation to get schwasty really fast. It's up to you.
This conversation got mad intimate for a second, but I'm all about it.
Let's do it, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
Yo, if I'm gonna be intimate with anyone, it's gonna be you guys on here because we've been in this together for a while. We had shots on our first stream together too, so I don't forget that.
We did. I'm so angry.
Yeah.
I don't have anything to drink, bro.
Damn, I'm tight.
Yeah.
Larry was busy drinking all that tequila on the Davies Dark tournament on Wednesday, getting wasted.
Wait, one, it wasn't tequila, it was vodka. And two,
okay,
I was spitting pure facts because y'all were wilding out as usual, bro. So
and I was trying to end the stream like an hour earlier, and he was just so drunk he kept continuing.
Yo, I do want to shout out to everybody in the stream, though. Seriously.
Yes.
I do want to say, huge fan of everybody that's in the stream. Not just the people that are blue named, but everybody. Thank you for loving Hidden, alright? Because the Hidden is super lovable.
Yeah, Brago in the chat saying Hidden gone sexual.
Yeah.
This is because we're getting to the nighttime hours. We got to spice things up. This is Adult Swim right
this
now.
is, you know what it is, Hidden? It's Scramble Channel hours.
Yeah. All right, well, I am going to... If you guys don't have your drinks ready, I'm gonna give a toast at least to that One Piece Talk.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Oh, I see you, Seb. You got it. Thank you guys for being here. First off, cheers to you guys. I love what you've been doing with the channel. You guys are having some excellent growth. I was talking about this with Parvision yesterday, but I know I'm still holding my drink in the air. I was talking to him about this yesterday, but for a podcast, like the podcast scene is so difficult to get into, and you guys have been doing a bang-up job. You've been killing it. So cheers to you guys. Thank you for coming here, and cheers to everyone in the chat, all my supporters. I love you guys. Everyone that's been on stream so far, I love you guys. Cheers to everyone, and bottoms up.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you, brother.
Hayden, what you drinking, bro?
Henny.
Ah, man. See, I had some Brugal, but I ended up going with gin instead.
Yeah.
I should have did the Brugal instead.
Henny on the rocks,
But-
baby. That's how we do it.
Listen, we're gonna
Guys.
find out that Hidden gonna have a kid in like 9 months after tonight, bro. Watch.
Hey man, that's on the radar. I think it's possible. I think it might happen. No,
an
no,
edit?
no. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that right now. I'm not gonna get too spicy on here. Guys, let me ask you some pointed One Piece questions. I got some stuff for you. I hope this will be. I hope this is something that's gonna spark some fire in this conversation.
As
So-
usual.
You got notes?
Yes, I do. I have notes for
Damn,
everything.
Hidden got notes, bro. Let's go.
So actually,
this is a different Hidden.
No,
This
this
is a
is
different Hidden.
funny thing is I've always had notes. I just don't. I don't really keep them on me too much because I don't normally have 9 people to stream with in one day. So this one I had to be prepared. Let me start with a question about that One Piece talk first.
Yeah.
So what led up? Like, what's the story? What led up to you guys starting the podcast? You know, where'd the idea come from? What's the story behind that One Piece talk?
You wanna take it, Seb, or you want me to talk?
Nah, you can take that one.
All right.
It's
So
your baby.
So basically, how it started was me and Sebastian didn't really watch One Piece at all. We didn't read it, nothing like that, right? Like his older brother Lawrence is kind of the one who got us into it, and this was about when the Sea Train was like a big thing, right? During Water 7, and this is when like Ennis Lobby was just starting to pop off, and then after that we got like the Marineford bits, right? So during that special time in our lives, which was like 12 years ago, Seb, we caught up,
something like that.
and Sebastian, Lawrence, and Lionel happened to just like talk One Piece. But when they talked One Piece, they were usually just power scaling, or they were caping for their favorite character. Now these debates were so intense that they would argue so hard that you could hear them from outside. Like you'd be walking on the street and you'd be able to hear them yelling at each other. And it was so entertaining that sometimes when you like were in the house, you could hear it from the basement. So their dad would like come up and be like, "Hey, shut that shit up." You know what I'm saying?
To paint the full picture, we used to live in an attic. Like us, the 4 of us were in an attic. So you would hear it from like every corner of the house,
floorboards?
outside, through the it didn't matter.
Yeah, so
There's a lot of,
I can imagine. I can picture it.
it was
bad.
crazy. So we, I ended up living with them at one point for like 2 years, and during those 2 years, I started to realize something, right? I started to realize like what these guys were saying were not regular conversation. This wasn't like on the surface conversation. This was like they were bringing up details from chapters on certain pages and then comparing them to like other characters and analyzing and detail. It was just like the most meticulous amount of effort to prove a standing point to what they thought was right. And I was sitting there on the couch, and one day I said to myself, I was like, listen, bro, like, maybe we should make something out of this. And we never did. And that was like the saddest point, because around Ennis Lobby, I think if we would have started our YouTube career then, we would have been big as hell right now. We would have been bigger than like the One Piece podcast that's currently like pretty popular, right? So it took us until about a year and a half ago to actually, for me to be like, I am tired of wasting these guys' talents, and I want them to shine the same way they shine in my eyes to other people's eyes. Because these guys are like the most entertaining, the most intelligent type of guys to talk about One Piece in comparison to whatever else is out there. Because there's not another first take type of podcast out there. What there is, there's a lot of theorists, there's a lot of people who react and review and have this specific type of formula that they follow throughout the community because it works. And not only does it work, but everybody else loves it. But they've never had the culture shock value that these guys have. And for me to bring it to the forefront, it's an honor. Like, I don't even have to be on the show. I think that they could just run the show themselves, right? So when I see them, I'm like, damn. And everybody's like, oh my God, this show is so amazing. Oh man, I love this. I love coming every week. And I'm like, bro, this is the same feeling that I get when I used to go on the couch and just watch them go off on each other. And it used to get really intense. Like Lawrence and Sebastian used to almost look like they wanted to fight each other. And it's so crazy because like they've gotten into a little bit of scuffles, and it's always been about Marco. So like I always have to bring up the Marco fact because it will never be a
always Marco.
Guys,
it's always Marco. It always comes back. Is that like a Freudian thing?
Always Marco.
Yeah. And like it goes deeper. It goes to the admirals over the Yonkos, or the Yonkos over the admirals, and like, you know, it just keeps going on. And I think that gradually, as we started to realize how the community reacted to us, we started to change up our style and realize like we're not only power scalers, like we're actually scholars of the series, and we each bring something different to the table that really captures the audience, you know? So the way we came up, man, was very late, but like we're not far behind, bro. Like our subs don't tell the story of how great we are. Our community does. And like you could see that like on an everyday basis. Like our community is like one of the most amazing filled complete communities I think I've ever seen, comparison to like other communities. So
your chat is wonderful.
I want to say thank you, bro. I want to say thank you.
Yeah,
because we made friends too, right? Like we made Hidden, we made Par, we made Mosh. Like
you gotta thank your chat, your viewers for putting you in the buggy costume. That's another thing you gotta.
Those guys. Oh my bad, I didn't mean to say F. My bad.
No. I'll say fuck right now. No.
Dude, Hidden don't care, bro.
No, man. You know what happened? Bro? We had technical issues at the beginning of the stream, and I had to restart the stream, and I didn't turn on ads for when I restarted it because my browser just makes my computer shit the bed. So this stream is not monetized right now, so you can say whatever. I don't care, man. Just, you know, keep it.
Oh shit!
Keep it like light. Yeah. No. That's not your bad. It's really interesting to hear the like the genesis of this podcast. And I gotta say, you're talking a lot about how they're talented, but Larry, my man, that's very humble coming from you, considering you are like you're such a good host. You every time I've been on the show and I've looked to my left and I see your phone with the notes that probably extend for like it's like a wall of text. You have notes prepared for every stream and you're ready to go. And I don't know, that's not easy to do, man. It's not easy to do. So
You know what's crazy? He writes those notes like 30 minutes before the show.
Don't put Larry on blast right now. I'm complimenting him right now. Don't do this.
Listen, it's still a compliment. That's still talent. But it'd be like, I gotta write the questions out. I'm like, bro, we're pulling up. What are you talking about?
I see a $2 super chat from Strahd. I just want to read this out. He said,
hey.
Hidden Island, Best Island. Also, got a shout out TOPT. So, just a little shout out for you guys. Thank you for the $2, Strahd. Also, another $10.64 by Parvision. Sponsored by Parvision is his message. So, there's that. Thank you, Par. Appreciate you, homie.
Oh,
guys, let's
shout
talk.
Out to Par. And shout out to Strahd, too. That's our guy, man.
Yeah, shout out to Strahd.
He's coming from you guys. Strahd came from your stream. Is he always there?
He's in our Discord heavy.
Yo, Strahd.
Like he waves at new people that come into our Discord and everything. We love Strahd, man.
Legend. Yo, thank you, Strahd. You're the beast. All right, guys. Let's talk One Piece. Let's do that One Piece talk right now. Let's have some of that. So, is there a character in One Piece currently alive that you think would make for a good alternative main character to Luffy? If Luffy wasn't the main character, is there another character currently alive in the story that you could see being the protagonist instead?
Zoro.
Okay. Would it have to be of One Piece or just a character in general?
No, in
of a
One
protagonist
Piece.
Of a story.
In One Piece. Like, is there a One Piece character that you think could fill the shoes of protagonist instead of Luffy?
Oh man,
Zoro, bro.
No, no.
It's Zoro. It's Zoro.
It would be a completely different series. That's a completely different series. You get what I'm saying? If the goal is to find One Piece, it couldn't be Zoro.
Bro,
you get what I'm saying?
Are you? Did you drink water today? Are you serious? Zoro could be
I got
an
water
entirely
here.
different. It would stay the same and be completely just as good.
I agree with you. I'm trying to say if the goal is to find One Piece, that's not Zoro's thing. Like that's not Zoro's bag. He's not after that. You know what I mean?
don't know, yo. A lot of people there's a lot of headcanons out there who believe finding the One Piece equals the strongest swordsman in the game. So.
Oh man, Zoro's a good shout.
Who would you pick? So you're just looking for somebody. So you're looking for somebody that would just find the One Piece.
I think the goal has to still be One Piece, regardless, right? And so y'all gonna completely disagree with me. Yeah, I was gonna say Blackbeard. It would be Blackbeard. It has to be somebody who's trying to find One Piece. And the thing is, there's no other series that's like that, where like you're clearly the villain and you're the main character. You know what I mean? I just feel like that would be a dope way to write the series, to have Blackbeard, like all the shit goes his way in the end. I don't know.
You know why it wouldn't
Zoro's
make sense?
probably
But
protagonist
though?
We would listen. I think.
You know why it wouldn't make sense?
We're talking about protag specifically.
Blackbeard's not a hero.
Exactly.
Maybe Sabo, just because he's a revolutionary and stuff. But like, I would rather watch the Blackbeard story.
You know why Blackbeard wouldn't make sense? Because we would never see how he ever gets stronger because he's really not that strong. And people would finally realize that he's actually not a true Yonko, that he's a buggy-like character
Such a hater.
who's an opportunist that takes the easy route and doesn't follow the premise of the freaking show, which is to challenge your willpower. That's why.
Listen, why are you always hating on Blackbeard,
he would
bro?
be a weak-ass protagonist. Excuse my ass language.
He'd be more interesting.
I knew this was coming. That's all I'm gonna say. I was ready for the heated discussions.
All I know is that there's a couple characters that wouldn't fit that bill, but I'm sad to say this, but I think there's one specific character that might do the series justice, and it's because his goal matches the One Piece to a degree, and that character will be Sanji. Because
he can't carry a story, bro. He's my favorite character. He can't carry a series. Come on, man. He's my favorite character. He can't do that.
The dude has literally carried post time skip on his back from all the character development he's gotten.
And what?
Okay, so hold on.
What are we talking about?
So also it's his goal, right? So you're saying that anybody that needs to find the One Piece can take the show's reins, right? What I'm saying is we need to consider the all blue equal to One Piece, because without the all blue, you considerably can't be the freest man on the sea, right? And that's Luffy's biggest dream. So I would think that Sanji creating the all blue would be able to fulfill that need in the story, because that is a big ass dream. Like nobody ever talks about it, but it's probably the most important dream on the crew right now. It's just that it doesn't give enough shine because Sanji's such a bad character.
See,
okay, hold
it's
on.
funny because
Hold on, I gotta stop
somebody
you.
in the chat, I think Wong said it in the chat. I don't know who said it in the chat, but it said, so everybody drinking game, everybody take a shot every time Larry has an L take. And this is one of those moments. This is one of those moments.
Cheers, cheers.
Thank you,
Look, this is
cheers,
cheers to that, son.
You guys can go eat one, bro. I hope you choke on it.
Yo,
terrible,
Larry,
absolutely
I'm telling
terrible.
You, this is why I got the hat, because I knew the takes are coming out. I knew the hot takes, the takes are gonna come out, and I was ready. I was prepared. Let me quickly read. I saw a very interesting super chat that came in from Brago DA's $10. Thank you, Brago. I appreciate it. Tell Par he's a hater, and I should have been invited to see Film Red because it's only fair. How could Parvision do something like this just because he has the vision, the Parvision? It's corrupt. Bye. Yo, Par, look, you heard it here first. The man Brago is calling you out. That's all I can say. So if you want to fire back with with the super chat or something, feel free. I'm ready. I think me, Larry, and Seb will mediate this situation. But in the meantime, let me get you guys with another question.
Before you ask that question, for anybody who ever says kid, you're just as garbage as the garbage he collects to fight. All right, because that is a bad take, and Kid is probably one of the worst characters in the game, bro. So stop.
Okay, hold on. Where's the?
Yo, your hat fell off.
I know it fell off because that shit was so wild. That was such a wild fucking slap out that you just did. I don't know. I gotta ask you, where's the kid hate come from, bro? Hold on, think on that answer. Think on that answer. Let me read this super chat from Randy because this is continuing the chat drama. Tell Brago I told him to pull up a week before everything was going down, but Par was a snake for uninviting him. Damn, this is getting heated. $2 from Strahd again. Technically, the all blue has already been shown. Do you know what he means by that?
Well, it's been shown in a book. It was shown like in a book, like it's like an imaginary tale. So they showed it like in a picture, and it said like all blue on the book. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Oh, that makes sense. Tell me where the kid slander comes from. I need to know.
The kid slander comes from the same slander that you think comes from Marco and Sanji and Blackbeard and all these characters who are just hype beyond means that actually don't have feats, right? So they're just characters that people consider so heavily on portrayal that it necessarily doesn't make sense according to what they've shown so far, right? So people will be like, oh, Marco fought like king and queen and like yoked them up, but then we see next chapter, we see Marco laid out after he fought King for 16 chapters. And then they try to make excuses. It's like people have a certain affection towards a certain character and they disregard everything else that makes logical sense. And that's where the issue comes from, where they go, Kid is mad good, bro. But then Kid doesn't even use Conqueror's Haki, even though he's a Conqueror. He's the worst Conqueror. I don't even know why Oda gave him Conqueror's Haki, bro. Like, he's never even used armament.
His story isn't done, bro. We got more to see from him.
Oh, his story. We're like 1,000+ chapters, bro. Do something.
I'll tell you exactly where the hate comes from. And my bad, I had to jump off and go back in.
No, it's okay. We got your cam was frozen. It looked like you had the Wang cam going on for a second. Then go ahead.
Listen, the hate comes from Larry can't accept characters that don't have feats, right? Unless they support his agendas. So like he'll never allow any sort of like logic beyond this is where they should be, any sort of portrayal. He doesn't care about heart, it's just about feats. So if that person has never done anything impressive to him in the series, he'll never respect them. Is the weird, it's so bizarre to me.
Is that where the Marco
That's why he doesn't like Marco.
Okay.
Yes. And the Marco stuff, it's him and Lawrence, and it's like this whole he didn't live up to Rayleigh's billing. And I'm like, no first commander is going to live up to Rayleigh's billing, but they only have that heat for Marco. So it's a bias,
crazy.
and it's
sad. It's because Marco doesn't even live up to his own generation's billing. And you know who's in his generation? Blackbeard, Shanks,
Mihawk,
Jozu, Mihawk. And you know what he did at the age of like 47?
See that? I don't see that for Cat.
I'm too old.
I don't see that for Cat
to mess around with young pirates. Meanwhile, they're the same age as him. So he flies into the distance.
Where's the hate for Cat?
Where's the hate for Cat? What
do you mean? Cat's the same. He's not comparable to any of those people. Where's the hate for Cat? See? You see?
No,
it's the
same. It doesn't.
Come on, bro.
That's not quite the same.
Hate?
That's not quite the same. He did stuff. He did stuff. Maybe film Red. I don't know. Like nothing about that. But he didn't do much. He didn't do much in that movie either. So I don't know. But like in the story that we saw with Cat, he did stuff. He was cooking.
Listen, he lost to a teenager, man. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that.
Everyone's gonna lose. Everyone's losing to the teenager, bro.
He a 48-year-old man still living at his mama house and lost to a teenager. That's your boy.
Bro, everyone's losing to a teenager, bro. Rob Lucci lost to a teenager. Crocodile lost to a teenager. Kaido lost to a teenager.
Ain't got no teenager losses.
Sebastian's like, yo, you lose.
Mets in the game had to be Marco.
Sebastian's like, yo, you lose to the protagonist, you must be a bum.
Damn, that's rough.
That's
everyone's a bum. Everyone's a bum.
I didn't say that.
No, it's not his
logic.
logic.
I didn't call him a bum. I didn't call Cat a bum. I just said he's comparable to Marco. What's Marco's goal?
There's a
difference.
What's Marco's goal as a pirate?
He's not a pirate anymore. He retired.
Oh, okay. You know what Cat's goal was? To protect his family. So anybody that ever threatened his
Where
family,
his family at?
he would take care
Where
of
his
them.
family at, bro? No,
Yo.
where his family at? Big Mom done up. Cracker frozen. Pudding got snatched up. What he did? Nothing.
Okay.
So what's up?
Okay.
Protect what, bro? Stop
Okay,
it.
so we're just gonna avoid the fact that Marco stood on an island while a person who was impersonating as a son of Whitebeard was taking out his whole brothers, and he just hid on an island.
They were already disbanded, bro.
Oh, that's
Hidden.
crazy.
Go to the next question.
He was
man.
protecting. All right, I'll just say this. He was
took an L and went into hiding.
He
How
was
crazy,
protecting
bro.
Whitebeard's legacy, bro. That was his captain's legacy. That was his
Whitebeard's
father's legacy. It was his father's legacy. Let me
you
make
know
that
what-
correction.
You know what his real legacy was, Hidden?
What?
His family. Whitebeard cared about family, and Marco said, "Fuck that. I don't care about nobody's family."
No, but the people.
I don't even care about my own.
No, you're missing the point, Larry. The people of that island were his family.
Thank you.
Because he was sending all the spoils and the treasure that they got. He would send it to his home island. Before he had a crew, the people of Sphinx were his family because they were the people whoever survived whatever happened when he was a kid. Like that is his legacy, bro. Come on.
No, his legacy was
Oh
having
my
a
God.
family.
See, it's always Marco, bro.
It was
always
about his
Marco.
family. It was
Every
all
time.
family. You can't just pick family, bro. It was all family. He treated the island as his family, and he treated his sons as family. And Marco was like, "Yo, I'm going to take over as
Bro.
captain for the Whitebeard Pirates." He got whooped, and then went into hiding. And said,
Okay.
"Yo, I'm not gonna protect my brothers from a person that's impersonating as a brother."
Okay.
That's soft.
I
not
have
solved. I
so
wouldn't
much to
say that's
say,
solved.
but I'm a hold it.
Yeah, let me get to
I'ma
another
hold it.
question because I know this one. I'm certain this question is gonna spark some shit. So, let's see. Do you think current Blackbeard would be able to hold his own in a Marineford scenario? Would he survive? Swap him out with Whitebeard.
No.
Seb?
Akainu would punch a hole in
So
his chest.
him and his crew, and hold on, him and his crew.
Yeah, Blackbeard Pirates are Marine.
Like replace Marco.
Marineford, exactly the same. Exact same scenario. Replace the Whitebeard Pirates with the Blackbeard Pirates. Does
No.
he survive the war? No?
Hidden. It's a 0% chance. And you know why?
Why?
Because every time Blackbeard has actually gotten into a fight, he's gotten blitzed every single time. He always gets a hit landed on him. Every single time. Ace, Luffy, Magellan. You had even Whitebeard to
What happened at the end of those fights?
Doesn't matter.
What happened
Bonnie.
at the end of those fights?
Hold on. What I'm saying is Ace, Bonnie, even to a point, like hit him because he got overconfident, and that's Blackbeard's problem. Is that he's not actually strong. He's just super arrogant because he believes his devil fruit can just do anything. And when he does that, people that have high tier hockey, who's considered top 5 in the game, is going to go up to him, punch him in his chest, and he's not going to be able to negate a hole that Akainu puts through his face. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about people like Akainu and Aokiji. We're not talking about like regular ass like Marines, you know? Like this is Akainu, bro. He did it to Whitebeard. There's no way.
Well, what do you
There's
think
no
about
way.
what is your opinion on Shanks? Do you hype up Shanks?
Oh yeah.
Okay, well Blackbeard scarred him.
Yo, but that was like 20 years ago. What are we talking
That
about?
speaks even more. It was 12
No,
years
it
ago.
wasn't 12 years ago. No, it wasn't.
It was definitely
12
not 20 years ago, Larry.
No. All right, so Shanks just became a Yonko 6 years ago to current timeline. 6 years before that, that's when he had his fights with Mihawk. So that was both, and Shanks even said it to Whitebeard. I didn't get these scars from Mihawk. I got it from Blackbeard, and it itches. Now we don't know how strong Shanks was back then, but I'm sure Kaido wasn't the same strength Kaido is right now when he fought Odin, and that was 20 years ago. So I don't understand like how people make that comparison. Even when Whitebeard said it to Shanks when they met, that you were just an apprentice back then. I can't believe how far you leapt into becoming like a Yonko.
Okay, so the point I'm making here is that regardless of time frames, Blackbeard always gets the one up on whoever he's coming up against. Doesn't matter when it happens, doesn't matter who it is. Every single time Blackbeard has made his move on a big player, no matter what, he leaves with the win. So I just want you to consider that. I know that I know that like just the power scaling, like does he hold himself up against 3 admirals? I don't know. But
what? You don't know.
I don't know. Well, this is the thing though, because it's not as straightforward. Okay, Whitebeard is a guy who punches the air and shatters the air, and that's like his fighting. Oh, that's like his way of fighting. Blackbeard can do that, but that's not his approach. He is not the strongest man in the world. He's not a guy who brute forces his way through things. He meticulously plans. So if he's pulling up to Marineford, he's not just gonna brute force it like Whitebeard. He's not just gonna scrap with Akainu like right off rip. He's gonna there's plans. There's like intention, you know.
Hidden, I'm gonna be honest with you. Blackbeard's just not putting himself in that scenario. I'm gonna be honest. He's not taking on the entirety of the Marines for one Nakama. You know what I mean? Like,
let's assume
he wouldn't do it.
Let's assume there was a reason.
He did, or
yeah.
Okay. I would say this, right? I think just because he's of sound health, he performs slightly better than what Whitebeard was doing because his age was such a factor in the battle, right? And the fact that he can spam the Gura and spam the Darkness Fruit. But if he gets into a one-on-one with one of the admirals, I do agree with Larry. Like, he's not, like, you know what? Actually, it's the admirals 2 years ago. So
2
it's
years
like,
ago. 2 years
It
ago.
don't even matter.
I don't know.
It don't even matter.
It does matter.
It does.
Larry,
I think it matters.
You yourself on stream have said that Akainu has had a clear hockey blossom in his fight with Aokiji, right? You said that.
Yep.
So you can't be like, it doesn't matter just because the dude has a Hawk's Devil Fruit. Like if just because he lands, like, if Blackbeard has the abilities that he has and he's had them for 2 years and he's going stronger and stronger with them, and he is a Yonko now, whether you want to acknowledge his status or not, you got to give him that respect, bro. He's going to be able to handle admirals, not defeat them per se, but he's going to be able to deal with whatever they throw at him.
Okay. So
True.
How do you get your hockey stronger?
How do you get your hockey stronger? What do you mean? Like training?
How does your hockey
It blooms in the heat of battle.
Okay, so who has Blackbeard fought post time skip that we know
Marco.
of?
Hancock. Yeah, Kobe and Law. Kobe and Law because of the Rocky
Law
Port.
now.
All right, so officially we have Wang Shi, right? Who we don't know how strong he was, but he wasn't considered
Rocks
a top
Pirate.
6. Yeah, but he wasn't considered a top 6 Rocks Pirate. He wasn't even considered. You know what I'm saying? Then it was Marco the
Well,
first
I use this
commander.
argument about
Okay,
Shiki.
hold on.
Let him finish.
I'm trying to break down what makes your hockey stronger in the show, what your willpower is, right? So he's versus Marco. Does Marco have future sight?
Marco does not have future sight as far as
Does
we know.
Marco have Rio?
Possibly.
Does Marco have Conqueror's hockey?
Probably not.
No.
Okay,
No.
so
That's a
we already
no.
we already know that two people that he has dubs against really just don't have much of anything to go off of, right?
What about Whitebeard?
So in comparison, Whitebeard, I mean Whitebeard was dead 5 minutes later because he got punched through his face and had 2 holes in his body.
But that's the thing, though. When Blackbeard wants to kill someone, it doesn't matter the way he does it. He's gonna make it happen.
Okay, this is where, like,
Larry,
you're just scaling on like his strength. We're scaling on what he's gonna do in the war.
I'm
he's
considering.
gonna be willing to do.
Yeah, exactly. I'm taking into account his method of approaching these situations too.
Okay, so this conversation is meaningless then, because what you guys are debating, you guys are debating fate and plot against actual evidence that supports what Blackbeard is capable of. And that's not fair. You can't just go, yo, Blackbeard's just going to not be in a situation.
Blackbeard don't play fair, bro.
Hold on. Or Blackbeard is just going to somehow amazingly get out of the situation because that's what always happens. And that's not fair to do in hypotheticals. Because the guy, necessarily, he is guided by fate to a degree, but that's why he lacks so much of the show's premise, right? Like, he's a direct contradiction to it. The show's about willpower, but what does he do instead? He actually avoids having his willpower challenged and looks for the least amount of, like, pushback against his success. And that's not a direct way of challenging your willpower. That's actually beating around the bush in order to get what you want because it's the highest success rate. So Blackbeard doesn't have the necessary tools to beat people like Akainu or beat people like Aokiji or even go and like even the fact that he didn't want to fight Boa and Rayleigh at the same time speaks to how he doesn't even have Conqueror's Haki, because if you put anybody else in that situation that has Conqueror's Haki, they're going to fight anyway because they think that they can overpower that person. So you can't just be like, yo, fate is everything. That's unfair.
We're not saying fate is everything. We're saying, no, we're not. No, we're not. One, I need to know the full parameters of what Blackbeard's trying to do. Because if he can just like darkness himself towards something and then appear there and then just like grab it and dip, like he might not have to defeat any admiral and still get what he wants in this. You get what I mean? Like the parameters matter. Whitebeard didn't defeat the Marines. Like we're not asking Blackbeard to defeat the Marines, are we?
No, I'm asking. Like, I'm asking if he survives.
How he would fare.
I'm asking if he survives.
He's gonna run
the war.
away before he dies. He would never allow himself to die. There's nothing he's gonna allow himself to do and die for in that light. He will run away. He will sacrifice everybody on that crew if need be, but he will survive in the end. To me,
if he is being overpowered by people the way he's always been overpowered, because what happens with Blackbeard is that he talks mad crap, right before he faces his opponent, and then what happens? He gets speed blitzed by said opponent, and the opponent doesn't finish him off. And if they do, he's somehow saved by somebody like Shiryu, who just happens to have the cure for Magellan's poison, and then they jump him, right? So it's like Blackbeard, we're talking about Akainu. We're talking about a person that literally walked up to a Yonko and said, yo, you're going to die. And he did it. We're talking about Blackbeard, and this is the way. This is a very interesting question, because not a lot of people get it in their heads that Blackbeard's Devil Fruit is very special. There's a lot of attack power, but there's also pushback. So the way Blackbeard explains his power is that his power is just gravity. Darkness is infinite gravity. So everything that happens to him, he absorbs. So punches, blades, Devil Fruit abilities, this and that, everything it is, he just absorbs. So no matter what, he's going to absorb a punch from Akainu. And Akainu's not going to just punch him and Blackbeard's going to take away the hole that's left in his body. No, Akainu has the haki of a top tier haki user, and he's going to kill Blackbeard. That's it. It's over.
All right. Well, I just want you to notice that I'm taking a shot right now, so I'm just taking a drink.
I appreciate that one.
This is the thing. Y'all being disrespectful towards Akainu and the admirals, and y'all need to respect yourselves, because this shouldn't be tolerated, bro.
Bro, I mean, look, I'm out of anyone in the Marines, I will hype Akainu probably more than everyone, with the exception of Garp. That's it. Akainu, in my opinion, out of every single Marine in the story, it's Garp number 1 and then Akainu number 2 in terms of strength. So I'm not underestimating him. I'm just saying, if we're leaving the Marine spectrum and we're talking about every One Piece character, where does Akainu fall in terms of, like, it's not even so much a power scaling question, because it's not just about power. Blackbeard makes sure it's not just about power. So if I had to put him anywhere in terms of, like, let's not say power scale, let's say success scale. Survivability. Survivability is important. And that's the question at the end of the day, is does he survive? I think Blackbeard is at the absolute top of the list of survivability in the One Piece world, right after Luffy. Right after him. Because think about how similarly they're written. They parallel each other. They have a lot of similar traits. We have Blackbeard at Impel Down, who by all accounts should have died. He should have. But I don't know if you consider it plot armor, or it's him playing his pieces correctly and recruiting Shiryu just in time for something like that to happen. But it did. I mean, go ahead, Seb.
I'd say Impel Down was a bit of plot armor. Shiryu wasn't even recruited yet. He just came through and said, "Yo, I'm gonna help you out."
I'll fight you on this.
Because I'm fucked if I don't help you out. You know what I mean?
It's not that simple though, because he must have known. He must have known about Shiryu's history. There's a reason he went after him in particular. And
hold on, Hidden. If you remember, Magellan blitzed Blackbeard after just releasing Shiryu, and Shiryu with the antidote helped him. He didn't interact with Shiryu before that, did he? Unless I'm misremembering.
He did. No, because they opened up levels. Hold on.
Because I don't think he interacted with Shiryu.
Did they get to level 6 before or after? Did they get to level 6 before or after that? That answers the question.
After. It was after. It was after that. Shiryu got released by Magellan to take care of Blackbeard because he was trying to take care of Luffy. And then Blackbeard saw Magellan on like level 4 or whatever, got blitzed, and then was done. Magellan left. Shiryu then comes and is like, well, I got the antidote for Magellan's poison. And Blackbeard's like, yo, you saved my ass. And he's like, yo, you want to join my crew? And he's like, well, I don't really have much else to do because he's going to send me back to jail. Like, it wasn't planned out by Blackbeard in that moment. So that specific instance, unless I'm misremembering it, that specific instance was, I don't want to say plot, but that's some plot, bro. Like, he didn't game plan Shiryu helping him, bro. That just happened.
Just be real with yourself. It was plot. That's it. That's the only reason Blackbeard survived. And like, this is why I said we can't necessarily like think about Blackbeard in a very logical way because he doesn't follow the logic of anything in the series. He just follows what Oden wants him to be and what we should accept, no matter how stupid it is.
I don't think it's stupid. I think he's driven enough.
Blackbeard is the equivalent of Buddy, bro.
Maybe it's not. Maybe it wasn't planned. But there is a running theme with Blackbeard about fate, and his crew seems to have a very strong belief in fate. Because every single time things happen with Blackbeard, I feel like there's always some mention of like luck working out in their favor. And I'm not sure if that's because he understands something about
destiny,
how fate works or destiny. But I don't know, man. I just feel like whether or not you want to call it plot armor, Blackbeard comes prepped to every encounter. He comes prepared every time.
Like if he's in a Marineford situation, he's just not fighting admirals himself, like on the willy-nilly, bro. He's just not. He might scrap with them for a bit, but if it's ever getting down to it where it's like, oh man, I might die, he's leaving. He's disappearing into a darkness, into a black vortex, and he's getting the hell out of there. He's not allowing himself to be killed by an admiral at Marineford for some still not named MacGuffin. You know what I mean? He's just not allowing that.
Put it this way.
And his crew would die for him, low-key, for whatever reason.
Blackbeard, right? Blackbeard himself, this is what doesn't make sense to me. Blackbeard is this almighty figure, right? But he stayed running from people. I don't get it. Like, I don't get the fact
juice
that,
gotta be worth the squeeze, bro.
Because he's not an honorable character. He's not an honorable character. So realistically, in any fight scenario, you're losing the fight. What is the optimal thing to do? It's to get out of the fight, to run away. The thing is, though, people's ego and pride won't let them do that. So we have a lot of characters that have pride, that have honor.
Right.
They don't back away from a fight. But the whole point of Blackbeard is that he wins by any means necessary. If the best move is to run away, he's gonna run away. That's what it is, and that's why he's so good at what he does, because no one.
That's why he be taking these dubs.
Most people in One Piece don't stoop that low, but he's the one guy that's like, I'll do whatever. I'll have the entire crowd boo me. I'll be the heel of the story. It doesn't matter. I'm just gonna do it because that's what I need.
And hidden. To circle back to your first question, would that not be an interesting character to follow throughout the series? Like, I know it's not one.
Oh, so this is going back to the pro tag thing.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
So
like,
okay,
I would be interested in seeing that.
Hold on. What I do want to say is, all right. So y'all got Blackbeard going to Marineford, doing yada yada. Is this current Blackbeard that we're talking about?
Yes, current Blackbeard. Yeah. The question was about current Blackbeard.
All right. So my question to you is, does current Blackbeard run away from Akainu the same way he did pre-time skip when Bonnie was locked up and they were talking?
Yes.
You think Blackbeard runs away?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
I think he does. If he needs to, he does.
I think if he gets pushed, he will. But I think he'll scrap for a second there. I think he'll fight. I think he'll see what's up. And if he's losing, he's out.
Okay,
yeah.
If he's losing, he's saying peace out.
So
but he'll fight.
I already got my answer from Hidden, because Hidden right now just said, like, it's really not about what Akainu would do. It doesn't matter what happens in that war. That it's just no matter what, Blackbeard's going to survive.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that he would take the low route, and the question then would be, does he actually manage to escape? Because there are a lot of forces there that could stop him. So it's not so much a question about like, oh, does he just plot armor or does he like connive his way through Marineford? It's also a question of, even if he did plan ahead, if he did have to make a sudden escape, would he be able to? And
because
his plans don't even work out like that.
Honestly, the real difference is Garp is active now, because it's not Ace back there; it's whatever Blackbeard's after.
Hold on, but
and he's not just gonna be sitting on his ass. So
y'all be giving all his credit to Blackbeard, right, and his planning. But what happened when he tried to steal Whitebeard's devil fruit?
He got it.
No. What was his reaction to Whitebeard when he tried to take Whitebeard on? What did he do?
He asked for help from his crew.
No. He just didn't ask for help from his crew.
He was getting bodied.
No. He begged for his life.
No, okay.
He said,
Don't do that.
Pops, he said, Pops, don't kill me. And then he asked his crew for help. So I don't want to hear about this plan and nonsense.
No,
because
Y'all talk.
But Larry,
Nah, you talk.
No, hold on. Let me finish. Whitebeard's heartstrings.
Let me finish.
No, he was manipulating him.
Thank you.
He was manipulating him.
He was trying to, yes.
Yes, he knows how much Blackbeard loves his kids.
He was backed into a corner and said, I'm going to try to play at Whitebeard's heartstrings. He's not even listening now.
Oh, my God.
I'm pouring up. And I'm pouring up, bro. I'm pouring up.
I'm out of drink right now, Larry. I've run out, bro.
Yo, bring up the chapter, yo. Bring up the chapter
right now.
Bring up the chapter where he was begging for his life, and y'all saying he was acting? Are you serious?
Listen, I'm saying
he was acting, bro.
He was backed into a corner and said, maybe I can pull on Whitebeard's heartstrings here.
Yes.
And he tried it.
That was the low route. That
Listen.
was the low route. He took the low. He knew that the man's weakness was his love for his crew, so he played on that weakness, bro. That's what he always does. It's always he's manipulating people, bro. That's how. Go ahead.
So you thought that Blackbeard, after negating Whitebeard's fruit and punching him off of his feet, and then Whitebeard throws his spear into the air. And hold on, I ain't finished. And then
he anime stuff.
Hold on. And then
what happened to no anime?
Can you relax? So then he throws his spear up in the air, catches it, and slices down on Blackbeard, almost cutting him in half, bro. And then Blackbeard goes down, and then he gets quaked in the face. And he's bleeding, receiving double damage from both attacks. And you think that Blackbeard was like, hey, let me act like I'm hurt. Let me act like I gotta call my crew. Let me say, yo, Pops, please don't kill me. I gotta beg for my life. What? How's that acting?
He acted for 20 years on Whitebeard's ship. He was acting, bro.
Yo, you guys are so disrespectful to Whitebeard now.
That's my favorite character in the story, bro. The problem is I'm gonna be real with you. I think I just might get Whitebeard's character more than you. I don't know, because the way it works, like in the story, the man's one big flaw was his love for his family. Blackbeard played on that, bro. Are you missing that? Like, you can't slander Whitebeard. I'm sorry. That's the one character I'm not gonna.
I'm even willing to acknowledge that Larry's right. I'm saying it doesn't matter.
Okay, look.
It doesn't matter.
Look. Let's just. All right. So what's the verdict on this situation? What do you guys? The ultimate verdict? You think he doesn't survive, Larry? You think he doesn't make it?
No. Yo, this is the thing too. Blackbeard shouldn't even have awakenings. So we shouldn't even think he should be able to awaken his devil fruits at this point.
You don't think he has awakenings at this point?
Hell no. Because if you follow One Piece, every person that has had their fruits awakened have had their devil fruits since they were children. Blackbeard
Hold on now.
Blackbeard only got the Yami Yami 3 years ago, right? He only got the other fruit, the Gurua, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
If he was to awaken his devil fruits, bro, he would be handed almost everything in the series without even trying to get it.
So here's the thing, Larry. Why would we switch up with this? He's been handed everything else, like you said. Why would we switch up the awakening? And the other part of it is this. One, he has more advanced knowledge of Whitebeard's fruit than most people would, because one, he was eyeing it, and two, he was on that crew for an extended period of time. If you remember back in whatever chapter it was, Marco looked back and saw him immediately replicate Whitebeard's motion with his devil fruit, right? 2, the dude actually read the devil fruit book. So if anybody know how to awaken fruits quicker than these other people do, who just eat fruits and figure it out, it would be Blackbeard. And 3, it's called plot progression. Whether you might not like it, but Blackbeard being an awakened Devil Fruit user is just what Luffy's gonna have to deal with when it comes time, bro. I'm sorry, you're gonna fight this dude who's only. You're trying to tell me Luffy's gonna fight him, and it's gonna be a guy who can't access Conqueror's Haki, advanced Conqueror's Haki, or awakened Devil Fruits?
Let me ask you
What's
something.
the push? What's the push?
Let me ask you
in
something.
that. Just the fact that he negates fruits? Come on, man.
Let me
It's
ask you
how
both
it
something.
works.
Let me ask you both something. All right. Chapter 400, page 17. Blackbeard admits that he only stayed on Whitebeard's ship for decades to search for the Yami Yami no Mi. He considered all that time he waited was just bad luck. And if he had continued, he would have given up someday. Is that a Conqueror's user to you guys?
He stated that? Where was this? This was what chapter?
I just said it. Chapter 400, page 17. When he was versing Ace
Larry,
on Bonaru
look at
Island.
Larry Ducky. He's trying to switch the argument up.
I'm looking this up. I'm looking this up. No, it's all good.
I'm bringing it back. I'm bringing it back for you, bro.
Chapter 400?
Where Brago at? We back like we never left, bro. I'm bringing it back for you, bro. All right.
What's
page
wait,
17?
Chapter
17,
400?
Chapter 400. Does that sound like a Conqueror's Haki user to you? Would Luffy ever say something like that?
Let's see. Hold on.
Repeat the quote.
Blackbeard admits that he only stayed on Whitebeard's ship for decades to search for the Yami Yami no Mi. He considered all that time he waited was just bad luck, and if he had continued to wait, he would have given up someday.
Okay, hold on. 400, you said?
Chapter 400, page 17.
Chapter 400 can't be it. No, chapter 400 is Enies Lobby.
Enies Lobby? Maybe it's chapter 440, my bad.
440?
Yeah, it's 440, my bad. 440.
Okay, here it is. Fire Fist versus Blackbeard. Okay, so page 17. I gotta see this. Okay, so let's see. Yes, I killed Thatch, the number 4 division commander, with my own hands. I didn't have a choice. He got the devil fruit I was searching for. According to our rules, the one who finds a devil fruit has the right to eat it. I memorized all the shapes of the devil fruits in the identification manual, so I instantly realized that was the fruit I had searched for all my life. I stayed on Whitebeard's ship for decades because I knew that was my best chance of finding that devil fruit. If my bad luck had continued, I would have just given up someday. Yeah, well, this is all playing into that theme of Blackbeard relying on fate for a lot of things, and fate seems to always work out in his favor.
I just feel like
Larry's question is whether or not it screams Conqueror. No, it doesn't.
Oh, does it scream Conqueror? I think absolutely he has Conqueror's Haki. There's no way you're going to tell me this man's goal is to become Pirate King or King of the World or whatever it is. How does someone like that not have Conqueror's Haki? You're going to have to really explain this one because I don't understand.
So hidden, Larry, you want it?
I want to hear Larry's take on this because he has a strong opinion. I'm sorry, Seth. I'll let you guys both. I want you guys both to answer, but Larry is ready to go right now. And considering how fried this take is, I need to hear an immediate response.
Fried this take is.
Yeah,
that's so crazy.
You're telling me Blackbeard doesn't have Conqueror's Haki, bro? Come on, tell me.
No,
explain.
I do not believe Blackbeard has Conqueror's Haki. At 100%, and I don't think he'll ever get it.
Explain.
Well, there's reasons behind being a Conqueror, right? So
yes.
What does Haki naturally mean, right? Haki, there's ways of using Haki, right? There's like to sense people's spiritual energy, to predict their actions, give the user like a protective coating of like spiritual energy as well. And for a certain group of chosen ones, overpower the willpower of others. That's Haki. Blackbeard doesn't necessarily overpower people with his own willpower. That doesn't follow his character. People love to like guide themselves with Blackbeard's understanding of him just following like portrayal. But he doesn't necessarily follow portrayal because the premise of the show is willpower itself. He doesn't follow the premise of the show. So why would he have any of these advanced forms of Haki? He doesn't even challenge himself and puts himself in positions to show that he can get through adversity.
Hold on. So you're telling me the man who spent 20 years waiting patiently on a ship doesn't have willpower? Everything he's done in the story, no matter how long or arduous the task has been, he has played his cards perfectly in order to achieve his goals.
But that's
patiently.
scheming.
That's scheming, but to scheme, you have to have the will to go that far with the scheme, bro. Like if he was doing something like maybe for a week and he like gave up on that, like that's one thing. But like 20 years, Seb, I know you want to chime in. Tell me what your thoughts are.
Before I get into what I have to say, JD Legend jumped into the chat and said, "Larry's bald?" With the question mark. Did you have a hat on all day?
All day at Comic-Con. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, really?
So funny. That is so funny. But so a part of me does agree with both of you. I'm on the fence about Blackbeard having conquerors. He doesn't act like a conqueror. I do believe he's ambitious and has the drive and the strive to do great things. But he doesn't act. He doesn't conduct himself like a conqueror. The fact that he takes the low road, the fact that he does all these other things to connive his way to get to his point, that's not how any other conqueror in the series is written, except I guess Doflamingo. And even him, he didn't back down to any challenges. He didn't run away from almost anything except the fear of Kaido. You know what I mean? Like Blackbeard actively will duck smoke if it makes sense. Conquerors, as they are written in One Piece, and again, this is the series, they don't do that. Kid went after whatever, even if it was a loss. He went after it.
Do you think Eam
Same
has
with
conquerors?
Luffy,
No.
I want him to, but we just don't know enough about him. He might. I don't know.
He's the king of the world. He's the king of the world.
We don't know enough. We don't know how he got that status. And he could have been born into that. Like, we don't know.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? We just don't know enough about him. I hope he does. I would be great if he does. I want him to be this Hawks being. But Blackbeard, I can go either way. Because again, he has the drive, but he doesn't conduct himself as a conqueror does. And the fact, and this is the other part, as far as the narrative goes, he's supposed to be this opposite of Luffy. Given everything, you know what I mean, conniving, pathetic, lowly, whatever, cheating his way to the top. That does not scream, that doesn't tell me conqueror. You know what I mean? It will be cool, I guess, for him to have it, but based off how he conducts himself in the series, he doesn't act like the other conquerors do. I love the guy.
He's a D.
I'm just saying,
he's a D, bro. I'm just.
So is Law.
So is Law. Law has conquerors.
When do we confirm
No, he
that?
doesn't.
I'm almost positive that's confirmed. Is that not confirmed?
No, it's not confirmed.
No, it's not confirmed.
No,
you think Saul D? You think Saul D has conquerors too?
I don't think Saul has well, we don't know. We didn't get to see much of him.
Awesome.
All right, so this is what I will say, Hidden.
Just think of a D don't mean you have conquerors.
This is where most people who love Blackbeard can't actually rationalize why he would be strong, because you're smart enough to know that the premise of the show isn't being followed by the character. So you believe that since he's a contradiction to the show, he's just going to actually have it. But I do have a theory that I've stated before on the podcast that I do believe this is why he will have conquerors. This is why he will have advanced forms of Haki as well. And I think it's due to Blackbeard's scheming and actually having knowledge of devil fruits through that manual that he read, right? So I think the reason why he wanted the Yami Yami no Mi is because the Yami Yami necessarily was chosen not by him, but it chose Blackbeard for a certain instance. The Yami Yami probably allows you to have multiple devil fruits, but it also probably allows you to access the Haki that's within devil fruits. And how do we know that Haki exists within devil fruits itself? Is because Haki is just willpower. Devil fruits have wills overall. And if we wanted to even take it a step further, we can even look towards what Blackbeard said during that fight on Bonaro Island. He even told Ace, yo, I didn't choose this power. The power chose me. Much like the Nika fruit most likely chose Luffy. It willed itself to escape the world government for 800 years, right? They couldn't capture it.
So if so, you think that power would choose someone that doesn't have the qualities of a conqueror?
Yes, and this is where my explanation is going to get even crazier, because I'm making the theory about it like as we speak, that I believe Blackbeard has found a way to access the people that have previously used those devil fruits before. And the hint for that is with Sabo and Burgess. So when Sabo saw Burgess and Burgess went and talked all that crap about Ace and how Ace knew Sabo was alive, Sabo was actually going to let Burgess go. But Sabo ended up doing Fire Fist right after. And Sabo said, Ace wanted me to do this attack with you, but I was going to let go. I was going to let you go, but Ace wanted me to do this attack. So he ended up shooting Burgess with Fire Fist. I think that Blackbeard most likely has the ability to access the predecessors of the people who've eaten the devil fruits he's taken over. So he might actually have the haki of Whitebeard, but he just doesn't know how to access it currently right now. But he's been slowly learning as time progresses because he's had more time with the fruit.
That's an interesting idea. I'm not gonna lie. That I kind of want to see that video when you expand on that, because if there's like a legitimate way to believe that Blackbeard is capable of accessing the memories of previous devil fruit users of the fruits he's using, the only question I would have is, how does he do that? Is that like an observation hockey thing? Like how would that be possible?
So I think that it's possible because the Yami Yami allows it to be possible. So the Yami Yami's greatest power is that it's just infinite darkness, like I said before, right? It's just absorption. So I think what's happening with the Yami Yami is that it is literally crushing the will of the devil fruits to kill you if you consume multiple devil fruits. So it's been stated, right? Like if you eat more than one, you'll just die because it's just confliction, I guess, between two devil fruits. What if the Yami Yami literally gets rid of that confliction by putting the wills of the devil fruits into infinite darkness, where they can't do anything. They're just crushed. It's infinite. He could probably place it in like another spiritual like realm, right?
This segment just evolved from power scaling to actual like crazy theory ideas, because that's something I haven't heard before. Well, that's something I've never heard before.
So this goes into it too, and this is going to be my first theory ever. So because I think I did a pretty good job with it. But
hell yeah, bro.
What it is too is that Blackbeard also said during that time that he was fighting Ace that this was the most powerful devil fruits out of them all. So there has to be something very interesting about this infinite darkness that he keeps talking about, because he bragged about it to Ace to the point where like Ace couldn't really do anything against him. And it wasn't because Ace wasn't strong enough, because he didn't have the haki that he needed to beat Blackbeard. But the fact was, it's like, because of that Sabo moment with Burgess, I think it just makes the most sense. Because when you look at like Enma, and you look at the Cloud Batterman, right? And you even look at Shirahoshi, they're incarnations, reincarnations, or just spirits or wills in objects or in people. They're not necessary. They're like two wills in one, right? Like Shirahoshi is literally the sovereign of the Neptunians, but she also has her own willpower, which is separate. So it's like even Enma, right? Enma, we saw this like spirit come out of it, which was like a Grim Reaper, right? That's in Enma as well. So like, why can't devil fruits have it and also have the predecessors' wills that they've one time have been eaten by as well?
So building off of that, do you think Blackbeard's fruit can, because of that, does that mean there's no limit on how many devil fruits he can eat?
I don't think there's any limit on devil fruits that Blackbeard can eat. I think he can eat as many as he wants.
Then why have a crew?
I think he would.
Why have a crew when you can? Why have a crew when you can literally get every devil fruit power to yourself?
Well,
you still need a crew.
Yeah, you still need a crew in order to like have some type of power, because then it just all depends on you.
Yeah, but if he has every devil fruit power, I mean, that's godlike.
If I fall in the ocean, granted, his crew all has
devil fruits. That's the thing.
In the ocean,
he just said in this last chapter, like Law said, your crew is full of anchors, huh? And he said that's the trade-off for devil fruits, but it's well worth it. So if he could eat an infinite number of devil fruits, wouldn't he just eat all of them?
I mean, you can also. I don't know. I think there's value in having a crew. Like he's sending people off to do things that he doesn't have to do himself. So he can mitigate the danger for himself.
There's value in having a crew, because if not, you'd just be Mihawk. How dangerous is Mihawk to the world?
3.9 or whatever it is.
He's pretty dangerous.
No, but he didn't really become a threat to the world until he joined up with a crew.
No.
Yes.
No.
I think he wasn't a threat to the world because he was a warlord.
Don't start me with this Mihawk slander, bro.
He was a warlord, bro. They literally froze his bounty.
I want to get into this too, but if we can keep it to the next few minutes, because we have to wrap up the segment soon.
Yeah.
So, but let me get your quick thoughts on that. You think that Mihawk, what? I feel like him being a warlord mitigated the threat, and that was the reason they even made him a warlord in the first place. The man was previously the Marine Hunter. So to get someone like that on your side would probably be a benefit for them more. But he was the Marine Hunter. He is a danger to the world government, you know? At least he was before he was before he had the collar on, you know, before they had him on a leash.
I will acknowledge that I think the crew itself has boosted his bounty slightly, like the fact that he's in a guild and he has other people with him. But in general, he was still a massive threat to the world government in general, like just because he exists. You know, like if he's hunting Marines in that light, or just an entity that strong, like he's able to spar with Yonkos. Like that's an entity that you want to not have to deal with. If he's gonna be on your side, then cool. If he's not, then it's a problem.
It's a problem, yeah.
And it's a threat. Like he can at any point, whether he's with the Cross Guild or not, he could go join Kaido or join Big Mom or join Shanks or whatever. Join Whitebeard, Blackbeard. Doesn't matter. Either way, entities that powerful either need to be dealt with or coalesced into you. And that's what they did with the Shichibukai system. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't just have people walking around Yonko level. Even if you don't believe he's Yonko level, you still have to acknowledge that Mihawk is some caliber of strength that you just don't want walking around, not on your side. You get me? That's still a threat.
I agree with that.
Regardless.
I don't know, Larry, you have any final thoughts before we wrap things up? Relatively quick.
I saw Mihawk at Marineford War step up and go, yo, what's the difference of strength between me and that man? Sent a sword slash. Everybody got mad hype because it was from the world's strongest swordsman in the world, right? And what happened? He got that slash thrown away by Joe's. And then when he went to go fight and capture Luffy, he got preoccupied by Vista and had to ask Vista, yo, we should settle this later. And then Vista said, you know what? That would be beneficial for the both of us. Not only that, he couldn't slice Luffy pre-time skip Luffy with two hands on his sword.
He would have.
You know what I'm saying?
He would have.
All I'm saying is, hold on. All I'm saying is, the dude clearly either has issues with his observation and not realizing who's strong or not, or we can say this: anywhere that Zoro is, he's one step ahead, and that's what I'm gonna say because we don't. Hold on. You had your time to talk. We don't know if Yoru was made black by him. We don't know who the previous world's strongest swordsman was either. And to be honest, if Shanks put his sword down, he punching Mihawk in his shit, bro. So I don't want to hear that, bro. All right?
Listen.
We talking all this Mihawk crap. He ain't become dangerous until he linked up with Buggy, of all people.
Oh my God.
All right. Well,
whatever, man. Yo, tell Mihawk to sit down, man.
Hit and mute this
all
man,
this strongest
All
swordsman
right,
nonsense, bro.
I'm not gonna mute him. I think that's a good place to leave it, and I think we'll have to continue this debate on our own. I am loving every minute of it though, and you know we gotta wrap things up unfortunately, but I could go all day with you guys, as you know already. Look, Larry, Seb, and that One Piece talk as a whole, you know, Lawrence and Lionel, if you're out there, you're watching, yo, shout out to you guys. You guys are doing amazing stuff. I really love that. You know, one thing I really love about your podcast is that it's funny because people have this stigma about like power scaling and these types of conversations where they're like, oh, you know, it's so surface level, like it's not like really detailed, and then they gravitate towards these advanced in-depth theories and analysis. But I really think genuinely these sort of casual conversations where people can just have fun thinking about the possibilities, that is so important for any shonen manga, any series. You know, I think what you guys are doing is so good and cool. And I really love, like, whenever I have the chance to catch your streams, I'm always just tuning in. Even in the background, I just leave it on just to hear what you guys are saying. And I just want to thank you guys for making the time today. And I really love what you're doing. Everyone in the chat, do me a favor and just go give that One Piece Talk a follow. Give them a sub. If you guys wanna fill them in on where they can find you, you know, like on Twitter, stuff like that. I figure it's that One Piece Talk, but like, you know, give the specifics just so we get you some numbers.
Yeah, so you can find us on that One Piece Talk. Phantom Greyfire is actually posting everything in the chat. Thank you, Phantom, so much, man. You're greatly appreciated. I just want to say, too, that I know that me, Sebastian, can get a little rowdy and loud, and we can seem like we're beefing, but we very heavily pride ourselves on how great it is to have discussions about anything within the Discord, but also within, like, the One Piece setting. So me personally, I always see a lot of negative like drawbacks to being so passionate about certain things, and people tend to get a little bit disrespectful. we don't necessarily do any of that. We just go, we're debating. We're never arguing. We're having fun about something that we love. And the fact is, it's like the community sometimes doesn't necessarily know how to be mature enough to handle those things. But that's where like our Conquerors hockey comes in and we put that shit to rest. So I just want to let you guys know that if you guys follow Hidden, just know that you are always going to get something that goes beyond the normal means of entertainment. And it also goes for like Parvision, and it also goes for Mosh on TikTok as well. These guys are people that are going to keep pushing the community forward.
Yes, shout out to Mosh.
That is going to be so freaking amazing. And the things that they're doing, don't be surprised if it becomes even better, because these guys are so talented that the bar keeps pushing higher and higher. And I think eventually these big name guys who are happen to be in our communities are going to start looking at them as the next type of Yonko. So what I will say is, Hidden, you know how much love I got for you, bro. I appreciate that you exist. I appreciate that your fans love you. And the fact that we can even be here with you makes us feel like very special in a very special way.
You guys are special. That's why.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And guys, thank you. And before you go, I missed a super chat from Nerd Taku, so I just want to read this out.
Hey, our guy.
So I just want to, before I do that, I just want to apologize. So unfortunately, guys, sometimes I do miss the super chats because we're in the middle of the conversation and I don't want to break up the flow to get to a super chat. But I promise, whether it's on the break or at the end of the stream, we're going to get to every super chat before the end of the day. So the super chat from Nerd Taku is $5. Thank you, Nerd Taku. I appreciate the $5. Shout out to that One Piece Talk fam that puts on for smaller creators like myself. Also, love your theories too, Hidden. They dope as fuck. And all to smooth jazz. Love it. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. And 100% I agree.
Hidden.
Yo.
Hidden. I don't know if you're on TikTok or not, but Nerd Taku is on TikTok and he drops fire theories and videos and analysis, man.
I've never seen him out. I have to check him out.
That is our guy. And before we go, I just want to let you guys know, I started my own YouTube channel at the behest of Larry. It is called Signature Seb. If you guys could give me a follow, that would be super awesome.
Fire name. I didn't even know you did this. Hold on. I didn't even know you did this, bro. I gotta follow you right now. I appreciate it. Signature Seb? That's such a fire name. Who came up with that?
I did. I've been going by Signature for a while. It was my old rapper name when I was like 13.
I love it. Is it?
Yo, Hidden, he gave me mad crap for telling him that he couldn't post his theory on our channel. So I'll tell everybody this. If you guys have true friends, if you have true friends that you love, and they are literally not being as talented as you know they are, give them no other option. Put them into a corner and tell them, get on your shit. You need to be amazing in your own way and the world needs to see you. If not, you're not a true friend. Just FYI.
Yo, it's been a pleasure, my friends. Thank you guys for making the time. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciated that we could share a drink together. That is, that's always fun. Hey, man, next time, sometimes you need the water, but I need some water right now myself, you know. I'm on an empty stomach right now, so. Guys.
Get some food, man.
Yeah, I'm going to get some food right after this. Larry, Seb, thank you so much. That One Piece Talk, the GOATs. I love these guys. Catch you guys later and have a good rest of your night. I hope you enjoy the rest of the stream.
Jana, thank you.
See you, boss.
See ya.
What a fun talk. That was so fun. I really enjoyed that, guys. I really enjoyed that. All right. So we're going to prepare for the next guest that we're bringing on. Right after this, we're bringing on I'm D King, or if you know him as I'm D Zach, he's on Twitter as that. Also, super cool guy. I am very excited to have a conversation with him as well. So while we get prepped for that, let me just send a message his way. I'm gonna grab some food, and I need to actually like eat something. So I will be back within the next few minutes. So guys, just hang tight, and then we're gonna get Zach on the stream here. So I will be right back. We're back. I'm equipped now. I got some food ready. This I picked up in advance. I figured I wouldn't have time to make anything, so I got some simple sandwiches from my local deli. So I'm just gonna work on these for the next few minutes. Prep for Zach to get on here. Set him up. There we go. All right, so what are you guys talking about in chat while this is, by the way, this is a massive like, I don't know if the scale is like clear here, but this is a huge sandwich. I have no idea where they got this bread. It's pretty good though. I've only eaten breakfast today. Yo, I see Signature Seb in the chat. Let's see, quick maths. Parvision says not me cursing in the trailer. Yeah, maybe considering what you're trying to do right now with the sponsorship stuff, I regret putting you cursing in the trailer. I should have thought of that when I was making it. I just thought it was such a hype moment from our stream to include in there. Randy says it's hidden staring after Mihawk is a sword for me. To be fair, I do think the Mihawk is a sword theory is one of the most interesting and unique theories that, like, when I first heard it, that was pretty much like I was just taking everything in, like, it is a pretty accurate depiction of my reaction. Shout out to the bodega man is pulling a Morse. Someone feed this man. Oh, I see. Okay. Let me mod you, Zach. Six Pain says, yo, Hidden, absolutely insane stream, man. Props for putting up and dealing with the early technical difficulties. Yeah, thank you, man. I was really worried, like, the technical difficulties were going to affect the entire stream. I was like, am I going to really have to cancel this right now? Because there's no way I could stream if it's a slideshow, you know? But I'm glad it worked out. So, I appreciate the compliments and the support. I appreciate the support of everyone in chat. And I'm going to reiterate, you know I missed a couple super chats out there, but I appreciate everyone that's been donating to the stream so far. And I promise, before the end of this today, we're going to get to every super chat. So, you know, if you're waiting for yours to be read, hang tight. And if you've already left, we'll get it in the VOD. The Geekish Gamer asks, Hidden, who's the top G, Parvision or Brago? I'm not taking sides in this. I'm not taking sides in this one. They're both G's to me. This little spat that happened in chat earlier, am I gonna take a side? Nah, I'm just gonna hype it. I'm just gonna instigate. Because that's funner. No, I love all you guys. Brago and Par, you guys are awesome. We have a couple minutes till we bring Zach on. Zach, I don't know if you're in the chat still, but if you don't mind, I would like to finish this sandwich while we're going through our conversation. I hope that's not rude. I literally haven't eaten all day and I still got like 5 hours to go. So, we're gonna bring my man Zach in here. Let me get to his notes and I'll give him a formal introduction before we call him and bring him into the stream. All right, you know what? Let's give it another minute, then we'll bring him in, and then I'll do everything. Winston Cortero asks, what do you get? Ham and cheese. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. Max Moyer says, yo, what up, Hidden? Finally catching a stream live. Yo, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate that you were able to make it. The benefit of doing a 12-hour stream is that there's no excuse for anyone to miss it. Because it's all day, so... Brandon King says, my theory for a Straw Hat's death is indeed Robin. Maybe she dies as a reversal of I want to live. The reversal is I want to die, but smiling like a D-Clan member. I don't know if she'd say I want to die explicitly, but I could see like an inversion of that happening. Like Randy was saying earlier, you know, there are reasons to look at Robin. The Sanji death thing, I think, is the most interesting one. Because it does line up with his character a lot. It does line up with his character a lot. A wonderful $20 donation from that One Piece Talk. They say, thank you for having us on, bro. I know we were a blast after having Randy on for that long. Hashtag much love, Randy. Hashtag hitting the goat. Well, I will say I can't get enough of having Randy on stream, but I cannot get enough of that, but you guys are also an amazing, amazing guest. You're a class act. I love both of you. Larry and Seb, you guys are awesome, and I appreciated you guys coming on. It was really fun. I see Threevil in the chat. What's up, Threevil? Thanks for stopping by, bro. I can't wait to have you on, too. All right, looks like it's about that time, guys. We're at 7 o'clock. Time to introduce the next guest of the show. Let's give him a call and buzz him in. What's up, man?
Yo.
Zach, your cam is... Oh, we're good. We're good to go.
Cool.
Awesome. Okay.
That's off, because I was listening to the stream, and then you started calling me, and then you're like two of you speaking at the same time.
Right. The latency. Well, looks like my camera... Hold on, I'm sorry. My camera just went offline on stream, so give me a second. Let me sort this out.
You good.
Having issues with this all day. Par, I'm gonna roast you for recommending Snap Camera to me because this shit is giving me problems, bro. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not liking Snap Cam so far. So let me restart Snap Cam before we get started. In the meantime, let me give an introduction for my main man here. So this next guest started his channel during COVID and quickly made his way into the subscription feed of many of us out there. I'm D King is well known for his theories, snappy delivery, and fire chapter reactions. But for me, he holds a special place in my heart as my Comic-Con homie, because we spent a lot of time chilling that day.
Yes, sir.
And we had some good conversations, and ever since then, I wanted to do this. I wanted to get us on stream together. So I'm very happy to have you on here, bro. Welcome. Let me get this whole camera thing sorted out in the meantime. But feel free to tell the chat, if they haven't checked you out before, feel free to, tell them a little bit about yourself, your channel, how you got started, that sort of thing.
Yeah, thank you. It was a wonderful introduction. I think you gassed me up a little too much, but yeah,
nah, that's all good.
Pretty much, as you said, I started my channel during COVID, and my channel is just me talking about One Piece. I don't specialize in theories. I don't specialize in one thing or another. It's just like whatever's on my mind that I want to talk about. I try to package it in a fun, entertaining video and deliver it to the people. I see some people that watch me come to my streams and chat. Shout out Chin, shout out Rickon. But yeah, if you guys want to, just enjoy One Piece discussions, theories, anything, dabble in power scaling sometimes. But yeah, check out my channel.
For sure. Yeah, guys, check him out. I'm so sorry. I don't know what is going on with Okay, I think we're set.
Out.
I'm super pink. Every time this happens, I restart the camera, and for like the first 2 minutes, I'm just like pink. I don't know what the deal is.
You're just giving off Dofi vibes.
Yeah, I got. No, that's cool. I'll rock it. All right, bro. Now that we're back and we're in it, I want to talk to you a little bit about. So your channel, you have a variety of content. I know that your most popular video was a hypothetical scenario video. And it's kind of like riding the line between theories and analysis. It's like applying knowledge from the story into past events and creating those situations. So tell me first off, what is your favorite type of content to make? Because I see you make all types of content. What's the one that you enjoy the most?
The content I enjoy the most, man, it's interesting because I think the reason I make variety content is because there are just different topics that that I'm interested in. Sometimes it's a what if scenario of what if current Luffy was at Marineford and how would that situation play out? Sometimes when I find a theory that I'm just fully dived into and I actually start to, I'm sure all the theories in chat, I know Randy and Par in chat that know this feeling when you start to really connect things. I don't consider myself a theorist because I don't think I'm just wired that way. Like when I read the chapter, I'm just like, oh, cool, that that happened. I'm not immediately thinking about like different speculations, but there are times where I think of a topic and then start to find little things. So it kind of just depends on the topic. Sometimes it's a theory, sometimes it's a what if, sometimes it's a power scaling discussion. I think top 30s are a super fun time when it's like comes towards the end of the year and like everybody's kind of giving their opinions at the same time. Those could be super fun discussions just when it works out. So I think that's why my channel is kind of like a variety channel where I just talk about anything. And I think I do a good job of presenting in that way of like, listen, I don't know everything. I'm just talking about this could be a possibility. This could be a possibility. I'm just pretty real about, what I know and what I'm presenting.
I've noticed that. I like your very like down to earth approach. I think that is I think that's something that a lot of people kind of take this like scripted approach. I take a scripted approach myself. I like how your videos kind of feel like you're just kind of like shooting from the hip. And that's something.
Yeah, they're pretty free flow. Yeah. I have like a overall structure, but they're mostly bullet points. So like it's just like a format that I follow, but it still allows a lot of improvisation to kind of make it conversational,
Yes, I agree, and I actually really like I liked your hypothetical video, and if you wouldn't mind, I would like to pose some hypothetical questions to you.
Let's do it
during the stream, just to kind of pick your brain and see how you approach these questions. So, let's see what we got here. I got a few. I want to figure out which one's the best one to start with. Okay, all right. Here's a fun one. All right, so let's assume Luffy doesn't train for the 2 years. There's no time skip.
Okay.
How far into the New World does he get?
Interesting. So no time skip. He just gets the Straw Hats right back up.
Yep.
And they start going.
And they bounce. Yep.
And they bounce. They go to Fishman Island. It's interesting because at that point he's still super wanted, right? He's like an incredibly high value target after Marineford, after everything that he just did. It would just depend on how much help he gets, I think. Because like even when they returned to Sabaody, they had like Rayleigh help them get out of there. Like everybody just like wanted to make sure they were able to escape and get out of their trip. The thing is, like, if they don't take the 2 years and they all go back to Sabaody, I'm just thinking it's like they're just not strong enough to get through. Like if they just send like one admiral gets sent there along with the pacifistas, we already saw what happened once. You know what I'm saying? I am not sure if they make it past Sabaody in that case. Like Rayleigh would really have to like, step up as the guardian. Boa, I guess, could be a huge ally there as well. So like if she puts out her entire force, maybe that's how they're able to get out of there and make it to Fishman Island. And then once they get to Fishman Island, I think the competition isn't too stiff. They're able to probably make it through there. Beyond that, once they get to, after that would be, see, that's where it gets like, the what if scenario gets kind of crazy, right? Because like Punk Hazard technically wasn't next. They went there because they heard Kinemon's call from the Dendemushi, right? So like at that point, Kinemon's not back yet. So the island they would end up on, I can't remember specifically. It might have been like the Lightning Island or something like that.
Yes,
but
it was.
I think on that, right? Next Lightning Island, on that one, that might be where they're in trouble, because they're in that place, like, they're no longer secluded in Fishman Island. So like, once people start getting sent after them, they still don't even know hockey yet, right? Like that's gonna be a struggle. Like even Smoker at that point could probably take Luffy, just because Luffy can't even hit him. So I think like if they could sneak out of Sabaody with the help of like Boa and Rayleigh and whatever else help they're able to scrap up and then make it through Fishman Island, once they get to the New World, I think that might be game over. But at the same time, the other Supernova were able to survive on their own too.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
So like I know that like, so what you're saying is actually really interesting, because if we don't have the time skip, the trajectory of Luffy and his crew is thrown off.
Completely changes.
Because all the Punk Hazard stuff wouldn't happen, because that only lined up with the 20 years in the future.
Kinemon's not there yet.
Yeah, exactly. So that does change things. For the sake of this argument, let's assume they somehow end up at Punk Hazard anyway. And they got to deal with Caesar still. And let's say the trajectory remains on course. It's just pre-time skip before the 2 years Luffy. And this is another thing I want to bring up, and maybe you can factor this into your answer. But they say Haki blooms in the heat of battle.
Yes.
Do you think there's any battle that would happen after they leave Shibandi that would be close enough for Luffy to learn Haki naturally through the heat of battle? Like, is there anyone he would encounter that could help him kind of bridge that gap?
Like, Fishman Island with, like, the villains we got out of that arc felt like so just, like, they were made to be, like, not as strong so the Straw Hats can flex, right? So, like, when I think back to that arc, like, the villains are just not imposing. If Hody is, like, cracked out, then maybe that is the competition that will allow Luffy to, you know, bloom his Haki and really use that as a moment to take himself to the next level. And if he's able to do that, now we have a conversation, right? Because if his Haki doesn't bloom, he gets the Punk Hazard. Caesar's gonna put him in a body bag. Like, he can't hit him. He's got all the powers, just closes the gas on him and it's over, really, right? Even like Smoker will be involved in that arc if we're keeping the same kind of timeline. Like, any Logia's giving Luffy trouble. So, like, he kind of needs Hody in this case to be like that guy, to be completely cracked out and like just, you know, pumping all them drugs. That right. Version of Hody, I think Luffy would push Luffy enough for him to start to bloom his Haki. And I think that might be the best case scenario for them to make it, actually.
I agree. And that when I was like thinking about the scenario myself, that was the thing I thought of. That's why I brought that up, because I'm like, well, he doesn't know Haki yet. But if there's a fight intense enough that could maybe get him to like learn something about it, that might start the train. And I feel like Hody, like, you know, we kind of shit on him for being almost a joke of a fight, you know, because like Luffy, we know that Luffy after the time skip, if he went all out, he would have absolutely decimated Hody. But pre-time skip Luffy, that might be a much closer. That's a closer fight
for sure.
I think, because I think Hody, like when he was off those pills, I mean, he wasn't another Arlong. He was much stronger than like Luffy's Arlong encounter. You know, that would have played out differently, I feel like. So. Yeah. I think you bring up some interesting points. Where do you think is? So I'm sorry, I might not have caught this. Where do you think is his dead end? Where do you think he hits the wall?
Well, so initially, you know, before you brought Hody to my attention, I would have thought Punk Hazard would have been his dead end, if he's able to bloom his Haki out of that Hody fight. But I think he would be the only one, probably. Like, I don't think any of the other guys are posing that much of a threat to Zoro and Sanji to also bloom their Hakis. Punk Hazard, I think he could take Caesar. Would it be, like, it just depends on how much Haki he's, like, Caesar, if I remember correctly, like, he didn't pose that much of an issue. It was more of just a circumstantial thing, right? Where he was like, he just had full control of this facility and he was kind of just making use of that. Man. And then Law would also be there without the time skip either. That's interesting. Oh, you know, who might be causing some issues though is Virgo. Virgo might be causing some issues now. Like, he was cracking Sanji's post time skip leg.
He would have decimated Sanji.
Ooh, now Virgo might be the X factor here. He might be the X factor that puts everything, just shuts it down right there and then. Oh yeah.
And if
because like if he doesn't. And if he doesn't get taken out there, Dofi, by Law, Dofi shows up and it's wraps.
It's over.
Yeah,
it's
that's
over.
it.
It's over. So
you foreshadowed it the whole time with your pink room. The answer is right there.
This is it. Yeah, no, I think I agree with you. When I played this scenario out in my head, the answer I came to was like, okay, Caesar, I can see him squeaking out. Like, you know, just knowing Luffy, like, he'll find a way, even if he can't hit him directly.
Grinded out fights,
Yeah, because Caesar's not as much of a physical threat on his own that I could say, like, oh, it's definitely like Luffy can't win that. But the moment I have trouble rationalizing Luffy surviving is Doflamingo. The moment he gets to Doflamingo, it's done. Because without Gear 4, it was not happening.
Yeah, it's like he needed that.
Yeah.
He absolutely needed that.
Yeah. So, well, that's cool. I like.
That's a fun one. I like that one.
Yeah. So here's another one. All right. So, if let's say Zoro ended up leaving the crew,
Okay.
Like he threatened to. Do you
Yes.
think Zoro, hypothetically, could Zoro become the world's greatest swordsman without the Straw Hat Pirates? You think he could do it on his own?
Does he leave at water 7?
Let's
Is
say.
that what we're assuming?
Okay, that's a good
Or
question.
like after Enies lobby? Like say afterwards, Usopp doesn't apologize and he just lets him back in and then
I got you. So here's a good one. So he threatened to leave after the Usopp incident. Everyone's talked about how the Sanji thing happened, and we haven't really addressed that with Zoro. Let's say Zoro found out about that, and Zoro was like, "Nah, I'm good. Like this, like you."
Oh, so he leaves right now.
He leaves at Whole Cake. He leaves at Whole Cake.
He leaves at Whole Cake. Okay.
Does he become the world's strongest swordsman on his own?
Ooh, I like after leaving at Whole, like he's been saving up, like even with like Whole Cake. Like if you think about Dressrosa, he didn't really get pushed at all, right? Like it was just Pika, and then he had that huge slash, and then Pika got put down.
Yeah.
The only training he got was really just getting, like, he actually got tested. He also had Emma that, trained his control of hockey a little more. But I feel like that's something he probably would have been able to do a little bit more himself as he went on his own adventure. Once again, here is just like, where does his path go after this? Because once he's left the Straw Hats, his purpose is now just fully focused back on achieving his dream of becoming the world's strongest swordsman.
Yes.
So, like, who would be his target? Would he just go straight for Mihawk? Because if he's doing that, then it's too early. He's like, listen, man, I just trained you. I know you're not ready. Okay. Right. You're going to need a couple more opponents. Right. So, like.
It's like, I saw you like 3 weeks ago, bro. Like,
it's like, what's going on? Why are you back already?
Like, you ready to go? Like.
It's like, all right.
Yeah.
But yeah, because like the best part about the Straw Hats is like they put him in these situations against opponents like King and even Kaido, where he's tested and he's actually able to bloom his hockey and grow. Like, I guess the best case scenario for him if he leaves would be like, oh, the admirals, like, they find out Zoro is separated. He's by himself. Let's get him while we can, and then maybe like you send an admiral over. Now, like, that would be an extreme diff fight, which if he edges out, now we're talking he's on the right path, I think.
This brings up a good question. Okay, so let's say that happens and they're like Zoro's alone. Mm-hmm. What if their move is to before the SSG stuff, but what if their move is to make him a warlord? Do you think he accepts that?
Ooh, interesting. Take the Mihawk path?
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like Luffy will be the only person that he follows orders from. Like, that is, like, we saw it from chapter 1, like, his ambition is so strong that it took someone like Luffy, who wants to be the king of the pirates, for him to say, okay, I will be a pirate and I'll join your crew, and you're really the only person that I would even consider, like, giving up my dream for. I don't think, like, he would cater to anybody else. Like, even they offered him a warlord situation, I think he would just be like, nah, bring everybody on, let's go, like, this is what I'm after, I just want to get strong now.
That does sound like something he would do. I mean, he did turn down the Baroque Works offers.
Yeah,
as well.
True. Yeah, that's a good example for sure.
That might play into that too. Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Well.
Yeah. The conversation with this one, I really think, is like if they send an admiral like Kizaru, and we have Kizaru versus Whole Cake Island, or like post Dressrosa, like really it's just post time skip Zoro before Wano, right? Yeah, because he didn't like really grow in Dressrosa or anything like that. So like it's just like Zoro out of the time skip before he grew even more in Wano. Could he take an admiral? If he could take an admiral. No, yeah, I think it would be very, very difficult though. I think he would put up a really at least because of the type of person he is. It's like whether or not he edges that out is really the deciding factor. If he wins that, now he's like top tier. Like he's come out of that even stronger, and he's like top 10 territory in my opinion. If he defeats an admiral, now he's like, okay, just like take on a couple more guys. I could be ready for Mihawk.
I think he's close. Do you think he's close to Mihawk yet?
Right now, he's getting there. I think he's getting there. He's acquiring, I think, the goods for it. Like the Conqueror's Haki, Advanced Conqueror's Haki, he's starting to learn it. I need to see some like better understanding and control over it. Because even after he utilized the power, I want to, like, one thing I'm still waiting to see is him just using conquers Haki to knock someone out. Like, that is a moment we kind of got in the anime because it was just like, it just kind of happened, but like, he kind of did it nonchalantly. But like, I want to see him like show he has control of conquers Haki and he knows like fully how he can use it and like utilize it, and like just like show that he like how Luffy came back from the time skip and he was just knocking people out within a small radius or 50,000 fishmen. Like, he just had that down under control. Like, Zoro, it still feels like he just learned that he had Conqueror's Haki and then in the midst of the moment bloomed it to enough to even use the, you know, advanced version of it. Now I want to see him have it more under control, and then once he shows that, I think he just needs maybe one more level and he's right there.
Yeah, I think we're getting. I think we're definitely like approaching that realm, but I don't think he's ready yet either. I think he needs a little bit.
No, not right now. Yeah, especially when you think about opponents, like there's still gonna be Shiryu, there's still gonna be, you know, a couple more.
Yes.
Couple more opponents coming up before Mihawk, I think.
Yes, I agree with that. I think I really do think Mihawk is at the top in terms of like power level in the One Piece world. Like, so Zoro has some time a little bit more time to climb. Let's move over to a more recent subject, something that's less hypothetical but more so like related to what we're reading now in the manga. So we're at Egghead Island right now.
Yes, sir.
And the last chapter, you read the last chapter, right? I'm assuming, guessing, probably.
Yes.
So, okay, so based off the end of that chapter, let's assume Vegapunk is correct and will die before the end of Egghead. Let's get that out of the way.
Okay.
Do you think any other character is on the chopping block this arc, aside from Vegapunk? Because that would be the most obvious answer, right? Because Vegapunk's already talking about it. But is anyone else, like now that we're getting towards the end and we're ramping things up, do you think this arc has room for anyone else on the chopping block? Straw Hat or not, any character in the story, literally.
Like this arc only, though, right?
Yeah, but by the end of Egghead, you think we're gonna have some crazy development where we lose someone besides Vegapunk?
I don't think so. It's like even because like Egghead for me, I literally like I keep thinking it as this smaller, more contained arc where we're gonna have different people involved, but there's not gonna be like a massive conflict of like, you know, these huge arcs where we're like battling this like huge villain and stuff like that. I feel like this arc to me feels more like Punk Hazard, but now that I'm saying that, I'm realizing 2 people died in Punk Hazard.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what.
But I'm thinking like,
saying.
what side characters would it be like a Rob Lucci, like a character like that gets caught in a mist or something like that, right? Or right, like that could be interesting. I just don't know how the scenario plays out because there's so many parties involved, right? There's Sword, we have Vegapunk, CP0's coming.
Yeah.
I think Kuzan's coming, because like I made a short about this, but how Blackbeard said, I don't know which one of you are gonna end up in either direction. I think him saying that is a hint that he's split up his crew in different directions. And now that we know that the whole Cake Island stuff happened in the past because we saw Van Augur with Blackbeard, that means Kuzan went somewhere else. And like, if you think about it, what better time for Kuzan to show up with the same time as Sword, Smoker, and Rob Lucci, and like it's kind of a Indies Lobby tie-in as well because of his connection with Robin.
Yep.
Like he has so many different story path connections here to make things really interesting.
That's, you know, I never even thought of this, and I feel so like what you just said makes so much sense, and it's so obvious that like when you think about
he's
it, that,
split up. We only saw a group of them. Where's the rest, right? He didn't know where who ended up where.
I feel dumb for not even like realizing that, but it makes so much sense. It's like, yeah, the crew's not together right now. We see that clearly they're not together.
Mm-hmm.
He talked about not knowing the direction that they were going to come from. That makes me wonder, though, what's going on Kid's end. Like,
that's also a fascinating part.
Yeah.
Because that's got to eventually connect into the next arc somehow, probably.
Ooh, okay.
Like, who is going where? Like, I would imagine, I just think Kuzan's got to be one of the people that comes, but then somebody else has to come with him. So he's not just going to show up and be like, hey, I'm actually chill, like, whatever, you know? There's got to be, like, Lafitte with him or something, like somebody really loyal to Blackbeard. So he has to kind of play both sides with Smoker and Sword still involved and stuff like that.
You think Kid could be at Elbaf right now?
Ooh, I mean, I don't know. That would be pretty wild. like like the idea of Elbaf being like right after Wano, I always felt like that feels so convenient. It's just like Elbaf is just like right after in one of the directions. So I'm not sure, but maybe he's in like some sort of island that is related to Shanks, and then that's how it all gets connected together and linked into the next arc.
That's why I'm thinking about it, because
yeah.
he's had that history with Shanks. And if Elbaf is his territory, it would be pretty. I mean, it kind of sucked for him to pull up to like Shanks' island.
He's like, God damn it,
he's
again?
Like,
you want to lose your other arm this time? Like, what's going on?
It's like, this is awkward. It's like, you're back for more? Like, no, that's good. Okay, so in general, how are you feeling about this? How are you feeling about this arc so far? Like, I know we're very early in, but do you have any like hopes or expectations by the end of it that you'd like to see play out? Because I can't speak for everyone, but I feel like Egghead was kind of a curveball. It was kind of a curveball.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I know that there are some people that were ready for Vegapunk to come in, but I don't think people expected a full island about Vegapunk. So
yeah.
Where does this take your mind? Like, where are you kind of going with this now that you've had a little bit of time to digest the new setting?
Yeah, I'm super excited. Like you said, it was a complete curveball. It's crazy because like for the longest time I've made like 4 or 5 videos saying like Vegapunk's gonna come to Wano. Because like the connection with Tashigi being with Vegapunk and Sentomaru being maybe from Wano, and like so many different things that Vegapunk could have helped the Straw Hats with in Wano. I just kept saying Vegapunk's coming to Wano, and then it didn't happen. I was like, oh, whatever, we're just gonna get Vegapunk later. And then next arc, Vegapunk shows up, and it's the chapter dropped while I was in Hawaii. So like he shows up, the chapter, I'm like on Big Island, and all of a sudden I have to think about Egghead Island while I'm in Hawaii. But yeah, I'm like, it's a breath of fresh air, right? Because we've been in this Wano saga for so long, and like Wano was such a slog, especially like for the last act, right? It disappointed a lot of people, myself included to a degree. But I'm just excited to be like, there's so many just like potential for different parties to get involved, like Sword and CP9 or CP0, possibly Kuzan. And I'm just also just excited to see an arc where there's not gonna be this huge big bad person we have to defeat and like 20 other new characters. So far it seems it's just gonna be really Bonnie that we're gonna get a lot more focus on, and like a full story arc, and then the rest of them, and Vegapunk of course.
Right.
But yeah, it gives us a time to like really focus more on the Straw Hats and their interactions, and like I've been dying to get that, like, because I always say my favorite part of the story, I love the world building, I love the lore, is still the Straw Hats that got me into the story.
Yeah.
When chapter 1, when Luffy meets Zoro and they start the Straw Hat crew, I'm like, I'm in. This is like, I'm hooked. So the power-ups, the 1v1 matchups, like that is what I'm here for. And like, it's just like, the post time skip has been just like splitting up the crew so many different times, and like I'm just excited for like Jinbei finally joins after like 3 arcs, and like everybody gets to just have some downtime, interact, and like once again it's also the final saga, so at the same time we're getting like Law versus Blackbeard, and like things are just building up, right? And I'm just honestly going into it without really any expectations. I'm just expecting a nice, short, fun arc where like it could go crazy, or it could be just a nice, short, little fun arc where like by the end of it, Vegapunk is still safe, and like we're just kind of setting up into the next big thing. I'm just kind of having a good time, honestly, now.
It's kind of nice, isn't it? Like, everything post time skip has been riddled with expectations, because
for sure
we've been setting up so much, and there's clearly a through line happening with each arc leading into the next, and that all culminated with Wano. Now we're back to essentially a blank slate. And it's almost,
right? It's like a venture again, right?
Yeah.
We're finally on an adventure again.
It's nice to have that freedom with the story, and it also makes it, I feel like, more comfortable for me as a reader to be free of expectations. We
Absolutely.
did not hear a whisper of Egghead Island by name
anywhere
in the story. So it's
there's no theory about it. There's no expectations. We just got here, and we're here. Exactly.
Yeah. So that is really nice. I gotta say, if there's any expectation I have for the arc personally, it's just that it's gonna be fun more than anything else.
Yes.
Yeah. The Vegapunk's vibe is more of a fun vibe. All the wild technology, all like the video.
We're getting so much sci-fi stuff too, right? All these like Star Wars based lightsabers. Like it's just Oda's like having fun again, you know?
It's good. It's a good place to be in the story. And I personally am loving the setting more than Wano's setting. Now I liked Wano. I personally I don't think Wano is a bad arc or a mid arc, as a lot of people will.
Yeah, they're going a little too far there, I think.
I mean, it's fair. Everyone's entitled to like
True.
Their own opinion,
Absolutely.
right? But but let's be fair to Wano. It was a good arc. It's just like at least in the setting, that sort of traditional like Japanese setting is something I've seen a lot in other media, and. For One Piece, like, it was cool to see Oda's take on it, but for 150 chapters,
it's too long, right?
Little,
you can't,
So like,
even when he tried his best to like expand it with like drawing a bunch of gifters and stuff like that, there's only so much you can do in this one setting for like over 100 chapters.
Yeah, so it's like now that we're in this completely new, unexpected setting with, I mean, the possibilities are so endless because of the technology. Like literally anything could happen. Vegapunk could have invented a device to do pretty much anything you can think of, aside from like, you know, the ancient weapons or the devil fruit stuff. But even then, who knows? You know, maybe they're coming to kill Vegapunk because Vegapunk created some crazy technology that's like a threat. So yeah, I mean, aside from Egghead Island, tell me this. What are you looking forward to the most in the remainder of One Piece?
I think it's got to be Shanks. Like, there's, I think the biggest like things that we're missing are like obviously like the One Piece and Emu, and then we have Blackbeard, and then we have Dragon, Mihawk, and Shanks. But like Shanks is just like the things that's been built up since chapter 1, and he's really the guy that keeps consistently having these just like epic moments. Just keep teasing us about this. So I feel like that reunion with Shanks is probably... it's close, because I might have to say Blackbeard as well, because Blackbeard, I think, is the fight where Oda has to deliver us the Straw Hat 1v1s and individual Straw Hat shine. Like, Wano, I hope there was a chance that we would get, like, Enies Lobby Alabasta types of fights for every single Straw Hat across the board. But I still knew it was a huge, massive war, and like other people like Usopp and Brook could be doing other things. But like the way the Blackbeard pirates are set up with like, it's just been matched up in numbers almost perfectly throughout the entire story, right? Like we have to get this 1v1. Like, this is an expectation I'm going to have, and if Oda doesn't give it to me, I'm going to be mad, all right? And you guys say that's my own expectations of headcanon, but... I'm gonna be mad either way, so be prepared.
Yeah, I'm with you, bro.
That might be honestly, Blackbeard might still be number one because of just the overall Straw Hat stuff we could get out of it. But it's like Shanks is right there, just because like when he finally meets Luffy, I think they're gonna just duke it out right away. There's a potential for a Davy back fight involved there, like the lore and information we could get from Shanks as well. There's just that one like. Blackbeard is just going to be, like, more hype and, like, the excitement out of the fights and, like, obviously lore, too, with Blackbeard and his backstory. But Shanks, I feel like when you get to him, it's not only going to be lore drops and info, but it's just going to be fun to see him interact. Red Hair Pirates are just a fun group to see and be around, right? Especially after we saw a glimpse of them in Film Red and stuff. So they're, like, kind of neck and neck for me right there, those two.
I have to agree. I put the Blackbeard stuff at number 1. Personally, just because I mean, like you said, the matchups, the 10v10, it's just so perfect.
It's gotta happen. Like Oda, please,
Yeah.
Give Brook a 1v1. I know you gassed him up in Whole Cake. That was fantastic. But give my man a 1v1. The Apu fight was right there in Wano. I'm so mad he didn't give it to him.
If it doesn't happen, I'm with you. I'll be upset, and I will definitely roast Oda for not making that happen.
Yeah.
Unless the only situation I don't get upset is if he doesn't do that because there's something better planned. And I don't know what that would be, but if
just make it good.
Yeah.
Just make it great. Yeah.
But yeah, for me, like the only way to make that like peak is to just have it be the 1v1s. And while I'm on this subject, this is something I haven't asked anyone today. Good time to ask you. What do you think those 1v1s are? Match up the 10.
Right, okay. So I've made a couple videos on this, but I think the way the initial Blackbeard pirates that we met in Jaya are set up with specific roles. I think that's a pretty key hint. Obviously, we have Luffy versus Blackbeard. Doc Q versus Chopper is a pretty obvious one, especially I think given his recent power, that has potential to be a really fun fight. After that, we have Shiryu versus Zoro. That's another obvious one. One I've been really on is San Juan Wolf versus Robin.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's because I just feel like, in my mind, right? In my mind, this is how it's going down. Because it's 1v1s, but it's all going to be like a warfare type of thing. Especially when you have Van Augur and Usopp as two snipers. So, like, they're going to be playing their long distance battle in that way. What I'm imagining is Robin and San Juan are like two just, like, Godzilla versus King Kong in the background. Like, it's just this, like, gigantic battle in the background. I'm sure Luffy will get a crack at him in Gear 5th or something like that to give us that. But in terms of, like, sheer size and just grand, like, I feel like Robin's the only one that could really match that. Sure, it'd be cool to see, like, Frankie bust out the General Frankie and, like, you know, just launch a bunch of rockets at him and stuff. But I would rather see the spectacle, in my opinion, I think. So
like
that is what I'm really on.
Like giant Demonio,
yeah, just like
Robin,
just
like...
them in the background, right? You have just like all these fights going on individually, and in the background, just two absolute ginormous people going at it.
Oh my God! Imagine a giant Robin using clutch on on San
Juan. Roll them around like she did Big Mom, like.
And like oh my God, the size of that! I mean, like. Just her like cracking his neck would probably sound like thunder to everyone.
Yeah, right.
Like that is
like
that
breaking
is,
a mountain essentially.
That's so cool. I have never heard that matchup before. What are the rest?
Yeah.
Now I'm curious.
So after that, I mentioned already, but Van Augur versus Usopp. That's gonna be hype, I think. And then I think one I was conflicted on. So initially, I always thought Luffy versus Nami because they're both navigators. But then the more I thought about it, just like the way Luffy is built, like the Brook matchup feels right. And then that would give Nami the Katarina Devon matchup, which given her background as someone who was like stealing hair and shit, like that would be perfect there. So that would be two crossed out there. And then after that, all we have remaining is Sanji, Burgess, Jinbei, and a mysterious 10th, right?
Yes.
So, no, Jinbei versus Burgess, that's another one I've been on this whole time. Because we have a wrestler versus a martial artist. Like, that could be another fun way to look at it. Like, I always joke, I want to see some Fishman WWE. I want to see a Fishman RKO. Like, let's make this just a nice ring battle. That could be a really fun matchup just between two big boys going at it. And then, but then that leaves Sanji with like, well, Kuzan? That would be pretty wild.
That'd be tough.
I don't know. The 10th one is the X Factor. Like the theory I like a lot is Uruj. But maybe that's not the option. It could be Kuzan. I know people have been saying Shiki. But the one I think I like the most is Uruj right now. So that could be a decent fight for Sanji as well.
Maybe this is because I'm out of touch with theories or something. Because I try not to like watch too many theories. Just
I'm right there with you.
I don't want to
plan. You start exactly.
So like I try and stay away from other trains of thought so I can keep on my own. But I have never heard like. Speaking of this, I've never heard the Uruj idea. Now, this is a first for me, and now that you're saying this, it's like, where does Uruj fit in the story? Oh shit, he's the 10th. Like, if he's the 10th Titanic captain, that would also explain some of his like the fact that he's sitting there observing Kaido jump off the cloud. Like, just kind of watch.
He was in Whole Cake Island as well.
Yep.
And like the whole theory. This is actually one of the theory videos that I did where it was like. The gears were clicking. I was really into it. It all started with this scene after Marineford, something like that, where you had the reactions of all of the supernova, right? Where they were like, "Oh, let's go into the new world and stuff." Uruj specifically says Blackbeard is the X Factor. He's the guy to look out for. And like that might be nothing, right? That might be him just like observing. Like obviously Blackbeard just did bits at Marineford, but maybe that's a little foreshadowing. And like if you take that and tie it together with the things like him observing Kaido or him being a Whole Cake Island, and like the fact that we have no idea how he's gonna enter the story in any way, maybe that's the pathway for him. It's not like a theory that I think like has strong evidence. Right. It's just one of those things. Is like there's a couple things here that could make it really fun.
He could fit, and it.
Yeah.
I think the most important part of a theory is that there isn't a single piece of evidence that completely like
counters it, right?
Yeah. So if there's room for it to happen in the story, I think it's worth thinking about. It could be fun, and that's a fun idea in my opinion. The only thing I would fire back on hearing that theory is his fruit, Rouge's fruit, whatever it happens to be, because I'm pretty sure we don't have the specific name of it.
Yeah, we don't know yet.
We just know what it does roughly. I feel like it is a little bit redundant with Burgess's fruit.
Burgess, right?
Yeah. That's the only thing I would be like, what is his role, or like, you know, what makes him special that would set him apart from Burgess? And maybe that comes down to the devil fruit not being what we think, and it could be a more general thing, like a stockpile fruit. So it might not be just about getting stronger. It might be he could stockpile anything within his body, or I don't know, but there is a way it can work, and then there's also ways I can see it where it's like Oda might take a different route with the Rouge, and the only, I mean, my question to you would be like, if he isn't the 10th Titanic captain, do you have any like expectations or hopes for a Rouge, like where he would fit in? Otherwise,
man, like that's the thing. The whole reason I came up with that theory because I was trying to figure out how does he even fit into the story, because like the Skypiea stuff outside of like connections to history, none of it really has been that relevant in terms of like actual like people getting involved, right? Like a Nell like getting back into the story. Like there's been no setup for that, which is why I have no expectations of him coming back. Everything related back to the Sky Islands and stuff, it's been more so technology or like historical stuff, like, you know, Gear 5 and stuff like that. So like Rouge being from the Sky Islands is such a unique case because we just not only have no information on him, but we also have such little like connections in the main storyline back to the Sky Islands. So I don't know how he really gets involved. Like if he shows up at Elbaf, that'd be cool, but I just don't know how, like, what's he doing there? Maybe he just showed up randomly, but then like, what's his purpose? Like, you know, and like maybe it's a case of like he's just not as important as we think. Like Apu and Hawkins, like they didn't really play that big of a role at the end of the day, right? Like Hawkins is a pretty dead character, if I'm being honest. Like quite literally now, but like Hawkins could go in a bin for really all I care. But like maybe Rouge, like maybe like the just like the mystery of him is gassing him up a little too much, and he doesn't turn out to be that great in the end.
It's you know, the thing is, it's like with One Piece, it's like Oda has conditioned us to think like whenever we don't see something from a character, there's a reason we don't see it.
That's why everybody thinks Jin is coming back eventually. Like
Jin, from Baratie,
Jin. Every arc, Jin is here. He's back, baby.
He's back. He's who's who. I remember the who's who is Jin theories. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I saw someone in the chat actually mention a good matchup for Sanji is Vasco Shot.
All right, that was the last person we did forget to mention.
Because we saw Vasco Shot's like approach to women.
True.
Recently with Boa, so that might be
could be the matchup there.
Yeah.
And then maybe the 10th is actually just Kuzan, but he's a good guy, so there's really not a 10th Straw Hat for him to fight. That could be the option too.
Who was the Straw Hat we hadn't created a matchup for? Was it Brook that we didn't have?
No, there's not a 10th yet. There's actually not a 10th Straw Hat yet. Like there's like. Well, it's like 11th technically.
Yeah.
Because there's 10 Titanic captains and Blackbeard. And there's 10 Straw. Yeah. Like a lot of people thought we were gonna get Yamato or Carter, so we walked away with nothing. So like I think Vivi returns at some point. I don't think Vivi's fighting Kuzan or somebody like that. Like,
nah, Vivi versus Kuzan is never.
Can you imagine Vivi comes back, matches up Kuzan?
I mean, look, like if there's a way to pull it off. I don't see it. I will
Maybe
say,
the ancient weapon theory comes true, and she just puts them in the ground.
Hey, I mean, look, if she has any ancient weapon powers, that changes things.
There you
go. Changes things.
Yeah.
I guess that means that like if Blackbeard has his 10 plus himself, then it would make sense for Luffy to match that, right? So maybe we are only due for one more crew member to make that
either
equal.
we get one more, or Kuzan is actually the 10th and he's just not gonna be like an actual villain, which like in the cover page I actually didn't like. When I read the chapter in the official, I skipped the cover page, so I'm not sure if they said in the official, but like in the official in the scans it did say like who's on a Van Augur of the Blackbeard Pirates. So like, because like the connection has always been he's been working with them, but if it actually says like of the Blackbeard Pirates, then he's probably the 10th, right? Like,
I mean, I can't imagine anyone else. I'm trying to think of like what other characters would be able to. I mean, Caribou was like a candidate for the 10th, but if it's between Aokiji and Caribou, I'm gonna give it to Caribou. I'll give it to
Caribou low-key has some like a strong stand base. Like I'm very shocked every time I do like a next Straw Hat video. The amount of Caribou comments I get, I'm like,
Straw Hat? Caribou for next Straw Hat?
Yeah, for Straw Hat, bro. You're talking about Blackbeard Pirates? Like, the amount of Caribou for Straw Hat comments I've seen, it's a lot bigger than you think.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Are there any Caribou for Straw Hat
in chat?
Like supporters in chat? I did not know this was a thing. This is like
maybe it's a little more dead now because like he's just very irrelevant in Wano. But like I think after that cover page story where he like redeemed himself to the slightest degree, people were like, all right, maybe.
I'm assuming. I have to guess that came up like in Wano when he was like showing up in Udon. That's the only reason I could think people would think
it was
that,
just so shocking to me whenever I made a next Straw Hat. They're like, hey, you didn't mention Caribou, man. Like, what?
Hey bro, you didn't mention Magellan. like yeah, all right. Like I'm not gonna talk about like characters that have no shot. Like I don't know. I mean, to me, the Caribou for Straw Hat sounds like a Croco Mom tier.
Yeah, I mean, like a Croco Mom type thing.
I'm not gonna roast this theory anymore. I want to respect people's ideas as much as possible. There's just some ideas like that I can't wrap my head around. Yeah, man. I'm trying to think of like something else that could happen with the Blackbeard Pirates. So do you think? This is something I've had on my mind as a burning question, and this is something I see come up as a theory a lot, that Blackbeard's going to get to the One Piece first.
Ooh.
So I'm trying to think about how to phrase this question, but I guess the simplest way would be, do you think that would make for a better story or a worse story? Because personally, I feel like if Luffy wasn't the next person to find the One Piece, that would hurt the story. But I see the logic and reasoning behind Blackbeard getting there first for the narrative purposes. I just feel like, I don't know, it would kind of put Luffy's dream in the trash.
Yeah, I get what you're coming from, because for me, I'm kind of in the same space right now. For the longest time, I was right there with you in that, like, Luffy is going to be the Pirate King. So, like, him and the Straw Hat should be the first and only ones onto Laugh Tale to do this thing that only the Roger Pirates are able to do, right? Like that, I feel like if anybody else like touches that island first, it kind of cheapens Luffy and the Straw Hat's efforts in a way. So I'm right there with you on that. The only thing that's kind of maybe changed my mind a little bit is that recently I've been way more open to this idea that other people also reach Laugh Tale. Because when you think about characters like Law and his dream of figuring out the will of D, and Buggy and Shanks, who, had never made it to Laugh Tale and said they wanted to go. Like, that is something they will do eventually on their own. So, like, if we have all of these other characters that kind of would make sense for their characters to also make it to Laugh Tale, maybe, like, it's not only going to be the Straw Hats that get there first. Because if you have this weird situation where they get there first and they're like, guys, hold on, let us do this first. And then you guys could come on, that just feels a little weird, but of course you can make it work story-wise as well. So I think because I've been more open to this idea that like more than just the Straw Hats get there first, I wouldn't be mad at like the idea of Blackbeard, just being that guy and actually making it to Laugh Tale before Luffy. But I actually feel like the more we find out about what he's doing now, like we might be getting Blackbeard sooner than we think. He's gonna like. The Heart Pirates are putting a little work. Okay, I caught them merchandise for the past couple of weeks, but they're putting a little bit of effort. But I still think Blackbeard's gonna come out on top in that battle, right? And like once he come out on top, he's gonna be tied with Luffy. He's gonna have Pudding and he's gonna have 3 road poneglyphs, and it's a tie ball game at that point. Like, and then after that, you just got one more, and it's like it's ready for the fight for the throne. You're ready to go. And like, especially we got Sword involved, already talking about going after Blackbeard in this arc. maybe Blackbeard is next. Like it could be entirely possible it is next. Especially with Oda's timeline, we don't know what his like entire like his final saga, right? Like things gotta happen.
Now that I think about it, like who do we really like? What bad guys do we need to punch in the face in the story before it's over? And the only people I can think of is Blackbeard and the whoever we want to pick for the world government.
Yeah,
Eam or whatever.
Yeah, Akainu and Eam.
Akainu,
Like, that's
yeah,
pretty much it.
But that's pretty much it, right? So like.
Yeah. The Cross Guild technically is an opposing force, but like
Yeah.
that's gonna be more of like a friendly matchup, if anything. Like you get the big Zoro Mihawk, obviously. Crocodile would do his thing, but it's still Buggy at the end of the day, you know?
It's Buggy's like thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you might be onto something. You might be onto something because if we finish Egghead and we're ready to go to the next thing, we're gonna need an antagonist. I don't think Oda's gonna pull a new antagonist out of thin air. I think all the bad guys we're gonna encounter for the rest of the story are pre-set up already. So we're not gonna get like. We're not going to have a Caesar or a Hody pop out of nowhere in like another arc. So from now on, we got to hit the big hitters. And
pretty much.
It's
That's
not
it.
I don't think it's going to be Eam before Blackbeard, although this is the thing though. So this is
the final war and the sequence of like how it goes, right? I know exactly the feeling you're going through because I've always been like Laugh Tale first, final war next. But now I don't know. Like Eam's making moves.
That's the thing. Like
he's wiping people out. Like,
is it possible that Blackbeard's not even after the One Piece, and it could be that like,
and he just also gets involved in the final war, right?
Like maybe his targets are on the empty throne or something, and maybe his reasoning for finding the poneglyphs is not to find the One Piece, but to seek out the ancient weapons or something that he would then use to go for his real target, which is the throne, the world government. And maybe that's how everything plays out, where Eam actually isn't the last villain because Blackbeard gets to Eam before Luffy, kills Eam, and then sits on the throne, and then it's like I'm the king.
It can just go that way, right? Because like that would be an Oda thing to do, where we're always thinking like, oh, okay, Luffy's gonna become the Pirate King, and then he's gonna figure everything out, and then we're gonna go and defeat Eam, right? And then all of a sudden Blackbeard comes in, as he always does.
Yep.
Just does something completely unexpected, and now he's that guy.
I could see it being like Blackbeard becomes king of the world and Luffy becomes Pirate King at the same time.
Now
he's
taking out Blackbeard instead of Eam, who people already have issue with being this villain that's just kind of shoveled in at the end, being potentially the last villain, right? So that could be a way to do it that kind of satisfies everybody.
And you know, Blackbeard tends to speak on a very real level with people. When it's like with all of his speeches, every time he says something, he really speaks to the heart of whatever he's talking about. Where it's like, it's everyone in the story is always talking about the awful trade-off of devil fruit users, having to sink in water, and they're so afraid or worried about this issue. And Blackbeard, Law's like, yo, everyone on your crew sinks in water, and he's like, yeah, that kind of sucks, right? But devil fruits are awesome. And it's like, we don't have anyone in the story that's just straight up like, yeah, bro, devil fruits are broken, like they're meta as fuck. So like, so for me, it's like I could see this moment where Luffy encounters Blackbeard. Blackbeard's already the king of the world, and then Luffy's like, Blackbeard's like, oh, I see you're Pirate King, like, cool. What does that matter? Like, what does that matter? I'm the king, like, and I could see that being the way that it kind of plays out. That's a really interesting. That's an interesting scenario potentially in my book. So
for sure, especially with there's definitely a connection to Rocks, and we know his ultimate goal was to be the king of the world. So if he's really just following in Rocks' footsteps, there you go.
Yeah, I really genuinely think that Rocks is very telling about where the story is going to go, even though we don't know the full picture yet. And I talked about this in my favorite. It sounds so like dumb, and I don't know how to put it, but like it's dumb to say that like one of my favorite theories is my own, but it is really one that I truly believe in. Like, I really believe in this idea. I really believe in this idea so wholeheartedly, but I think that Rocks was Oda telling us almost what happened with Eam. And I think that where Rocks failed, Eam succeeded. So I think that and the crux of this theory is essentially that the world government, before they were the world government, they were pirates. Just like all the pirates we have today, they were a group of people that maybe they were kings. They had territory. We see pirates with territory.
Yeah.
Big Mom's the queen of Whole Cake Island. Kaido. So it's not unusual to have kings that double as pirates. We see that when a king gets cast out of a country, a lot of times they become a pirate. Wapol became a pirate. Doflamingo became a pirate. Kuma, became a pirate. So the idea of like this inversion of like maybe the world government was this group that was like Rox, and Im maybe was a Rox-like figure who gathered all these people under one banner and then fought against the ancient kingdom and succeeded instead of failed, and then took over, and that became the world government. They rewrote
history that way.
Yeah, and
that's exciting. I like that.
And the interesting part about that idea is it kind of lines up with where Mary Joa is right now. So we saw with Kaido and Big Mom, what was their goal when they made their alliance? It was to take over the world.
Yeah,
and
ancient weapons and take over the world. Yep.
Yeah, and then they said immediately after that, they said, we're going to take Onigashima and drop it on top of the flower capital, and the reason that's good is because we'll be at the center of a highly elevated location. We're in a natural fortress. What about the idea that they did the same thing where they've relocated everyone to Marijoa the same way?
Wiped out the Lunarians that way as well.
Boom. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I think there's a lot of potential for Blackbeard to kind of bring that full circle, where we see the parallel between Luffy and Blackbeard is more so a question of breaking the cycle or continuing the cycle. Luffy wants to break the cycle. Blackbeard wants to continue it just with himself at top.
On the top, yes. So I like it, man. Gas it up, man. That's a good ass theory.
I felt like it was a good time to bring that up because we're talking about all this stuff, and I feel like Blackbeard and Im is going to be a really interesting dynamic to see play out. And I do like the idea. So I don't know if you have any thoughts or what your predictions are for like the origins of the world government. If you have anything to add to that or play off.
Yeah, like the origins is like, it's one of those theories where it gets so big that it's like so hard to predict. I've seen theories like Joy Boy was a pirate, he was a giant, and like there's just so many different options. I will say I do like the idea, like how the ancient weapons were, involved in recreating the world that we currently have and using their powers to create like the calm belt and like the red line. Maybe that's how Pluton works and stuff like that. So that is one idea I really like. I think the only theory that I ever like speculated about was way more specific, which was the origin of the Gomu Gomu no Mi, which was, I believe, when I was trying to think of like, why was the world government not knowing about the Gomu Gomu no Mi and the name change of it? That was like one question that was running through my mind. And one thing I had thought of was like at some point it was changed to the Gomu Gomu no Mi, but somehow the world government seemed like they had just figured that out, and that it was like they had just recognized that the Gomu Gomu no Mi was the sun god fruit, right? I'm not like, we still don't really know the details of how they came to that recognition, but I was thinking like, what if Alabasta was actually like part of the original 20, but like it was actually them who infiltrated, changed the name into the Gomu Gomu no Mi, and then decided like that was their role, and that way Joy Boy's fruit was able to carry on with its own will, undisclosed to the world government for all of this time. Like that was a one piece of thing that I could add to this grand theory, because coming up with a grand theory, that's too much brain power for me. But if you want me to pin something down, I could do that.
That's what I was looking for, because something like that would also bring the stuff with Vivi and the relationship between the Nefertaris and Luffy. That would kind of bring things almost full circle, like kind of fate playing out, where they end up they helped Joy Boy back then and they end up helping them again later. Exactly. And then maybe add some extra depth to Cobra's death, which is we're gonna have to see the repercussions of that. So no, thank you for that, Zach.
Of course, bro.
All I can say, bro, we're getting to time here, but and for those who didn't know, I seen some people pointed out in chat. I think Randy did. Yes, my name is also Zach as well, so we do share the name. This is a clash of Zachs here. Zach, thank you for stopping by the stream. I'm D.King, everyone. Go check him out. Where can they find you? Where would they be able to find you?
Follow me on YouTube. I'm D.King. You will find me on Twitter. I'm D.Zach. That's pretty much where I'm at.
Bro, I appreciate you coming on stream today. It was a really fun conversation, and I'm looking forward to doing this again in the future. It's
absolutely,
always great
bro. Yeah, it was so much fun meeting you at Comic-Con. We had never spoken before, but you're such a down-to-earth, nice guy, and I'm so glad we were able to meet and become friends. This, as always, is a super fun discussion. I'm so happy for you that you hit 10,000 subscribers. I'm excited for you to keep growing your channel and doing your thing. And yeah, thank you for having me. I'm excited, looking forward to doing something like this again in the future. And best of luck to the next. What you got? Another 5 hours left? Another 4?
Got another 4 left. So
get some more food on
Yeah.
with you. Stay hydrated.
Yep.
And
Bro,
stay good, man.
It's been a pleasure. Take care, brother.
Absolutely, bro.
I'll see you later.
Take care,
Hope you
man.
enjoy
Have
the
a
rest
good
of
one.
the stream. Take
Have
it
a-
easy.
All right.
Another banger conversation, folks. And you know what we got coming up next? You already see it. If you're in the chat, you know who we got coming up next. Don't worry, Brandon, it's okay. Brandon, it's okay. They're allowed to do this. I want to see the love. Bring the love into the chat for your YouTuber. I know you guys are coming from Three Evil's channel. Put the love in the chat. Give him the support. I love it. I love to see that. Keep it going. Goatville. Awesome. Awesome. I love to see this. So we're gonna get Threevil in here shortly. We got a few minutes, so I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna grab the rest of my sandwich, and refill my water. I'll be back very shortly, and then we're gonna get the man, the myth, the legend, Threevil on here next, and we'll do a nice introduction for him. So I will be right back, guys, and I will catch you very shortly. My friends, we are back. I saw a super chat come in. From Matthew Thomas, $5. Thank you so much, Matt. He says, Pog. Appreciate you, my brother. All right. I think it's time. All right. Guys, let me get the man himself in here. Let's give a call to Threevil. Let's get this started.
Yo.
What is up, boss?
Yo, what is good?
My man.
Here, man.
I'm excited to have you here. Let me give you an introduction before we get started, because I know we're ready to go. I'm ready to go. I got some burning questions for you.
Let's
but
get it.
before we get started, I just want to say, so for those of you that I know, a bunch of you in the chat watch Threevil. I could tell based on what was going on a minute ago. But for those of you who don't know, this man here is a legend with theories. His channel, I've never seen someone pump out so many well thought out theories in such a short span of time. It's actually really impressive. Not only does my man Threevil here have an excellent narrating voice, but he also has just a really unique approach to theory crafting in One Piece that I think we can't really find in many other places. And the big reason I wanted to get him on here today was because I find that a lot of my theories and his theories share some similar ideas, but go in completely different directions. So I think what would be really fun as theorist to theorist is going to be like kind of bouncing those ideas off of each other, seeing if we can find some middle ground and develop our ideas further. Threevil, welcome to the stream, bro. I'm so glad to have you here, and I love your content, and I appreciate you making the time today.
Yeah, it's an absolute pleasure to be here. I've told you before, like, I just absolutely love the style of your channel. Like that's how you carry yourself. That's what people are seeing. Like this whole bar theme and the neon lights. I absolutely fucking love your style. But
thank you, homie.
Yeah, I'm excited to talk, man. You know,
yeah.
One Piece is just endless conversations, man.
Yeah.
I appreciate you invite me over, man.
Yeah, no, absolutely, man. It's my pleasure, and I'm sure that we're gonna have. It's gonna be tough to keep things contained because we got an hour and we got some ground to cover. So, so I want to start with a pretty basic question, if you don't mind. I think I've heard. I think you mentioned something about this might have been in the Reverie. You think Dragon's a fraud?
That was
expand on that for me.
That was definitely like one of those things I like to toy around with, because like most of my videos, I'm like, yo, let's get to the facts. Like, let's look at this and then look at that, and you know, like more of a serious nature. That's like one of those things I'm just like fucking around. I have like, everyone has great hopes for Dragon, given he's the father of the protagonist. and he's the leader of the Revs. Like that was just one of those things that I was just kind of messing around with.
Yeah. I mean, I personally have thought a lot about Dragon recently, and I was thinking about his role in the story. And, you know, the recent chapters have brought up the idea that potentially Dragon wasn't even the guy who started the Revolutionary Army. It might have been Kuma. I saw someone comment that on my stream. And it makes me think, like, if Dragon's getting one-upped by Sabo right now and Kuma, like, if Dragon wasn't even the original guy, man, it's not looking good for him.
Man.
So I don't know. I wanted to hear your take on it, because I don't get to hear that much. You know, with these characters that don't have a lot of screen time, everyone kind of assumes the best of them. Like, oh, this guy's got to be crazy, you know. But to hear someone like make a bold statement like that, like, oh no, I don't think Dragon's all we say is. That's why I want to get more of your thought process on that. Or if there are any other characters that you think like won't live up to their reputation. Are there any like that come to mind, like spring to mind, that won't live up to their reputation in the story?
It's kind of hard to sometimes to like gauge someone's reputation and like where they might stand currently or where they'll be because of like fan interpretations and expectations. So like for an example, like if you ever try to power scale anybody, like there's just a lot of conflict and conversations, and like whether it's voice or text, like people can't agree like who's stronger. So that, I think that plays a role in like trying to like determine who's meant to be where, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But Dragon definitely to me stands out like this prominent character that's gonna do great things combat wise, because like at the end of the day, One Piece is a manga, it's a shonen, there will be fighting. I don't think it'll come down to Luffy and Dragon at like a table sipping tea with the Gorosei trying to like have like a mature conversation. Like they're gonna throw hands. But as far as like my own personal take on someone that might not shine well in the future, it's kind of difficult to say. I mean, I feel like Akainu might be one of those guys. Akainu.
Yeah.
Just because like I'll try to word this as best as I can. I feel like just as fans, we like certain characters a lot and they come off menacing, but that doesn't always equate to how strong they are. So I'll see people say like, oh, Akainu must be top 1 or top 2, but in reality it took him 10 days to be an admiral. So like clearly we could put him into that range. So if you jump in expecting him to be, you know, top 1, top 2, top 3, like in my opinion, I think he's gonna be scaled down a bit lower than that. Obviously he's powerful.
Yes.
Like
without
a doubt. Like what did Oda say? Like one of the most powerful Logias or Parameses, I'm sorry.
I think he said he said his fruit was one of the most powerful, and I think he also made a comment about how if Akainu wanted to, or if he was the protagonist, the story would be over in like 3 days or something. So
yeah, without a doubt, like he's extremely powerful. Can't take that away from him. But like even with that statement, like oh he'd get the One Piece in 3 days, a month, however long, like there's a lot of context that we need for that. Like does he have the Marines on his side? Is he in his prime? Is he younger? Like there's a lot of things you might have to have answered in order to get the full scope of oh it would only take a month.
Okay.
Yeah, however long,
whatever it was. Yeah. I mean, that's an interesting idea. I'm personally on the Dragon wave with you. I kind of feel like I have to temper my expectations with him given what we've seen so far. But then again, he is Luffy's dad, as far as we know. So there's got to be something more to that. But I do like your line of thinking. Let me ask you in terms of like, when it comes to creating theories, or when it comes to like processing an idea and turning it into something greater, which you do a lot in your videos, where do you start? Where do you start when it comes to theory crafting?
Man, it's tricky because sometimes like I could come to a conclusion very quickly, given like first of all, I'm always in my Discord server just talking nonstop about One Piece. So like I'll have the same conversations and go down the same lines of thinking like over and over and over again. So like that can help me craft a theory like really quick in like an hour. But sometimes like man, like there's so many details to go over. But I would say mostly I'm like gathering all the information, then I create a conclusion given all of that information. I know sometimes like when you first get into theories, like I think I used to do this when I started like a very long time ago, you might come to a conclusion and then try to find the evidence to support that. I don't think that's the strongest way to go about it. So nowadays I try to I'll literally like I'll make like a bullet point list Like, let's say I want to make a Blackbeard theory. I go on to Evernote.com. This is not sponsored.
Yep. I know about Evernote. It's a good website.
Yeah, it's really clutch. Y'all should look into it.
Yes.
But literally just like gathering all the information. So I'll make like a bullet point list about like as much Blackbeard information as I can gather. Then I try to think like, okay, what can we formulate based off the facts, right? So I want to stay away. I try my best to stay away from opinions and stay away from speculation. I just want to create like an outcome that you can argue, because I want to put the strongest things out there. I don't want to, me personally, I don't want to do things just because it's cool or, you know,
so you want
stuff
to
like that.
you want to make the theory fit the facts and not the facts fit the theory, you know.
Exactly.
So, which is I respect that approach, because that's how I like to approach all of my theories. I've had people tell me sometimes my theories are a little obvious or boring, and it's like, well, you know, the reason for that is because I'm not taking massive leaps of information, and like I'm trying to really connect what we have. And unfortunately, like some of those conclusions are going to be kind of obvious, because that's how the story works. Like, yeah, Oda sets expectations. He plants seeds. He puts the details here and there, and people can kind of come to a conclusion based off of that. So, and you know, you were talking about with your earlier videos, you kind of did it a different way, but as far as I remember, the earliest video of yours, and that was the first video of yours I watched, was, you can already guess it, the octopus theory, which is
Yes,
I love this one. I love this one. So how'd you come to that one? Like, first off, I want to know, when you got to this theory, like, what was the path getting there? And then when the realization dawned on you, how'd you feel? Because I'm assuming that was the theory that got you to like start with your channel and get things running. So tell me a little bit about that.
So I used to just make theories on Discord. I was just a regular dude, just no camera, basic mic. I'd hop in the text channel on, shout out to B.D.A. Law. I would be in his theories channel all the fucking time for a long time. But literally, I was just posting theories on there, and then one day I was just chopping it up with the people in the theories channel, and like we were just throwing stuff around, nothing serious. And then I took a look at Blackbeard's flag, and I was like, man, we always look at his flag. Why is it 3 skulls? Okay, there's 8 things around the skull, 3, 8. I know that Oda likes to depict the captain of crews based off the flags, like constantly. The Straw Hat one's obvious. Capone Beige is obvious. Like time and time again, he'll get the captain of the crew and just pretty much put them on the flag.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, well, for sure, these 8 bones, or at least 8 ends of the bones with 3 skulls, it has to work with Blackbeard. And then I'm not really sure how I got to the 3 well, actually, somehow I connected 8 bones to 8 tentacles, and that's kind of like common knowledge. I don't really know how I stumbled onto that exactly. Then I was just searching up stuff about octopuses in general, and then I came across 3 hearts, and that was the moment where I was like, whoa. And then I went and just looked everywhere.
yeah, I mean, after you get to a realization like that, I call it like that the light bulb moment with the theory. It's like when I write a theory, and I'm sure you can empathize with this, like there's stages, right? You have the concept, you have the idea that you kind of want to, like, okay, I want to do a theory that answers X, Y, or Z question, and you look for information to support, and maybe you formulate a couple ideas here and there, but there's always that one moment you get that piece of information, that one little piece that you're like, okay, I know what this video is going to be about. I know what this theory is going to be about. And so I'm assuming that feeling.
That feeling, you know, it's so exciting, because you're like, oh man, now I gotta really dive in. I can't wait to show people like this discovery, whatever it might be. Amazing feeling.
It is a great feeling. So let's talk a little bit about your general theories. I watched one of your recent videos. You were talking about the D clan being the D standing for Deva. Now, this I found interesting because I have my own theory about what the D stands for, and I would love to hash this out with you and talk a little bit about this. So assuming people in the chat haven't seen your theory, give us the rough breakdown of this theory and talk about, you know, your opinion about the D clan and all that stuff.
So with One Piece, like, we know for a fact at this point that Luffy's based on Hanuman, which is a Hindu monkey god. We know this because of the countless similarities between Luffy and Hanuman.
Yep.
Excuse me. And then also Road to Laugh Tale, Oda wrote with his own 2 hands, Luffy, Hanuman, Monkey God. So that is kind of like cemented. Like that's just how it is. So if you look into Hanuman, you come to find out there's so many similarities about him that apply to One Piece and other characters. So like the father of Hanuman is Vayu, the Lord of the Winds. And then like when people hear that, they're like, wow, that's kind of ironic. Then you have like how Hanuman's friends with like this human turned into an elephant named Ganesha. And it's like, wow, that sounds like a lot like Zunisha. But one huge thing about Hinduism, by the way, shout out to India and Hinduism, beautiful culture, beautiful country, religion, much love to India.
Yep.
One of the like big things about Hinduism is they have ashras and devas. And like, again, like Ashra is already present in One Piece with Zoro's attack called Ashra, right? A 3-headed demon. So with all these things about Hinduism relating to not only Luffy, aka Hanuman, his father, his friends, like all these things, and then you have the aspect of Ashras, it's just like, wouldn't Devas fit somewhere in the story? And like, I would strongly believe so, because again, it's like, if you don't know about Hinduism, it's kind of hard to come to this line of thinking, but I've done so much research like over the course of so many videos.
Yeah.
But a really big thing about Hinduism is like the battle between Ashras and Devas. And so if you have Hanuman, Ganesha, Vayu, all these characters along with Ashras, I'm like, okay, well, Devas have to be somewhere in the story. I sorry, I'm kind of repeating myself.
No, don't worry. I want you to just off the cuff, just speak your mind, bro. I'm here to listen. So
with Devas though, they were basically gods of their world, and then Ashras were the demons. And I think like what Oda's trying to do is he's having the Ashras frame themselves as Devas, and then having the Devas framed as Ashras. So instead of the Devas being gods, the world government is making the Devas be demons, which is not actually true. And then you could look at Kotazone's statements as the D being the enemies of the gods, demons, all these sorts of other things that support that. And then you see like the world government always making lies about people or giving credit to people that don't necessarily deserve it. Like maybe something with Kobe and Garp, you know, they're the heroes. It's like they're always moving pieces around and not telling the full story. But that's how I came to the conclusion.
Bro, it's so funny because when I hear you like explain this line of thinking, I can think back to like some of my recent theories, and I was on the same train of thought, but analyzing a different culture. And this is one thing I really want to get into with you because so here, this is what I have written down here. So you have in a lot of your theories, you have this underlying theme of like Hinduism and analyzing like that culture, and like I think you have some Buddhism mixed in there as well. General like South Asian cultures, you tend to take a lot of inspiration from that when it comes to setting up the basis for your theories. On my end, I am the same way, except it's not South Asian culture and history, it's classical European stuff. So for me, it's the Roman Empire. It's the Greek and Roman Empire. And the reason I came to that conclusion, there's a lot of reasons, but like the fall of Rome matching the fall of the ancient kingdom, the ancient weapons sharing the names with Greek gods, meaning that whatever kingdom created them has to have that Greek influence in there. And the logic that I came to was with Luffy and who he's like paralleled with. So you have Hanuman, and actually, before I get into this point, I have to sidetrack this for a second. I remember the chapter, the Hanuman gun came out. And I was hyped for you because I knew you had that theory. And it's funny because we both, that was your theory on what Gear 5th was, right? The Hanuman theory was like, so funny thing, I had a theory on Gear 5th that was about Luffy. I thought that Gear 5th made Luffy become a full-on giant. And back to back, we got our chapters. So our two completely separate theories. Luffy had a move for both of them. He had the Giganto mode and he had the Hanuman gun. So I just want to put out there that this is why I'm hyped about this conversation. But anyway, so my opinion is that Luffy's basis in Greek culture and mythology is Apollo. And the reason I think that is because Apollo was known as the god of sunlight. He was also the god of music and merriment. So, and he was also, interestingly, the son of Zeus. And we saw Luffy doing the whole Zeus throwing lightning bolts thing, and his father dragon, how did he get saved at Logtown? It was from a lightning bolt. So like there's a lot of like things that kind of work with that other angle as well. And what I'm trying to get to with all of this is that, you know, is there, because world culture kind of like stems, if you trace back culture and religion and mythology and history, I feel like a lot of it can come back to like a single source or a single point. So what I'm wondering is, you know, based on like my angle and your angle, is there a way you see where like these ideas can kind of coexist? Where like maybe it's neither, or maybe like both cultures play a role, or something like that. Do you see like a way where that happens?
Oh, definitely. I think they kind of already played a role, like all sorts of cultures, because then you also have, no one ever brings this up, but like you have Icarus and Daedalus in Fishman Island. Like that was comes from like Greek mythology,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So you have that, and like you said, perfect example, the ancient weapons, and then you have Hanuman, 100%, and then even Alabasta, it was like more on the Egyptian side. You have Skypea, where they definitely are exploring Mayan culture with all the statues and the paintings. Definitely, I think it's a combination of all these sorts of things. So like the approach that I'll take like on these recent videos is like, I'm not starting from the standpoint that, okay, let me use Hinduism to fuel the theory.
Right.
It's more so like what I know and the conclusions I've come to about One Piece tie into that, so I'm just kind of expanding onto it, if that makes sense.
That does make sense. Yeah. I mean, I've learned a good bit of Hinduism and that stuff through your videos, and someone pointed this out in the chat, and I think it's actually a really cool thing about the One Piece community. Graham and said, I love how much One Piece makes fans research stuff. So it's like the amount of things I've learned just by virtue of trying to solve like a question in a fictional story is just, it's pretty amazing, and it really speaks to the story itself, because like Oda clearly pulls from so many different cultures and references. That's why when I hear stuff like your theory and you bring up all these different connections, I'm like, absolutely Oda knows at least some of this stuff. Like he referenced Ashuras in the story, like you mentioned in your video. Like there has to be a way for all of it to kind of work in the same realm, and I think the way that's going to happen is that maybe the Ancient Kingdom is a blend of various ancient cultures. It's not explicitly one. I put my chips on the Rome stuff, but I could also easily see it being like completely different from everything. For example, Fishman Island was not just one, you know, every place kind of references a location in the world. Fishman Island was a mix. It was a mix. It wasn't just like the Greek references. They also had like Chinese references in there with like the dragon, and the Japanese references. They had a bunch of stuff mixed in there. So I could see the Ancient Kingdom being a mix of both. I could see the Hanuman thing being completely correct, and at the same time still tying in the other mythologies with it.
Yeah, I 100% agree. It's like we see all these other cultures in the story. It's definitely, and even though like sometimes I might give off the impression that like I think it's only Hanuman, I hope I'm not doing that to many, because I'm just kind of going off of, you know, something that Oda wrote down.
Right.
I know in my like and I've tried to say this in videos, that Luffy's going to be based on multiple things. You have other characters based off of multiple religions, multiple cultures.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to speak on the one that, you know, has been proven to an extent.
Yeah.
But I really liked what you said a second ago, as far as like researching, like, man, that makes me feel so invested into One Piece, where like I on my own accord will go out of my way and have like 45 Google Chrome pages open, and like 3 of them are different languages that I have to translate, and I'm looking at this Wikipedia page, I have this YouTube link open, and like this, I was doing these kinds of things before I even made a YouTube channel. Like that's just how well Oda wrote his story to have me this engaged. And like I always hope, like, man, when One Piece is like all said and done, I need someone out there to make a story like this. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if they will be able to, but I hope so, man.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a beautiful thing that Oda has done with this story, and this brings me to another question, which is, for you, like what ending are you what ending are you hoping for like, I guess, the main cast, or how do you see the last saga kind of playing out, big picture, like?
Man, it's so difficult for me to put my heart somewhere because it could go so many directions. I've kind of like weighed out like how likely it is that Oda would take the approach of Blackbeard getting Pirate King first, but I feel like in recent times I've kind of settled that I don't believe that'll happen, just because like there's so much of this prophecy about Joy Boy and this monkey and Luffy, you know, gathering the One Piece and being the one to use this item, this treasure to change the world and fulfill these prophecies with Fishman Island. And then you even have like the golden bell from Shandora having a monkey with a straw hat on it. Like, I think there's way too much investment in Luffy reaching this island and using this grand treasure to change the world. So that's one thing I kind of fall under. But I don't know, man.
Where do you think the One Piece is? Do you think or rather, where do you think Laugh Tale is a better question?
Man, I want to go under the. It's tricky. Like there's so many awesome theories about it.
Yeah, but that's why I gotta ask you, because I know you're gonna like have some unique spin on it. That's why.
I almost want to like take this simple route and be like, oh yeah, Atlantis. But it's like,
right.
I don't know, man.
How do you feel about the space theory, like the outer space stuff? Now that we're at the Egghead, like.
Yeah, that one's a little tricky though, because you know, NL went to the moon, so some people they refute it by like, oh, does that mean NL's Pirate King?
right. Well, that's a good point too. Yeah.
See, I would love Luffy to go to space. I just don't even think that has to be under the context of Laugh Tale. Like he could go to space. I don't know, for a road poneglyph. Maybe that somehow works. Or maybe like a spin-off story or something like that. I would love Luffy to go to.
Space Adventures, like a whole spin-off, like Space Adventures Luffy, like oh, that would be cool. That'd be cool.
It would.
That would be cool.
And then like Oda had Luffy wearing like a NASA suit, like an astronaut thing, didn't he?
Yes.
Like at one point.
He, my desktop is actually that image. So.
Nice.
Yeah. So I know exactly what you're talking about. That's why I'm like kind of willing to subscribe to the idea. I don't know if as part of the main story I would accept it, but like as a spin-off or something, let's say the story ends and everyone's still alive and happy and they just get to go adventure and do whatever, you know, the idea that maybe we could take it to a completely different setting like outer space. Here's an interesting thing to think about with that, because One Piece is largely inspired by a different, really old school anime and manga called the Galaxy Express 39. I don't know if you know about this.
I don't.
So do you know about Captain Harlock? Have you ever heard of that? He's like a guy. He's like a space pirate looking guy, and he has like an eye patch, and he has like brown long hair, kind of. You never seen that guy? I feel like I'll DM it to you later. One really interesting thing about that is Shanks is heavily based off of Captain Harlock in both design, because he has the eye patch on the same eye and all this stuff. He's like kind of that like figure from afar. Very, very similar character designs, and I'm pretty sure in my conversations with one of my Japanese fans, Mato, who listens to Oda's like interviews in Japanese, he gave me some extra insight, and he said that Oda explicitly, I think, mentioned something about Harlock and like that whole reference. Have you seen Gurren Lagann?
No, I haven't seen that either.
That's another one that's based on the same story. So the whole idea of space adventures comes from that. Galaxy Express is a story about I haven't read it, but it's this kid that goes from planet to planet on a train. Like it goes through space from planet to planet, and on each planet they have their own encapsulated issues. He goes there, solves the problem, moves on to the next planet. And this sort of structure and some of those characters played heavily into Oda's character designs and his storytelling. So the idea that maybe it does all in the end, it wraps back around to the inspirations, and then we have a Galaxy Express One Piece. That, I mean, I don't know. I think that's a pretty cool idea. So I like that take. I would love to see a spin-off of that.
That fuels my hopes and dreams, because I tell people, like, you know, Naruto, they had Boruto. A lot of people, they're not fans of it, but, you know, I just pray that One Piece gets a spin-off so I can have more content. And if it's bad, then I'll just block it out from my mind. Like, I'll pretend it doesn't exist. I don't want it to end.
If One Piece got like a Boruto situation, would you be pretty upset? Like, if there was like Toofy and like, like how would you? Yeah, like how would you be tight? I'd be tight.
I'd be tight for like probably like a week or two, and then I'd be like, oh, whatever, I'm just gonna block it out, because I just want more content so bad. Like, that's not fair. As like That's a YouTuber fair. Or a creator, just like I just genuinely love One Piece. Like aside from like all this kind of stuff, and I just want more. I'm so afraid of the day of the final chapter.
That's gonna be tough. That's gonna be tough. Do you have any plans for like your channel once that comes around? Like, are you gonna expand to other series? I see you got the Mark of Sacrifice, the Brand of Sacrifice tattoo, which I love, by the way. But I'm sure you're into other series. So like, do you have any plans for that, or you have any theories on like other stuff that you might not to share it, but like, I just want to know, do you have theories on other series? Like, do you think about other series in that way?
When I'm watching it and reading it, definitely. But as of late, I've just been super invested with One Piece. I think like what's gonna happen for me personally when One Piece ends, I'm gonna like look for another manga that I could just sit there and like deep think and do research. I hope there's something available. But like anytime I'm watching movies with like friends or family, whatever the case might be, I'm like sitting there trying to theorize like what's gonna happen with this character and that character.
Yeah.
Like, that's just how I naturally am. So having like a theory channel about One Piece is like perfect.
Yes, it is. I mean, bro, the amount of content that can come from this story. I was talking to Parvision about this yesterday, but it's like crazy to think about, right? Like you have, like we're YouTubers, but we're also YouTubers for like one story, and the fact that there are so many channels with all this focus on just this one story. And the amount of different ideas that comes out of that is just insane to think about, which is why it's so exciting now. Because like, I came into the scene relatively recently. I'm very new. And for me, like one of my big worries early on was like, there's so many people talking about this already. Like who's going to want to hear my opinions? But then, here we are, a year or two later from when I had that thought. And it's like, you're also like I would say fairly new, like not like a new like content creator, but on YouTube, like you started relatively recently, and here we are, like we're coming up with these ideas that I feel like people have been looking for. Like there's some ideas that people haven't heard of. I don't think there's anyone else really doing that heavy emphasis on like the Hinduism analysis that you're doing. So I think it's just crazy to think about how multifaceted the story is, and it's hard for me to even move off of it. I don't know if I want to move off of One Piece. Like there's times.
Yeah, it's just so much investment with the story, and even like when you don't take the like religion or theology road, it's like you can determine and come up with theories that aren't even tied to religion. Like for an example, a month ago, I put this out a second time because the first time I put it out, my channel was brand new and like it wasn't the best production. So I was like, you know what? I really need to remaster this. But long story short, I put out this theory again about why Vegapunk is so heavily tied to the moon and that he has connections to Revs. And I'm telling you, like almost every single point has been proven in like the past like few chapters. So it's just so great how you can make theories from like almost like any approach or in any direction, given enough time and investment into the story itself. That might sound confusing, but
no, it doesn't. It's not confusing. It makes sense to me. So I'm trying to think of the best way to phrase this. So you have, I would say, a considerable amount of experience now. You've created a lot of content. You have a lot of videos now. You've really been grinding, and I know for a fact there's got to be some like prospective YouTubers in the chat, or like new YouTubers or people thinking about starting. And I've seen you give really solid advice before, and I would love to ask you, like, what are some pieces of advice that you could give anyone looking to start doing a thing just like you did? Like what are some things you've learned, or like some pitfalls to avoid, things like that, stuff that would help a new guy?
I think like it's probably best as early as possible to decide whether you want to do what you want or you want to do what would appeal to the majority. Because a lot of times if you do something you enjoy and put out something you want to put out, that might not appeal to the majority. So I feel like you should kind of early on decide like, okay, which route do I want to go?
Yes.
If you appeal to majority, then chances are like you'll get a whole bunch of subscribers, you'll get a huge following, but over time maybe you become unhappy because that's not what you want to do. So I think that kind of question should come to your mind as early as possible. And then honestly, I think when you answer that question and you approach that YouTube and content creation is amazing. You meet so many cool people. You get to learn about the internet and how algorithms work, and you get to learn how to do storytelling. I guess it really depends on the type of content you do, but I would say, like, if there's anything I could tell people is, like, decide which route you want to take, like, as soon as possible.
Yes. And what about pitfalls? Like things like maybe mistakes while making videos or scripting or anything that like comes to mind that now you avoid like completely, and like things that you wish you knew when you started. Like, is there anything you wish you knew before you made the mistake?
Definitely. I would say, like, this is great to apply to content creation and YouTube, but just like general life as well. Always do your own research. Always like spend a lot of time figuring out the pros and cons to figuring out the truth to what you're talking about, and be careful who's in your ear, because you might be a pro basketball player and you just 24/7 you're playing basketball. You don't really want to get advice from like a doctor who's never watched basketball, doesn't play basketball. You just gotta be willing to talk to the right people and get correct information from the right people.
I've had
I would say don't fall into the trap of changing things or getting mentally clouded just because someone told you it. You got to be careful with where the information is coming from and what the information is.
100% agree. I had very early on, I had an experience like that. I dropped, I think, my first or second video, and this was before I had maybe like 30 subs. And I took my video and I joined a YouTuber Discord. It was like a really, really big Discord, which was just YouTubers and people like giving each other advice. I wanted to get some tips, so I wanted feedback. I dropped my video on there and asked if anyone could like take a look, give me some feedback. I had some guy come to me and take apart the entire video, and like he doesn't know anything about One Piece, so his focus was on the aesthetic, and he really didn't like the aesthetic. Like, he was like, oh, you know, the character looks stupid, like you should put your face cam on there because that's what people want to see, you know, you got to talk really fast. And he like gave me all this advice that if I took that advice, and at the time I considered it because I was like, maybe this guy knows more than me. I only have 30 subs, so like I don't know what fucking works. So like, you know, he tells me all this stuff, I considered doing it, and then, you know, I thought about it, and if I do that, I'm not me. I'm just like a commercial like product at that point, because I'm just doing what someone else is telling me people want to see instead of just being myself. And I think that what you said like speaks to that. It's so important to just pick what you want to do and do what you want to do. Yeah.
See, what's rocky though is like his opinion, like, you know, respect his opinion. Everyone has their own perspective. I totally get that, and everyone should. But even then, like, his opinion might not even reflect on the average person.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So like, you just got to be very careful with everything in life. Like, look at who's telling you this, and you got to verify the information yourself. Like, of course, don't block people out and be like, la la la, I'm in my own world. You just be careful where the information's coming from and what it's about.
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, I decided to check out his channel to see where the information was coming up from, and his videos were ass, so it's all good. I'm fronting. But you know, it's like it is important. It is important to like have an identity. When you go into this stuff, you need an idea. And I remember when I first started the channel, you know, my channel went through a very long conceptual phase. It was like, when I came up with the idea for the Hidden Island, I probably spent 2 months going to the library every other day and sitting down and just planning out everything. I planned out the soundtrack, I planned out what it's going to look like, how the information is going to be presented. I wrote the script for the first video. Before I even made anything, I just planned it all out. And I think I'm very grateful I took the time to do that, because if I kind of just jumped into it and looked for what other people said I should do, I wouldn't be the Hidden Island. I wouldn't be this channel that people always say they love the smooth jazz, they love that stuff. And I think that really goes for a lot of our channels, like your channel too. Have you ever felt that like pressure to change? Like, because I think what you're doing is very interesting and unique, and I feel like you talked about earlier choosing your path, being yourself, or going with what works for everyone. And I think you've hit a very nice middle ground where there's clearly your identity coming through the video, but you're also appealing to a larger group of people. So how'd you find yourself there? Like, how'd you hit that Goldilocks zone? You know?
Yeah, I really like what you said about like coming to a vision. That's another nugget of gold you guys could take. Like creating a vision and trying to produce that is a lot better than just going in and doing whatever. Like if you have a vision and you could picture, you know, what the end result will look like, things will be a lot more cohesive and flavorful. But for me, it was kind of like a development process because I was just like, yo, I'm tired of making theories on Discord, man. Like I want to make a video, like, and just link people to the video. That was what it was mostly for. Like I just didn't want to type them out. I could have sent someone a link. And just lucky enough for me, like the very first video I posted, shout out to B.D.A. just immediately reposted it and just jumped up a lot of views. And I was like, wow, this probably doesn't happen often, but like anyways, in my journey is just like developing over time, figuring out you know, do I want to use images, do I want to use clips, what kind of music, sound effects, just like little things every time. After every video I'd reflect, and eventually I just came to a point where this is where I'm at now. I'm in a year from now, my videos might be a lot different, but I know for sure the foundation is theories. That's if I stick to that, I'm good. Like as I'll do what people want because I'm still happy and I'm still enjoying what I'm doing because I'm talking about theories in the first place. I don't really care if I'm in Adobe Premiere and I put an image instead of a video, or I use this song instead of that song. Like to me personally, I don't really care. As long as I'm making a theory, bro, I'm Gucci.
And that's what people are coming for. That's what they like out of your content. I don't think anyone's gonna pick apart the music. They're gonna look at what you have to say, and if what you have to say has substance, if you're supporting it, if you're articulating it well, that's really what matters at the end of the day. And this kind of brings me to the last question I really have for you. I know we're coming up a little bit close to time, so we'll end with this one. But this is a more general question about One Piece. You're a very passionate fan, I can tell. I am as well, and I like to think about this sometimes. Like, what does One Piece mean to you? Like what is the defining feature of One Piece that makes it One Piece to you?
So many answers, but if I could pick one, I think like being a leader is one of the best things in this world and from the story. Leading your friends and leading a country, looking out for people, showing people how to be more mature, more loving, not giving up on their goals, like being a leader. And I think like sometimes like us as humans, it's natural. We kind of forget about that. Maybe not everyone's meant to be a leader, but you know, a lot of aspects that go into a leader make you a strong-willed person. It makes you very wise. It makes you loving. I think that's one of the greatest things that you can learn from the story.
What do you think makes a good leader?
Sheesh. I would say, in my eyes, because I'm sure everyone has like different interpretations of what a leader is, but for me, I would say putting your friends and your loved ones before yourself and being willing to risk your life for your friends given the situation, and just conducting yourself the right way and keeping a level head. Like when you look at for an example, Jaya, Luffy could have easily fought Bellamy and all those dudes in the bar, but was that necessary?
No, I don't think it was. And I love that parallel with Shanks, because Shanks taught Luffy how to be a leader. He taught him how the biggest lesson from that was that he taught Luffy how to be the bigger man. And I think that is a quality all leaders need. They need to be someone that doesn't have to stoop down to the level of the rabble or the people that you know will throw the bottles at them and all that stuff. They don't need to stoop to that level because they know what they are. And I think that's a very important lesson that we have to take away from that. And I find it interesting that you honed in out of like there's so many lessons to learn and so many moral like there's a lot of philosophy around morals in One Piece. And you honed in on the leadership aspect. And it's interesting because, yeah, I mean, this is a story centered around, like, the best leader out of them all, really. I mean, that was what Mihawk said, right? Like, Luffy's most threatening characteristic is his ability to draw others to him. So I think you hit the nail on the head there. That is a really that's a really good answer, I gotta say.
Appreciate it. And like not to drag this on, I'll quickly throw this in there.
We got 10 more minutes. Go for it.
Awesome. So like as far as like the whole leadership aspect, I think we kind of like take for granted sometimes. Like Luffy knows when to listen. Like he got leadership advice from Zoro at times. He's got leadership advice from Vivi, Shanks. Like even like this, I guess this kind of plays into Luffy's leadership personality or leader mentality. But like during a reread I'm having right now, I notice how in Water 7, the Straw Hats and the Frankie family had like their little beef because of what happened with Usopp and all that. And towards the end of Water 7, the Frankie family, they approach Luffy and they're like, yo, I know we beat up Usopp and we have all these problems, blah, 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 but please let us board the sea train. And then they have a panel of Luffy staring at them with ellipses. And then they go on to say like, sorry for all that. We just want to save our bro. We'll die for our bro. And that's what shifted Luffy. And he's like, get on the sea train. Like that's being a leader. That's what you do for your friends. Like I know it's so cliche, but I think it's fantastic.
These are cliches for a reason. There's a reason that they're so commonly ingrained in our culture and storytelling, because these are themes that I feel like most people can agree on. It's like these are things we should learn from. And this is what Oda is really capturing. A lot of his messages in the story kind of boil down to obvious messages. It's like, don't be a bad person. Put other people before yourself. Like these are morals that someone should have instilled into most people when they were a kid. And it's like, and the thing is, he is writing this story primarily for kids. I won't say that he's writing it for kids specifically, and now I'm treading into the dub territory by bringing that up. But I think that, as with any shonen manga, the primary audience is going to be like, young teenagers that are impressionable. And it's important to have a story like that can instill those values in people, because it's not just us reading it. There's also the new generation coming in and reading One Piece. And, that's the first generation that read One Piece is probably not like, older people or adults like you and me. Is at the time it was just this one comic in Shonen Jump. It was brand new. Who's gonna buy Shonen Jump? It's the teenagers. That's who Oda was writing for, and I understand why he's approaching these very important messages that like hit to the core of like human nature and like what it is to be a good leader, like you said, what makes someone a good friend, like what all those things kind of. It does put things in perspective. We're so ready to like look at the story from a dramatic angle, but sometimes we just have to take a step back and appreciate that Oda's just trying to tell us something about the world. And
most definitely.
Yeah.
I think it's awesome we're putting One Piece in libraries, because kids go to libraries.
Dude, I saw One Piece in my local library when I was going there to make the channel and everything. I remember finding One Piece in the library, and then I went to another library and it was there too. And I was like, shit, man. Like,
it's great. I think this is the one story. Like, hey, if you're gonna give any stories to kids, please make it this one. And it's not out of bias, but like what you said, the lessons given through the story and all the religions explored and cultures, racism, classism, all the things like that you can teach a child and try to put them on a good path. Because I think that's Oda's intentions. Like that would be great for the youth.
I know for a fact that when I have a kid, I hope by that point, like One Piece will either be close to done, or by the time they're old enough to experience it, it'll be done. But I'm definitely gonna put my kid through the whole series. Like I'm gonna force it. I'll be like, you gotta. This is what I do. Like this, you gotta check it out. And I'm gonna keep that going. I gotta pay it forward. I think everyone. That's kind of like how One Piece has functioned for a lot of people. The fandom has grown so big because people pay it forward. The love and the passion for the series is so strong that you can't help but share it with other people. And that really just like hits home with like what Oda is all about, what his story is all about. So, dude, that's
definitely
great stuff. I want to get to a couple super chats before we close out the conversation. So I got one here from Danny, $2. Thank you, Danny. He says, "Great leadership can turn one great person into many." I love that.
That's a great fact.
Yes, and I actually saw after that, Randy said, "A country is its people," which is also a brilliant quote. I love that. So like, this is all what we've been talking about. It's like this is. I think you're definitely right about that message. And the next super chat comes from Cauliflower, $2 Canadian. Thank you, Cauliflower. He says, "Goatville."
Goatville, appreciate it, Kale.
All right.
That's the homie right there.
Indeed, bro. I love it. Yo, guys, in the chat, let's get some W's for Threevil before he hops out. And my man, before you go, if you want to sign on, like have a message for everyone before you go, you want to promote an upcoming video, or just tell people where they can find you.
I'm usually on this YouTube, Twitter, Discord, 323VIL. Huge pleasure to be here. This was amazing, an amazing discussion we had today, like genuinely.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, man, just stay true to yourself, everybody. You know, go figure out the information for yourself. Be careful who's in your ear. Do all the research, and just whatever you believe, just push for it, man. That's all you gotta do.
Awesome, man. Well, bro, it's been an absolute pleasure. I'm very, very glad we were able to make this happen, and I'm sure we'll have plenty more discussions in the future. Next time, I want to go into our theories in depth, and that's something I was afraid to do it today because we didn't have a lot of time, but that's something I really want to do with you because I have so many more thoughts on your theories. I've seen a bunch of them at this point, so we'll definitely talk about that again. And once again, bro, I appreciate you being here. So I hope you, if you stick around, I hope you enjoy the rest of the stream, and I wish you the best of luck with your future videos. And you know I'll be there. So
yeah, same to you, man. You're doing an amazing job. Just keep going, bro. Just keep going.
Thank you, homie. All right, I'll catch you later, brother.
All right, take it easy, bro.
Have a good night, bro.
You too, bro.
Another banger conversation, ladies and gentlemen. Threevil's great. Threevil's great. I really love talking. So when it comes to theories, that's a really quick way to get me excited. And when I talk to someone that I know, especially someone that has a real primary focus on theories like Threevil, it's really interesting to pick their brain. That gets me very excited because I want to explore some of these ideas more in depth than just a simple prediction stuff. And I know that Threevil is very good at going into depth on this stuff. So I'm very appreciative of this conversation. I would love to do more. And yeah, guys, I think that is a good place to leave it off. I'm going to get some more water, I have a bunch of water here, but I'm going to take a short intermission anyway, just for my mental health. I will be back very shortly, and then we're going to hang out for a bit before we get our next guest on. We have, coming up soon, we have KingK, and I'll do his full introduction soon because I do have a lot to say about KingK. Very big fan of this channel, so I'm very excited for that. Hey everybody, it's me, I'm back. It's me, Ricky Rubio. Mr. Future Singer says, Hidden, your stream has been going fantastic, buddy. Love to see you thrive. Hey man, I appreciate that a lot. I love all the support you've given me, brother. It means a lot, honestly. You're always here. You're always active. Same with you, Toby. You guys are the best. I wouldn't be here without your support. Just so you guys know that, there have been times where I considered just dropping the YouTube stuff, and then these two guys, Mr. Future Singer and the True Toby, they have talked me out of it multiple times. So these guys, I mean, I love them. They are the biggest supporters I got. Queston Kelly says, Oda said Usopp will always be the weakest crewmate, but what if even the weakest can handle busted characters? Like who? Oh, is this regarding Paperwatch saying anyone think Usopp is going to fight Buggy last arc? You saying Buggy is a busted character? I don't know about I think there's a lot connecting Buggy and Usopp, I'll be honest. They have the weird nose. They're like comic relief characters, kinda. They're kinda cowards. They have that similar line Buggy had when they were approaching Laugh Tales, like the disease, like the I can't go to this island disease or whatever. So, yeah, I mean, there is connections there. I don't know if Buggy's super strong, though. Zmore asks, hey man, do you play MMORPGs? There have been a release of a small One Piece MMO recently. Could you join my Discord and drop a link in there for me? I'd be interested in checking that out. I do play MMOs. I play World of Warcraft and RuneScape. What else we got? Shout out to those wonderful dudes. Hell yeah, Dill. Honestly, shout out to everyone that's been on stream so far. Shout out to Threevil, Shout out to Jay, shout out to Zach, shout out to Larry and Seb, shout out to Randy, shout out to Brago, shout out to Dak. Did I miss anyone? Shout out to everyone that's been on the stream so far. You guys are amazing. I love every single conversation we've had so far. It's been an absolute honor and pleasure to do this stream, and we still got time. That's the best part. We still got time. We got 2 more good conversations coming, and I know that when Par gets on here, especially, that's gonna be theory time. That's gonna be discussion time. We'll get there. But we got a really cool call coming up very soon. So, give me 1 second. Let me just check in with KingK and make sure he's good to go before we get started. We'll start in like maybe 10-ish minutes. Oh, yo, Threeville with the $20. Thank you, brother. Said amazing channel. You deserve it, man. That means a lot. Thank you, man. It's really nice to hear that from like other people that I've been watching all this time. Like I'm watching those videos, and to hear something like that, like from all you guys that have been wishing me thanks, all the other creators, like truly, I can't express how much that means to me. So, thank you, bro. Alright, so we're gonna get KingK set up here, and then we're gonna get him on in about 10 minutes. I'm gonna finish the sandwich before we start that conversation. See if are there any super chats I missed, guys? Did I miss anything? I'm trying to see. Hate to leave people hanging, so I just want to double check. How you guys feeling? Is anyone? Here's a question I got for you, chat. Tell me, has anyone been here the entire stream? Is there anyone that's been riding with me these past 9 hours? Tell me. I would love to know if anyone's actually stuck around from start until now, because that's impressive. that's impressive. I'm obligated to be here. I'm just like, I'd be shocked if anyone was here the whole time. Whoever has, you're getting the shout out on stream. That's all I'll say. Phantom Greyfire has been here the whole time. Do I expect any less out of Phantom? My man is not only in the streams, he's always on top of things. He got the links on deck. I'm positive you have all those links bound to hotkeys or something. You have everything macro. That's the only explanation I can think of. So shout out to Phantom Greyfire for the unending dedication, the quality support. Very good mod. Well, thank you for sticking around this whole time. I've been here since your birth. Yeah, I was popped out like just before the stream. I popped out and I was talking about my devil fruit theory, like off rip. Lee J says I got here about 8 minutes late. Oh, that's fine. 8 minutes? The first 8 minutes was like technical difficulties, so you're good. That doesn't even count. So you've been here the whole time. Phantom definitely, yeah. Let me check one thing. I'm sorry, guys. Lynx effect. Usopp seeing through time and space via observation hockey to beat the warp. Are you talking about Van Augur? Yeah. The observation hockey is going to be instrumental in beating Van Augur without a doubt. The question is what his warp fruit is limited to. Can he do it to himself? Can he do it to the bullets? Can he do it to only something he's touching? Because if it's only something he touches, then he won't be able to warp his bullets because you can't touch a bullet once it's been fired from the gun. Parvision asks, yo, WTF, is that really KingK's logo or did you make that? No, that's his logo. I threw a little bit of glow, like bloom on it to make it match like the neon aesthetic, but that is a cropped or like cut out version of his logo. It's a very nice logo, by the way. It's very what's the word for it? It's aesthetically pleasing. Got the symmetry going on there. Doran says, "LOL, I got here right after the tech difficulties. Lucky you. I wish I could have skipped that whole part. I almost had an aneurysm fixing my stream. So, I'm glad. That's going to be... Oh, man. That created an extra nightmare for me, man, because I'm going to have to cut the whole stream together, and I can't, like... I have to put that in, so I'm going to have to cut... I'm going to have to cut together the beginning stream and then the rest of it. So, it's going to be like 12... I'm going to have to render 12 hours. I'm going to have to render 12 hours of video. Jeez, man. And that's going to be rough. That's going to be rough. Good thing I have a Steam Deck. I'm just going to play on my Steam Deck, because I won't be able to use my computer while that's happening, and that's probably going to be like 10 hours of rendering. So, I got my Steam Deck ready. I'll play my games. I got like 200 games emulated on there, so I'm good to go. And if you noticed, I'm shifting the conversation towards video games for an express purpose. Don't worry. You'll find out very shortly. Alright. Parvision, Well, Parvision DM'd me this question, but for anyone that wasn't here for it, I guess I'll just answer it for everyone. He asked what was the stream difficulty. The same difficulty I had. Remember that time I was trying to stream Valorant on Twitch, and the game just shat the bed, and like the stream it became a slideshow after like 10 minutes? I had the same problem today. I don't know why, but Streamlabs was not able to handle my stream when I first started it up, and I thought it was my browser, but it's had some other issues since then, so it's not the browser. I think it's just my computer. My computer can't handle the stream and Discord and Firefox open all at once, because Discord is process intensive, so is Firefox is a memory hog. It's a resource hog. And then you have Streamlabs, which is, you almost need an entire computer just for that. So, moral of the story, ladies and gentlemen. Moral of the story is I need a new computer, or at least I need a new processor. That's what I gotta work on. Zmore says, "Hey, Zach, we sent you the MMORPG. Man, would love to have you here. I will get you any devil fruit or class you want." I appreciate that. Let me check this out. This is good. This is the conversations are naturally flowing into video games right now. This is perfect. Where did you send it? My computer wants to throw hands. Yeah, I was ready. I was this close to talking into a hole in my screen. Par says, "Yo, Hidden, let's try to find a 2-for-1 deal on a brand new CPU." I would love to do that. The only thing is, my motherboard is old and not compatible with newer graphics cards, so I'd have to do the whole thing over. I'd have to rebuild my PC, because I have to get a new motherboard, and then I have to get a new processor, which is like the main issue. And then, because I got a new motherboard, that means I can finally upgrade my graphics card, which is going to be another purchase. So what that means is it's going to be a minute. I got to save up. Hopefully the YouTube money will come in eventually, and then we can funnel that into better equipment so we don't have these issues in the future on stream. Zmore said DMs. DMs on where? I don't see it. I'm trying to see where it is. Can you send it to me? Do you have message requests? I don't see it. If you could, if you have me on Twitter, send it to me on Twitter. That's much better for me. All right, guys, we are approaching that time. It is time to bring on the next guest of our show. This is an exciting time for me because I think out of everyone we've had on the stream, So our next guest, KingK, I've watched probably his entire video library, barring some videos covering games I don't want spoilers on. But to give the long and short of it, our next guest is someone that you may not recognize in the One Piece scene. You may not know him if you're not too into video game YouTube. But KingK is actually not a One Piece YouTuber. He is a video game analyst and reviewer style YouTube channel. So he takes, his favorite games and he breaks down, what he likes about the games, why they, were successful, what they did right, what they did wrong. So for anyone that's a video game fan, his channel is an excellent place. One thing I will say, if you like my delivery on my videos, I've seen people compliment like my delivery, my calm demeanor when I speak, and when I approach subjects, I kind of approach it with a very like down-to-earth, calm tone. If you like that, the source of that is KingK. He's a channel I've watched for a while. So when I was thinking of like what type of YouTubers to like emulate in terms of like tone and delivery, he was like one of the first people that came to my mind that felt like a great match for the atmosphere I had with my channel. So if you like that stuff, you're gonna love KingK. And the reason we're bringing him on today is because I didn't know this until recently. He's a huge One Piece fan, big One Piece fan. He's been following the story, he's caught up, and I would love to use this as an opportunity to pick his brain not only on One Piece, but on some of the One Piece video games, because he'll have some great insight there. And without further ado, allow me to welcome on the next guest of our show. Please, give a warm welcome and some W's in the chat for my man, KingK. I'm going to give him a call right now. Let's see if we can get him in here. What is up, boss?
Hello.
Hello. What an honor.
How you doing?
How's it going, man? I'm first off, King. I'm very happy that you were able to make the time for the stream today. I appreciate it. I know you're very busy usually, and your videos are long, so I imagine they take a lot of time to kind of iron out and work on. So this is a great opportunity for us, and I think everyone's going to be very interested in what you have to say. So if you want to introduce yourself to everyone and kind of give them more of a sense of your channel, because I know you're not in the One Piece scene normally. So.
Well, hi. I'm KingK. I guess they're video essays on video games, but I am secretly the biggest One Piece fan of all time.
Well,
probably not true, but that probably comes as a surprise to a lot of people who watch me, but I've been reading since Punk Hazard was coming out weekly.
Wow.
So yeah, I've been following One Piece for a long time. Not as long as some people from like pre-time skip,
sure,
know, but
still longer than me. So
I'm excited to talk some One Piece. I don't get to do that very often. I'm not surrounded by a lot of people who are into One Piece.
Well, this is a great opportunity. I've seen some people joke with you about starting a One Piece channel now. So
maybe I'll do it. I don't know.
I know that you've talked about how like it'd be tough to manage that with like all the other stuff you're working on, but I think this would be a good gateway to maybe like bring people onto your content, and if you ever do talk about it in the future, now people know. And that's something I was very happy to find out, was that a YouTuber that I watched that had no associations with One Piece as far as I knew was also into this. So like when I saw you tweeting about it, it was cool. So let me ask you. So I'll start with a question that kind of relates more to your opinions on the story, and more so like how you analyze games. So you analyze the story a lot in your videos. Like you go into depth about like the high points, the low points of the story, what worked and what didn't. For One Piece, you've been on it for a while, as you said. So what caught your eye about the story, and which part about One Piece's story is special for you that makes it a series you love so much?
Well, I think I was getting into anime back in when I was a kid, it was like I sort of watched Naruto a little bit, maybe Dragon Ball or whatever came on TV at a friend's house. But like I never truly got into anime in a big way until I like 2012 or 2011 or something like that, where I like just started, I like found this anime called Clannad, which is my favorite anime of all time. And after I watched that, I felt this big hole, and I was like, I need to now consume everything. And I think through that binge, I eventually started watching One Piece. And like, it's difficult to remember exactly what it was that like drew me into it, other than I've always been such a huge fan of really long running adventure stories. So like, to have this really long running adventure story that as soon as like, I was really getting into it, but then as soon as Arlong Park hits, I think a lot of people have this experience where you get to certain scene in Arlong Park that we all know about, but like, it's just, I got there and I didn't expect to be moved in the way that I did, considering how silly it was up to that point.
Right.
And I was like, pretty much from that moment, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna catch up with this. And then there was just more goated moments every single arc, and then I was like, yeah, this is a story I'm gonna follow until the day I die, probably. So
yeah, I mean, I think that was my moment as well. It was probably Arlong Park. I'm trying to think of like, I'm thinking about the moment that I was sold. Like, there's times earlier in the series where you feel like, okay, here and there, there's some great moments and you get moved by them, but is this like the story for me? Like, is this the one? Like, this is the one I want to focus on and I want to follow for a long time. For me, I think that moment was in Water 7. Was Arlong Park, was that like the please help me moment? Was that the one that sold you like definitively on the series, or was there a moment that happened later that was like, okay, all right, now I get like what the hype is about, like what this series is about?
I mean, like, my favorite moment in the story is the Robin scene from Enies Lobby. But like, I was sold as soon as Arlong Park happened. Like, just, I didn't expect it to go in the direction that it did, to like be so gut punching. Like, I mean, like, it was like pretty intense, like with Sanji's backstory and stuff like that, and the Zoro declaration with Mihawk. Like, there were intense scenes, but like nothing really quite moved me in the way that like Nami's scene did in Arlong Park. My cat really wants to get on this conversation right now.
Dude, I have a dog that's been trying to get. He's been trying to get into the room all day. Trust me. So, yeah.
But yeah, that was like definitely, when I saw that scene, it moved me to tears instantly, and from that moment, I was like, this is a story I have to keep following. And there were many tear-worthy moments past that point, so.
Who's your... So I never got to ask you, who's like your favorite character, favorite arc? Like, the basic questions I feel like everyone wants to know,
My favorite character is Luffy. It's a basic answer, but like...
That's fine.
He's like... The more I think about it, the more I think the story fundamentally would just not work without him playing the role that he does, and I just really admire him for that. And his like, I enjoy characters that are simple, but like are very powerful because of their simplicity, And I think he's just the perfect main character for any kind of story, especially for this kind of story. Notable like second or thirds, because Luffy's kind of a boring answer. I really like Sanji. I have a love-hate relationship with the boy, but
yeah.
I think his great moments shine above that. And then I'm a really big fan of Katakuri, I have to say.
Oh, that's a good choice. Good choice.
Those are probably like my 3 top favorite characters. And like arc-wise, I mean, my favorite moment is the Robin moment, so I kind of have to say Enies Lobby. I feel like I lump Water 7 and Enies Lobby into one arc, even though most people don't. They like break them up, but like that whole experience is my favorite part of the story, probably.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I think we may have talked about this in a Twitter exchange before, but there was a conversation about that exact point you brought up, where it's like people tend to separate these arcs, but I feel like with Water 7 and Enies Lobby, despite them being in different locations, there's a very clear through line from the plot in one to the other that makes it almost like one whole experience. So, I tend to do that. When I say Water 7, I mean the whole of like Enies Lobby and all that. That's what sets the story in like legendary status for me, was like that. The Robin moment is, I mean, incredible. So
yeah. I also really love Whole Cake Island. I'm a really big fan of Whole Cake Island, and I also really like Dressrosa. If you could get me to keep going, I'd just be like, I really like Alabasta, I really like Skypiea, and then I just realized I just really love One Piece.
Yeah.
So yeah. But,
so you follow Dressrosa and Whole Cake through weekly, and I know that a lot of people have some strong opinions on those arcs because of the weekly experience. So tell me a little bit about, like, because they are among your favorites, so like, how do you feel about the criticisms that people have had? Like, was your week-to-week chapter experience with that, like, how did you end up coming out of it with a different opinion than a lot of people.
I certainly get it. They were like in serialization for many years. I can like, just coming off Wano, like especially, I get it. Where like you get to a certain point where you're kind of like, I think the drive of One Piece, especially post time skip, is to see what's happening in the rest of the world. And that can't happen when you're stuck in Dressrosa or you're stuck in Whole Cake Island. You just have to kind of deal with what's going on right now in this island. So I kind of get that. But as somebody who really is like intensely into the Straw Hat journey, I really love the world building as well. But like, I don't mind sitting in an arc for like 4 years, like we did with like Wano or whatever. Like, which is why I can really appreciate in Whole Cake when they like delve into Sanji's character more. Or in Dressrosa when we get the like one of my favorite backstories in the entire series with Law and Corazon.
Yes.
And even just Doflamingo's side of that backstory. It was like getting stuff like that gets me really invested in the ongoing narrative and gets me like pretty much like waiting week to week for every chapter to be like, I wonder how this is going to end, I think that Oda just does a really good job. In my opinion, I don't know if everybody agrees, given the controversy surrounding Whole Cake and Dressrosa especially. I think he's just really good at setting up cool character moments in these arcs.
Yes.
And I just love following what these characters do at the end of the day, because these are some of my favorite characters of all time. And I guess it sounds simple to say, but I just love following whatever they do. And especially when it cuts to the core, like emotionally, even if it's like a character like Law, who's not really a Straw Hat, he may as well be a Straw Hat, but it's just, I love when he cuts deep. So not surprisingly, the ones that have really cool backstories like Whole Cake and expanding upon one of my favorite characters, also having Katakuri in it, introducing me to a new favorite character in that like battle with Luffy.
Incredible.
I don't know if it's like, I know a lot of people still prefer Luffy and Lucci, which I love, but I think Luffy and Katakuri is just straight up my favorite Luffy fight of all time. Like, it really impacted. Reading that weekly was an incredible experience. It was really good.
Yeah, I would say I have to put Katakuri above the Lucci fight, just because, I mean, the circumstances, what made the Lucci fight so good is the context of it, because all the stuff happening around that fight was what made what made that payoff so satisfying with the jet Gatling at the end. But with Katakuri, I feel like it was more so focused, it was less focused on the context, because they were like in this mirror world. It's like a very isolated place, and it's less about the context and more so about just these two people with two conflicting ideals coming head to head, and different ideas of like leadership, with Katakuri and his big brother like dynamic with his family, and Luffy protecting his crew. They're both guys that just want to protect their own, so for me that hit home a lot harder than Lucci with the dark justice sort of thing. I think like in a vacuum, Lucci was not the most complicated character, but the arc itself was so layered and complex that it made that fight so much heavier as a result. Katakuri, I feel like, stands up on his own, and that's why he found his way into a lot of people's hearts. He's one of my favorites as well. If people ask me my top 5, which changes all the time, a good percentage of the time Katakuri will find himself on that list. So that's how I feel about that. What are your opinions on the story now? Like now that we're in a new arc, we're fresh off of Wano. We're at Egghead, and there are some references to like video games already being made on Egghead. So like, do you have any like hopes? Because you're very well versed in that stuff, and I would love to know if you have any takes on the arc so far, or how those things can kind of develop, like the video game stuff, if that will play in more. What are your thoughts on Egghead so far, and hopes?
I'm really into it. I think that there have been some surprising happenings, to say the least, especially the last few chapters. Like, I can't remember a time where Oda was just like, and now we're gonna cut to Blackbeard and Law. Like, I'm like, oh, okay, this is gonna be like a. I'm thinking about the trajectory of this arc, and I'm like, is that gonna happen with other characters too? Like, is he just gonna start rapid firing world events at us? Because like, I don't know. Are we gonna have a traditional arc structure anymore? Like, is this like, because I'm thinking about Egghead, and I'm like, so everybody's thinking like, who's the main villain gonna be? And I'm like, will there be one? Like, will that even happen? Because it just seems kind of like, it seems very like he's using this as kind of like a Zoe arc, I guess, where I guess you could say the main villain was Jack, but nobody actually really fought Jack.
Yeah.
I would assume that like maybe Lucci's gonna come in and like he'll do some stuff, but I'm like kind of thinking like maybe this is just gonna be a bunch of lore dumps, and then something's gonna happen, and then they're immediately gonna go to like the naval base and like interact with Smoker and Tashigi, or they're gonna come to Egghead, or they're just like, I'm thinking it'll be a Zoe-like trajectory where we get a lot of insight into Vegapunk as a character, and it's just going at such a blindingly fast pace that like I think honestly like next chapter it could just be a like the Straw Hats could like walk up to Shaka or something, and he could just be like, so here's how devil fruits work, and he'll just explain that the entire chat. Like, I'm not even going to be surprised if he does that at this point, because we're just in this territory where Oda has painstakingly set up literally every question we could ever want, and he's going to like knock them down like dominoes. And I'm like, to say I'm excited is an understatement. I'm very excited to see where this is all going, because we're in the end game now. And it's
very true. The sentiment is shared, my friend. I you know, the panic thing for me is like, as a channel that has built itself off of like theories, right? I'm at a very weird crossroads now, because we're getting to the point in the story where it's like, are there going to be many rooms for theories anymore? Because Oda's kind of just giving us the answers now, and then, you know, I'm fully ready for like what you said. Like, maybe the next chapter we'll just get an answer to a massive question out of nowhere, and it's totally on the table now, because I mean, since the end of Wano, the pacing has picked up considerably. It's crazy how we went from some of like the slowest pacing in the series to the fastest pacing in the series, like back to back, almost like, you know, on a dime.
I can't think of a chapter recently that did not answer at least one question that we've all had, you know? It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
I've just gotten used to it at this point, but it's like, if these chapters were happening during Wano, everybody would call it peak every week. Right. But now it's like we're used to the peak, so it's like, what? Like, I don't know. It's like just fascinating. I don't know.
It's gonna be a wild ride to like go through the series once it's all done, because, you know, we're waiting week to week, and the momentum of the story does get stifled a little bit by having to wait for the new chapter. But to go through it all in one go, like, I envy the people that have not started the series, and they're gonna go into it after it's done, and they're just gonna get to experience this all in one go. That's gonna be like adrenaline, you know, like a straight injection of that. So yeah, man, I think it's an exciting time, and more so, I think it's a really good time to reflect on, you know, other parts of the story that have kind of led up to here, because now that we're getting to the end, we kind of have to consider a lot of things. We have to consider, you know, how the remaining threads are going to be tied up, where these things are going to happen, because now we're expecting it. Now we're like, okay, there isn't a question anymore of, is Oda gonna leave this for like 500 chapters later or something? That's not the case anymore.
He didn't even off-screen the Law of Blackbeard fight. I mean, he kind of did, but like he like this recent chapter, he's just like, we're gonna continue doing it, and I was like, oh, I guess we're that was a sign where I was like, yeah, we're in the things are gonna start happening now. They're gonna be insane.
What did you think of the Law of Blackbeard fight? Any thoughts so far on the devil fruits at play, the potential plans?
I mean, like, I think, interestingly, what I've been thinking about more so, first of all, Law's crew is a lot more useful than I thought they were. I think most people probably think that, but, like, geez.
Yeah.
But I do like it, the way that he's handling it, where it's not like they're suddenly a bunch of badasses or anything. It's more like they're just really good at backing up Law, which I kind of like how that's, you know, none of them are going to, like, fight, you know, Van Augur on their own or something. Like, they're not gonna like 1v1. Well, maybe they can 1v1 Docu. I don't know what he can do on his own, but it's more like Law's gonna carry the team while they like body block the sniper shots and stuff. And it's nice to have also some naval combat. I know Oda said he wanted to do that more for a long time. So it's cool to see like the fact that they have a submarine actually makes them more powerful in a sea battle. That's like an aspect of One Piece fighting that's like I want to say is like never existed almost. Like those are questions you almost never have to consider. That's really interesting.
That's a great point. Like we really don't get that many naval battles for a world that's like 90% water and like everyone's on a ship. And like it does come down to like fistfights a lot of the time, but yeah, no, that's a really good point actually. And I think that is you did hit on something there. Like the nature of Law's ship in particular does make him just by default more of a threat on the water, regardless of his crew. You know, he can just go underwater. He doesn't even need to code his ship. He can just go underwater.
Yeah.
And it makes you wonder why coding even exists at that point, if there are just people with submarines going around, like...
Yeah, why doesn't everybody have a submarine?
Yeah, right?
Frankie should just build a submarine. Let's go.
Yeah, wait. Didn't he do something like that with the Sunny?
He probably did,
Yeah,
honestly.
he has... I'm trying to think. I feel like
I can't remember. Frankie's built like a million things that he's used. I don't even remember all the things that are in the Sunny right now, but...
Yeah.
Maybe he did build a submarine.
I feel like that seems up his alley. I could just see like part of the Sunny popping out and becoming a submarine.
I'm sure if you go ask Tekken, he would know.
Yeah, Tekken would know. That's the walking One Piece Jeopardy right there. So, all right. So, general thoughts on we got your general thoughts on the stuff current. In terms of like stuff that's already happened, like prior in the story, is there a point in the story that you feel like didn't hit for you? Because I know I try and be positive as possible, but I also want to like look at some of the, from a critical angle, like any parts of the story that maybe you would have done differently or anything like that. Is there anything that sticks out to you?
I feel like it's in vogue to hate Wano. I don't even hate Wano, but like I feel like that's a thing people do all the time. So what I'm gonna say is I think one of my lower rated arcs is probably Thriller Bark. For as many good moments that are in there, it's kind of a like I was really excited when I was going through the series for the first time when I got to Thriller Bark, so I was like, oh, it's like a cool gothic aesthetic going on. There's some really interesting threads going on here, and a lot of cool stuff happens in it. I kind of compare it to Wano in a lot of ways, where like there's some like top One Piece moments in Thriller Bark. And there's some top One Piece moments in like an arc like Wano where like I think they're kind of sloppily structured in a way. They have some pacing issues, both rushed pacing and maybe a little bit like slow in some places. I think though, even those two arcs are like, there are things in them I don't like. There's a section in Thriller Bark that like, it pains me to read, like when Sanji's fighting Absalom. Every time I get to that part, I'm like,
yes.
There are moments as a Sanji fan that get me like, I'm like, why are you this way? You are like the coolest character I've ever seen, and yet I know it's the joke, but it's like, it really pains me, really pains me.
It's a hard life being a Sanji fan. I understand. I understand.
And I'm like, I don't know. I'm not too into like Moria as a character and stuff like that. But even then, like arcs that are lower on my totem pole, I still really enjoy a lot.
Yeah.
I think it's just a testament to how well done the story is that like even in its lowest moments, like I wasn't too big a fan of how Wano ended, for instance, but like I look back on the arc fondly for the good stuff that it did bring me. And I think it was like a well crafted story arc at the end of the day that just kind of fell short of certain expectations. But I think even at worst, Oda is still performing pretty well. Like I think he does some pretty good stuff. That's why I stuck with the story for this long. So
yeah, I mean, like when I bring up questions like this, or when I try and look at One Piece like through a critical lens, it's not so much to dunk on a part of the story or to say to say like, oh, Oda really dropped the ball here. It's more so just like giving everything a fair shake. One Piece is not a perfect series, and I do like to look at some of those elements that could have been done better, because we can it helps us appreciate the arcs that are done perfectly.
Yeah.
We see an arc like Thriller Bark, and it's like there are some amazing moments sprinkled into the arc, but then there's a lot of stuff in between that's like, like I wouldn't want to go back and reread it like on a whim. I'd have to have a reason. and it's when I do that I go to an arc, you know, like Water 7 or like Whole Cake Island. I love Whole Cake Island personally, and those arcs stand out to me a lot more as strong arcs when I compare them to like some of the weaker ones. So I just think it's important to like recognize some of the, you know, the occasional shortcomings here and there, and then we can see how Oda grows from it over the story.
I mean, really, nobody is perfect, especially in the manga industry, where like it's cutthroat. You work week to week. I know Oda gets his break every he gets like one break a month basically, but it's even then he probably barely sleeps still, and like it's kind of a miracle that the story is even as good as it is, given that those working conditions. Like I try to keep that in mind whenever I'm in a part of the story that's really not vibing with me. I'm like, this man is just a man, like all of us, you know? He's doing his best, and sometimes his best is not his best, but it's still pretty cool.
It's still good, you know, at the end of the day.
There's some stuff that'll kind of piss me off a little, but, you know, next chapter could be peak. He's just like... I think, especially at the end of Wano, I was feeling a little bit down, because there was some stuff I wanted to see out of the arc. And I felt like it got rushed really fast to its conclusion. And it's kind of an over and done thing now where I'm like, I can't really dwell on it because it's like, it kind of disappointed me in a lot of ways. But like at the end of the day, we have moved on. We were in that arc for like 4+ years or something. It's just done now. And he wants to move on too. And I'm just kind of okay with it. I don't really look at it as like this huge blemish on the series or anything as much as like it's just a lower point in my threshold of One Piece, my One Piece journey, and there are always going to be low points, and that was just one of them. And it happens, you know. You're not going to vibe with everything.
That's fair. And there's some people that there's people that'll love that arc and hate one that we love. So it's like, you know, that's just
there's a lot of people who don't like Whole Cake Island. I know that.
Yes.
And I completely get it. Like there's a lot of parts of that, especially the Big Mom chase that kind of went on a little longer than they probably needed to. I think it's just about, I do this with everything that I love. It's like, you gotta weigh the pros and cons and ask yourself what matters to you more, you know? And that's gonna depend on who you are, so.
So speaking to one of the high moments in Wano, the Gear 5th reveal, you were in the series early enough to catch the Gear 4th reveal when that happened. So how are your reactions? Like, compare the reactions to when you first saw Gear 4th and then when you first saw Gear 5th. Were they different?
Oh, they're very different.
Okay.
So when I saw Gear 4th for the first time, there was a lot of hype, obviously. You know, if Luffy, like, does anything new in his moveset, I get pretty hyped up. Because, like, he's the main powerhouse of the crew and he's the main character. And it just, you know, there are lots of moments where he did Red Hawk for the first time, or, like, you know... Gear 4th was like really, really cool. I loved watching him beat the shit out of Flamingo. Like too. It is like he's throwing out attacks called like Rhino Schneider, and I'm like, this is like the coolest thing I've ever seen. It was kind of though like it was sort of like an expected thing where like he said Gear 4th, and then you wait like a week, and you're like, okay, you kind of are like. You're gonna expect like he's gonna do his rubber attacks. He's gonna do like it's just gonna be like maybe a combination of Gear 2 and Gear 3, a little bit hyped up with hockey or something. And that's ultimately what it ended up being. It was cool. There was a lot of versatility, like he eventually did Snake Man and stuff. But like Gear 5 was just on another level. Like there are very few things I've ever read that got me that. Like I was reading that, and I had to make sure I wasn't dreaming. Like, he did some crazy stuff with Gear 5 that it's not only making him, like, stronger, obviously, like these power-ups do, but, like, it also is the most thematically appropriate power-up for his character and for the world that I have ever seen, and I'm like... I don't know if Oda just decided he was going to do this one Tuesday, or if he had this planned out from the very beginning, and I honestly don't care, because it just fits so well. It could be both, I don't know, but it's like the craziest thing I've ever read, and probably one of the coolest things I've ever read, and one of the, like, it's a testament to how sometimes Oda will do something that initially you're like, you're crazy. Like, I don't know what you're doing right now. But then you think about it more, and you're like, this could not be more perfect for the kind of series that One Piece is, and it returned us back to the roots of it in a way that, like, I could not imagine Luffy's final form being anything else other than this, you know?
Yeah.
And that's not something I would have said before Gear 5, because before Gear 5, the theories were like, he's gonna be like Hanuman or whatever.
Yeah.
Stuff like that, like the traditional shonen-esque power-up. And to just go completely against that because he just felt like doing some Looney Tunes stuff, I'm like, that's really cool.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
It caught me off guard too. I had a similar experience to you where I had to check to make sure I wasn't dreaming, because at the time that the chapter came out, I was in I had just like the previous day traveled to England, and I was jet lagged as hell. Like I was barely awake. And the chapter came out and I was reading it like half asleep, and then I saw the Gear 5th like panel, and I was like there's no way, what am I reading? Like there's no way I'm seeing this happen right now. Like this is a moment I had been waiting for so long. So I understand that feeling. You know, I wasn't able to catch the Gear 4th reveal when it happened. So that was my first like live new Gear moment. And I gotta say, the hype surrounding it is justified. I think the criticisms of it in terms of like, and this is something I want to ask you about, but the whole thing about Luffy being the chosen one, right? Now this is something I know Randy talks about this a lot, but he's talked about how Luffy, of course, he's the chosen one. He's the protagonist. Like he is going to be the character that the story kind of revolves around. But a lot of people have said that the whole thing about like the gum fruit being the the Nika fruit, and the fact that it kind of just so happened to end up with Luffy kind of like takes away from his accomplishments, because he had this power with him this whole time that was at the end of the day pretty broken, like in terms of power. So how do you feel about that? Do you feel like it cheapens Luffy's accomplishments, or do you feel like it plays more in their favor? Or what are your thoughts?
I think about this sometimes. I think it's hard to say it doesn't take away a little bit from the appeal of his character, in the sense that, like, it was kind of a foundational thing for a lot of people that Luffy was just this guy who ate this weird devil fruit that made him stretch far, and then he just was able to go so far with it. And then now the way I look at it is sort of like it still took his brain to make this work, but also you could kind of think of it as like every gear was him getting closer to the true form of it anyway. Of this mythical fruit that he apparently now has, where like I think the disappointment surrounding it is inevitable for a lot of people, because it's not something that's going to go over well with everybody. I think before we saw what it was, when it was just Zunisha being like, I found Joy Boy again, I had some fear that there was some like actual possession stuff going on there, and I'm not saying like stuff like that can't work, but that is something that would be a little bit like away from what I would want from the series, and a little bit strange and thematically weird. But the way it ended up happening was more like, I think it's entirely still possible that there's like some prophecy that says someone will eat this fruit and liberate the world, but like not specifically like him, right. Like I think it's the way that Oda will spin it is something a little bit more ambiguous than a lot of people might be thinking. Like I don't think like it's some weird like Bleach thing with Aizen where he's like, I planned this all along, or like right. I think it's gonna be like, and I can't say for sure obviously because we don't know, but I think that Oda will want to respect the fact that Luffy is just your average, like, adventure-loving boy that just wants freedom. And even if he does go down a more, like, Chosen One direction with it, it's sort of like, it also doesn't really take away from the things that make Luffy great to begin with, I don't think. It's not going to change the fact that he's just good-hearted by nature. As long as he's not being possessed by anybody, it's still Luffy at the end of the day. So right. Like, it's not really going to cheapen my enjoyment of his character as much as it will be a questionable choice that I reserve judgment until I see what we see at Laughtail or something. Because, like, at this point, I have the utmost faith that he will spin it in direction that I'm going to like either way, you know?
Yeah.
I just have decided that. And maybe I set myself up for disappointment there, but I don't know. I think it'll go in a good direction.
I mean, I feel like people can't help but like just jump to conclusions that, you know, it's a shonen manga. We're going down this certain pathway with the story, so it's gonna fall into the typical tropes. But I think Oda is good at subverting that type of thing. He's good at that. Like that's one of the things he's built his story around is subverting those typical tropes that happen.
Yeah, I mean, like the fact that Gear 5 could even happen says to me that I just have a lot of faith, especially after Gear 5, even after like what happened with Wano. The ending being rushed and stuff. I just have so much faith because there are not many writers that can pull off a Gear 5 moment, like who understand their story so well that they can pull a moment like that off and have it feel thematically consistent and like it just feels perfect, like perfect kind of reveal for the story that it is. Like it's not like he just needed to invent some power up on the spot. He was like, what is the thing that's gonna make Luffy fit with the themes of the story the best, and he just rolled with it, even if it would seem silly to a lot of people, and that's just really admirable to me.
I agree. I've talked about this before on a stream, I think, and I made a video about it, but I have an answer for the whole like Chosen One thing, and I want to know what your thoughts on this are. But I liken the Gum Fruit kind of choosing Luffy, or like Shanks kind of, you know, here's the fruit sort of thing. I kind of look at that as a King Arthur, like the sword in the stone situation. And, you know, the character that became King Arthur was not always King Arthur. He was just a normal dude. And it wasn't... Had he went to the sword and tried to pull it out of the stone from the beginning of the story, it wouldn't have happened. He wouldn't have been able to pull it out. He wouldn't have been King Arthur. It was only after... You know, he had this like mentor character, Merlin, who taught him like everything about the world, and it was only after he learned about these things and grew as a person that he was a person worthy of drawing the sword from the stone, and then he got the title of, you know, king. That's how he, you know, pretty much became King Arthur, was after that. But it required that growth first. It required that development of his character to get there. He couldn't have done it right from the start, and he wasn't the chosen one, because if you in a chosen one scenario, you know, you're pretty much born into it. Like you're the one that prophecy supports, so like it kind of just comes your way. But for Luffy, I feel like he did earn it. No matter what we can say about, like, you know, whether or not it's all just fate and it was going to happen anyway, or whether or not he earned his victories, I think he did. I think he earned it. I think the work was real, and the result that we got in Gear 5 was only possible because of Luffy's personality and his efforts. You know, he has the imagination necessary to make something like that possible, and that's not something that can be said about everyone, you know. So
I think I would agree with that interpretation, especially because I think like someone like a Kainu ate it. I just don't think he would ever awaken it.
Right.
Like it seems like a thing that only he could really make work, you know.
Yeah.
There's someone with his disposition and like view of the world that's very anti-authority and like very. He wants to be the freest person to ever exist, and that's probably something that Nika also wanted back in the day. So like, it's like the only kind of person that could inherit a fruit like that is someone who would want that, like out of the good of his heart. So yeah,
has those
sense
ideals. To me. Yeah.
And he did have to work like almost like over 1,000 chapters to awaken this damn thing. So like, it must, you know, he did work for it. So he can't take that away from him.
Yeah, like he put himself in harm's way constantly to get there, you know? There's so many times he was like faced with death and he just kind of took it head on, and you know, that you could give me that devil fruit, I wouldn't be able to pull it off. Like, you know, I don't care how broken it is at the end of the day. What character in One Piece, I know you said which one's your favorite, but which one do you relate to the most? Is that a different answer than your favorite characters?
Who do I relate to the most? That's a hard question. I don't think I've ever thought about that.
That's what I'm here for, bro.
I kind of relate to, I guess in the sense that like, okay, I have a similar sort of like, how do I say? I really like a character like Sanji. I don't relate to him fully because he has some weird tendencies, but like,
of course,
I relate to his kindness being his greatest strength and weakness in the sense that he has this like, I think this is why I've always loved him, is, you know, he's a badass and has badass moments, but like, at the heart of his character is somebody who cares about the like people around him, sometimes too much, to the point where he will push people away if he thinks that it will help, even if it's probably the wrong thing to do. But he's just so clouded by like, he's a very emotionally wise, I don't know if I could say wise, he's an emotionally powerful person, and I can relate with that a lot.
Like, you mean he wears his heart on his sleeve, like that sort of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a very kind person. He will make sure that everybody gets food.
Yeah.
And you know, that passion is something I can relate with too, because sometimes it comes out and he gets really angry at people, and like, I think just the passionate, burning soul that he has is one of the reasons I've always loved him. And he's so intensely dedicated to his craft, and it just so happens to be cooking, which I'm not particularly good at. But like, you know, I really love writing. I have a passion for it, and I've always been a passionate kind of person, and that's what drew me to his character back in B.D.A. And that's why, through thick and thin, I will stick with this boy, even when he really pisses me off. So I'd probably say I probably relate with Sanji the most.
Have you like written any? I know you write for your videos and stuff, but you say you love writing. Do you write stuff like outside of YouTube that you kind of like do for yourself, like fictional stuff or anything like that?
I wish. I wish I had the time to do that. I've been trying to carve out more time to write short stories, so that I can build up to like writing. I've always wanted to write like a fiction adventure novel or something like that. I hope I can one day, but it just feels like I increasingly have less time these days to do anything like that.
If you could,
especially since writing is like what I do for YouTube, so it's kind of like, I want to find time. I think it'd be cool.
If you had the time, let's say you had the time, and you were able to write your story, do you have any ideas as to like what the general genre would be, or like subject matter, something like that? Have you thought of that?
I want it to be a long adventure story, because that's just what I love reading, or watching. Those are like, I like Full Metal Alchemist, I like most shonen I like because they're long and cool and adventurous usually.
So like more specific, like do you have like something in mind, like sci-fi, something like that, or?
I would like to do fantasy. It's kind of a generic thing, but that's the thing I'm the most interested in, is a fantasy-esque setting. I had an idea that I would love to do a fantasy-esque setting with more, it'll have like a fantasy flavor, but with more like sci-fi elements to it in a way. I guess it's sort of like steampunk, but it's not really like, it's similar to steampunk in the sense that like, I think it'll skew more fantasy, but like, I want fantasy with like cool gadgets and stuff like that, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
That's kind of the perfect blend of setting that I'd love to do, because I think that's just a cool dissonance that you get going there. And part of the reason I love One Piece, where it's like, it is like it's set in our world, it would be set a long time ago, but it also has, you know, Vegapunk 5,000 years in the future or whatever.
Right.
So it's like, it's just cool to have like a not so rigid setting, even if it's kind of bizarre sometimes. I think that's one of One Piece's strengths too, is that kind of like stories like Alice in Wonderland, it's able to invite you into its world by being as bizarre and weird as it is. And I'd like to create something like that one day. That's like kind of, it's a little more atypical, but still has a heartwarming adventure story that's a little more tropey or like expected, you know?
Well, if you ever get around to that, I would love to check that out. I mean, look, this is coming from a guy who myself, I think about like stories I'd want to write all the time, and it's a tough question to like think of like how you can pin down what your setting is going to be like, what the tone's going to be like. And Oda, I think, is so masterful at that, where I was talking about this earlier on the stream, but like his ability to kind of jump between settings that are so juxtaposed to each other. Like we just came off of Wano with this like traditional setting and moved into Egghead, which is like technologically crazy, and it just kind of fits together. It's not an easy thing to pull off for writers. So like you said, that is one of his best strengths. If you don't mind, because we are just about 15 minutes away from having to close things out, I do want to ask you a little bit about your perspective on the One Piece video games. So since you do these video essays, I'm sure you're sick and tired of talking about video games, on a One Piece stream. But if you could answer me this question. So first, have you played any of the One Piece video games, and do you have one in particular that you like?
Okay, so I've played a few of them. I've played Pirate Warriors 1, a little bit of Pirate Warriors 2. I have played a little bit of God, what's it called on the GameCube? It's like a party game.
I know which one.
I don't remember what it's called.
I know which one you're talking about. I don't know the name either. Is it? Let me find this. I think if I search like
I
One
played
Piece
that
Mario
with a friend. What else was there? I played a little bit of Burning Blood.
Pirates Carnival. Pirates Carnival.
Pirates Carnival, yeah.
Yeah.
Played that a bit. And I played World Seeker. I think that's it. I haven't played all of them. Like, I know Unlimited World Red is one people like. I haven't played that.
Wasn't a huge fan of that one. I played that recently. I played a bit of it, and I don't know, felt a bit stiff. It felt some kind of stiff to me, and that's the thing that it kills me with these games, because a lot of them have a lot of trouble really capturing like Luffy's freedom of movement and his like ability to like fight in whatever way he wants. These games don't really capture it that well. Like, they always have Luffy kind of move around like a stiff video game character, and I know it's a little bit much to ask that that a video game stacks up to the accuracy of the manga, but I do feel like, we have characters like you talk about Sonic a lot, right? And you have a character like Sonic who I feel like Sega does a pretty good job, at least, of capturing his character on the screen, whether or not the games themselves are great. I feel like Sonic and his like momentum and his personality really shine through in his character. And in the One Piece video games, unfortunately, I feel like we don't get that with Luffy very much. I don't feel like I'm playing as Luffy a lot of the time, or like truly playing as him. I don't know if you have that same sentiment.
One Piece games really frustrate me because they're often just really mediocre, honestly. Yeah. The best One Piece video game I played is Pirate Warriors.
Yeah.
And like, it's just because it was like a pretty competent retelling of like East Blue up to, I think it goes up to Marineford. But it's like, I yearn for a One Piece game that like truly can capture the essence of One Piece. I thought that's what World Seeker would be. It was not that.
It was not.
This is actually one of the most disappointing games I've ever played. Not to be too dramatic about it, but like, I got really excited for that because I was like, "Whoa, Eiichiro Oda's penning the story," and like, it's like
fine.
And I really like, it's like I really love the One Piece movies and stuff, the ones that he's made especially, that he's been a part of. So I was like, he could make a cool video game story, right? And it's like,
yeah.
And that's why I'm looking at this new One Piece Odyssey with like a lot of trepidation. It's made by a team that I really like. They made the Dragon Quest games. Yes. I have. I'm interested in it, but like I don't want to get burned another time. I just think that there's a lot of potential that these games don't hit, in the sense that like, I wish that they could just make a cool story on their own, kind of like the One Piece movies do. Like, the One Piece movies aren't fantastic or anything, but they tell like a admittedly non-canon, but also just an interesting point A to B story with cool characters that let the Straw Hats do cool things,
Yeah.
And I would love a One Piece game to be able to do that with a setting that actually captivates me, and not just random naval base 602 like World Seeker does, but like actually just craft a cool island from scratch, some random island out there. I don't know.
Well, if it builds up some hope for you, I did get to try the game. I tried the new one when I was at Comic-Con, and from what I saw, I mean, I was the same as you going in, but my hopes are a little bit higher now, just because from what I tried, I mean, it is turn-based RPG gameplay, but it has some depth to it, and having characters being in multiple parts of an arena at once and having to like coordinate your attacks that way, I feel like could add some. It won't be just like a simple, press A and like spam on the enemy and just knock out the weaker enemies and just move on to the battle. I feel like every battle is you're gonna kind of have to think it out a little bit, strategize. So that has me hyped. And then what you're saying about the settings, that's one thing I noticed about the new game, is that the settings, from what I saw, are very original. They do retread some of the old stuff, but there are like completely original islands, and they feel like real Oda like islands, like Oda style, fantastical locations. So
I'm excited about that.
Yeah.
I saw that Alabasta was in the game, and that's like interesting. But like, I think if we could get a cool blend of like stuff like Alabasta showing up again, but also have a cool new adventure with new characters, that would be good. And like, I trust that team because I really like Dragon Quest XI. So I think it'll be a fun game at the very least.
Better than World Seeker.
I hope I can call it the coolest One Piece game. That's what I want.
Yeah.
That's like, and I don't think it's a high bar because Pirate Warriors is cool, but it's like not the coolest game ever made.
It's Dynasty Warriors. I mean, how can you go wrong? You just like slap a new model on the same, like. It's one of those games that's gonna do well just because it's a simple formula, but like a real One Piece game. And this brings me to the question I wanted to end our conversation on. What does the ideal One Piece game look like to you? Like, if you could wake up tomorrow and go to the store and pick up your dream One Piece game, what would that look like? What would that game be like?
Here's a realistic runner-up before I say my real answer. Because my real answer I don't think will ever happen in my life, but the runner-up answer that could actually happen is like Dragon Ball Fighters, but for One Piece. If that ever happened, I would get into fighting games. I would actually start playing fighting games because that would be like the coolest shit ever. But if I had my way, it would be an extremely high-budget MMO where you can just go through the whole world. And that's just, it's never gonna happen, but like, that would be what I want. I would play the shit out of that game.
You get to make your
I
own
guess it's
crew.
like how people always want like a Pokemon MMO or something. It's like the idea of that is so tantalizing, and it would fit One Piece probably the best of any genre, because like, even though it would be really hard to make, it's like this really huge world, and it's like really hard to do justice to a world like that outside of like smaller vignettes. So like, the only way you can really do it is make this gigantic MMO, and that's like that,
That you're right, and that would really help capture like that sense of exploration, because like in a game like WoW or Final Fantasy, you can technically go anywhere you want for the most part, but there's gonna be stuff that keeps you from really fully exploring those places. So like,
if the One Piece MMO, because I love Final Fantasy, I play that a lot. If it was structured like WoW, where you could just fly places and there's not rigid loading zones.
I'm in. Yeah.
I don't think I'd ever play another video game again, to be honest. Like, I think I would just play that for the rest of my life.
I would have like I would have a bunch of maxed characters. Like, I'd be doing nothing else. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I think there's a lot of potential there with like guilds too, because if you bring the guilds formula and make it crews.
You just make your own crew? Oh my god.
Oh man.
You could like, man.
You see people in general chat putting like looking for crew member.
Well, it'd be like, you could like pick a class. You could be like, I'm gonna be a swordsman, or I just want like, I think it'd be kind of weird if you, this is a weird idea too, because like if you wanted to get people like devil fruits, you'd have to pick like only 10 of them at first, because you would have to make a class for each devil fruit. So you just have to pick some random set of devil fruits. But like, but if you want the characters to exist, you can't have their devil fruit. So it's like, I don't know. It's a thing that I don't think will ever happen, but like, I would love for it to happen one day.
They could do some system where like maybe it exists in a One Piece world where like in the future where maybe artificial devil fruits were perfected, and then you start the game, let's say, without a devil fruit, and like over the course of the game, maybe you can like, you know, you do raids or something, and then you get a devil fruit drop. And this is the thing though, you have to be careful about which one you pick, because whichever one you pick is set in stone after that. So you have to like heavily consider your options. Do I spec into like normal combat and like focus on the normal stuff, or do I take the risk and like eat the devil fruit? The best
That'd be
part,
so cool.
Yeah, you wouldn't even know what you're gonna get. Like imagine that in an MMO. Like that could really throw a curveball to like the MMO game. Just to have like a thing where like you could get a really crazy power, but you don't know you're gonna get it. You can't farm for it. You just kind of got to get lucky, just like in One Piece. You know.
That would be really cool.
Yeah.
And hopefully it's not a smile, because that would not go, not go well.
Oh no, that would.
But
be
you
bad.
said, I like at first when you said artificial devil fruit, like I immediately started thinking about smiles, and I was like, that would suck.
That would suck. Imagine you become Fortrix.
Like, yeah. You just like suddenly you can't swim, and it's like you
Yeah.
just laugh all day.
Yeah.
That would suck. Or you just become like Hold'em or whatever. Fate worse than death, as far as I'm concerned.
Poor Hold'em, man. I don't know how this guy gets by day to day. Like he must have so many problems, like just like daily life, like things like that are convenient for you and me must be so difficult for that man. So
you could do PvP too. This is such a cool idea. I wish somebody would do this.
I think about this a lot. I always think about like you know, how a One Piece MMO could work, and I'm with you. That is my dream game as well, because I'm a big MMO guy. I recently just started getting into WoW. I am not like an old school WoW player, but you know, Wrath of the Lich King came out, so I started getting into it.
I used to play back when Wrath of the Lich King was new.
Yeah.
I played for a few years, yeah.
I'm getting what all the hype is about, or was about, because you know I'm starting to get to the point in the game now where the grind is not miserable, and I'm really enjoying it. And I have experience with like RuneScape as well, so like those games, you know, when I think about how much time I put in and how much I enjoyed those experiences in a world that's like completely new to me. And then I think about like if a One Piece MMO came out, I'm already sold on everything, like the characters, the setting, and all that stuff. So, and I think a lot of people are too. So if they were to make something like that, I don't see how it would fail. The problem is just the logistics of it. Like, are they going to be able to make something that grand of a scale work? You know, maybe that's a question to ask when the series is over and they need more sources of income from the franchise.
That's what you have to hope, man. That this thing is so wildly successful that when Oda's done, they're just like, we're gonna make some crazy shit. that's how you have to hope that it's gonna happen, because otherwise I don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
But you know what? There's a lot of like Dragon Quest has an MMO that's like Japanese exclusive. I think they make a lot of MMOs in Japan,
They do.
in a lot of Asian countries. So like, it has more hope of happening than a lot of ideas. So like, could happen.
Hey man,
It might not be the coolest thing ever if it does happen, but like, it will at least at base level be pretty cool if there's money put into it.
Yeah, if it's a Japan only thing, I think we're all gonna just start learning Japanese. Like,
Yeah, I will learn Japanese to play a One Piece MMO. I'll do it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would do the same thing. Now, hey man, it's like a One Piece MMO would go far. I think, yeah, for me, the most important thing about a One Piece video game is just capturing that sense of adventure. It doesn't have to be an MMO, as long as I just feel like I'm doing what Luffy did, you know? And that's the best part of the story, in my opinion. It's just that sense of like, where do we go next? Who knows? And we need something to really capture that, because if we have all these games that kind of just take us back to where we've been already, Alabasta, run through Skypiea again, it's like, you know, I love those parts of the story, but that it doesn't capture.
Yeah, but let's go to like Raijin Island.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
I never got to see Raijin Island, and that would be a perfect way to like do that.
Yeah.
You know.
I agree, man.
Although you might die if you walk outside on Raijin Island. I don't know how you make a story out of that place.
I don't know what what's the deal with that island, man? Like how are there?
I love the theory that it's awakening from Enel's fruit. I really enjoy that theory.
I haven't even heard that theory. Oh, that's
that like somebody had the awakened Goro, whatever his fruit name is, and they just like wrecked havoc on that island, and that just irreparably changed like Punk Hazard. I'm a fan of that theory.
If what about that wasn't there like an old woman there? You think that's gonna come back up again? What's the deal with that?
I don't think Raijin Island will ever be relevant to the main story again, but like it will forever be this weird place that I think about. You know,
it was like the place we were supposed to go to.
I want to go to that place where like the president is like Hamburger or whatever from Reverie. I want to see what that place is like what's going on over there. You know, all those weird kings from Reverie. I want to go to their islands. What's happening over there?
Yeah, President Hamburger. I mean, there's got to be some wild islands in the One Piece world, given who showed up at Reverie. Like all those guys, man. I would love for just to see a cover story one cover story I want is all the kings we saw at Reverie, like a cover story. Each chapter is like one of them, just showing us what they're up to, like in their home country. You know, like
that would be good.
Yeah, that would be good. King, I think it's about time to wrap things up. We're approaching time, but I gotta say, man, this was a excellent conversation. I really enjoyed it, and I just want to thank you for taking the time to come on here today and talk about One Piece. I hope there will be more chances for us to do this in the future, because
of course, anytime you want me, I'll talk One Piece. I'm always available to talk One Piece.
Awesome, bro. Awesome. And hey, if you ever need a fourth for Mario Party or something, just let me know, because I'm big on that. I've been playing a lot of Superstars, so yeah,
That's a good time.
Yeah, where can people find you? If anyone that doesn't know you, where can they find you? YouTube, Twitter, all that stuff.
My Twitter handle is like the King of KingK, because somebody stole KingK. It's a pretty common username, but I don't know what my YouTube handle is anymore. I think I got KingK to be a proper handle, so you can do youtube.com/KingK.
Okay.
Otherwise, you just, I don't want to toot my own horn, but if you search me up, you'll probably find me.
Yeah.
So like,
I can vouch for that. That's it. So,
just search up KingK. It's a pretty simple username. I do video game stuff if you're into that. I don't talk a lot of One Piece, but maybe I'll talk about a One Piece video game someday, or maybe I'll actually pull the trigger and make that One Piece channel. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, hey, if you like. There's always room, like between communities. There's a lot of intersection, and I feel like there's a lot of One Piece fans out there that are into video games, regardless of whether or not you feel pressured to make One Piece content. I'm sure that if they come to your channel, they will appreciate what you have going on. And it seems like in the chat, there's a lot of people that are, a fan of this conversation. I see Dilcor saying KingK needs to talk about One Piece more. He's got good takes. So, this is
thank you.
Yeah. So man, I'm gonna sign off for now with you, and I wish you a great rest of your night. And if you stick around for the stream, I hope you enjoy the rest of the stream. Once again, thank you so much for being here, KingK, and I'll talk to you again down the road.
Yeah, have a good one.
Thank you, brother. See ya. Wow, guys, I don't know if you're noticing a pattern here. I'm starting to pick up on a pattern, but every collab has been fire today. That's a weird coincidence. Hold on, let me get Parvision. I'm talking to Parvision right now. I'm gonna get him, gonna get ready to get him on the stream. But yeah, KingK, awesome YouTube channel. Really insightful. Interesting to see a take on One Piece from, outside the typical realm of discussion. We're used to hearing like, certain opinions and stuff get circulated between the usual One Piece content creators and on other websites too, the big Twitter pages. We're used to seeing opinions from longtime fans of the series, people who have dedicated their whole social media platform to talking about One Piece. And I think this is a really cool and rare opportunity to get a perspective from a content creator, but someone who hasn't had that One Piece focus, someone who hasn't had their input out there in the open constantly. It's really cool to get that outside perspective, and I'm just very appreciative that we got to have that. I see KingK in the chat. Thanks for the fun convo. Looking forward to the rest of the discussions. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. And while you're here, I'm just going to give you mod. I know that you probably aren't going to be active, but I just do this for everyone that, I collab with. But yeah, thank you for stopping by once again, man. What are you guys saying in the chat? KingK is goated. I agree. Yes, Par. And, you know, we got you up next. We got another goat coming up next, but we'll get there. Randy, well, we did catch up with one of those kings. I see Kev Dog in the chat. What's up, Kev? Thanks for making it. All right, guys. Well, we're getting ready for the last collab of the day. This stream flew by. I don't know if it was just you or me, but this stream flew, and I'm shocked that we're already at the last call. But you know, this is a good one. We got a good one coming up. I allotted more time for Parvision, just knowing how our conversations go, especially when you push into the late night hours. Me and Par can go for a long time. So, you know, me and him we got some time set aside. So the stream's not over just yet. We still got until 12. Just putting that out there. We got another hour and 45. So, we're in the home stretch. Once again, I want to reiterate to everyone in the chat, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the super chats, the donations, everyone that made time for the stream, made time to come on the stream today. You guys are all the best, and it means a lot to me. I couldn't think of a better way to celebrate 10K subs. So, yeah, before we get Par on here, I think I'm going to take a minute, take a little break, refresh, get some water, and then we're gonna get ready for the last feature of the stream. We're gonna close out with our anchor, Parvision, and until then, I'll be back in a few minutes, and I'll catch you guys then. Got push-ups in, guys. Ready to go. I'm gonna stream from down here now, so. Mid-collab push-ups. This is how you get strong, guys. This is how One Punch Man did it. This is how Saitama did it. Whew. Let me just readjust the cam here, get into a nice little spot. Anu says, you just did 2, Max. What gave you that idea? Raul Zapata says, or asks, how many drinks so far? Not many. I had that one double shot during that One Piece Talk segment, but I am a heavyweight when it comes to drinking, for the most part. So, yeah, double shot of Henny is not going to do much for me. Depends on the day, honestly. Depends on the day. There are some days I can have like 1 or 2 drinks and I'm coasting, but there's other days I can go through the entire bar and I'll be fine. So today I'm fine. That One Piece Talk asks if I was twerking. Yeah, I actually was. I was the entire time the break screen was up. You couldn't see it, but I was twerking in the background. Dylan Lassiter asks, is this going up on your channel as a VOD by any chance? One second, I'm just looking at something. Will this go up on my channel as a VOD by any chance? Yes, it will. It's going to go up on the main channel. Once I cut everything together, I got to cut out the breaks. I got to cut together the 2 segments that we got split up by the technical difficulties. But once I cut that all together, I'm going to put it up on the main channel, and you guys will be able to check it out there. It probably won't be up for like another week, but you know what? It will go up. It will go up on the main channel. Zmore says, "Man, Hidden really ignoring me. LOL. I feel hurt. I'm sorry that you feel hurt, man. I will get to the stuff you were saying to me later. I apologize if I hurt your feelings, but unfortunately I got a stream to run, so I don't have too much time to check out the MMO right now." Main channel VOD petition. Well, I'm definitely putting up the VOD on my main channel. It's going on the main one. It's not going on the VOD channel. This is too important to just put on the small VOD channel. So Par, I see you in the chat. I know you're talking about going through the remaining super chats, but hold on one second. We're gonna talk about we're gonna cover the remaining super chats or whatever we missed, but the only issue is I gotta open up my browser to look at the ones I missed, which is the only issue. I wish there was a way for me to check without having to do that. So what I might do is we might have to tank the stream for a little bit. It's probably gonna lag for like a couple minutes, but let me pull those up right now, and then what I can do is like screen cap them, close the browser, and at least have them pulled up. Saying that in case we get more. That's true, certainly. All right, I got the browser open. I apologize if the stream tanks. But let me pull up these super chats before we get you on here. Memphis21 with a wonderful message. Thank you so much. Shout out to one of my biggest VIPs on the channel. He says, "This has been such a fun stream. Can't wait for the VOD to catch the parts I missed. Much love, Hidden. Hope you have some good R&R planned after." Yeah, in terms of R&R, I was considering taking a break tomorrow and just letting myself relax. At the same time, I have a video I really want to get out, and I think I might. It's gonna go up probably by Wednesday, but if I take tomorrow off, I'm not sure if I can guarantee the Wednesday drop. So, but yeah, there's a video on the way, big video well on the way, and I have the script written already. I just might need tomorrow to kind of recover. But thank you once again for being a member, Memphis. You're awesome. And the VOD will be up. It won't be up tomorrow, but it will be up in a few days probably. So keep an eye out for that. All right, we are at 10:30. It is the time. Just before I get Par in here, once again, let me pull up the super chats. Okay, so I'll just answer these right now because these aren't relevant to the conversation me and Par are about to have. But I see the two that I missed earlier. I missed Adria, another big supporter. He's a patron of the channel. He said Randy and Hidden is top 1 for me. Loved it. 10.9k subs. Fight ends with Black Vortex. Do you think if Oda will cut it there, that would imply that Law lost? If it's anything like what happened with Ace, I could see Oda doing that parallel moment there. So I definitely think that's on the table. Especially knowing how Blackbeard's fights tend to end. He usually, it looks bad for him, but then somehow he finds a way out. So definitely. And I see another €2 from Traff. Thank you, Traff. He says, if Blackbeard uses the Vortex on Brook, is Brook gonna die? That's an interesting point. I never thought of that. I feel like he would die temporarily as long as he's in Blackbeard's possession, or maybe his soul would get pushed out of his body, possibly. I don't see any others that I missed, so we're gonna get Par on here, and then we're gonna cover whatever super chats come our way afterward. I see another 14 Canadian dollars from Dilcor. Thank you very much, homie. He says, who's ready for the climax of this epic stream? I know I am. Fire, fire, fire. Speaking of fire, it's about time. It is about time. A big welcome, big shout out to Parvision. Oh my God, no way. You pulled up with the shirt. He has the same shirt.
I saw you. I had to do it.
Oh,
pulled it out.
All right, here we go.
Let me get this on right.
All right. This is not even gonna fit on my head, but we're gonna make it work.
Yup.
All right, there we go. All right. Well,
I was like practicing earlier. I was like, oh, does this look like Roof Piece right now? Like,
I knew you were gonna do something crazy when you came on, but I didn't expect the shirt. That's awesome. It's a good shirt.
Yeah, it is. It is. It fits you nicer than it fits me, though.
I'm stretching it out. Whatever. Anyway, guys, I have to give you an introduction. I'm talking to you like we've just been talking for like 4 hours.
Yeah.
Guys, for those that don't know the man, which you should already if you're on my channel, but we have with us here today a fantastic theorist, one of my favorites, absolutely. The man, the myth, the legend himself, Parvision, featured on this previous Reverie, cooking with content lately. He's putting out some great stuff. What are you at? Are you at 20? How many subs you at now?
Today I had the VOD with the stream with Rogers Bay, so it's climbing. I think I'm about to hit 23k tomorrow. So.
And this is a guy who started basically at the same time as me, and he's already at 23. So just gotta hype him up, because this is my favorite person to talk to about One Piece. And
hey.
Welcome to the stream, brother. Thank you for making it out here, and I'm sorry you had to hang around for so long, but you have the big responsibility of being my anchor today, because right now I am halfway out of the realm of being lucid. So I need you. I need you right now. We need to have some good talks and wrap things up.
Yeah, so. I've been seeing you coming in and out of consciousness, and I was like, damn, his Conquerors hockey right now is crazy.
Yeah, man.
I'm a little mad at you because like you had a 12-hour stream, right? Technically, I went 5 hours with Rogers Base, like straight 5 hours. and then we have like almost like an hour and a half. It might go to 2 hours, whatever. But I was trying to get rest in between, but the conversation, the stream was so interesting. I was like, damn it, when am I supposed to rest? These 15-minute breaks aren't enough. And then you put the dancing man in the breaks, and I can't even rest. What are we talking about?
I made sure that even the breaks were like eye-catching. I wanted there not to be lulls in the stream, so that's what the dancing man, that's his purpose. He exists only to dance for you and me, and that's what he's there for. It's actually little do people know, it's actually a real man. I managed to capture a small metal man and put him in my computer, and he's actually trapped there. He's eternally dancing. He's in torment at all times, dancing for us. But we don't talk about that too much. So I just want to put a little bit of a facts out there.
That might be the story of One Piece too. Like a little rubber man in a book, and here we are talking about him.
They get to Laugh Tale and they open up the treasure chest, and there's a little silver guy dancing in the box.
What I will say, this. What I will say is my intro was actually foreshadow for a particular question that the chat doesn't know about, but we'll get to it at a certain point in the stream.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I did that. So I'll answer it later.
I know which one you're talking about. We'll get there. All right. So talk to me, Par. What's been on your mind watching the stream? Have you had any ideas pop into your head? I know your mind's always racing with ideas. So any thoughts today? Anything that's come to mind that you wanted to talk about, or?
Honestly, I was just enjoying the stream. You did a really good job of like hosting it, getting out all the questions. There was a few things beef with me and Brago that was pretty funny to see happen here. I felt, what it felt like? It felt like the last Reverie. I was just like, somehow I got like beef started, like almost borderline controversy last time with Morge, and then this time Brago was just like, he uninvited me from this and that, and I was just dying. But
everyone wants to swing at Parvision. It's just the way it is. I don't know.
I think what was really cool was you managed to get like so many different conversations, and it wasn't like a repeat of anything, and you managed to make it so different each time. Like each conversation it felt like a different island, almost like landing on a different One Piece island. So that was definitely really cool.
I love that imagery.
And I've tried. See, this is the thing. I was just like, you know what? I already know what Larry's gonna say. Let me take this time to go look back in like 2x speed, see like what Brago said, what Jay said. But then Larry was out here like talking. We don't know what he was talking about.
Well, no, he was dropping theories. No, Larry came with fire. Look.
Yeah. Up until it was before the theory. Before the theory is when there was some questionable, a lot of people were drinking is all I'm gonna say. But yeah, I mean, I think what was really nice was seeing the chat, like how active they were, like, and so if the chat could help me out, if there's any people from the very beginning, let me know what like your guys' like favorite parts of the stream was, because I got to tune in probably around I guess the second time Randy came in, and then when Jay came in, I got to tune in a little bit there. I try to get some rest in, but so I've been in and out since then, pretty much. So far, amazing time.
I wish I could have caught your stream with Roger. How'd that go?
Oh, it was endless. It was endless because 1064 is just so spectacular, right? Like basically one of my favorite parts of the conversation was essentially saying that, like how both of us we got to experience Matt Owens for the One Piece live action, and we were basically under the understanding that if there were a person suited to steer the ship of the live action, Matt Owens is the right guy to do it. It might not be the best ship, but he would be the best captain to be aboard to like pilot, right? And so in that same light, I got Roger's base to be like, you know what? Like if there was a One Piece game that he got to be on the team of, he would steer it in the right direction. And I think he would be really great for that, because his that was something we dissected. His game knowledge for Nintendo and everything is so detailed. Like he equated it to like, like people say Tekking and me, like with One Piece and that kind of like regard, like encyclopedia. Roger's base is like that with Nintendo. So it was just like really cool to pick his brain with 1064, given all the gaming aspects with Vegapunk and everything. So there's so many things to talk about. I mean, he came off of 1064 literally jumping off of every single page, and I don't blame him because I was doing the same thing, right? And I told you that too. You were like, I have this 12-hour reverie. I don't know if my hockey's strong enough to do 2 streams in the same weekend. And I was just like, Iden, this is a chapter. You gotta pull through.
I'm glad you did, because I wasn't prepared for that one. That was a crazy chapter. And I was like begrudgingly, I woke up that day and I was like, oh, I gotta do another stream today, and then prep for the stream on Sunday. And then when I got the chapter in front of me, oh boy, I was thanking you under my breath. I was like, thank you for putting me on this on stream, because this is reaction worthy. Crazy stuff been happening, man. What? Give me your takes on 1064, because I didn't get to hear them with Rogers. So like, what are some of the things you took away from the chapter?
So here was a new synthesis that I got. I mean, I hit him with on his stream. I had to. I hit him with the I got a new tagline for it. Rocks is a horse. That's so much better than what I was saying before. But I was saying, did I tell you this? The stronger is
So I saw the thumbnail and I didn't watch the video yet because I haven't had the time. So I've heard whispers of what this theory was about, and now that you're hitting me with the Parvision tagline, like the classic blank is a blank. And it's like Rocks is a horse, and I'm like, oh my god, now I have to watch this now. Like,
it's a fun one. It's definitely a fun one. And Dax, so me and Sai, we talked about it on this 1063 collab that we do every week, and then I talked about it with Dax on my Voice of All Things last weekend, and then got the video out, and then 1064 hit, and it almost like matched exactly what I was saying, where you know how like Stronger got no diffed instantly. And in my mind, the way it was like, it's like that's the best way to hide a character like this that I'm describing. Now, to give the full context of the theory here would be a little bit, drastic. There's a whole video out there that I'm sure people are interested in. Go watch it. But what I want to share was a new idea that I caught with on Roger's stream. So when we got into the chapter, I think it was it Lilith? Lilith was guiding Sanji's team in, right?
Yep.
So the thing that they said was everyone has to put on the new outfits, right? Like everyone has to change into new attire. And I was thinking about that because I was like, wait a second. This is interesting because sure, like there's a dress code, whatever. But I immediately thought of Film Gold. Do you remember what happened in the intro of Film Gold when they got into Guild Tesoro's island?
To be honest, no. Can you remind me?
So as they go in, they're showered with gold, and Guild Tesoro uses that gold to this wasn't just like a parlor trick. Like, no, this is to lock down anyone who's inside it because he can control gold. And so when Zoro and them try to fight him, he just locks them down. So in that same light, these shoes are called Dom shoes. And I was like, ooh, and then the shape of them, I was like, wait, what if they're like magnets? Like, so if they try to do something within like Vegapunk's area, Vegapunk can hit a switch and they're locked down and they can't move.
Okay. Yes.
And that's like Zoro not going in would make a lot of sense because he would be strong enough, but then there's only Sanji left with the group that's going in. So I think Sanji might be the only one strong enough to like break through the shoes grip thing. And that might also play into the role that he's not wearing the same outfit as everyone. And I was like, oh, wait, hold on. Like the Dom shoes name, it fits so well with everything, like dominating shoes or whatever. So
yeah, I mean, it fits very well on Robin and Bonnie in particular. I feel like the Dom shoes are a great match.
Yeah,
I see. I just want to say, Phantom Greyfire in the chat. He said, "Stable of Zebek."
Yes. That theory is a fun one. Fun one because when I explained it, like I didn't explain it fully to Roger either. But he was just like, okay, hold on, I see the goofiness in this where it could make sense. Because it's like, it plays on an anime trope that happens a lot, actually. Like me and Sai were talking about, it happened in Naruto, it happened in Bleach, it happened in Bungo Stray Dogs, it happened in Black Clover. In so many different tropes where there's a character hidden, a really broken character, just hidden in plain sight the entire time. And you just like, it's either a bumbling buffoon or it's an animal. And I think Bungo Stray Dogs and Black Clover, I'm not going to spoil things here, but there's elements of that there. And same thing with Bleach and Naruto, the older ones. I think Sai was saying within the Spadas there were that, and then in the Akatsuki there was a similar thing. And so, do you want me to explain it to you?
I do. And then before you do, because I'm very interested in this idea, I would love to get the full explanation. One thing that's coming to my mind, like a similar theory in a different series, is are you well versed enough in like Star Wars? Like, have you seen all the movies and stuff?
I haven't. But Roger's Base actually hit me with the Star Wars theory today. He explained it.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you seen Episode 1?
No, I'm not. I might have watched it a long time ago when I was a kid, but I don't remember it.
Do you know? At least do you recognize Jar Jar Binks?
Yes.
That dog shit like joke character.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So there was a theory for a while in the Star Wars community that
I know the theory.
Yep, that Jar Jar was secretly a Sith Lord, and that the whole thing that he was doing was an act, and like.
Which is funny because I know the theory actually, and I saw the scenes where there was like these sus moments. I'm like, wait a second, this is interesting. Like, do I watch this entire series just to understand this theory now?
It's funny because like that idea has existed in other like there's theories of that same like mindset in other stories. So like, and I remember when I first heard that, I'd seen all the Star Wars movies, so I knew that didn't play out that way. But I thought, like, man, if I was back when this movie first came out and I walked out of the theater and I was like, that kind of sucked. But this Jar Jar theory, though, that's pretty solid. Like, that's interesting. And now that you're hitting me with this Rox is stronger theory, now I'm like, okay, all right, let's hear it. Like sign me up. I'm interested. Consider me interested.
Yeah, let me, because my favorite part is at the very end of the video, so I'll link it to the place so you can see it too. But essentially to walk you through the theory, to me, okay, so now there's like I think various people are on different sides of where Aokiji lies within the Blackbeard sphere. I mean, we got the official translations and it says Blackbeard pirates, and then it says Kuzan and Van Augur, right? And to me, at the time when I made this, it was still like, to me, it felt like Aoki or Kuzan was more like an ally, more like a partner, not necessarily underneath Blackbeard. Similar to how Kid-in-Law would be, or Luffy-in-Law would be. Like various powerful people. It's not necessarily within their crew, but given Kuzan's like relationship to the entire world, I would imagine that he still has his own like autonomy. And then considering Blackbeard earlier said he didn't trust him, like incorporating him into the crew as the 10th Titanic captain would be a little interesting. And so at the time when the chapter came out, we started getting the devil fruits, right? Like Daku Six fruit, Van Augur Warp fruit, Buff fruit, Jesus Burgess, right? And the very end of that, after all of them, we get the reveal that Stronger has the Pegasus fruit. And what's interesting is Stronger's name was bigger than everybody else's in that chapter. It was like the text was actually bigger than everyone else's. And I was like, what emphasis are we putting on this? On top of that, Stronger was the last panel and he was introduced with Blackbeard on top of him. And so that, to me inside, we were just like, this is sus. Like for Oda to do this lineup, and then on top of that, give the horse a mythical Zoan right after Wano, after playing up mythical Zoans to the level where people thought were like, Blackbeard has a mythical Zoan. And then we see the horse has a mythical Zoan. And then so we both thought that this could be a person. It could easily be a person because we get no example of Stronger in water. We actually get this with Burgess in the stadium in Dressrosa. He was swimming apparently, and so that would mean that he didn't get the buff fruit then, and he got it after. But with Stronger, we never saw Stronger in the water, so it could easily be that as a mythical Zoan or a Zoan in general, they could be in hybrid form. So early on, when we're first introduced to him, he could easily just have the wings retracted. That's like, I mean, Pierre, who's a bird and has the horse fruit, has his wings as a horse and looks like a Pegasus. A lot of people got confused and thought Pierre's fruit was stolen, but that's not the case according to like the information we have at the moment. So what we were thinking is like, it could be a horse with the Pegasus, but it could also be a person with a Pegasus fruit. And then so from there, we were like, okay, or I was just like, what character would be meaningful to put in that crew? Because like, why would you masquerade a character in general as a horse this entire time. And then to me, I was like, wait, then the only option for that would be the character everyone tries to put into Blackbeard, whether it's because he has different teeth, whether he has a shadow, whether his body is different, whether he has 3 souls, 3 personalities. It always comes down to how can we connect Blackbeard to Rox. And so then the idea was that Stronger was masquerading as Rox the entire time, and he or Rox was masquerading as Stronger the other way, and he had the fruit. And so a few interesting notes is that Doc Q showed that he can actually speak to Stronger, like Stronger actually communicates, which is another interesting point. Another thing was that during the call, so keep in mind this call was like at 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. We were just like bouncing off ideas, and then something that dawned on me was like, wait, we have the silhouette of Rox, but that was like Rox a while ago. And then the thing with Stronger is Stronger has similar hair, but just white. And so if Rox were to get older and then you just lift up Stronger's hair, it could just easily just be Rox's face. Like, why hide the eyes of the horse? If you just lift up the mane, you could just get Stronger. Like if you look at Rox and you just put his hair down, it could just be Stronger. And so a lot of people in response to that were like, or Rox could be Lunarian. And then another synthesis is that because it's a silhouette, we don't get hair colors necessarily. So it could easily be multiple reasons as to why that's the case. Now, the next part I think is this is Sai's favorite part. Sai's favorite part was that the name Stronger is just in your face. Like, why name it Stronger if it didn't mean anything, right? And so like it could be a gag or whatever. Like Oda has done jokes, but he's also done jokes on the other side where the name Stronger is in reference to him being the strongest. And so when that clicked, I thought of Naruto. So you watch Naruto, and like I've been on plenty of streams now where I'm just like, is it a spoiler if it's Naruto Shippuden?
No.
But it's about the Akatsuki. So
yeah,
in the Akatsuki, we get a similar situation where Pain is the leader of the Akatsuki,
right?
But Toby is the actual leader, and he was masquerading as a bumbling buffoon. And then it wasn't until the very end where he had the connections to Madara, right? And so that entire thing was like, what I'm saying is happening here with Stronger. That's the immediate thought that came to mind. And so that's where I think me and Sai largely ended at that point. And now enter Dax. I told this theory to Dax, and Dax went Super Saiyan 3 with it. Where
man. Okay.
And this is I feel like I'm missing a part that me and Sai talked about, but it'll come up later. So this is where I asked you a question about the translation thing earlier.
Yes. Yep.
So Dax's take is that Rox is actually just got turned into Rox. And so like he got petrified, and that's why Blackbeard wants Boa's fruit to de-petrify Rox. Now, how does this play into this theory now? So that's where I got that panel from 999 where it says Rox fell into ruin. So if he got turned into a statue, he fell into ruin, like a ruined statue, like ruins like of an ancient civilization. And that's where Dax is like, what if the stone ate the fruit, the Pegasus fruit? So it's not if Rox in full, he has to be unlocked. And I was like, okay, that sounds so crazy because you're just making it more complicated, but that would explain why Rox doesn't just show up now, because that puts a limiter on him. And then I was like, okay, part of the theory was really cool. But then this is where I really liked it. So if you go to my video here, I'll send it to you. Mm-hmm. It's at 12:58. I'll just share the exact time.
I don't have a place on stream to put it, but I guess we'll get the audio, which is what matters, right?
No, you don't need the audio. You just need to look at it. This is for you. This is for you, and I'll send it in the chat because it has the time right now.
So what time? What time am I looking at in this?
12:58. It should be at 12:58.
Okay. So I see it.
Yeah. So there's actually this actually explains why Stronger looks sickly, because in this Vivre card we don't actually get an explanation of why Stronger sickly. We still don't know, But believe it or not, we have an example of the exact same face, which is Lasso from Arabasta, which is a gun that ate a devil fruit. So a statue that eats a devil fruit might end up being sickly. We never got an explanation as to why it looks sickly. And now the difference that I made was that, yeah, Funkfried doesn't look sickly, but Funkfried is CP0, which probably is connected to Vegapunk, which that's how we kind of knew that, devil fruits can be inserted into objects. But this is a Baroque's work agent. Why would they have a Vegapunk thing? This might be a completely different circumstance, which might mirror the Stronger situation. So why draw Lasso in the same way as Stronger? And then that's where I was like, okay, hold on. I really like this theory now, because it's the tongue drooping and the nose like sniffling in the same light. And that's the only, why did Oda even give us Lasso, right? Like, if it weren't to set up something. And maybe it doesn't set up anything. But the connection is there, and that's the whole place with the channel now.
I'm just imagining this scenario where Blackbeard is like, all right, Stronger, turn back to a rock now, and then Stronger neighs or whatever, and then transforms from a horse into a rock. And then Blackbeard's like, and then Blackbeard has bow, and then he's like, all right, now this rock, I want you to undo it. And then and then she does it, and then you just see rocks like the man pops out out of the mist, and he's like, I'm here. The funny thing is though, about all of this, as crazy as it sounds, I don't have any piece of evidence I could point to that is like, nope, this is not possible. I don't think there is. I feel like, yeah, it's entirely possible for someone to be petrified, and then because they're a physical object at that point, and we know that you can feed devil fruits to objects, it is also possible that a frozen petrified rocks could have eaten a devil fruit and then become a horse. I'm just like,
I'm telling you, the theory went Super Saiyan, bro. It went nuts. And then it's also just going back, you don't have to think it's rocks. It could be someone else. Big News Morgan's is a version of that, where it's a Zoan. We've never seen the person, right? Until recently, we didn't even know that it was what specific devil fruit. Yeah. And so it's not like all of these things are without precedent. And I love that IMD King is here. I love that Zach's here, and he's just like, I don't know what I walked into right now, but rocks is the worst.
Yeah. Before, I also want to get to the super chat we got from that One Piece talk. But before that, what was I gonna say? Oh, damn it! Maybe I'll remember after I read the super chat. I had.
Sorry.
No. It's because I'm 11 hours into the stream right now. That's the only reason.
Don't worry.
All right, let me get the super chat first. $10 from that One Piece talk. Thank you so much. The fact that I'm not in this conversation has me punching the air, but it's great to see you both having a good time. Great way to end the night. Thank you, brother. Yeah, and I would love to hear your take on this later when we talk, Larry. Assuming it's Larry on the account right now. Yeah.
It's a fun one. It's a fun one. And my favorite part is when I told Roger at the beginning of it, he muted me and turned off the camera on stream. And I was like, this is exactly what I came here for. It's perfect. And shout outs to Randy, because I told him my last bunch of tagline theories. I told him Miyaka's a sword, Zoro's a plant, and Vanderdeck is a mushroom, and then that brought out Sideways Randy, and that's what I live for, right? That's the point of the channel, to make people react in ways. I feel like a lot of the I'm D King, Zach came in and he's just like, bro, are we reading the same story? But like you said, I can't deny some of the things that he just said right now. It's not impossible. And I'm I feel like some people are also mad at the part that they can't say that it is impossible.
That's
so
the
they just
thing.
go off. They just say in the comments, it's this is just dumb. This is L theory. I'm like, but why?
So here's my theory on why people want to swing at Parvision, is because they hear these ideas and they're just they can't accept that there is a possibility. That's why. I think that's why everyone's coming at you, bro. Because they go, oh, he's spitting some fire right now with this rocks is a horse shit. And it's
we gotta simmer him down real quick.
Yeah,
Who knows when he comes out?
This man's too powerful. He's yeah. I mean, look, that's the thing I love about your theories, is because you come out with these really strong, out of pocket taglines that someone will hear it and be like, what?
Yeah.
But that is the reaction that gets people interested, and they start listening. And I know from experience, when you get your chance to explain these things further, it's like, wait a second, like, maybe I don't necessarily agree with the theory, but I think that it exists within the realm of possibility, and that's the scary part. Is like,
Yeah. I like when I can get someone who starts off, this is stupid, to like, wait a second, am I stupid? Like, you know what I mean? Like, to go that full circle of like admitting, like being so against something, and then by the end of it, because they tried it, they were like, wait, hold on, I retract my further statement. It's still dumb, but it's not like impossible dumb. Like, that's the fun part.
Dumb is fun though, and that's the thing. A lot of One Piece is dumb in certain ways. Like some of the character designs, and then the devil fruit powers, they can be dumb, but like it's the way that you execute that dumbness that can be fun and entertaining. And it's like, even if an idea like as crazy as Vanderdecken's a mushroom or Rocks is a horse, like these things that no one would ever normally like think about those subjects, but like it's the fun comes from like considering the possibility and like looking at the way that it can actually fit into the story. And that's what I love about your videos.
I actually remember the missing part.
Yes,
it was that. So I don't have it fully fleshed out, but the Pegasus, actually, there's one of the most common lores for the Pegasus is that Percy slayed Medusa, and out of Medusa's neck came the Pegasus. So like the stone aspect of that was like, there was like a whole Greek part that I didn't have time to put in the video, but when I talked about with Dax, people are popping off with all the Greek references. I was like, that's crazy. That's not my forte. So I'm not gonna like act like it is. Like I had like 2 days to like put that thing together because I was working on a Pluton video. But when I'm sure someone could put down the mythological references, and I was like, this is getting kind of crazy. I think also this one I might be spin like bag of hot air right now, is that I think that like in some lore the Pegasus and a scythe are connected, and I think Daki's weapon is a scythe, is it not?
Is it I think it is, yeah. I think he has a scythe.
So there's something there. So something there. It'd be interesting.
For sure. Interesting for sure. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. The thing is, like, imagine the day when that's revealed. Like, Stronger's actually just a stone statue that ate a Pegasus. I feel like that's the biggest, like, WTF moment. Like, that would be one of them, at least. Like,
I think what really sealed the deal for me, in terms of, like, making it a theory to like, actually think about, is what you said about the Medusa stuff. Because Blackbeard goes to Boa, who is a direct reference to Medusa and the sisters, the Gorgon sisters, who Medusa was a part of. And then immediately after that, we see all the stuff with Stronger and the Pegasus fruit. And like you said, Pegasus was born from Medusa's like body, essentially.
Yeah. So.
There is something to it. There is something to it. I don't want to write it off purely because knowing Oda with his like references to like mythology and culture, like I wouldn't put it past him that he knows that too, and that might have played some part in the recent events. So sheesh.
The Oda way.
All right, so
way to open up the stream.
Yeah,
at least my segment of it.
Hey man, that's what we need right now. That these ideas keep me awake. These things will keep me awake. We got plenty more. Got a couple super chats. Kin Rob Sar, sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, says, I need to know the Morge beef. If you want to, it's not really a beef. It's like it's like really a joke.
Beef. At the Reverie, it just spawned out that I was evil Morge, and he came out swinging at me, and I was like, wait, hold on, I didn't know this. And then so at the very beginning, there was a mishap where he introduced himself, and like I started laughing so hard I actually ripped my headphones. So I had to turn off my camera because it was about to I had to deafen so that it wouldn't go on speaker, because like it ripped my headphones. So then I wasn't there to like react, and I felt so bad because like I was like, oh no, Morge like probably thinks he's being mean right now. But then from there it became that I was evil Morge, and now he's evil Parvision, and we just have like this ebb and flow of Parvision Morge, you know.
Yeah.
Beef stew.
Yeah, it's a fun beef to follow. I love it.
Yeah.
I love the dynamic that you and Morge have. It's been fun to watch. Got another $5 from Six Pains. Thank you for the $5. What if Blackbeard is an object and that's how he can eat multiple devil fruits? Like because he's not a normal human, the ability to eat multiple devil fruits makes it so that he wouldn't destroy himself by eating more than one.
You know what, Six Pains? You gotta join my Discord real quick, and we'll cook something up about that one. I don't think I've heard that one. Like,
I haven't heard
he's just
that.
straight up not a person. Like that of all the theories between.
That's why he doesn't sleep.
Yo, he's just oh my god, he's a clock. That'd be crazy if he was just a clock.
He's a clock.
I don't know why my brain just went to clock, but like he doesn't sleep, so he's just a clock.
I feel like any object doesn't sleep. They don't.
yeah. I don't know why I went to clock, but clock was a fun one.
Oh man, this. I'm just having I don't know if it's me being tired or what, but I'm just having this imagery of like. Have you ever seen those books, Animorphs? Like
yeah.
Where you like flip the page and like a little figure of a human transforms into like a wolf or like a like a ram or a crocodile. You have Blackbeard. You have this like weird like obtusely shaped guy who's like a One Piece like Oda style proportions, and then like he transforms into a clock. I don't know, man. This is late night hours. Like, what can I say, man? Oh man, that's so funny.
I see Larry, that One Piece guy, saying Par believes no actual humans exist in One Piece. See, the thing is that is a Japanese sentiment, is that everything is alive, essentially, right? Like that is a belief system. Is it solipsism? Is that what it's called?
It's not so much that everything's alive, I guess, but there's like a soul to everything, or there's like a god within everything. So you have to respect everything around you. You know, don't mistreat. You know, don't throw out like leftover food, like things like that. It's So that is a thing. That is a thing. So I 100% think that's played a part in Oda's storytelling, because the voice of all things is the same thing as the idea of like in the Shinto religion. It's the same belief as like everything has a soul. We hear it in One Piece all the time. The voice of all things. Everything has a breath. Those sort of ideas keep coming up, and it 100% Oda is taking that into account with his story. Shinto it's the most popular religion in Japan. So there's zero doubt in my mind that Oda has had heavy exposure. I mean, it's either Shintoism or Buddhism in Japan. It's one or the other most of the time. That's the two most prominent religions. So I don't know what Oda, has grown up around, but doubtless I think he's been surrounded by Shintoism his entire life. So these ideas 1,000,000% made their way into One Piece, which is why I subscribe to the idea of like how devil fruits were made. And this is something I'm going to talk about in my upcoming video. And I guess this is a good time to kind of like share with you. We were talking about this in DMs, but this would be a good time to cover that theory. And I'll get to the super chat in a minute, Zappo. But yeah,
wait, I can answer Zappo's real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
So in Daku's Viver card, it actually says that he's been sick ever since he was a kid. So that's just a Daku thing. Yeah, so like that's something I included in the video because I want to know. And then they say stronger too, but they don't explain why stronger is weak and sickly. So they explain that Daku has been poor health since childhood. And then what's also interesting is in Artur's Viver card thing, he has this is underneath Daku. He says, with him, all the positions of the 10 Titanic captains are filled except for the captain of the 10th ship. And right next to the picture, he put stronger. And I was like, all right. subtle imagery, right? It's pretty fun. But as you're saying.
Yeah.
Thank you for the super chat.
Yes, thank you, Zappo, for the €5, I believe. Yeah, €5. Thank you so much. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So Shinto, they have the belief about there's like a soul within everything. And I think the way that devil fruits came to be was through the voice of all things. The reason we have all these different various powers is because the voice of all things truly does cover everything. There's a soul inside of everything. There's a soul for fire. There's a soul for rubber. There's a soul for the light particles that make people slow down. There's any devil fruit you can think of, going by these beliefs, everything has a soul, everything has a voice. The missing ingredient in devil fruits that Vegapunk, or I don't know about Vegapunk, but for sure Caesar failed to crack, was he used lineage factor as the reason to make devil fruits. And the thing about lineage factor is it's limited to only living things, because only living things have DNA. So that's why the artificial devil fruits that Caesar made were limited to Zoans, right?
Right.
So what this video, I was bringing up the idea that maybe Vegapunk figured this out. So I think what happened was devil fruits, you know, I could go into the whole thing about how they were grown and all that stuff. You guys just check out the video for that. But, you know, devil fruits they started as normal fruits. What made them devil fruits was someone used the voice of all things and placed the voices from all the various things in the world into the devil fruit tree wherever they were grown, and then those voices made their way through the tree into the fruits that were growing off of the tree. And that's why we have all these different types of fruits that, you know, have these different powers and properties and so on and so forth. And that goes for living things too. That goes for the person who made devil fruits, in my opinion, was Nika. He took his own voice and put it into a fruit. And I think Vegapunk may have figured this out. And one thing I was thinking about recently, I never really put this together, and I feel like it's obvious. Maybe it was obvious and all you guys know it and I didn't realize it, but I didn't realize that the fruit that Vegapunk made that Momo uses it's made by a different process than the Smiles. It's an artificial devil fruit. But it is not a Smile fruit. It looks similar, it has the spots and all that, but that is Vegapunk's. That is the one artificial devil fruit in the story that is Vegapunk's, not Caesar's.
Yeah.
And that devil fruit, unlike Caesar's, captures the properties of an actual Zoan devil fruit much more accurately. We don't know why it was a failure in Vegapunk's mind, but
not yet.
Not yet.
No soon.
My theory on that is that I think the problem is Vegapunk was researching artificial devil fruits for the sake of mass producing them, and I think that the problem is with the method that he used, which might be the correct method, it's not replicatable. You can't take the same thing and make it a bunch of times. So that might have been why it was a failure. And the reason I think this is because in Wano, in Onigashima, we had this moment with Dripper Scarfino where he talked about I think he said they were talking about Kaido's the artificial devil fruit and Kaido's power, and he said, you know, that fruit got into the hands of Momo or whatever. I don't remember what the exact conversation was, but at the end of it, he said, "Thank goodness it was only a failure." And to me, that sends the message of like they're aware someone else has the fruit right now. There are 2 dragons out there, but he's saying, "Thank goodness it was only a failure," as in. Thank goodness maybe that there's only one of these things around. Like thank goodness only there aren't 100 dragon people walking around right now. You know, like if that was mass produced and you had an entire army of like Kaido like massive dragon people, you know, that would be a huge problem, I think.
Was that at the time that they knew that there was 2 dragons, or was that the time when they announced that there was a dragon coming through and people were confused whether it was Kaido or Momo? Because the way I remember, and I could be wrong, was that it was like Momo breaking through, and then they were like, "What? A dragon? Good thing that there's only one dragon because Vegapunk's thing is a failure." And I could be wrong about the series of events. I have to reread that part of like Wano in the first place. But
it was specifically the wording of "thank goodness it was only a failure" that like if it was just "thank goodness it was a failure," that's one thing, but only a failure means that there were greater plans for that fruit that didn't come to fruition. So for me, I think that the reason Vegapunk wouldn't be able to mass produce that fruit is the same reason why there's only one of every devil fruit out there. You know, why is there only one? Like, if you could take the voice of a rock and stick it in a fruit, and then you have the rock fruit, you know, why is there only one of them? Why can't you have more than one? And I think, I'm not sure exactly on the answer for this yet. I want to try and figure that out, but I think that the reasons are connected, and I think that might have played into why it was a failure. We know Vegapunk is a perfectionist. We know Vegapunk, anything that doesn't hit like the 100% mark, even if it's 99, Vegapunk tosses it in the scrap heap. So
like the saber.
Like the saber, right? So, yeah, so like the idea that Vegapunk was very close to cracking the code and had a different formula for making devil fruits than Caesar did interests me a lot. And that brought me into the train of thought, you know, what did Vegapunk do differently? What was different? Well, Vegapunk has some interesting connections to music, and we've talked about this, and I'm just sharing this for the stream. You'll get the full video on this, don't worry, guys, but Vegapunk might have some...
Before you share the music thing, let me share my thing, because then your thing is bigger, and then we could connect it after.
Absolutely, go for it.
So this is something from my original Vegapunk video, where I was essentially saying the reason why Momo's fruit was considered a failure, and this ties into what you're talking about, how why isn't it recreatable? And I think it's because will is not recreatable, and we find out with mythical Zoans later on through CP0 that, or Gora say that the mythical Zoans do have a will, or specifically Zoans have a will. So that part isn't recreatable, and which is why Momo's fruit was a failure, because it didn't have a will. The functionality versus the will is different. Maybe the will is required to awaken or something like that. Maybe Momo, we don't know Kaido's awakening, but maybe Momo can't awaken with that fruit or something like that. Or maybe he has to do his own thing, and that next thing is the thing that I want to connect back. But now we get back to Vegapunk, and we see the similar idea that like was further emphasized, that they want to eliminate primal desires, and like how do I manipulate wills in that regard. And even we see that situation with the satellites in themselves, their violence, wrath, or whatever, evil, logic. It seems like different wills involved there. Larry from that One Piece talk pointed out a very important thing, was like, for swordsmen, will is how you elevate your strength. So the mini Mihawk, the Seraphim Mihawk, was able to slice an island. And from what we know, most swordsmen, in order to do that, you need haki. In order to have haki, you need to have like will. You need to be able to push out your will in a certain regard. Even like brute strength doesn't result in something like that, unless like Mihawk is like that absurdly strong, and by proxy the Mihawk Seraphim as well. So in that line, the reason why I was thinking that it failed, and the thing that Vegapunk is doing different, is trying to incorporate willpower, which is something that goes back to like Funkfried, for example, where my thought in that video was that the reason why Funkfried was capable of doing that is because you have a special weapon. So certain weapons we learned from like Mihawk is that like any weapon can be turned into a black blade or infused with haki. So it might be that the gun, the swords, you can infuse haki, or you can infuse a devil fruit into those kinds of items that have excessive willpower in that regard.
Yes.
And so now I think, and this is why we were popping off in the DMs, and now I think your part, like if you the music stuff, I think that's where you left off.
I'm gonna hit you with some heavy stuff. So you're gonna hear some stuff we talked about already, but the end point of this, I think you're gonna appreciate. All right. So music, right? I think Vegapunk is gonna have a big connection to music, and the reason I think this is because I think the means by which the voice of all things was transferred into Devil Fruits was by music. And I believe that Joy Boy, or Nika, was the one that created Devil Fruits, and the way he did it was by using the drums of liberation, the music of his soul, to manipulate the souls and spirits of everything into Devil Fruits. Now, the reason this makes sense is because we see with Soul King Brook that he uses music to command the souls of the underworld and all that, the power of the underworld. He's talked about how his music can influence a soul. And so we have Brook, and then we have that moment in Fishman Island where he does the Nika silhouette, and then I brought this up with Dak earlier in the stream, you missed it, but immediately after that panel there's another reference to Nika that no one's talked about. And it's, or not a reference to Nika, but a reference to the same moment in the story, relatively. We have Brook in front of the moon with the silhouette, and then immediately after that, he says, "Let's party," and then they have a fireworks scene, just like the end of Wano. There's fireworks in the sky, the panel is the same. So Oda mirrored 1-to-1 the Nika showing up, followed by fireworks, with that Brook moment playing the music. So it's clear, and Big Mom is always singing musicals. She literally has the soul fruit. So she's always singing musicals, all this stuff. So music clearly has an impact on souls in One Piece. There's a reason for this that I'm going to get to.
The Big Mom one was a good one. I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of stuff like that. There's in Shandora
with the Big Mom one real quick. I know the Shandora one, I like that one too. The Big Mom one is really good because you can actually take her from when she was a kid. She never had any musical element, did she?
No.
Mother Caramel sang songs, but it wasn't like Big Mom or, Lin Lin at the time, she wasn't Big Mom as a child. Baby Big Mom. It was not like she was musical. So then after she eats the fruit, she just becomes a musical person.
Or more so, she might have realized that had an impact on her fruit's powers. Because we had, what did Carmel say? When she tamed the fire at Elbaf, she tamed the fire and she said, I shall give you a voice. And then she takes the fire and makes it into a thing. And then when all the giants are looking on this scene and they're like, that was incredible. That was a miracle. And then what she responded to, she said, no, that was the sun god's power.
Right.
So music clearly has an influence. In Shandora, they talk about the ancestors of the Shandorans used to, the sound of the bell brought the spirits of their ancestors back home and into the trees. So we now have the connection between audio, music, sound, soul manipulation, and putting them in trees. So we have that part of the formula.
And on top of that, the bell wasn't just a sound. It was called
the light.
Despite it being a sound, it was called the light of Shandora.
Yeah.
Which is like that light stuff with the fruits, with the sound, everything that you're talking about. It all lines up.
It all lines up. Now there's I'm gonna hit you with a lot of stuff. So.
And we haven't even gotten to the
Vegapunks. This is where all set up, because this is stuff from my Devil Fruit theory. You guys have heard this before, but this is all set up for that. So let me get. Yeah. I'm gonna get there. So Vegapunk, there's a constellation in the sky called Lyra or Lyra. I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but this is a constellation. This connects back to the Rome Peace stuff and all the Greek mythology. The constellation Lyra is named after the lyre played by Orpheus, and Orpheus is a character in Greek mythology, I believe, and he played a lyre, which is like, isn't it like a type of guitar or something like that? Isn't that
sounds like it?
Yeah, something.
I'm just
like
gonna assume it is.
Yeah, and he played. It was said that his music that he could play with his lyre was capable of charming even objects. Now, the brightest star in the Lyra constellation, do you know what the name of that star is? You know, but you guys out there, it is Vega. Vega is the brightest star in the constellation Lyra. Now, we have Frankie, who we know is a scientist. He's able to do all this stuff with technology. Takes after Vegapunk a lot. What does Frankie do? For whatever reason, we have a musician on the crew, but Frankie also plays music. He plays a guitar. Now, is it possible that Vegapunk takes after Frankie in a similar way or parallels Frankie? Maybe Vegapunk plays a lyre. Now, this idea of the theory, shout out to the True Toby in chat, because he's the one that hit me with this part. But this was foundational to where the rest of this theory goes. So, I see Randy says, you gotta run, guys. I'll try and catch up later, but excellent stream hidden later, everybody. Yo, thank you, Randy. I'll see you later, man. Thank you for hopping on. You were awesome today, and I appreciate you, man. Okay, so
Randy playing the instigator earlier. Just want to shout that out real quick before
he was doing that a little bit, Randy. I saw that too. That was savage. Yeah. So is it possible that Vegapunk figured out that music works in this way and uses? Vegapunk is a scientist, but may just play music as a hobby, and it could be that just like Frankie, Vegapunk started playing music to the fruits and moving the souls of fruits from devil fruits into objects. So maybe this is how Vegapunk started feeding objects devil fruits, by moving them with the music. Now, here's where it gets even crazier, because in The Road to Laughtale, Oda said that the reason that, if you noticed, all the objects that were fed devil fruits, all those devil fruits are Zoan types. It's always a Zoan that's fed to an object. And Oda said that the fact that Zoans have a will of their own is why Vegapunk was able to feed them to objects. So why does that make sense? How is it having a will connect to feeding it to an object? Well, we see that, I think that soul and will are two different things. The voice and the will of someone are two different things. I don't think they're the same. And I think it's like the difference between hockey and devil fruits. I think hockey is more of a will thing and devil fruits are more of a soul thing. And I think there's a bit of a difference there. So just to make that distinction, where was I? Okay, so Zoan fruits have a will of their own because presumably there's living creatures inside of the fruit, a soul from a living creature inside of the fruit. Well, you know, what's influenced by music? It's not inanimate things, it's living things are influenced by music. We saw in Skypiea, when we got that Nika silhouette in Skypiea, what was the context of that? Luffy was dancing with animals. So the idea of like Nika and music influencing animals plays heavily into why that would work with the fruits. And this brought me to an even crazier idea, which is...
Wait, with the animal thing,
yes.
Hit it one more time with the bell. The bell is what made Nola and all like Kashigami them dance. They all dance to the sound of the bell. So the music, and then on top of that, like this might be off, but like I would imagine if the drums of liberation were popping off, Zunisha would have dropped a fat like few dance moves in the middle of the ocean. You know what I mean? Like so and no, continue, but like the music stuff, Oda's definitely incorporating the dancing and animals and it being kind of like an innate thing. Like that's just automatic with especially with these larger than life, like the bell, for example, or the drums of liberation.
Yeah. And even like just Vegapunk, like Shaka's design, it's Daft Punk music. So this is the thing. So you have all these elements, right? You have Vegapunk who is trying to crack the code on, and by the way, what was I gonna say? I had one thing I wanted to say, but maybe it'll come back to me. Oh, drums. Let's talk about music and drums.
Yeah.
Drums are humans' first instrument. It is humanity's first and most primitive and primal instrument. It is what we played music on for thousands of years before any other instrument came around. So drums essentially to me are the human instrument. It is the thing we can attribute to humanity. Music in general is a very human thing. And drums really they really strike at the core of how music and humans are related. Everything needs a beat. You always need that drum beat. Even in modern genres of music, there's always that background beat going on that connects all the way back thousands of years. So what's the first time we see the human
heartbeat, right?
Yeah, heartbeat.
That's the whole thing with the drums of liberation, right? It's so ingrained in us that it's our own heartbeats.
It's perfect for the theme of humanity. The first time we see the human fruit is on Drum Island. The next time we see a mythical human fruit, and we hear the drums of liberation. So this drum and human connection is really crazy. So I definitely think music and all that stuff is connected. If Vegapunk figured this out, this is what I've been building towards. My man, Kuma.
Yeah.
Is fine.
Okay.
He's not mindless. And his body that was turned into a cyborg, Vegapunk took the soul out of that body and put it somewhere else. If Vegapunk figured that out, and how to do that, the reason Kuma agreed to it, and the reason that Vegapunk is not actually a bad inhuman guy that would do that to Kuma, is because the actual backup plan is, hey, I'm going to take your soul and move it into something else. Maybe put it in a devil fruit. I don't know. Whatever. It could have put it into another cyborg. Who knows? But I'm going to take your body and I'm going to turn it into a cyborg. And I have this way. I figured out how to manipulate souls through music in my technology. So I think Kuma's actually perfectly fine right now. I just think we've been misled because we don't know this part about Vegapunk. And this is the real crux of this is what we saw about Vegapunk's 6 forms. Vegapunk split himself into 6 people. So we know that Vegapunk figured out a means to take yourself and put yourself in other bodies.
Right. We have to understand we still have to understand the context of how the dividing was it happened in full context. But as for right now, this is this makes sense right here.
Right. So and it would make more sense because Kuma is a living creature. So if music is the key for Zoan or like animals, like living things, let's say you can't. Like Vegapunk's method or whatever Vegapunk's doing, you can't do with inanimate objects, but if you have a human or an animal that you want to move into a devil fruit, maybe that's the key, and that's why he was able to do it with Kuma. Maybe he said, look, I split myself, I figured out how to do it, I'm going to do it to you.
this is, I think the chat is hitting they're hitting the exact note where it's like, I'm known for the connections, but these connections right now are hitting so hard. And what's funnier is like, I knew half of them, and then you still hit me with like the beautiful way of introducing it all the way to this point. And what's crazy is I'm so glad that I did the collab with the Rogers Base earlier today, because believe it or not, we had a similar theory where he proposed an idea. That was the Star Wars one I was telling you.
Mhm.
Proposed an idea, and then I took to a level where this was, and then, oh my God, wait, hold on. Okay. So take everything that you said up until the Kuma part. I think you can agree that there's multiple ways that Kuma part can spread out for the devil fruit, but the synthesis being Kuma being saved or something, being like put to rest, let's say. And then there's awakening, whether it's he's put into a devil fruit, he's downloaded into a thing. So this is I mean, it's not spoilers for Star Wars. I don't know the story. I wish I could bring Rogers Base to explain it. It was in our earlier collab on his stream. And so I'm sure you'll understand it because you know Star Wars, right?
Yes.
And so he was saying him and Matt B a long time ago, so 2016, they theorized that him, Brago, Matt B, and one other person, I believe. They were on a Brago stream. We're trying to find that Brago stream. If Brago's lurking here, let us know if you find it, because Rogers Base wanted us to figure it out. But they theorized that Vegapunk and was connected to Dragon in 2016, and that's been their theory ever since then. And so when Roger came across that panel today of Vegapunk calling Dragon, he was like, oh my God, 7 years ago we talked about this. And so this to fast forward everything, what they were essentially saying is that Kuma, the pacifistas, was essentially be underneath Order 66, where there was all the I forget the name for the people that were underneath Order 66, where I don't know the names.
Like
she put out an order,
yeah,
and then they flipped the switch essentially. Yeah, exactly. So what he was saying was that back then they had or Vegapunk and Dragon, they been doing this whole thing, and that's why Kuma accepted this, because they had an Order 66 in plan where they would leave Kuma's, the pacifistas, under the world government, but then they would have a flip switch, which is Order 66. And so that's where I came in, and I was like, wait, what if the end of the arc, right? Like I got him to agree to your theory that Vegapunk dies, right? I don't agree particularly with how he dies, whether it's Lucci, whatever.
Right, sure.
But I was essentially saying that Vegapunk dies, and right before he's allowed to say what the flip switch is, he doesn't get to say it. So Frankie, Luffy, Dragon, they're in the dark. They have to figure out what it is. And then how crazy would it be if it was instinctively the drums of liberation that would ended up being the flip switch for all the pacifistas? And that's something that Vegapunk encoded, and that connects back to here, because I forget what he was saying. He was saying like some order or some kind of thing. And so now you saying all these things and Vegapunk connecting to the drums of liberation, mechanizing it or recreating it. There's so many ways, that the path that you brought us on the entire stream on, it could split off into so many ways where it doesn't even matter at the end goal. You can have so much fun with the end goal, but I like the idea that, so basically you're saying that Kuma got turned into a mythical zone, essentially.
Or he could have just, maybe it's not limited to just putting a soul in a fruit. Like maybe you could use that same method to put a soul in anything. It could be that Vegapunk created an alternate body for Kuma, like how Vegapunk split himself into 6. It could be that Vegapunk created or put Kuma in one of the 6, for all we know. And it's like that. So like the question that came to my mind was this chapter was like, Jinbei was like, why would he agree to this? It's a fate as bad as death. And it's like, even if there was some like outside explanation, like an honorable thing where Kuma takes one for the team and knows that it'll all work out for a better purpose in the end, I don't know if it would be as simple as that, where he's just like, all right, well, I'm ready to die, I guess. Like I think the more likely answer is that there was a caveat to their agreement that we don't know yet. And in my opinion, if Vegapunk did crack the mechanics of souls and voices in One Piece, which I do call mechanics for a reason. I think all this stuff that Vegapunk's researching now, it's very mystical, but in a way, like, if it can be proven, or if there's a proven method to it, this mystical, magical stuff, it's only magical because we don't understand it.
Yeah,
but
yeah. I mean, that's the real world too.
It's the real world.
That's what I love about, like,
yeah,
everything is like, if you learn enough, you can figure out the mysteries of the world. And the thing is, we just don't know enough. But we're getting to a crazy place where I was telling you, like, my theory about, like, science stuff that we'll talk about later on. But yeah, I think Vega, like, I hope we do learn the mechanics behind a lot of these things that we're thinking about or talking about, and that might also play into the fact that you think that Vegapunk is going to die. I think that Vegapunk's eventually going to die. So it's like there'll still be that mysticism at the end of the series where we'll kind of have to rationalize ourselves, and Oda's not going to, like, give us the blueprints to every single thing, but some of the core things so that we could piece it together. That's how I see it.
Yes, I really do think that it's funny because it kind of loops around. We have Vegapunk, who's said to be like 500 years in the future, but if you go 800 years in the past, I wouldn't be surprised if all this mystical, magical stuff is actually fully explainable. It's just the ancient kingdom's technology. They were so advanced that even Vegapunk, 500 years ahead, can't figure out how they did it. So it's like, it's the same sort of thing like with the pyramids, right? We look back at the pyramids and we're like, how did they fucking build this? Like, physically, I'm pretty sure, like, a lot of the pyramids, we don't have an explanation for how they managed to do it.
We have, like, theoretical of how it's possible. And like, I think over time, the ancient aliens explanation of it has gotten debunked, where it's like, oh, it's aliens, versus now where, like, it is possible. We just, as modern humans, can't fathom an operation like that. And so there are things, but to your note, I forget which temple it's a Mayan temple, I'm pretty sure, where I always go back to this, and it always makes me mad that these civilizations got wiped out through, like, colonial, like escapades, essentially. And the Mayans had a pyramid where you stand in front, like maybe like 50 feet or 20 feet, and you clap in front of it, and at the very top they created a mechanism that this is something that we don't understand. I don't know if this is like a tourist thing, but we don't understand it from their explanation, is that you clap from there and then a bird chirps, and it's just because of the way that the thing is shaped, that if you stand at the perfect spot, a bird starts chirping. And it's not a real bird, it's just the stones. That's all it is. So
that's the crazy part. It's like, we think of these ancient societies as, like, primitive and stuff, but they had very advanced technology in a lot of ways, and in some technology that we as modern humans, capable of building skyscrapers, smartphones, and all this crazy advanced stuff that we're, like, so proud of. We're like, look at what we've accomplished. We built all this amazing technology, just like Vegapunk has built all this amazing technology. Yet with all this profound and expansive knowledge we have about the inner machinations of the world and the little bits and pieces that make up our modern day conveniences, we haven't figured out these basic things that you can build with stone and all the stuff that existed back then, that these people that they didn't have the knowledge that we have today were still able to figure out these things and create marvels of technology that astound us. So that's how I feel about the ancient kingdom. I think devil fruits, I think all of that stuff, the poneglyphs, why are they so indestructible? How do the ancient weapons work the way they do? We can't figure these things out. Like, they can't in the modern One Piece world. We can't as readers yet. But they made them, and it was 800 years ago. So this is all ancient kingdom technology. As far as I'm concerned, devil fruits are just a piece of technology. Oh, and this brings up one last point I want to talk about with this theory. I don't want to talk your ear. I still have more. It's crazy.
Yeah. This video is gonna be cracked.
This video is gonna be cracked. So in my devil fruit theory, I talked about how Nika was a Lunarian and Nika made devil fruits, and the Lunarians lived on top of the red line. So the Lunarians were basically the responsible for devil fruits. There's actually a lot of symbolism with the Lunarians and why I think it makes sense for them to be the creators of devil fruits, because two things. Number one, imagery, devil fits the Lunarians better than anyone else. They have the black wings and they have hellfire on their back. Lucifer, the Satan, the devil, he was, first off, Lucifer, his name means morning star. It means morning star, and he's also referred to as the son of the dawn. And he was cast down from heaven, and he was sent to hell with all the hellfire and all that stuff, and he's typically depicted with black wings. So the visual connections between him and Lunarians make sense. Devil fruits makes perfect sense. Adam and Eve, all that stuff.
Right.
And the other reason I think that makes more sense as to why they would use this technology, and I don't know if I shared this with you, but I think you'll find it interesting, is we have the other sky races, right? And let's assume they all came from the moon. It wasn't just the Birkins, it was also the Lunarians were there. They all came down to Earth. But I think they went to different places. And what happened was the Skypians...
Before you answer, it's crazy because I told this to Roger earlier. Someone super chat asking like Skypian Lunarians are related, and I gave an answer. And I was basically saying it fell into my idea that they might be one and the same. It's just that there was like the discrimination. There was a civil war of some sorts. And so I just wanted to put that in there before, because now I want to see how that plays into what you're saying, going to different places.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't even thought of the Civil War angle, but that's interesting as well, because it would explain the segregation between them, like the different locales. But what I was thinking of was, okay, we have the Skypians. The Skypians have their own unique technology that doesn't exist elsewhere in the One Piece world. They have a god, they have a leader they call God. Their leader that's a god doesn't have wings for whatever reason, but they all do. And they have this primitive technology. Skype is a microcosm of One Piece, the whole 9 yards, all that stuff. What's their primitive technology that's unique to them? It's the dials. And the dials are washed up on the shore of the White Sea, and only they have this. And what are the dials used for? Storing matter and energy. And the dials are all spiral shells. They all have spirals on them. Now, and then you have, okay, so let me finish.
I like it.
So now connect back to Brook. The last moments of Brook and his crew before they died and their souls passed on was recording their last song into a tone dial.
Nah, I'm fucking done,
now,
guys.
all right, I'm still going. I'm still going. Ready?
No way.
I'm still going.
All
right, it's not over. Ready? No. Lunarians. What do the Lunarians not have? They don't have dials because they're on the red line. Okay. Now, what do they have that the Skypians don't but really want? A whole lot of Verth. A whole lot of Verth. So they're the inverse of each other in that way. And what is Verth? What is dirt good for? Growing plants. So they grow plants. That was their thing. Their method was to grow trees because they live on a massive wall of Verth. So they grow trees, and their technology, instead of the dials, they decided to use fruits. And they stored their matter and energy within fruits. That was their unique technology.
One thing I'll say about that, and this is just, like to help strengthen this thing in a way that you can counter this eventually, is Preach a little while ago pointed out to me, and I don't know like the complete validity of this, but the land on the red line, we don't know how fertile it is, because I believe in chapter like 904 or 905, somewhere around there, Garp, I think, clarifies to Shirahoshi that the forest there is man-made, which doesn't take away from your theory, because the man-made forest, it still provides stuff.
Right.
That man-made aspect might actually boost this up too, because then it's like they forced this forest why to grow devil fruits, maybe. Like that might be why it's so plentiful in the Celestial Dragon. For the first place, they're just handing out devil fruits to all their, rightless human traffic people. Well, I don't like using that word here.
Yeah. I think that the man-made tree thing, I think that's a world government thing. I think the red line was originally the green line. So this is all part of the theory. This video is coming on Wednesday, guys. So the red line was the green line originally,
Okay.
And it's because they grew the whole red line. Imagine, let's say the red line existed in its original state back then too. There was an entire line around the planet that was covered in vegetation. It was all green.
I need you to run a poll. Has anyone in the chat ever heard anybody say green line ever in the last 25 years of One Piece? Ain't no way this man brought up a new term. I've never heard of green line here. This is so interesting. Oh my goodness. Can you run that poll? Because I guarantee you it's going to be 0%. Yeah, I heard of it. And if you say yes, you're capping. Like, straight up just lying out your fucking ass cheeks right now. Like, there's no way. But green line, I like that because my Davy Back theory, where I was saying that the red line essentially was like a racing thing, like where the venture around the world was a racetrack. So someone ran the red line and someone ran the grand line, and so the red line spot was like kind of like the finish line, and so calling it a green line, red line is kind of fun too.
Yeah, and I see some great points in the chat. King's name is Arbor, which means tree. And then someone else pointed this out. Let's see. So I see it was Doron.
Hey,
Noland was a botanist. So
yes.
So like all of this
that goes back to the Nolan.
Yeah.
Because that's why I was saying the tree fever in my Nolan video. That was a way that Gorosei was trying to eliminate things by eliminating and they went so hard on Nolan because he was a botanist and all that stuff. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna ask a special request. Can you just at least mention my name one time in this goddamn video? This is so cracked.
I will.
This is gonna be a million. This is a million. I just want to be I call this in the new friend, the dream thing, that these videos are kind of like poneglyphs. Because if someone else came onto these videos, it would be like reading so many of my friends who don't read One Piece or watch One Piece or know nothing about it, they watch my videos and they're like, it's like you're speaking a different language. So these videos like poneglyphs, I just want to be remembered in this poneglyph.
I will put you in there, bro. I'll have to find a way to get a clip from the stream. It's gonna be a nightmare trying to import a 8-hour, 12, whatever I cut it down to, but 12 hours into the video editor, and then I have to find the one moment.
Oh jeez.
But I'll do it. I will try and do it for you. I'm glad you like the theory. I've been holding on to this one for the past 2 weeks, guys. And with every chapter, I'm getting more and more details for it, which is why after this last chapter, I feel I'm ready to go. I'm ready to drop this, and this video is going to have to come out very soon. I think I'm going to do it Wednesday. You guys heard most of the theory here, so there's not going to be too much new in there if you've listened to this entire thing on stream, but maybe it'll be cool to have it all presentable and you can link people to it. But I think I think this theory is going to be a big one. It is one I'm really, really confident in, and I think I consider it a part 2 to my original Devil Fruit theory. I don't know what I'm going to do because the original point of the video kind of was about Kuma, to lead up to how Kuma's okay, but I don't know how to work in the green line stuff. I'll figure that out. So I don't know whether or not I'm going to push the video as a Devil Fruit theory video or a Kuma, why Kuma's, but you guys keep an eye out for that.
I wanted to add a fun scene sentiment to this idea. I thought about it while you were talking. If the sounds are so important, it'd be really cool if because it seems like the Drums of Liberations revives Luffy. So imagine Luffy has the Drums of Liberations, everyone hears it. We still don't know within Onigashima how that played out. Did the people hear the Drums of Liberation? We won't know until the anime gets there, right? But the Drums of Liberation, Luffy's in the last fight. He's fighting. He gets knocked down. The Drums of Liberation stop, right? And then imagine all the people start clapping and mimic the Drums of Liberation, and then in some way the Kumas or somehow Vegapunk's involved in helping people know what the Drums of Liberation is. And I just played the scene where essentially everyone in the world starts clapping. And making the whole world shake, and Luffy revives off of that. That I was just
that would.
I was
holding my goodness, I would lose my fucking mind if that happens, and I do a react stream to that. Just be prepared for a nuclear bomb to go off in the room. I'm just saying that is such a beautiful scene. I can just imagine Luffy being on the ground, and then everyone like the Goku Spirit Bomb moment. Everyone starts clapping, and then Luffy gets revived. Then everyone
It
claps.
starts with one person.
Yeah.
I think that's the most important part of the theory. Who is the person that does the first clap? Is it Shanks? Oh, Shanks doesn't have an arm. Shit. But maybe that's why
He does the leg.
arm.
He does the leg thing.
Yo, that's so funny. If that's the reason why Oda took out his arm, because he can't do the clap, so everyone else has to do it. But
one person starts clapping. Little by little, people start clapping. Luffy's on the ground like this. Everyone starts clapping. The drums of liberation beat is heard around the world, and nothing happens. Luffy is still on the ground. So they stop clapping, and it's like, is it over? And then all of a sudden, in the silence, the heartbeat starts again, and you hear the boom, bop, bop, boom. Yeah, you hear the drums of liberation. Luffy's back up. Oh my god, that'd be fire.
Like, let's just, in this image, it doesn't have to be Eam in the actual story. This part doesn't have to be real. But whoever the antagonist is, to say it's Eam, Eam is like says the final line, like, it's time to rest, Joy Boy, or something like that. Luffy's falling down. Everyone sees his body crash. Drums liberation stops. Then Eam turns his back, right? Like a Kaido moment kind of thing, turns his back, and then the whole world starts shaking. And then they just like, you see like the tremors and like it's shaking, and then you just see Luffy smiling, and then the drums start bouncing. Oh my god, wait, the whole world would start bouncing just like that would be so sick. I love it. I love it.
I love that. I love that so much. By the way, I saw in the chat someone made a great point, which is now absolutely going to be in the video. But in real life, this is a real thing. People use music to help plants grow.
Oh yeah, true. This is true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's another.
I tested that out actually at home.
Dimulus, shout out. Yo, bro. This is
a cracked one.
This is a cracked one. We're
approaching. This is beyond crack. I need to make a new word for this one. This is like I don't know, I was gonna say Thanos snapping. This is like Infinity Stone Gauntlet level, like Earth. This is Gura Gura no Mi level, bro. This is I mean, it's turning the world upside down, but I gotta create a word. I'll create a word by the time this video comes out.
Yeah.
What a way to you're a little menace, bro. You're a little menace. You went through, guys, can you just acknowledge that he went through 12 hours planning this out? He said he had a whole thing planned for me. Instead, he was just like, no, let me drop the most like broken theory of all of One Piece. And then like now we have like a whole picture of like what the end of One Piece will look like. And I love this picture right now. Because like, man, like I always thought about it, like why, like when we get to the manga, right? At the end of it, the manga's gonna finish first and then the anime. But now it's like, I'm going to want to watch the anime for the music.
Yep.
And that might be Oda's grand plan. Like, why would it matter to continue? It's like, what is the song? What is the beauty behind the end thing? You won't be able to grasp it truly in the manga, and you'd have to wait for the anime. Oh man, it's like even on a business level, this is crazy.
And you know, now that we're talking about the end of One Piece, you know what's coming. I have a question for you.
I mean, I did that on purpose.
Yeah, I know you did. I caught it. I have a question for you, Par. Now tell me, for you, in your mind, what is the ideal final panel of One Piece? The last panel we see at the end of the manga. What do you want that panel to be?
See, you're a menace for this because I'm gonna be honest with all you guys. He told me this question beforehand. We won't have to talk about the context, but told me this because like it's a difficult one to get off of the riff, right? But you had this theory, like, man, you had this whole thing in your bag, and you're just like, oh, let me just drop this theory before he does it, so it doesn't even matter what he thinks about. So what I'll tell you what I thought of in the meantime before you broke my brain was the way I introed was the way I think the last panel will be, where Luffy takes a straw hat and he puts it over the manga panel essentially, and it closes out covering. Yeah, and then it's like all of us get the straw hat, you know what I mean? And it's like we see Luffy's like head, and then you see the smile, you close out, and then it's ended.
That's phenomenal. That's way better than my idea. Mine was so much more vanilla.
Yeah, I mean, so truthfully, the way it came to my mind was I was like, damn, how do I enter the stream cool? Everyone else is so cool, and like I don't got something. So then I was like sleeping. I was trying to get some sleep. I was like, oh, you know what? I'll just cover the screen with the thing. And I was thinking about the shirt you were wearing.
Oh my god, you covered the screen. Yo, that's so brilliant. You're hyping me up, bro. You're also leagues ahead of like me because I didn't even see that coming. You're dropping bombs on me right now with the meta stream stuff. Like your plans, bro. That's awesome. Here, I promised you I would trade you, so I'd tell you what my final panel is.
Wait, but you said you would trade me a theory, and then this wasn't even a theory. This was spoilers. You traded spoilers for this.
I want to be humble about it because I do think that there's so many other possibilities realistically. This one has been on my mind a lot, and I feel really confident in it because it just ties everything together so well. So I do want to say, like, if I had to put my money on something, it's this idea. All right. For my last panel of One Piece, so I assume One Piece is going to end with Luffy basically having the freedom to go on whatever adventure he wants from now on, with no one interfering, no one in the way. Luffy's finally truly free, and I can see the last panel of One Piece being Luffy sitting on the figurehead of his ship, but his back is facing to us, and his front is facing the sun, and it's a sunrise. The new dawn comes up, and Luffy is silhouetted, not like Nika, but like Luffy. He's himself at the end. It's not like a Nika parallel. It's his own silhouette against the sun, him facing the sun, and onwards to new adventure. And the last panel is just us looking at Luffy from the back on the figurehead, looking forward into the dawn. And I think if the story ends like that, I'm gonna fucking cry so hard.
Yeah. No, so so what I want to say is I was going through, because I was procrastinating, but I'm telling you, while I was in Roger's base call, I was like, damn it, I haven't thought of the last panel yet. And like hidden stream, I was like counting the hours down, like I have 4 more hours, I have 3 more hours, all that stuff, right? And so one of the ideas was like, Luffy does like a Nakama moment and he goes off, but that's where I started thinking, like, does he take the hat on his own voyage, on his own thing? And I was thinking about, like, Luffy doesn't want to be alone. That was like one of his things as a child. Like, he says that being alone is worse than pain. And so I was like thinking about it, and I was like, okay, to mix the ideas, we don't get to necessarily see what Luffy does or where he goes. He just covers it. He just covers it and puts the hat. So I think
I love that too.
I like both of these ideas.
Either of those endings happen, I am happy. That's what I can say.
I like the sunset one, because what you could do is, like, the sunset, right, is you pointed this out, I think, on one of the streams. Like a theorist was saying it too. It was just like it looks like the sunrise.
Sun rising on the horizon.
Yeah, so then, like, the hat would be the sunrise and Luffy would be silhouetted, but you still see the straw hat glowing, and you see, like, the color of that, but then the silhouette of Luffy doing whatever pose. That's the new, like, essentially symbol of One Piece. Kind of like, Black Panther. Everyone came out of movie theaters like this. Like, everyone is gonna have like a pose when it comes to One Piece. Like, you go down the street, everyone's gonna be like this or that, something.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm excited. Man, you scheduled this out crazily. This is nice.
I really, I can't emphasize how much work went into planning this stream. And before
I know.
Yeah, I mean,
they don't know. I know.
Yeah. I will answer. We got a $10 super chat from Andrew Connor. Thank you so much, brother. Congrats on 10K. He said, I really appreciate that, man. Thank you. Yeah, guys, I mean, I can't express how grateful I am to all of you guys for staying here with me until midnight. From noon to midnight is just such a wild thing.
Yo, you're cracked.
And I'm so grateful to everyone that showed up on the stream with me today as a guest. Par, I'm so happy to have been able to have this conversation with you. I saved a lot of the fire for you, and I knew this was going to... I really, truly did save the best for last. I wanted to make sure that we ended this stream on a really high note, and I think we accomplished that. And guys...
Oh, yeah.
Like, now that we're at the end of it, I gotta say, so much time and effort and work went into this one stream, and like planning everything out and getting everyone on board, scheduling everything, making the stream layout, making the trailer. It was just nonstop work for the past week, and I think every single minute of that was absolutely worth all of the time and effort, because I had so much fun today, and I'm very moved that I can even be here to talk to you guys about something I'm so passionate about. It really means a lot, because, 10,000 subs, like in the grand scheme of YouTube, is not a lot, but for me, that's worth more than the One Piece itself. So, thank you. Thank you.
I mean, Hidden, this is like, I think more than anyone else, the quality of your stream, the quality that you did this reflects on how you got here, right? Like, you try to boost me up at the beginning, like, we start at the same time and I'm where I'm at and whatever, but it's like this is the quality of TV shows, like studios, like the idea behind it. You tried your best. There's your one-man army, one-man reverie, and you did all this, and it's like so incredible to see, and I'm so glad that I got to tune in. And like I said, I literally was trying to be like, all right, let me doze off. I feel like I know these conversations already, but you kept it super interesting, which is like insane to do all in one sitting, all on your own, and that is so crazy. And before we forget, Dude M just gave an insane addition to your theory, and this, you might have already knew this. I think we both had like a light version of this, but he's saying with the music theory, could this be why water nullifies devil fruit, since underwater there's no sound, or rather gets smothered? And I'm like, ooh, wait, hold on, that's kind of interesting.
That's interesting. So this is like I answered why devil fruits don't work in water and hockey and all this stuff because of the light stuff. But now I'm going to start thinking about how this all connects to sound and sound frequencies, like how all the different weaknesses of devil fruits correlate to that.
Yeah, I like that. But what I will say, actually, this is a fun fact about me, is that my favorite way to listen to music is underwater. So I'll be like in a pool and I'll get like a waterproof speaker and I'll just sit at the bottom of the pool, complete underwater, because it's like pure surround sound.
I've never tried that. That sounds so cool.
But the sound doesn't travel as far. So like you just put it near you, like behind your head, and it's like you're in the song. I love doing it. I take all my friends when we go to vacation, we go to like a giant like pool or something.
I gotta get soundproof. I gotta get waterproof headphones to try that. That's awesome.
So I just put my phone in like a pouch and I put it behind my head and I just like sit there. My wife is just like, "Are you okay?" And I'm just like, "Yeah." It's gonna be like 10 minutes of me just underwater, just listening to music.
Can't wait to try that. I'm gonna try. I'm not even gonna research. I'm just gonna try that with my $300 AirPods and then jump in the pool and fuck my, look, put a hole in my wallet. I got a couple super chats here. Memphis21, thank you, my man. $10. It says, "You're the GOAT, Hidden. Get yourself some rest. Thank you for all the fun and laughs today." Thank you, man. Thank you for being here. I love that. Every time I'm streaming, you're in here. You're a VIP of the channel. You're a big supporter, so it really means a lot. Thank you, bro. Mr. Rubik's 01 sent $5 over. He said, "Absolutely legendary stream. Can't wait to check out the VOD for parts I missed. Thanks to Hidden for putting all this together." I mean, what can I say, man? I think it was worth it. I think it was really worth the time, and I'm very, very, I'm grateful to all you guys as my fans, and thank you for the $5.
And you know what's the craziest part of all of this? I think, I feel like at the end of the thing, you're going to surprise them, but you have another surprise coming this week.
This week, guys.
And, like, you're just absurd. And then you dropped a theory that you're going to drop later. This week is like the holy grail of your channel at the moment. Like, this is going to be so exciting. Like, I'm not even going to post anything on my channel because I'll just be watching yours.
I got this theory coming on Wednesday. I mentioned this on the last stream, but this upcoming Friday, I have a new stream format I'm introducing, and you guys are gonna love it. And I'm so tempted to spoil it on stream just to get people hyped, because we do have a lot of viewers here right now. So it would be, I'm tempted. I'm very tempted to tell you what the plan is, but I think I'm gonna refrain. I'm gonna keep it a surprise.
What I tell you is this is a 12-hour stream, and it's buried at the very end. And there's some people who've been here for a long time.
Should I give a reward? For that?
Yeah, I feel like it's a juicy one. You know?
Okay, all right, guys. So, I got a new stream format coming this Friday, and it's going to be called, appropriately, Break Week. It's only going to happen during the break weeks. It's not going to happen any other time. The point of this stream is to give us all a reason to get hyped during break week. No more impatience, no more disappointment, no more waiting, no more. When you see break next week at the end of a chapter, I want you guys to get hyped. And the reason I want you to get hyped is because of what we're going to do on the break week streams.
Just before that, we have a lot of things cooking for break weeks in general. But this one is the shining star on Hidden's panel for sure.
Okay, so the suit's coming back. I know a lot of you guys were asking after that one stream with the GLR stuff, you guys wanted the suit to come back. And I was thinking about how to bring it back, and I was like, well, I want to bring it back in a positive way. I'm not like a dramatic, I'm not into the drama, so I'm not going to do like the lawyer prosecutor character to other people. But what I can do is be a lawyer, prosecute fictional characters. That no one's getting harmed by that. So the plan is we're going to be doing a very fun stream every break week where I put the suit on and I get on cam, and you guys are going to be very active in this stream. It's going to be requiring you guys to be a part of it.
There might be cameos from various people.
There might be cameos from other people showing up. And I actually have our first defendant right here. I picked this up at Comic-Con. So what's going to happen? We're going to have this figure. We're going to do this every break week with a figure of an anime character. We're going to start with One Piece. We're going to put this character on trial. So it's going to be like, for example, with Chopper, this week's subject is going to be, did Chopper commit a crime by failing the people of Wano? Did he didn't heal the people who ate the smile fruits that like laughed, that couldn't stop from laughing? That was never resolved. Chopper never solved that. And that would have been possibly his thing to solve as a doctor. So, and whatever your opinions are on this, save them, because we're going to do it on Friday. Yeah. I'm going to play the prosecutor and the lawyer that's defending. I'm going to play both sides. And I'm going to make arguments in favor or against the character and the crimes they're being accused of. You guys in the chat are also going to be submitting your arguments for why you think Chopper is innocent, or whatever character is innocent or guilty. Now this is the fun part. The reason you guys are going to want to be active in the chat is because the verdict of the trial is going to have two wildly different conclusions. If Chopper is found to be innocent and you prove it, and we decide it, because at the end of this we're going to do a poll and I'm going to put it to a vote. If everyone comes to the conclusion that Chopper is innocent, I will donate the figure of that stream to a random person that's been in the chat, a random person active in the chat. So you have to be in the chat, you have to be participating to be a part of the raffle. Mm-hmm. Innocent, I will donate it to any of you for free. You get it? I'll just mail it to you. If he's found guilty, I am going to destroy this figure in a very comical fashion. If you guys vote him guilty, I am going to, every time it'll be a different method of execution. We're going to get crazy with it. I'm thinking this time, I'm going to smash this figure with a mallet on a fold-out table that I bought from Home Depot. So if you guys want to see me absolutely obliterate plastic One Piece merchandise, vote. You got to convince me that he's guilty. You got to convince everyone that he's guilty. And if you want, the incentive is, because of course it would be fun to see me destroy stuff, but the incentive keeping you in it is, well, if we can prove him innocent, there's a chance I win this figure. And what I want to do is I want to direct any super chats that go into the break week streams. I want to have them funnel into more and more expensive figures. So the idea, we're going to do the Mr. Beast formula. The idea is eventually we're going to start racking up so much money from these streams that we're going to be putting $1,000 or $500 figures on trial. And that means that one of you guys will be able to win a $500 figure. Alternatively, you will also watch me painstakingly destroy a really expensive figure that I would much rather keep in my fucking collection, and I'm gonna have to destroy it live on cam, and I'm probably gonna be crying through it. So, you know, if you guys want to torture me, or if you want the chance to win big, that's gonna be what we do. So I hope you guys get hyped for break week. The break has a double meaning if you haven't realized yet.
I was waiting. I was like, when is he gonna say that?
Yeah, so the break has a double meaning. And we're going to be doing this every time there's a break week. We're going to do this stream on Friday, and we're going to either donate or cartoonishly destroy a plastic figure of a fictional character. And we're starting small. This is a cheap one, so we're starting on the ground floor. Chopper is the ground floor right now, guys. And this is Wano Chopper specifically. That's why we're doing Wano as the subject matter. So
Can I tease the one that I propose? I mean, this one was me, you, and Zach. We were just like,
yeah,
this is a good starting one. But can I tease the green? There's a green character that I brought up.
Go for it.
And yeah, so the one that I said that would be a really good one is to put Odin on the chopping block, and then if he's guilty, then we boil him. We boil Odin.
We're gonna literally boil Odin if we have to. I'm gonna put him in a deep fryer. I was thinking about putting, like, if we put Sanji on trial and like we put him, like, he's found guilty of being too horny for his own good, then we're gonna put Sanji in a panini press. We're gonna do all this like funny fucking ridiculous shit, and I think it's gonna be so funny. My only concern is how I'm gonna do it from this room, because, like, for example, I put Sanji in a panini press that's gonna set off fire alarms. So I gotta figure out
a window right there.
I got a window, but, like, you know, like, how do I, if the fire department knocks on my door and I have to tell them, like, nah, I stuck a plastic figure in a panini press, like, I'm sorry about that. Like, what do I say to them, you know?
So it's fine. It's fine. It'll be okay. You're wearing a suit. How can they question you?
So
don't worry. This is a professional matter. Leave it to the professionals. And
yeah, we'll figure it out. I think that as the figures get more and more expensive, the methods of execution are going to get more and more ridiculous. And because they're going to be so ridiculous, I don't think I'm going to be able to do them on stream. I think it would be better for me to, off stream, you decide the verdict, and then I go and do this whole big song and dance and record this video. I put dramatic music, and I have, like, execution, like the execution cam, the slow-mo cam, and we'll do fun stuff, and it won't be in the office. But for now, we're gonna start small. I think I can get away with hitting this with a hammer if I have to. I think that's an easy way to start, and then we're gonna work our way up from there. I'm also up for, I see someone talking about burying the figure. I think that's also a fun one.
Yeah. You're probably gonna have like a submission, like a suggestion.
Yeah. You guys will be able to suggest how they go. Yeah.
Yeah. That will be a lot of fun. I'm so excited, bro. It's crazy. This is how you start off the week with a 12-hour stream, and then you're going into, like, so this is the break week thing is one exciting thing, but we got plenty of exciting things also.
Yes.
Between you and me. So
yeah. Like, what are you working on? Like, what's this week looking like for you to get people hyped up for that?
I mean, for me, I think the main. So that One Piece talk, I'm going on Tuesday for a special podcast episode. On Tuesday, I have two Pluton videos and one Void Sentry video, and I told you 2 of them or 3 of them. I don't know. Maybe we told all 3 of them. Actually, I don't know.
We're talking about the multi-part stuff, but I don't know. Were you planning on releasing all the parts this week? Like, are you going to be banging them out? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jax is working on Pluton Part 1. I'm going to be working on the Void Sentry, and then the Pluton Part 2 should be out by the end of this week. So on, like, Monday, hopefully, of next week. So then it should be like Dax, maybe Monday, Thursday, me, Friday, Saturday, and then last one. So there's some big videos there. I got D&D, but, like, other than that, Threeville and I are streaming next Sunday.
Oh, that's hype.
But nothing as big as what you have going on this week, and I'm just glad that I got to be a part of it. And that we, not only that, but, like, you know, there were some hiccups at the start. You know, we got through that. You hockeyed through that, and you got all the way here, and you look like you could go another 12 hours.
I could.
I'm pretty sure that's what's crazy about this. And I wanted to point that out, right? Because, like, most people won't ever recognize, like, the state that you're in. Talking 12 hours about anything, regardless of what it is ridiculously hard. It, like, I don't care, like, you know, whether it's like health, pharmacy, science, I don't know many people that could go 12 hours on the same topic and make it interesting. And the reason why that's possible is passion. You can feel it. You can feel the passion in not just One Piece. Like I don't want to put it in that box there. It's interacting with people who have passion. And that's why I think a lot of people enjoyed the stream. That's why you made it here. That's why you still have the energy. I feel like the drums you're pounding out. Oh my! I was about to say the drums of liberation are pounding, and then you went and did that.
Baby.
So that's incredible. And like a lot of people want me to do like a long stream too, and I'm telling you, I wouldn't be able to pull it off the way Hidden just did it. This is incredible to see. So thank you for doing this. Anyone who does something historical for One Piece, this is like not just a theory, but I like one day maybe Oda comes and sees this vibe like, what? Someone talked about One Piece for 12 hours? I don't even do that. I go on lunch break. Like, you know what I mean? And then on top of that, how does he find out about this thing? Wait, someone predicted the last parts of the theory. How did he know about all these music stuff? Like, you know what I mean? And then he's like, the hidden island. Well, he's not hidden anymore. And then he finds your channel. You know
that's assuming Oda understands like English enough to be able to get this far in the stream. Like, if Oda ever checks, if there's even a universe in which Oda would ever come across my stuff, all I can say is I hope he enjoys it. Because
okay, here's the suggestion. All right, this theory, this music theory. I'll help bank it. We'll get it translated in Japanese, and we'll post it in Japanese on your channel too.
Ooh.
That's a have to. Not only Rogers Base confirmed it, he knows. He said without a shadow of his doubt, he knows there are YouTubers that Oda watches, and he has the list of names. And he told me to tell me off screen, but he told me. But the other part is Oda also confirmed in 1064 that he watches One Piece, or not watches One Piece, watches YouTube in his editor note. He shouted out a YouTube channel in his editor note, and I was like, wait, hello? No, it was a cooking or a mukbang channel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I was like, dang, so he is on YouTube. So
I wonder what he thinks of Zebek as a horse. Rox is a horse.
I'm getting that translated instantly.
Oh, baby.
I'm once I figure out how to get someone to help me translate my videos. I feel like I don't even care if they're right? That's my whole thing. I just want the day where Oda just was like, you're crazier than me. I just like, you know what I mean? Like I want that kind of thing. Or he one-ups me and I'm like, all right.
He's like, yeah, you're crazy, but how about this?
yeah, exactly. Like that's the kind of feeling I want. You know what I mean?
Bro. Man, Par, you and me, we could go for hours, man. I could sit here for another 5 hours. But I want to give my body what it deserves and needs right now, which is some well-earned rest. And so I think I'm gonna call the stream here. We're just about approaching the 12-hour mark. So my friend, thank you so much once again for being here, and thank you for carrying the end of the stream with me. It's been so fun.
I didn't carry anything. You carried everything. I'm just glad I was here for the ride, man. So. Shout out to the chat, everyone who's here, especially I see a lot of names that I saw 6 hours ago, so that's crazy.
Yeah.
All the creators that came in, this is one of the most poppin' streams. You guys know I've been in a lot of streams, and to see Brago and Randy calling me out like that, but then also like I'm the King, KingK was here, all your guests, Threevil, like Jay, like Dax, so many creators came here, and I just want to thank everyone for showing support to Hidden. Thank you guys for tuning in.
Yes.
Thank you, Hidden, for dropping these bars essentially on me at the end of the stream, because that was what carried. There was music, that was poetic, bro. So I could go, as you said, we can go on for hours and hours, and I can go on saying all these kind words, but
thank you, bro. I will say, before I go and before I wish you good night, I hope this stream is good on my resume. If you guys are ever taking applications for Reverie hosts in the future, just use this stream as a point of reference. I can handle the hosting gig. That's all I'm saying. I'm good to go. So, yes, Par, thank you once again. Did you look like you were about to say something, or I was
gonna end the stream not the stream. I was gonna end my part by just covering the camera.
Okay, let's do that. All right, Par, I wish you a good night, and onwards to the next adventure, bro.
Yep. All right. Later, Hidden.
Take
Have
it
a
easy,
good one.
brother. Have a good one. We did it. We did it. I gotta say, when we had those, with all the work that went into this, when we had those technical difficulties, I was worried this whole thing was gonna fall apart. I'll be honest, my nerves were on edge for a while this stream. But we did it. We did it. We're here. Guys, it's time to go. All good things gotta come to an end. I saw someone say in the chat, I agree. This was fun. Guys, thank you so much once again. And I hope you got a little bit more love for One Piece after today and the One Piece community. I was really hoping that one thing I wanted from all this was just to bring people together. And I wanted to make sure that, you know, I wanted to play to everyone's strengths. That was the big goal today. Like, I saw a lot of people talking about how this stream wasn't redundant, like no guest was redundant, all the conversations were unique. I wanted it to be that way. I wanted to make sure that everyone I brought on, it was not just a conversation, but it was also to play to their strengths as a creator, as a One Piece fan, what they enjoy talking about, what they're good at talking about, and what people come to them for. I wanted to put that on full display today. And I'd like to think I accomplished that. And I think everyone that came on today, I mean, I have so many new ideas to think about, and everyone... There was not a single feature today that was bad. Every single one of them was so good, and everyone was so engaged and had so many thoughtful ideas. I couldn't ask for more, guys. So that's it for me. I will catch you guys later, and have a beautiful day, a wonderful night, and an amazing, fantastic Romance Dawn. I will see you guys in the next video. Take care.